December 28th, 1994. In the capital, at the Panjiayuan Antique Market. As the new year approaches, all antique shops in the courtyard have closed, leaving only a few scattered vendors calling out at the market entrance. New Year's Great Sale. A Warring States princely sword for just 998. A porcelain bowl used by Emperor Qianlong. Come take a look if you're interested. A mouthwash cup belonging to the Empress Dowager Cixi, awaiting a destined buyer. A fresh batch of Ru kiln porcelain collected during the Qing Dynasty, available for bulk sale. At a secluded stall on the eastern side of the entrance, against a large Chinese scholar tree, Cao Jianing quietly sat on a stool, engrossed in a tattered copy of Analysis of Porcelain Throughout Chinese History. In his 20s, standing at 185 centimeters tall with a physique that boasted an 18.5 centimeters build, he was as handsome and robust as a scholar deeply absorbed in a book. His stall held little merchandise, mostly relics salvaged from an old house he had visited in the countryside a few days prior. These consisted primarily of late Qing and Republican-era folk ceramics, modern silver jewelry, old books, and newspapers. "Hey boss, want to buy something? I guarantee it's good." Cao Jianing raised his gaze and noticed a middle-aged man in a tattered black cotton jacket and an olive-green army cap, who was eyeing him shrewdly. The antique trade demands a keen eye. Not only must one be able to authenticate relics and antiques, but one also needs to read the nuances of people's expressions and attire to judge the veracity of their words. This particular character, bundled up like a zongzi, looked weary and was likely not from the area. He clutched a bulging black cloth bundle, his large, shifty eyes darting back and forth. Such individuals either truly possess rare treasures or are merely seasoned actors. Cao Jianing slowly rose, placing his book upside down on the stool, adopting an air of disinterest. During this festive season, even the landlord is short on grain. "I haven't even sold what I have. I don't have much money to spend." Huang Sankue, a native of northeast Fengtian, chose Cao Jianing precisely because of the dubious origins of his items, reasoning that Chao's reticence would make him an easier target. He forced a smile, crossing over from the stall to sit next to Cao Jianing. "Boss, I have excellent goods. I thought you seemed discerning, so I came to you. If this deal goes through, I also possess more valuable treasures." Cao Jianing offered a non-committal smile. Those in the antique world are well-versed in weaving tales. He had heard countless stories about fallen fortunes and the sale of ancestral treasures, becoming quite immune to such narratives. From any random object at a stall, one could concoct 3 varying accounts. Feeling increasingly impatient, he waved his hand. "All right, since you've come all this way, let's take a closer look." Huang Sankue's expression brightened as he deftly untied the bulging bundle, revealing an intricately designed blue and white porcelain vase with a dragon motif. This was a Yu Gu Chun vase, a quintessential piece of Yuan blue and white porcelain. The Yu Gu Chun vase, reminiscent of a raindrop narrow at the top and wide at the bottom, tapering to a pointed base, was a standard form for imperial pottery. From Yuan blue and white, through Ming, and into the Qing Dynasty's official kills, it maintained a consistent template. However, this template was not immutable. From the Ming period onward, the neck of the vase progressively narrowed and the waistline began to shift downward. In the Qing Dynasty, further modifications were made, moving the waistline downward once more and replacing the blue glaze on the neck with a white glaze. Particularly during the Yongzheng period, Yu Gu Chun vases were designated as the Yun porcelain, referring to large-scale production of export porcelain for overseas market. At that moment, as Cao Jianing laid eyes on the vase, his pupils contracted in astonishment. The blue and white porcelain bore vibrant blue glaze around its neck, thus dismissing any possibility that it could be a Qing piece. By examining the dragon designs on the body and the 6-petal lotus pattern on the bottom, he recognized it as a Yuan blue and white dragon, 6-edged Yu Gu Chun vase. Such an exemplary piece of Yuan blue and white porcelain would be considered a treasure even in the capital's museum. Cao Jianing's eyes gleamed with excitement as his heart raced with anticipation. Seeing his reaction, Huang Sankue smirked with satisfaction. "Well, boss, what do you think? Authentic, right? My ancestors were prominent merchants. This is a family heirloom. By the way, I also have a few smaller items." Huang Sankue reached into his jacket, producing 3 trinkets. One was a jade pendant with 3 types of aging: blood-stained, earth-stained, and water-stained. Another was a green jade carving in the shape of an eye. The last item was a vibrant red fragment of coral, resembling a tree branch. "Boss, I urgently need cash for this vase, along with these 3 small items. They'll let you have them for 10,000 yuan. Cao Jianing inhaled deeply, striving to steady his racing heart. From Huang Sankue's asking price, he inferred that the man was an inexperienced outsider. the Yu Gu Chun vase being highly sought after, even in large-scale exports from the Qing Dynasty, would still fetch a sum in the low six figures. Yet here was an offer of merely 10,000 yuan, a clear indication of a bad deal. Even more astonishing was the fact that he would receive a piece of jade with a value exceeding 10,000 yuan as a bonus. In the antique trade, greed is most prohibitive. Many seasoned dealers falter due to their own avarice, allowing others to exploit them. Cao Jianing dared not presume whether what was before him was a sweet date or honey-coated in poison. He was not swayed by the allure of unearned wealth, instead opting to inspect the foot and glaze carefully to ascertain authenticity. Put the items down, I want to examine them. No way. Huang Sankui took a wary step back, clutching the porcelain tightly to his chest. If you insist on seeing something, just have a look at this. Huang Sankui, not allowing Cao Jianing a chance to protest, thrust the three smaller items into his hands. In the antique trade, it is customary that fragile objects such as porcelain and jade should not be handled, but rather placed on a tray or fixed spot for inspection. Unaware of this rule, Huang Sankui seized upon Cao Jianing's silence and pressed the items into his grip. The sharp edge of the piece of red coral sliced through Cao Jianing's palm. A drop of crimson blood flowed out, staining the green jade carving. A rush of green light surged into Cao Jianing's body through the wound, heading straight for his eyes. As the jade carving began to dissolve like melting ice and snow, a sharp, pinprick pain radiated from his eyes. Cao Jianing attempted to rub them, only to realize that the scene before him had altered dramatically. His vision became astonishingly clear. He could see the tiny script on an old book at the adjacent stall, published by Wadaica Vocational Technical College. Even more miraculous was that several antiques around him glowed with red, yellow, and white light. The most brilliant was, astonishingly, the piece of red coral that had cut his palm. As he focused on this small object, a flurry of information rushed into his mind. Item: Cixi coral treasure tree incomplete. Grade: extraordinary treasure. Value: material: premium red coral. Manufacturing technique: masterpiece. Manufacturer: Qing Imperial Household Master. Production date: late Qing Dynasty. Wow, this is actually the coral treasure tree favored by the Empress Dowager Cixi. Chapter 2. The $1 million yuan. Blue and white. Do not be deceived by Cao Jianing's youth. He has been immersed in the world of antiques for nearly 7 or 8 years. After graduating from junior high, he served as an apprentice in an antique shop for 3 years, subsequently venturing out on his own to scour the streets for junk, set up stalls in antique markets, rummage through old houses in rural areas, and search for treasures in ghost markets. Lacking formal training, he had to voraciously devour books on cultural relics and history, validating his knowledge through practical experience. According to records from the Qing Dynasty's Grand Council, a tribute piece featuring a tree-shaped red coral was adorned with exquisite jade leaves and fruits, inlaid with golden filigree to create a magnificent coral tree. Empress Dowager Cixi was particularly fond of it, and it was interred with her in the eastern tombs alongside numerous other treasures. During the Republic era, the notorious thief Sun Dianying plundered the eastern tombs of the Qing Dynasty, absconding with all the burial goods of Empress Dowager Cixi. Precious relics such as her beloved jade watermelon, coral treasure tree, white jade lotus root, and exquisite pagoda were all lost. A century later, the remnants of the coral tree have unexpectedly surfaced in the hands of Huang Sankui. Who is he, truly? Could he be a descendant of the infamous thief Sun Dianying? Or has he uncovered Sun Dianying's secret treasure trove? What is the significance of this jade carving with its astonishing abilities? Why is this jade carving shrinking before my very eyes? Hey, are you all right? You city folks are so delicate. This tiny trinket could easily cut your hand. How about this? I'll concede a bit, let us settle on 9,888, and I'll consider the rest as your medical expenses. Huang Sankui was unaware of the changes occurring within Cao Jianing and, fearing the latter might attempt to swindle him, proactively lowered his offer. Cao Jianing vigorously shook his head, banishing the chaotic thoughts from his mind. The tables had turned. It was no longer Huang Sankui seeking his favor, but rather he who must unearth the secrets concealed within Huang Sankui. Who exactly is this fellow? Cao Jianing, wary of revealing too much, maintained a cheerful demeanor, raising his hand in a dismissive gesture. I'm not as delicate as you think. This minor injury is nothing to fret over. Your porcelain piece is quite impressive. It appears to be a folk masterpiece from the Republic era. He began by praising the porcelain to appease Huang Sankui, observing the flicker of delight on his face before initiating the negotiation. However, porcelain isn't as valuable as you might believe. I could offer 5 000, but I would be taking a significant risk. If you don't believe me, you can inquire around. There's no one else who could match that offer. Upon hearing the price of 5,000, Huang Sankui's eyes twitched slightly, revealing a hint of interest. Hailing from a rural area in northeast China, he was accustomed to a lack of antique shops in his hometown. He had hoped to fetch a high price in the capital, only to find that all the pawn shops and antique stores had closed their doors. Cao Jianing and his fellow antique vendors were his last hope. Yet, 5,000 was barely sufficient for a bride price, prompting him to speak up again. Boss, 5,000 is truly insufficient. My father-in-law is a greedy wolf. Not even a bicycle would satisfy him. The bride price must include a large television or refrigerator. 10,000 is the absolute minimum. If that doesn't work, I can offer you another valuable item from my home. Cao Jianing was troubled, pondering how to establish a connection with Huang Sankui. To his surprise, the latter had come forth with an offer, akin to a windfall. Clearing his throat theatrically, he feigned reluctance, furrowing his brow. 10,000 is indeed a bit steep. You seem to be a man of integrity. If you produce another piece of similar porcelain, not only will I give you 10,000, but I'll also include an auspicious red envelope of 888 for your wedding. Upon hearing this, Huang Sankui's eyes lit up. He began to envision himself presenting the bride price and tossing the money in his father-in-law's face. The more he imagined, the more excited he became, even envisioning selling off all his treasures, driving a small car, and reveling in the success of being a big boss. Little brother, I knew I was right about you. Let us settle on 10,000 then. I'll bring you another identical piece in a few days. No. Cao Jianing shook his head vigorously. We are conducting a face-to-face transaction. There's no precedent for paying first and delivering later. I'll give you 5,000 now, and when you bring the other piece, I'll hand over the remaining 5,000. This, Huang Sankui's expression shifted to one of conflict. He scratched the back of his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Brother, to be honest, my father-in-law has set a deadline. If I don't deliver the bride price by the first day of the Lunar New Year, he'll promise my fiancée to someone else. Could we perhaps make an exception? If not, I can throw in 2 other items. Cao Jianing had already discerned Huang Sankui's urgency for cash and anticipated this outcome. The fish was already on the hook. It was time to reel it in. Sighing dramatically, he rubbed his chin, which was beginning to sprout stubble, adopting a somewhat sheepish expression. Brother, I can see you truly need the money. Didn't you say you have other antiques? Why not let me accompany you home and purchase everything in one go? This way, you can secure a larger sum. Huang Sankui could hardly believe his fortune. Cao Jianing had proactively offered to buy from him, an exceedingly fortuitous turn of events. Yet, he knew he could not reveal what he possessed. He must keep the nature of their transaction hidden from acquaintances. His beady eyes darted around, formulating a clever plan. Brother, I can't thank you enough. You city folks are genuinely sincere. Let us settle on 5,000 for now. I'll prepare the goods at home, and tomorrow you can take the train to the railway station in Jianping County, Liaoning Province. I'll be waiting for you there. Cao Jianing raised an eyebrow, sensing an unusual undertone in Huang Sankui's words. The latter was anxious to sell yet seemed to be concealing something. Whatever he possessed was undoubtedly questionable. All right, I'll follow your lead. The banks are closed for the new year. I've prepared the cash in advance. Shall we proceed with a cash-on-delivery arrangement? Absolutely. Huang Sankui, oblivious to any doubts, stepped forward and handed a bundle to Cao Jianing. Without even glancing at it, Cao Jianing bent down to pick up the military green canvas bag from beneath the large locust tree and extracted 5,000 from his pre-prepared cash, handing it to Huang Sankui. Huang Sankui eagerly accepted the cash, extending his grimy thumb, moistening it with saliva, and began counting the money with delight. 100, 200, 300. Cao Jianing smiled silently, discreetly unwrapping the package, his gaze fixed intently upon the porcelain within. Item: Yuan blue and white dragon pattern hexagonal jade pot spring vase grade, rare grade value. Over 50 million material, porcelain craftsmanship, masterpiece manufacturer, Yuan Jingdezhen imperial kiln production year, 11th year of the Yuan Zhijing era. This exquisite porcelain piece was precisely as Cao Jianing had surmised, a magnificent example of Yuan blue and white imperial kiln porcelain. It resonated with the renowned Yuan blue and white figurative story jar series, featuring distinct narrative designs, and belonged to the imperial kiln style of porcelain. Just a day prior, Cao Jianing had been fretting over his meager savings and feeling reluctant to return home for the new year. In the blink of an eye, he had transformed into a millionaire. Chapter 3. The Qianlong Era, Hetian white jade plaque of the three tints, offering longevity with Xi. Cao Jianing had not reveled in his joy for long when he suddenly realized that the jade carving, no larger than a peach pit, had diminished to the size of a grain of rice, on the brink of vanishing entirely. What, pray tell, is this phenomenon? Could it be that the peculiar energy coursing within me is the cause of its disappearance? This question remained unanswered, compelling him to redirect his thoughts towards another ancient jade plaque adorned with the three tints. This exquisite jade plaque, meticulously carved from premium Hetian jade, measures 5.3 centimeters in length and 3.2 centimeters in width. The jade possesses a substantial quality, with gently rounded corners that transition smoothly. The front of the plaque features a high-relief sculpture depicting a lively monkey extending its body forward, reaching out to gather herbs atop a rocky terrain. The monkey's facial features are intricately carved, and its body is adorned with delicate, shallow, incised lines representing its fur. Its hind legs are elegantly bent, exuding a sense of dynamism and playful charm. Behind the monkey, a skillfully carved ancient pine tree stands resolutely on the rocks, its gnarled trunk robust, and its needles arching gracefully, while the surrounding rocks are steep and jagged. On the reverse side of the plaque, a delicate incised pattern of flowing clouds adorns the top. Centrally located is a rectangular aperture, within which the characters are inscribed, accompanied by the mark Da. This jade plaque is carved from a piece of exquisite Hetian white jade, characterized by its pristine and lustrous texture. Coincidentally, beneath the monkey, a patch of red and brown soil stains, reminiscent of blood, is present. The monkey's back is tinged with a subtle bluish-gray water stain, as if intentionally colored. The integration of these stains with the jade is remarkably harmonious, representing an extraordinary enhancement. Given its exceptional material and craftsmanship, coupled with the exquisite coloration, the value could potentially increase by more than double. As I observed, relevant information resurfaced in my mind. Item: Qing Dynasty, Qianlong Era, Hetian white jade plaque with 3 stains, inscribed, quality, boutique grade value, 3.5 million product material, premium Hetian jade craftsmanship. Masterpiece manufacturer, Qing Imperial Household Master Production date, Qing Dynasty, Qianlong period. Indeed, this piece is also a royal artifact. Based on the stains on the plaque, these 3 antiques are highly likely to be burial goods. Could the long-lost treasures of the Eastern Qing tombs have fallen into the hands of Huang Sankue? Unintentionally, I discovered a crucial piece of information. The Cixi coral treasure tree, fragment, emanates a strong red glow, a rare treasure. The yuan blue and white dragon-patterned hexagonal jade vase emits a relatively softer yellow light, treasure grade. The Qing Dynasty, Qianlong Era, Hetian white jade plaque with 3 stains exudes a faint white glow, boutique grade. That it seems that the more radiant the artifact, the rarer and more valuable it becomes. With this thought in mind, I turned my gaze toward a nearby stall, where a piece of antique exuding white light caught my attention. Brother, I've already made my choice, no problem. I'll head home now and wait for you to come by tomorrow. Just so you know, I have quite a few valuable items, so do bring ample money. As I turned away, Huang Sankue approached with a glint of mischief in his eyes, occasionally casting furtive glances at my wallet, almost salivating with greed. His raw desire was palpable. I remained unfazed. While he coveted the money in my pocket, I had my sights set on the treasures he held. It was a mutual exchange of interests. I was not afraid to spend, as I only hoped to uncover the long-lost Cixi coral treasure tree. Finding other burial goods from the eastern tombs would be an even greater boon. Rest assured, brother, as long as the items are authentic, the price will certainly satisfy you. Huang Sankui erupted into laughter at my assurance, eager to bring me home immediately to showcase all his antiques. All right, I'll wait for good news from you. Our place is small, with only one green train making a round trip in the morning and evening, so don't miss your ride. No worries, I'll be perfectly fine. Great, then I shall take my leave. Huang Sankui appeared impatient, turning to depart. I reached for my waist and retrieved a new Han display pager. Brother, please leave a pager number or a phone number. In case something goes awry tomorrow, it would be convenient for us to stay in touch. Huang Sankui glanced at the pager in my hand with a peculiar expression. A sum of 10,000 yuan could build 2 large tiled houses in our hometown of Fengtian. It was not an insignificant amount in his eyes. I was a wealthy businessman, and thus, I should be affluent. The wealthy business tycoons on television wielded grand, brick-like mobile phones, exuding an air of opulence. A pager was a tool for the common folk. Perhaps the capital's businessmen were simply more understated, but what did it matter? Huang Sankue pouted, concocting a flimsy excuse. Our area is rather remote, with poor signal. I don't use such devices. You can trust that I will wait for you at the station exit. There will be no issues at the small county station. My intention in seeking contact details was not merely for convenience. I aimed to establish a long-term connection. After all, my visit to Huang Sankue's hometown might not guarantee success. Leaving my contact information would allow for future communication, even if this attempt were to fail. Yet, Huang Sankue remained guarded, maintaining a somewhat distant demeanor. I worried that pressing too hard might scare him off, resulting in a loss. All right then, I shall set out on time tomorrow. See you then. See you tomorrow. Huang Sankue moved swiftly, disappearing around the street corner. After watching him leave, I glanced down at my palm, where the jade eye carving had completely vanished. With a wistful shake of my head, I sighed. In this vast world, there exists an array of wonders. Truly, it is a miraculous treasure. There are still a few items radiating treasure light at other antique stalls. I shall go see if my hypothesis holds true. The brighter the aura, the higher the quality. Belonging to the proactive type, I immediately took action. I tucked the 3-stained jade plaque into my pocket, carefully wrapped the yuan blue and white vase in layers, along with the assorted trinkets from my own stall, and placed everything into the cart beside the large locust tree. Pushing the cart, I made my way toward the stalls ahead. There were 3 stalls emitting a treasure glow, 1 yellow and 2 white. One of the stalls ahead was emanating a white light. Hey, Xiao Chao, you're wrapping up so early today? Antique vendors typically knew each other well, and those with closer relationships often ventured out together to unearth treasures. This particular vendor, named Wang Zhangquan, a local from the capital, was in his 40s and had always looked out for me, fostering a good rapport. It's the new year, and there aren't many customers. I plan to close up and head home for the celebrations. I greeted Wang Zhangquan with a smile, parking my cart in front of his stall while my eyes scanned his offerings. Wang Zhangquan had been in the trade longer than I, yet his passion for learning did not match mine, and his expertise was not as refined as that of his junior. His stall was filled with a hodgepodge of items: porcelain, jade ornaments, sandalwood carvings, old books, and newspapers. As I perused the antiques, my gaze landed on a thumb-sized, emerald green seal, intricately carved to resemble a beer bottle from the Qing Dynasty. Chapter 4. The Authentic and the Spurious in Antiques. This is a cylindrical seal, measuring no thicker than an adult's finger and 5 centimeters in length. Its entirety is crystalline and translucent, gleaming brightly, with almost no impurities within, resembling a piece of pale green glass. At the top of the seal is intricately carved a mythical beast's knob, with the creature playfully holding a lingered mushroom in its mouth, exuding a charming and endearing demeanor. The lower part of the seal employs shallow relief techniques, featuring carvings of bats and lingered patterns on the sides of the seal base. The bat symbolizes fortune, while the lingered represents auspiciousness and wealth, as well as longevity and health. This seal is exquisitely crafted and, coupled with its auspicious symbolism, it appears even more magnificent and valuable, making it a remarkable piece of scholarly adornment. Without the hint of its precious glow, Cao Jianing might have easily overlooked it, mistaking it for merely a glass artifact. However, the presence of its glow indicates that it is undoubtedly a high-quality antique. Could it be a tourmaline? During the Qing Dynasty, the court had already begun to utilize tourmaline for crafting jewelry, at that time referred to as beckons. The text, Xia, records. The name beckons is not well documented in the annals of Huaxia. After making an initial judgment, Cao Jianing accessed the information in his mind, which left him both elated and somewhat disheartened. Item: Qing Dynasty Green Tourmaline Beast Knob Seal. Grade: Boutique Level. Value: 180,000. Material: tourmaline. Craftsmanship: masterpiece. Manufacturer: Folkmaster. Production date: Qing Yongzheng period. This is indeed a tourmaline seal, exquisitely carved by a master craftsman. However, its value is nearly 20 times less than that of the similarly boutique-grade Sanchin-colored jade tablet he had encountered earlier. This exemplifies the stark contrast between folk antiques and court treasures, with a price disparity that is monumental. Cao Jianing remained silent, prompting Wang Zhangquan to inquire, "What's the matter? Have you taken a liking to something on my stall? If you fancy any item, just let me know, and consider it a New Year's gift from me." Cao Jianing's lips quivered slightly, caught in a moment of hesitation. Were it a vendor with whom he had a more casual relationship, he would have swiftly taken advantage of a bargain without a second thought. Yet, given his close rapport with Wang Zhangquan, a friendship that transcends age, he felt somewhat uncomfortable taking advantage of the situation. Ah, never mind. Once I handle this batch of goods and transfer the items from Boy Azhai, I shall ensure to support Uncle Wang's business in the future. With a grin, Cao Jianing pointed to the seal on the stall. Uncle Wang, I find this seal to be in excellent condition. It should be quite a treasure, yes? Wang Zhangquan followed Cao Jianing's finger to the seal on the stall. It was an item he had collected from a large tenement, previously sent to an antique shop, only to be rejected. He leaned slightly, picked up the seal, and handed it to Cao Jianing. I acquired this a few days ago from the demolition area in Zhongguancun. The staff at Gamingshuan mentioned that it is a modern piece, not worth much. Take it for your enjoyment. Having known each other for years, Cao Jianing and Wang Zhangquan were well aware of each other's dispositions and anticipated this outcome. Nevertheless, he still retrieved a 100 yuan note from his pocket and handed it to Wang Zhangquan. Uncle Wang, it's the new year. Let us start things off with good fortune. In the future, if you come across any good finds, just take me along. In the antique trade, there's a saying, 3 years without a transaction, and when one finally does, it sustains them for 3 years. Wang Zhangquan did not need Cao Jianing's 100 yuan, but in this line of business, one seeks auspiciousness. Amused yet bemused, he accepted the 100 yuan from Cao Jianing while casually placing the seal into Cao Jianing's hands. May your good fortune rub off on me. I hope to sell off these ragtag items before the year ends. All right, you take care. When you return after the new year, I'll take you to a newly discovered treasure spot. Sure. Cao Jianing, not one to be polite, tucked the tourmaline seal into his pocket and pushed his tricycle towards the stall radiating a precious glow ahead. As he walked, he silently prayed that the antique at the other stall would be of the same caliber as the yuan blue and white dragon pattern hexagonal vase. He recognized this vendor, who typically set up shop in the outer courtyard of the antique market, primarily dealing in porcelain. The wares displayed on his stall were all porcelain pieces. Along the outer edge, a neat row of large and medium-sized blue and white porcelain items was arranged. Large bowls adorned with blue floral patterns, sizable jars with blue ocean motifs, and blue and white spring vases were all positioned in the corner, awaiting a fated person. Should one accidentally knock them over, apologies would be necessary, as these were all official kiln porcelain, valued at tens or even hundreds of thousands. Compensation would be required. Cao Jianing did not waste time on these knockover porcelain items, swiftly honing in on the porcelain radiating yellow precious light. Upon locating the piece emanating the yellow glow, his eyes twitched slightly, revealing a hint of surprise. For it was part of a renowned set of porcelain, regarded as the pinnacle of Qing Dynasty pastel porcelain. The Beijing Museum possesses a complete collection, including the Qianlong Pastel 9 Peaches vase, Qianlong Pastel 9 Peaches bowl, Qianlong Pastel 9 Peaches plate, and so forth. The porcelain emitting the yellow glow was indeed the Qianlong Pastel 9 Peaches vase. This vase is entirely coated in white glaze, with the body depicting a fruitful peach tree. Its branches are lush and sprawling, meandering from the base to the abdomen, with 9 rosy peaches bending the branches. Peaches symbolize auspicious longevity, and the number 9, being the highest of odd numbers in ancient times, denotes abundance, signifying the infinite. Thus, the image of 9 peaches conveys the meaning of boundless longevity. The composition of this vase is both open and structured, with varied glazed tones and intricate, masterful painting, making it an exceptional piece. This porcelain set is, in fact, a collection intended for birthday celebrations, personally designed and crafted by the master of the Imperial Household Department for the Yongjing Emperor's grand birthday. At that time, a batch of Yongjing Pastel 8 Peaches Branch series porcelain was produced. Porcelain crafted for royal birthday celebrations is undoubtedly the Crme de la Crme. Hence, this set is often referred to as Yong 8, Qian 9. It represents the zenith of palace porcelain during the flourishing periods of Kangxi, Yongzheng, and Qianlong, marking the pinnacle of Qing pastel porcelain craftsmanship. Item: Qianlong Pastel 9 Peaches Vase. Grade: Rare Level. Value: 20 million. Material: porcelain. Craftsmanship: masterpiece. Manufacturer: specially made by the Qing Imperial Household Department. Production date: Qing Qianlong period. The information provided in his mind matched exactly with Cao Jianing's conjecture. This porcelain piece is indeed the Qianlong Pastel 9 Peaches Vase from the Yong 8, Qian 9 collection. What about the remaining pieces? Cao Jianing glanced at the Pastel 9 Peaches bowl beside the vase. His vision far exceeded that of an ordinary person, allowing him to discern the intricacies of the porcelain bowl from several meters away. This pastel bowl exhibited a distinctly aged appearance and signs of use. The exterior of the bowl lacked the modern porcelain's insipid sheen, instead possessing a natural patina from the passage of time. The pastel coloring on the exterior was even, and the form was exquisitely perfect, with no discernible flaws to the naked eye. Could it be that this piece is also an authentic item? Republic-era imitation of Qianlong Pastel 9 Peaches Bowl, grade, ordinary level, value, 2,000, material, porcelain, craftsmanship, folk imitation, manufacturer, folk craftsman, production date, Republic era. Alas, reality dealt a harsh blow to Cao Jianing. The remaining pieces of the set were all imitations from the Republic era, with only the pastel vase being the sole authentic piece. Brother, are you interested in this collection? As everyone was setting up stalls in Panjiayuan, Wang Defa naturally recognized Cao Jianing, having seen him frequently. He had just observed Cao Jianing acquiring an item from Wang Zhangquan's stall and guessed that Cao Jianing had a penchant for porcelain, prompting him to approach. Cao Jianing was not well acquainted with Wang Defa, but he smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Brother Wang, my grandfather is about to celebrate his 70th birthday. I wish to select some birthday porcelain for him. Do you have any recommendations? Chapter 5. A series of fortunate finds birthday wishes. Wang Defa murmured under his breath, casting a scrutinizing glance over his stall. Although they were all in the same trade, not a single penny of profit could be overlooked. In fact, he often set his prices even higher than those for outsiders. His mind immediately drifted to the exquisite set of famille rose porcelain he had acquired a few days prior, which he had initially believed to be a remarkable stroke of luck, purchasing a set from the Qianlong Imperial Kiln at a bargain. Delighted, he took the famille rose 9 peach large bowl and famille rose 9 peach large plate to the largest antique shop in Panjiayuan, Rongbio Zai, for appraisal. What was supposed to be an authentication turned out to be an embarrassing display, as he was met with a harsh rebuttal from the shop's chief manager. Had it not been for the timing of the new year, when all antique shops were closed, he would have been the laughingstock among his peers. Now, upon seeing the porcelain set, he was filled with resentment. Wang Defa plastered on a facade of insincere cheerfulness and gestured towards the famille rose 9 peach series set on his stall. Brother, you've come at just the right moment. I recently acquired a top-notch set of famille rose porcelain. This Qianlong famille rose 9 peach series is perfect for birthday celebrations. I won't ask too much from you. Just 20,000 for these 5 pieces, and they're yours. At this, Cao Jianing felt a surge of excitement. He knew that if he were to approach the Qianlong famille rose 9 peach vase directly, it would surely raise Wang Defa's suspicions. If the latter discerned the genuine article hidden among the fakes, he would not only miss out on a bargain but would also be inadvertently aiding Wang Defa. Thus, he concocted a pretext of birthday wishes to steer Wang Defa's focus toward his true target. Now that Wang Defa had initiated the conversation about the porcelain set, it was perfectly reasonable for Cao Jianing to engage in haggling. Brother Wang, don't jest, Cao Jianing retorted. I've seen this Qianlong famille rose 9 peach series at the Capital Museum. This is at best a Republic-era imitation. It's worth no more than 2,000 each. Do you take me for a fool? Confronted by Cao Jianing's bluntness, Wang Defa displayed no sign of embarrassment and unabashedly replied, Brother, we're in the same business. Allow me to make a little profit. I acquired this porcelain set for 18,000. I am only making a modest 2,000. Cao Jianing smirked derisively, thinking, we're in the same trade, and you think I'll fall for your tales? The acquisition price for antiques typically hovers around 1/10 of the market value, with sales prices starting at twice the market rate. This set of Republic-era fakes had a market value of merely 10,000, with a recovery price that would not exceed 1,000. Asking for 18,000 was a blatant ruse. Cao Jianing was acutely aware of the reality but refrained from exposing Wang Defa. Brother Wang, I certainly don't wish for you to incur losses, but this price is simply too high. I only have a little over 5,000 left, which isn't even half of what you're asking. How about this? I'll offer 5,000 for the famille rose vase and the famille rose large bowl. What do you think? Maintaining the charade, Cao Jianing turned and retrieved his wallet from the tricycle, producing a thick wad of cash that was roughly 5,000. Wang Defa feigned reluctance, yet inwardly reveled at the prospect. He had acquired this porcelain set for merely 300. Selling 2 pieces for 5,000 would be a substantial profit. Nevertheless, he remained obstinate, shaking his head repeatedly. Oh, no, this is a master-level imitation. Normally, I would sell each for 5,000. The 20,000 is a friend's price. How about this? I'll take a small loss and offer you the famille rose large bowl and the famille rose small bowl for 5,000. Cao Jianing's true aim was the Qianlong famille rose 9 peach vase. The other items were merely distractions. He had no intention of settling for 2 Republic-era fakes. These two pieces have a market value of 4,000 at most. That's not fair. You should at least throw in a vase as well, shouldn't you? In the world of antiques, haggling was commonplace. Thus, the two engaged in a spirited exchange of barbs, culminating in Wang Defa conceding a bit. The Qianlong Famille Rose 9 peach vase, plus the Republic-era small bowl for 5,000. Both Wang Defa and Cao Jianing were exceedingly pleased with this outcome, and they reached a consensus to complete the transaction. Cao Jianing placed the two porcelain pieces into the tricycle's cargo area and cheerfully made his way toward the last stall, which radiated a white, precious light. This stall was located on the outer edge, a good 100 meters from the entrance of the Panjiayuan flea market. Upon closer inspection, Cao Jianing understood why this stall was so far out. It was not an antique stall but rather a second-hand goods stall. The items displayed predominantly consisted of old clothing, worn wallets, and outdated jewelry. These second-hand items hardly classified as antiques. Yet, amidst this assortment, there lay a single exquisite antique emitting a white, precious light. The antique, nestled beside a black leather bag, was a walnut-sized orb, obscured by a layer of black grease. The stall owner was a boy of about 14 or 15, seated on a small stool, diligently working on his winter break homework. Presumably, he was watching the stall while an adult had stepped away momentarily. Given the boy's youth, Cao Jianing deemed it unnecessary to put on a pretense. He pointed to the small orb on the stall and inquired, "Young man, what is that little ball?" "Are you referring to this?" the boy replied, gesturing toward the dirty metal sphere with a look of disdain. "Yes, that's the one." Confirming that Cao Jianing desired the soiled little object, the boy tore off a piece of scrap paper, placed it underneath, and picked up the grimy metal orb to hand it to Cao Jianing. "I found this while cleaning the storage room today, and my dad said it's made of copper, possibly a kind of incense burner. He thought it might be worth something, so I brought it along. I am not sure how much it's worth. You can decide what to give me." Cao Jianing accepted the orb without hesitation, unfazed by its filthy exterior. Grasping the orb in one hand, he pocketed it while extracting all the change from his pockets. He pulled out 2 50-yuan bills and handed them to the boy. "Your dad's right. This is an old-style copper incense ball. Here's 100 yuan for you. However you tell your dad is up to you." With a wink, Cao Jianing made his intentions clear. After all, the boy's father hadn't seen the transaction, so the final selling price was entirely at his discretion. The boy instantly grasped the implication, his previously disdainful expression transforming into one of delight. He eagerly accepted the money and bowed to Cao Jianing. "Thank you, sir." "Haha, you're welcome." Cao Jianing chuckled, waving his hand dismissively as he tossed the orb into the cargo area of the tricycle, climbed on, and rode off, humming a tune, thoroughly pleased with himself. In the suburbs of the capital, Nanhuxi village stood in stark contrast to the towering buildings of the inner city, with its sprawling bungalows and seemingly endless fields. Cao Jianing's rented courtyard was conveniently situated beside a patch of cabbage, boasting an expansive area of over 200 square meters. However, 70% of the space was occupied by the yard, with only a suite that connected to the kitchen. The yard was meticulously maintained, featuring 3 storage sheds constructed from asbestos tiles. Inside, one could find large antique furniture such as official hats and 8 immortals tables, alongside some items in less than pristine condition or damaged antiques. Upon returning home, Cao Jianing's first order of business was to inspect the storage sheds for any overlooked treasures. The results were quite gratifying, as he discovered 3 items radiating a precious white light. A Ming Dynasty gilded copper Buddha statue valued at 180,000. A damaged Qing Dynasty Zetian wood screen depicting a lady, valued at 150,000. And a Qing imitation Ming Xuanda furnace, valued at 100,000. These 3 exquisite antiques were all, and their prices were not exorbitant. Cao Jianing, however, was not greedy. He was quite satisfied with this outcome, carefully securing the 3 valuable antiques within his home before proceeding to attend to his legitimate business. Chapter 6. The Jiajing Period, gold-plated incense ball with pearl inlay at the entrance of the main hall. Cao Jianing sat on the threshold, one hand clutching a metal ball smeared with grease, while the other wielded a soft bristled toothbrush. Beside his feet, a large porcelain bowl contained a freshly mixed cleaning solution, combining water and citric acid in a 1-to-1 ratio. He created a substance capable of cleansing the grime from gold, silver, copper, and other metallic objects. Dipping the toothbrush into the solution, he gently brushed the soiled ball. The black grease on the metallic surface vanished at a visibly rapid pace, revealing a striking golden hue. Encouraged by the sight of this gleam, Cao Jianing quickened his movements, scrubbing with renewed vigor. Approximately half an hour later, the cleaning solution had transformed into a bowl of black, oily residue. Meanwhile, that once grimy metal sphere, which even a child would scorn, had metamorphosed into a resplendent golden incense ball. Item: Ming Dynasty, Jianing period, gold-plated incense ball with pearl inlay grade, premium value. Over 5 million material, gold, pearl craftsmanship, masterpiece manufacturer, imperial court production date, Jianing period of the Ming Dynasty. The young boy's earlier assertion was indeed accurate. This was, without a doubt, an incense ball. However, it was not crafted from copper but rather fashioned from gold. This exquisite piece was produced for the imperial court, specifically designed for the concubines of the harem. The incense ball boasts a diameter of 4.5 centimeters and is hollow, designed to hold fragrant spices within. This diminutive aromatic sphere is a marvel of intricate craftsmanship, formed through a series of elaborate processes. Initially, the technique of gold filigree is employed, transforming gold into exceedingly fine threads, which are then woven into two semicircular golden spheres that serve as the framework for the incense ball. Subsequently, through processes of smelting, hammering, and cutting, the gold is fashioned into sheets slightly thicker than A4 paper. These sheets are meticulously cut into strips measuring 2 to 3 millimeters in width and, using the stacking ash method, are soldered onto the gold filigree frame, forming the inlaid base. Following this, the traditional exploding bead technique, inherited from the Tang Dynasty, is utilized. During the flourishing Tang period, jewelers crafted gold into fine strands, cutting them into segments less than 1 centimeter long, which were evenly scattered atop charcoal. Subjected to high temperatures, these segments coalesce into spherical beads, from which appropriately sized gold particles are selected and placed into the inlaid base, creating a splendid, beaded pattern. This incense ball, undoubtedly a product of the imperial court, employs the exploding bead technique to achieve its exquisite beaded design, adorned with fine pearls for decoration. Such a masterful design could be deemed a masterpiece even among the imperial treasures. "It's utterly magnificent," exclaimed Cao Jianing, gently wiping the water stains from the incense ball with a soft deer leather cloth, his eyes brimming with admiration. Previously, he regarded gold as a mundane material, with gold rings and necklaces seeming rather commonplace. However, this ancestral selection he now held transformed his perception entirely. It stands as a testament to the wisdom and skill of Chinese artisans. After this moment of reflection, Cao Jianing laid out on the table all the exquisite antiques he had acquired that day. A fragment of Empress Cixi's coral treasure tree, unknown. A yuan blue and white dragon-patterned hexagonal jade spring vase, 50 million. A Qianlong pink and green peach-topped vase, 20 million. A Ming Jianing gilded pearl-inlaid knob, 5 million. A Qing Qianlong Hatian white jade, offering longevity, plaque, 5 million. And a Qing green tourmaline beast knob seal, 180,000. The day's acquisitions were nearing a small milestone, a reality once unimaginable for Cao Jianing. When one acquires wealth, the first thought is to realize their dreams. Cao Jianing harbors two aspirations: to secure an antique shop in Panjiayuan and to build a grand house for his parents, ensuring they enjoy a good life. Coincidentally, an antique shop in Panjiayuan is up for transfer, priced at 5 million. In the past, 5 million seemed an astronomical sum to Cao Jianing. Now, he only needs to sell one antique to make it a reality. As for building a home, that is even simpler. Constructing a luxurious duplex with exquisite renovations would only cost a few $100,000. Dreams, once deemed unattainable, now lie within his grasp. Cao Jianing reclined contentedly in an old rocking chair, lost in thought. The sensation of wealth is truly exhilarating. Suddenly, as if jolted by a sudden realization, he sprang from the chair, muttering calculations about his current savings, the house, and the antique shop. Over the years, he had toiled in the antique trade, accumulating some savings. However, with a sister currently studying, most of his funds were sent home, leaving him with only 30,000 yuan in cash. Several peers have set their sights on Boyazhai, and I hear someone is interested in partnering to acquire the shop. Boyazhai is strategically located. With my current insight, acquiring it would undoubtedly be a wise investment. Tomorrow, I shall head to Fengtian. Who knows what unique opportunities may arise? This amount of money is certainly insufficient. Perhaps I should part with a piece of premium antique. Cao Jianing had made up his mind to buy the antique shop in Panjiayuan that was up for transfer and become the owner himself. The transfer fee for Boyazhai alone is 5 million, and with additional expenses for renovation, hiring, and inventory, he would need to prepare a few million more as a reserve. Thus, he was left with no choice but to sell either the yuan blue and white dragon-patterned hexagonal jade spring vase or the Qianlong pink and green peach-top vase. The latter was a fortunate find from a colleague, and it would be wise to wait before selling it to avoid attracting envy and potential sabotage. Therefore, he resolved to part with the yuan blue and white dragon-patterned hexagonal jade spring vase. The Panjiayuan tea house. In a private room on the top floor, a strikingly serene young woman sat across from an elderly man clad in traditional Tang attire. The woman, tall and elegant, wore a black and white Chanel checkered jacket paired with fitted black trousers. Her delicate features were strikingly defined, with cherry-red lips reminiscent of ripe cherries, a well-defined nose, and expressive, contrasting eyes that could rival the most exquisite models. Yet, her brows were slightly furrowed, and a profound weariness was etched upon her face. Mr.Li, the auction house has received yet another piece of Lu imitation porcelain. This marks the third instance this month. I would like to invite you to oversee the Jiaxing auction house for a while. As for the financial aspect, feel free to propose any sum. I assure you will be satisfied. Just then, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Mr.Li, Mr. Cao has arrived. Are you available now? Li Mingxian turned to the young woman beside him, speaking in a gentle tone. Waning, do not worry. My relationship with Elder Xia is strong. I could never turn a blind eye to such a significant matter. Please wait a moment. I will first meet with a junior, and afterward, I shall assist you. Summer Waning's lips parted slightly, as if she wished to speak, but hesitated. Let him come up. Before she could voice her thoughts again, Li Mingxian called out to the door. Summer Waning could only pout in frustration as she stood up and moved to another side of the guest sofa. Humph, I shall see which oblivious fool dares to disrupt my plans. Chapter 7. The beautiful boss consumed by resentment. 3 minutes later, Cao Jianing arrived at the door of the private room. Bang, bang, bang. Is it convenient for me to come in? Mr.Li? Come in. All right. Cao Jianing skillfully pushed open the door, only to be taken aback by the presence of an exceptionally beautiful woman in the room. She appeared to be around his age, strikingly stunning, adorned in high-end international fashion, a quintessential example of a wealthy and elegant woman. Such a character seemed to belong to an entirely different realm from Cao Jianing, with scarcely any points of intersection. Yet, for reasons unknown, he sensed a considerable animosity emanating from her. With an outsider present, he felt considerably more restrained, gripping the sandalwood box tightly as he swiftly approached Li Mingxian's side. Mr. Li, I received a remarkable item today and would like to consult you. Midway through his sentence, Cao Jianing suddenly recalled the presence of another individual. A priceless antique, valued in the tens of millions, was hardly appropriate to present in front of an outsider. Hey, what do you mean? Are you worried I might covet your possessions? Before Cao Jianing could express himself, a voice rang out from behind him. Xiaowaning. This month, the company had suffered immense losses exceeding 10 million due to a series of counterfeit goods. Today, she had personally come to seek Li Mingxuan's assistance, and being interrupted by Cao Jianing only served to stoke the flames of her frustration. Not only was she vexed by the delay he caused, but she was also taken aback to find herself regarded as the villain by him. How could she swallow such indignation? Cao Jianing turned to see Xiaowaning, her face flushed with anger, resembling a furiously puffed-up little leopard. Utterly bewildered, upon entering the room, he had already sensed her hostility. After uttering just a single phrase, she erupted. Was she out of her mind? It was such a pity that someone so beautiful could possess such a fierce temperament, wasting both her stunning visage and remarkable figure. Waning, how can you speak like that? Xiao, please don't be upset. Allow me to introduce you. This is Xiaowaning, the owner of Jiahong Auction House. Her company has encountered some issues recently, and her mood is rather poor. Please don't take it to heart. Upon hearing that Xiaowaning was the proprietor of Jiahong Auction House, Cao Jianing's pupils dilated in disbelief. As someone immersed in the antique world, he had always kept a close eye on the developments of major auction houses both domestically and internationally. Jiahong Auction House was the third largest in the capital, and it was inconceivable that he would be unaware of it. Furthermore, he was well aware that Jiahong had recently plunged into significant troubles, in the just-concluded autumn auction. A priceless piece of Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain had been identified as a forgery, causing severe repercussions for Jiahong. The strikingly young and beautiful woman before him was, astonishingly, the owner of the auction house. Upon realizing her identity, Cao Jianing completely abandoned his defensive posture. She was a member of the capital's elite, a descendant of Li Mingxian, and surely saw him as inconsequential. I apologize for my abruptness. I should have arranged the timing with you in advance. Perhaps you could discuss matters with President Xia first? Cao Jianing ostensibly sought Li Mingxuan's opinion, but was, in truth, retreating strategically. Having arrived, it was impossible for Li Mingxian to send him away mid-conversation. What a charade! So hypocritical. Before Li Mingxian could respond, Xiao Weining muttered under her breath. Li Mingxian shot her an irritated glance, then tugged Cao Jianing's arm, guiding him to sit in the official hat chair beside him. Xiao, it has been a while since your last visit. Quick, open it up for me to see what treasures you've brought. Certainly. At this point, Cao Jianing no longer held back, placing the sandalwood box on the square table between them and slowly opening the lid, carefully extracting the exquisite jade bottle within. MMM? Upon seeing the jade bottle Cao Jianing produced, both Li Mingxian and Xiao Weining gasped in unison. As a veteran in the field, Li Mingxian had encountered countless exceptional antiques, while Xiao Weining, as the head of an auction house, was no stranger to fine artifacts either. Their astonishment stemmed from the fact that, prior to Cao Jianing's arrival, they had been discussing another counterfeit blue and white porcelain piece. The appearance of yet another blue and white porcelain item from Cao Jianing was indeed surprising. Initially, Li Mingxian assumed Cao Jianing had unearthed a late Qing or Republican-era jade bottle and thought little of it. However, when Cao Jianing placed the porcelain before him, he instantly recognized its extraordinary nature. This is a standard Yuan Dynasty jade bottle shape. The more he scrutinized, the more astonished he became. He swiftly donned a pair of white gloves from the table and carefully lifted the jade bottle for a thorough examination. Grasping the neck of the bottle with his left hand and pointing to the blue and white decorations at the base with his right, he remarked, "This is the inverted lotus pattern." The inverted lotus pattern postming has petals that converge in the center. Yet this porcelain's inverted lotus pattern is distinct, aligning with the design structure of the Yuan Dynasty. The more he examined, the graver his expression became, and his words diminished. He retrieved an exquisitely crafted gold-framed magnifying glass from his pocket, tilting the jade bottle to focus on the foot of the piece. The base exhibits glaze accumulation, indicative of the glazing technique employed at the time, with excess white glaze flowing down and solidifying at the bottom. This is quite normal. There are evident signs of use at the base, generated naturally from the outside in. The firestone red merges seamlessly with the body, its color notably deep. This is a piece that has circulated for a considerable time and has seen frequent use. Is this real? Mr.Li, you jest. Sitting on the reception sofa, Xiao Weining leaned in, frowning as she observed Li Mingxian's serious demeanor. As the head of a large auction house, porcelain appraisal was a fundamental skill, and she quickly discerned that this was indeed a vintage jade bottle. Coupled with Li Mingxian's previous remarks, it was evident that this was an exceedingly rare Yuan blue and white jade bottle. This is astonishingly a rare official kiln Yuan blue and white porcelain piece. My friend, I must acquire this Yuan blue and white jade bottle. Please name your price. Cao Jianing was momentarily taken aback by her words. Just moments ago, Xiao Weining had been filled with hostility toward him, and now she was eager to purchase the porcelain he held. Was her shift in demeanor that rapid? Weining, that is not quite right. Xiao is here at my behest. This jade bottle is perfect in shape and remarkably preserved. I intend to keep it for my collection. This jade bottle's market value is approximately 50 million. I offer 55 million. Even though he was already aware of the valuation of the Yuan blue and white porcelain, when Li Mingxian quoted 55 million, Cao Jianing couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. 55 million. At his previous earning rate, he would never amass such wealth in a lifetime. I'll offer 60 million. Just as Cao Jianing was about to speak, Xiao Weining directly raised her bid by 5 million, engaging in a bidding war with Li Mingxian. Bang! Li Mingxian slammed his palm on the table, causing the teacups to wobble and spill their contents. Weining, I have finally encountered something I truly appreciate. How can you shamelessly compete with me? Do not forget your purpose for coming here. Chapter 8. Wagering with a beauty in pursuit of the exquisite Yuan blue and white porcelain, Li Mingxian resorted to subtle threats. After a brief moment of hesitation, Xiao Weining resolutely shook her head in objection. Mr. Li, my affairs cannot be conflated with that of the porcelain. You are well aware of the situation with Jiaxing. We are preparing to gather a collection of exceptional antiques to promote next spring's auction, and this Yuan blue and white piece would serve perfectly as the grand finale. Li Mingxian gritted his teeth in frustration. Fine. I shall not hold back. 70 million. Xiao Weining stood her ground, entering into a bidding war with Li Mingxian. 73 million, 75 million, 77 million, 79 million, 80 million. Cao Jianing, observing the escalating bids, could hardly contain his amusement. Come on, old Li, don't be timid. Keep raising the stakes. Xia, as a major player, you have the means. Keep pushing higher. However, when Xiao Weining called out 85 million, Li Mingxian ceased his bidding. This amount had already surpassed half the market price of the jade Hu spring vase. Any further contest would merely be an exercise in obstinacy. Clears throat. Cao Jianing lightly coughed twice, beaming as he turned to Xiao Waning. Congratulations, Ms. Xia, on acquiring this jade Hu spring vase. Wait. Xiao Waning suddenly raised her delicate hand, a playful smile gracing her lips as she regarded Cao Jianing. Mr. Cao, would you be interested in engaging in a little game with me? Oh? Cao Jianing blinked in confusion. He was unfamiliar with Xiao Waning, and today marked their first encounter. She was a lady of high society, while he was merely a small-time dealer in antiques, not foolish enough to assume she had any interest in him. This woman undoubtedly had ulterior motives. What does Miss Xia have in mind? The corners of Xiao Waning's mouth curled upward, revealing a pair of faint dimples. Thump, thump. Cao Jianing's heart raced uncontrollably. It was hardly his fault. A young man who dealt with antiques daily could hardly remain unaffected by such a beautiful and powerful woman. I have a piece of porcelain that I would like you to help authenticate. If you satisfy me, I shall reward you with an additional 1 million. Had this proposition been presented a day prior, Cao Jianing would have hesitated to respond. Yet at this moment, possessing a discerning eye for treasures, it felt akin to being offered a windfall. How could he let such a golden opportunity slip away? A confident smile graced his lips as he met Xiao Waning's gaze. Certainly. Xiao Waning's brows arched slightly, anticipation flickering in her eyes. Mr. Li, please bring forth the porcelain for Mr. Cao to examine. Li Mingxian, seasoned and perceptive, quickly grasped Xiao Waning's intentions. This little fox was clearly testing Cao Jianing. Should he successfully discern the authenticity of the counterfeit porcelain, she would extend an olive branch. Should he fail, she would undoubtedly ridicule him mercilessly. Li Mingxian scanned the duo and suddenly noted the striking resemblance between the two young individuals. Both of similar age and appearance, they seemed a match made in heaven. Allowing Cao Jianing to shine before Xiao Waning might not be a bad idea after all. Little Cao, I've paved the way for you. Seize the opportunity. All right, I too wish to see the progress you've made, little Cao. Li Mingxian turned, retrieving a blue and white plum vase from the shelf behind him, placing it on the square table. Come now, little Cao. Sure. Cao Jianing leaned slightly, examining the vase on the table. Based on the patterns depicted, this was a blue and white vase adorned with seawater and auspicious dragon designs. His favorite category of antiques was porcelain, making this his area of expertise. Thus, he refrained from hastily consulting his mental database, opting instead to rely on his own experience for authentication. The plum vase, a common form in blue and white porcelain, featured a small mouth, slender neck, broad shoulders, elongated abdomen, and a flat base. As noted in Yinlu Zhai porcelain, the plum vase, with a small mouth and short neck, possesses extremely broad shoulders, tapering slightly at the base, and is slightly rounded at the foot. The narrow mouth complements the slender body of the plum, hence the name. The plum vase first appeared in the Tang Dynasty and became prevalent during the Song Dynasty, enduring through the Song, Yuan, Ming, and Qing dynasties without losing its charm. A layman might instinctively regard such a large blue and white vase as merely decorative, with many rural households displaying pairs of plum vases adorned with artificial flowers as mere ornaments. In truth, the plum vase served as a vessel for wine. A Song Dynasty ceramic plum vase was unearthed in the Zhenjiang port, its mouth sealed with clay, containing a bottle of exquisite Song-era wine. When experts unsealed it, a fragrant aroma wafted forth, validating that the plum vase was indeed a vessel for everyday use. The vase before him displayed a regular shape, with the base adorned with sea-water patterns, meticulously illustrated in light blue hues to depict splashing waves, vividly encapsulating the essence of the vast ocean coexisting with the divine dragon. Above these patterns, a poised dragon leaped amidst the waves, embodying the might of the sea, subtly symbolizing the emperor's majesty and the grandeur of his enigmatic presence. Cao Jianing had previously observed a similar piece at a Christie's auction. A blue and white vase with seawater and auspicious dragon designs from the Qing Dynasty, starting at 15 million and hammering down at 35 million. This vase shared identical characteristics with that piece, also crafted during the Qing period. Upon visual inspection, he identified no apparent flaws. It appeared to be an authentic item. However, judging by Li Mingxian and Xiao Waning's reactions, this porcelain likely harbored issues. Item: spliced Qing Dynasty Qianlong blue and white vase with seawater and auspicious dragon designs grade. Defective item value: 50,000 material, porcelain manufacturing process. The bottom of the Qing Qianlong blue and white vase with seawater and auspicious dragon designs is authentic, while the upper half is a spliced imitation from the Republic era. The dragon's claws bear the counterfeit mark Lu Da. Manufacturer, Lu Yishou production date, Republic era. What? Upon viewing the prompt in his mind, Cao Jianing's lips involuntarily twitched in a wonder he had failed to discern any issues. It turned out to be a spliced piece. The bottom portion with the sea water patterns was indeed a genuine Qianlong-era blue and white vase, entirely authentic. Even the upper half, though a forgery, was a rather ostentatious imitation from the Republic era, bearing a conspicuous mark. This Lu Yishou was undoubtedly a master forger. Seeing that Cao Jianing had yet to deliver a verdict, Li Mingxian interjected to alleviate the awkwardness. Little Cao, don't feel pressured. If you can't tell by sight, feel free to examine it closely. Use my magnifying glass for a detailed look. Take your time. No need. I've completed my authentication. Li Mingxian, concerned that Cao Jianing might struggle with the assessment, offered him an out. However, before he could finish his sentence, Cao Jianing declared he was done. You finished without even handling it? Cao Jianing chuckled, shrugging in a calm manner. This is a Qing Qianlong blue and white vase with seawater and auspicious dragon designs. Upon hearing Cao Jianing's response, disappointment flickered across Xiao Waning's face. As expected, the yuan blue and white had merely been a stroke of luck, a fortunate find. However, this is not a complete piece. It is a spliced porcelain. What? How did you deduce that? Both Li Mingxian and Xiao Waning exclaimed in astonishment. Li Mingxian, having watched Cao Jianing grow, was well aware of his capabilities. In his opinion, Cao Jianing should not have reached such a level. In contrast, Xiao Waning, having faced numerous setbacks with counterfeit Lu-style porcelain at auctions, was eager to test Cao Jianing's skills today. She had not anticipated that he would ascertain the authenticity without even touching the piece, which filled her with delight. Chapter 9. Declining the invitation of the beautiful CEO, Cao Jianing smiled faintly, and a commanding aura enveloped the room. When I appraise porcelain, I first examine the form. This piece exhibits a remarkably regular shape, indicative of a skilled craftsman. Next, I consider the style of the porcelain to ascertain its era. I have encountered this piece in an auction yearbook. It belongs to the Grand Ming vase style of the Qing Dynasty. Lastly, I scrutinize the exterior, including the glaze application, the delineation of the blue and white patterns, and signs of usage. As Cao Jianing spoke, he pointed to the dragon's head at the center of the vase. The dragon corresponds to the emperor, symbolizing imperial majesty that is vast and boundless. However, while the dragon depicted on this porcelain is rendered with skill, it bears a resemblance to mere imitation. Particularly, the eyes of the dragon lack spirit and vitality. If the emperor were to see a craftsman rendering the dragon in such a manner, it would be a wonder if he did not have his head severed. Upon hearing Cao Jianing's explanation, Xiao Waning's eyes sparkled with admiration, clearly pleased with his response. The artistry is merely one issue with this porcelain. Its most significant flaw is the lack of a genuine sense of antiquity, as it does not reach the Qing Dynasty standards, at best representing the Republican period. Initially, I presumed this to be a Republican imitation, until I noticed the intricate waves depicted on the lower half. The wave patterns at the bottom of the vase are exquisitely detailed, each splash of water appearing remarkably lifelike, evoking a sense of vastness. Moreover, the pale blue hue of the blue and white glaze aligns with the characteristics of Qing Dynasty porcelain. Due to the vase's larger size, it necessitated being crafted in 3 separate pieces, which were ultimately joined together. Hence, I deduced that this porcelain is a composite piece, with the base being authentic and the upper half a reproduction from the Republican era. Cao Jianing possessed the correct answer in his mind. He merely needed to match the characteristics of the corresponding porcelain to this composite piece. His task was akin to an open book exam, where he simply had to articulate what he knew with a touch of refinement. Seeing the joyful expression on Xiao Waning's face, a sense of pride welled up within Cao Jianing, his lips curling into a grin reminiscent of the Dragon King. There is one final piece of crucial evidence. Cao Jianing extended his right hand, pointing to the second joint of the dragon's front paw on the right side. Here, there is the character Lu, the mark of Lu Yishou, a master of porcelain forgery from the Republican period. Excellent. Truly remarkable. Clap, clap, clap. Xiao Waning applauded repeatedly, unabashedly expressing her admiration for Cao Jianing. Much of what Cao Jianing had just conveyed consisted of fundamental knowledge. While seemingly straightforward, synthesizing this information with practical context proved to be a formidable challenge. The ability to identify this composite porcelain merely through visual observation, without tactile examination, and to uncover the most significant forgery hallmark surpassed that of many appraisers. I stand by my word. In addition to the 85 million for the porcelain, I will grant you an extra million. Xiao Weining spoke candidly, producing a checkbook and swiftly pinning down 86 million. Cao Jianing gazed at the string of numbers on the check. His eyes gleamed with excitement. He had never encountered such a sum of money in his life. He yearned to withdraw it all and sleep atop it. Thank you, CEO Xia. I shall not be modest. Cao Jianing joyfully accepted the check, examining it repeatedly. This amount was sufficient for him to acquire an antique shop and to prepare an inventory of antiquities. Upon his return from Fengtian, he planned to visit his hometown, build a new house for his parents, and arrange for them to have a business, allowing them to enjoy a leisurely life. Xiao, congratulations. Your capabilities have now reached a level where you can stand on your own. Have you considered taking over an antique shop in Panjiayuan? Cao Jianing had previously been an apprentice in Li Mingxuan's shop, and witnessing Cao Jianing's growth to this point filled him with joy. As a mentor, he hoped for his protégé's advancement, thus guiding him toward a promising path. Coincidentally, Cao Jianing was contemplating taking over Boyazhai in Panjiayuan, and Li Mingxuan's words resonated deeply with him. Li Mingxian was a respected figure in the industry, owning Minjuexuan and Panjiayuan, the scale of which was second only to Rongbiozai. With Li Mingxian as an intermediary, Cao Jianing's chances of acquiring Boyazhai would be greatly enhanced. Mr. Cao, would you be interested in joining my company as an appraiser? I am willing to offer you a salary of 2 million a year, along with year-end bonuses and commissions on top of that, ensuring you earn more than running an antique shop. Cao Jianing was about to respond when he was interrupted by Xiao Weining. He turned slightly to regard her. Her gaze was unwavering, filled with sincerity as she met his eyes. The personal invitation from such a beautiful CEO, coupled with the enticing offer of 1 million annual salary plus bonuses, was undeniably tempting. Especially considering the prospect of working alongside a stunning beauty like Xiao Weining daily, one could hardly resist the thrill. The mere thought of winning her affection and ascending to the pinnacle of success with a wealthy partner felt like a dream come true. Confronted with such alluring temptation, Cao Jianing hesitated only briefly before resolutely declining. For he understood that accepting Xiao Weining's invitation would alter their relationship into one of employer and employee. Though the idea of courting the boss may sound exhilarating, it was ultimately naive to take such notions seriously. It would be far more prudent to focus on cultivating his own career, unearthing exceptional antiquities, and forging deeper connections through trade. I'm sorry, but I already have my own plans and am not interested in your company. Please seek someone else. Typically, it was Xiao Weining who rejected others, and being turned down by Cao Jianing left her feeling quite disoriented. Her delicate brows knitted together, and her enchanting eyes brimmed with confusion. She simply could not fathom why he would refuse such a generous offer. Do you have other conditions? If so, feel free to mention them, and I shall consider. Cao Jianing smiled lightly. CEO Xia, you are overthinking it. The conditions you have presented are indeed wonderful, but I have my own plans, which are unrelated to your offer. This? Xiao Weining's captivating gaze roamed over Cao Jianing, taking in his unremarkable attire, devoid of any luxurious embellishments. Were it not for his striking appearance, he would blend in as just another ordinary passerby. Yet, this very individual had repeatedly rebuffed her goodwill. How intriguing. Mr. Cao, you need not rush to decline. You may take your time to reconsider. Whenever you change your mind, feel free to call me. Xiao Weining did not press further, but instead produced a gilded business card and handed it to Cao Jianing. Although he had declined her invitation, it did not imply that he wished to sever ties with her. Accepting a business card from such a captivating woman would be remiss. He received the card with both hands. It was elegantly designed, reading Jiaxing Auction House, CEO, Xiao Weining, contact number, ... I too look forward to collaborating again with such a magnanimous boss as you, CEO Xia. Xiao Weining, being astute, instantly grasped that Cao Jianing's notion of collaboration did not pertain to employment, but rather to dealings in antiquities. She chuckled self-deprecatingly. Very well, I shall await your call. Certainly. As Cao Jianing and Xiao Weining concluded their discussion, the previously silent Li Mingxian suddenly interjected, Xiao, why not stay for dinner? Such a direct hint, and if Cao Jianing failed to perceive it, he would have wasted many years in the antique trade. He hastily declined, oldly, CEO Xia, I apologize for intruding. The hour is late. I shall not take up more of your time. Li Mingxian offered a few formal pleasantries, personally escorting Cao Jianing to the door. Once Cao Jianing had departed, Xiao Weining spoke once more, oldly, please assist me in persuading him to join our auction house. Someone with his ability to effortlessly identify loose imitations is a rarity in the entire capital. Chapter 10. Journey to Fengtian. Alas, Li Mingxian sighed deeply, overwhelmed with emotions. If Cao Jianing were still the same novice street vendor at Panjiayuan, he would have unhesitatingly sent him to work at the Ziwaning Company. However, times have changed. The current Cao Jianing had just acquired 86 million in funding, and his antique appraisal skills had significantly improved. Establishing an antique shop in the Panjiayuan flea market was far more conducive to his future development. As a senior, Li Mingxian could not deceive Cao Jianing into pursuing a path he disliked, merely because of his connections with the Xia family. Let us set this matter aside for now. Let us discuss the situation regarding the Lu imitation porcelain. At the recent Jiaxing auction, the Lu imitation made headlines, and the media exposed it extensively that very day, leading to a series of Lu imitation porcelain appearances. Have you considered the possibility that someone might be specifically targeting Jiaxing? Li Mingxian, a seasoned strategist, was well aware of Xiao Waning's priorities, recognizing her deep concern for the company. By shifting the conversation back to Jiaxing auction house, he effectively diverted Xiao Waning's focus away from Cao Jianing. Li Mingxian's tactic proved to be remarkably effective. Once the topic returned to Jiaxing, Xiao Waning's thoughts shifted to the company. Her face bore a troubled expression, and she shook her head with a deep sigh. This is such a straightforward issue. How could I possibly overlook it? The crux of the matter lies in the fact that those involved in the Lu imitation porcelain are all outsiders, leaving no trace to follow. Then, upon realizing the gravity of the situation, Li Mingxian's expression grew increasingly solemn. Have you, an old Xia, offended anyone recently? Especially among your peers? Absolutely not. Xiao Waning replied with unwavering certainty. Jiaxing Auction House was a well-established entity in the capital, previously managed by an old chairman, and had maintained steady growth. 2 years prior, upon returning from studying abroad, Xiao Waning took the helm and, under her leadership, the company's performance surged. She focused entirely on the company's development, never resorting to cutthroat competition, thus avoiding the creation of enemies. This is quite puzzling. Li Mingxian stroked his black and white goat beard, his face etched with confusion. Let us do this. Since the spring auction is still some time away, continue with your regular operations and discreetly investigate this matter. If you encounter any suspicious porcelain, delay the other party and inform me immediately. I will rush over at once. Given the current predicament, this was the only viable course of action. Thank you for your assistance. Do I need to remind you of the friendship between old Xia and myself? All right, let us leave it at that for today. Just contact me when the time comes. Understood. The following day, Beijing train station. Attention, passengers. The K511 train bound for Qiqihar will be departing shortly. Please ensure you have all personal belongings and proceed to the central waiting hall, gate 7, to board. At 12:05 p.m., Cao Jianing, clad in the latest bustling down jacket purchased for over 1,000 yuan from Wang Fujing department store, holding a brand new suitcase, followed the throng of passengers to board the train. K511 was an old-fashioned green train, characterized by its slow speed, numerous stops, and less than ideal onboard conditions. Today marked the 29th day of the 12th lunar month, a time when a significant number of migrant workers returned home to celebrate the new year. At the ticket gate, dozens of migrant workers, laden with bags of urea, luggage, rushed through the checkpoint, hurrying towards the train platform. Dressed fashionably, Cao Jianing stood out conspicuously among the returning workers. Hey buddy, no need to shove. The train won't leave for another 20 minutes. Ma'am, please don't crush my suitcase. It's brand new. Goodness, where are you wiping your runny nose? The New Year season in Beijing often resembled this chaotic scene, with throngs of people in the waiting hall, at the ticket gate, and on the train platform. Fortunately, Cao Jianing was robust. Otherwise, he would have been swept away by the tide of humanity. After much effort, he finally boarded the K511 train and located his seat, number 025, conveniently by the window. However, at that moment, his seat was occupied by a middle-aged woman wearing a blue scarf. With several hours ahead on the train and the occupant not being elderly or unwell, Cao Jianing was not inclined to yield. Excuse me? Goodness, how long has it been since you last bathed? What is that awful smell? What on earth is that? It reeks. It couldn't possibly be an urn, could it? This is just my luck, returning home for the new year and sitting amongst a bunch of smelly beggars. Conductor, I want to change my seat. As Cao Jianing prepared to reclaim his seat, a sudden commotion erupted in the front carriage. His keen eyesight allowed him to peer through the gaps between carriages, spotting a man in a fur coat adorned with a thick gold chain, mocking a group of migrant workers. This man, dressed like a nouveau riche, appeared quite intimidating. The workers, reddening with embarrassment and fear, could only endure the humiliation while awaiting the conductor's intervention. Goodness! Initially captivated by the ostentatious man with the gold chain, Cao Jianing's attention shifted. When he turned to glance at the other workers, he was startled to notice a faint yellow gleam emanating from his blind spot. At that moment, Cao Jianing had no time to ponder why the migrant workers possessed such exquisite antiques. He had only one thought: to acquire those two treasures at once. His earlier concerns about this trip to Fengtian yielding no results now seemed misplaced. Fortune was favoring him, and good luck was unstoppable. Following this minor distraction, Cao Jianing lost all interest in reclaiming his window seat. He grabbed his suitcase and hurried toward the front carriage. "Excuse me, is this seat taken?" After being humiliated by the wealthy man, the group of migrant workers was confronted by someone dressed distinctly. They scanned Cao Jianing, particularly noting his expensive-looking down jacket and brand-new suitcase. "The person who sat here has moved to a sleeper. Feel free to take the seat." Finally, a short-haired man who appeared to be the leader spoke up. "Thank you, brother." Cao Jianing made himself comfortable, sitting down in the only remaining aisle seat. This was a three-person bench, and as soon as he settled in, the man sitting in the middle instinctively shifted over, creating more space for him. Cao Jianing casually tucked his suitcase beneath the seat and looked toward the source of the yellow glow. To his astonishment, beneath the small communal table, positioned by the window, were two large jars emitting a faint sour aroma. They appeared to be jars of pickled vegetables. Generally, Cao Jianing would have no interest in ordinary pickled vegetable jars, but if these jars happened to be exquisite blue and white porcelain, that would be an entirely different matter. Chapter 11. Yongla blue and white covered jar with draped shoulders and branches of auspicious fruits. These two pickled vegetable jars are a pair of identical blue and white porcelain large jars. The jars feature a short neck and a bulging belly, their shapes round and full, adorned with a lid that has a garlic clove knob. The body of the jars is exquisitely decorated with intricate blue and white entwined branch patterns and auspicious fruit motifs, characteristic of imperial kiln ceramics. The blue and white jars are arguably the most sought-after porcelain of their kind. For instance, the Yuan Dynasty blue and white jar depicting the story of Guguzi, the Yuan Dynasty blue and white jar depicting the story of Wang Zhaojun, and the Yuan Dynasty blue and white jar depicting the story of Shao He pursuing Han Xian. Each of these renowned Yuan blue and white narrative jars, when brought to an auction house, commands an opening bid of at least a modest sum. The pair of pickled vegetable jars beneath the window is indeed of the same style as the Yuan Dynasty blue and white jar depicting the story of Guguzi, yet they are not from the Yuan Dynasty. Rather, they are a pair of Yongla period blue and white covered jars with draped shoulders and branches of auspicious fruits from the Ming Dynasty. Item: Ming Dynasty, Yongla period, blue and white covered jar with draped shoulders and branches of auspicious fruits. Grade: rare. Value: 18 million. Material: porcelain. Craftsmanship: masterpiece. Manufacturer: Imperial Kiln, Qing Ming Dynasty. Production date: Yongla period. While these two blue and white jars may not rival the exquisite Yuan blue and white jade-hued spring vase unearthed by Cao Jianing earlier, they are nonetheless esteemed examples of imperial kiln porcelain. Faced with such exquisite antiques, how could Cao Jianing let them slip away? "Brother, where are you headed?" Cao Jianing did not approach the laborer by the window directly, but instead struck up a casual conversation with his companion. Initially, the group regarded Cao Jianing with some reserve due to his affluent appearance. However, upon realizing his amiable demeanor, they began to engage in light banter. "We're bound for Ice City. With a look like yours, you seem like a university student returning home for the new year. Where is your hometown?" "Haha, brother, you're quite amusing. I'm already 24. Still in school?" "I'm in business, heading to Fengtian for trade." "What? Tomorrow is New Year's Eve. Who ventures out to conduct business during the festive season?" "Indeed, why not postpone it? What trade cannot wait until after the holidays? Our construction site is on break. Don't you white-collar workers take time off?" Human beings are social creatures. Once the conversation commenced, the atmosphere quickly became warm and familiar. The other laborers soon joined in the discussion, and under Cao Jianing's guidance, he gathered pertinent details about them. They hailed from Ice City, all from the same village, and had come to the capital to work on a construction site. 3 were reinforcement workers, 1 was a tiler, and another a carpenter. After gleaning adequate information about the group, Cao Jianing began to ponder how to acquire the jars in their possession. Beer, liquor, bottled water, cigarettes, sunflower seeds, ham sausages, passengers in front, please stow your legs. Unbeknownst to them, the train had already departed. The attendant pushed a cart down the aisle, offering snacks for sale. Seeing the attendant, an idea struck Cao Jianing. He leaned down to retrieve his suitcase from under the seat, opened it, and pulled out 2 sealed packages of Quanjued roast duck. He had anticipated needing to stay the night in Fengtian and had prepared provisions accordingly. At this moment, the question of dinner was inconsequential. What truly mattered were those 2 porcelain jars. He placed one gift bag containing the roast duck, accompaniments, sweet bean sauce, and thin pancakes on the communal table. Wanggu, Zhanggu, Ligu, try the roast duck I bought. It's freshly made, still warm. Don't be shy. Let us all share. Having chatted throughout the journey, they had become relatively familiar, and seeing Cao Jianing's generosity, each began to produce their own prepared travel snacks. Pig's head meat, hand-pulled sausages, smoked chicken, and pancakes, affordable yet distinctly flavorful delicacies. Brother, don't hold back. Take whatever you fancy. Rest assured, I won't let myself go hungry. Cao Jianing had always been adept at interacting with strangers. Within a mere hour, he had already forged a brotherly rapport with them. Zhanggu, this smoked chicken is truly authentic. Where did you purchase it? Haha, just by our construction site, near Zihongmen. Their marinated dishes are absolutely delicious. I'll definitely check out that shop when I return to the capital. As they conversed and feasted, mouths full, Cao Jianing suddenly set down his chopsticks and turned to the laborer by the window. Niobin, Nyogo, where did you get those 2 jars for pickles? They look quite appealing. Niobin, gnawing on a chicken leg, replied, I bought them by the roadside, 20 yuan each. I got a pair for myself, specifically for pickling vegetables. I've been using them for half a year. Nyogo, do you smoke? Shall we step to the carriage and share a cigarette? Huh? Niobin, startled, glanced at Cao Jianing with confusion. Though he had not received much formal education, he was not foolish and sensed the implication behind Cao Jianing's invitation. Was this a private conversation regarding those jars? Now that you mention it, I could use a smoke. Shall we go? Cao Jianing stood up and led the way. Niobin quickly finished off the chicken leg, cheeks bulging, and, while chewing, followed him to the connection between the 2 carriages. Cao Jianing made his way to the most secluded door and beckoned to Niobin behind him. Furrowing his brow, Niobin followed. Nyogu, I have good news for you. Those 2 jars are not mere trinkets. They are antiques. What? Niobin had suspected as much prior to their meeting, but he never imagined that the pickle jars could be considered antiques. He stared intently at Cao Jianing, eagerly awaiting further explanation. Yet, Cao Jianing suddenly fell silent, leaving him hanging. He desperately wanted to punch Cao Jianing and ask, and then what? But with Cao Jianing not speaking, he had no choice but to inquire himself. Brother, how much do you think these 2 jars are worth?
Alas.
Cao Jianing shook his head repeatedly, his expression akin to that of a newlywed unable to hold their head high. What a pity, such a pity. Those jars were used by affluent families long ago. Together, they could be worth 10,000. However, treating them as pickle jars is a colossal waste. Now, even from several meters away, you can smell the sourness. Don't even mention 10,000. You might not get 1,000 for them. What? In just a few sentences, Cao Jianing took Niobin on a roller coaster ride from elation to despair. After toiling for a year on the construction site, Niobin had saved only a few thousand yuan. The fact that those 2 pickle jars were worth 10,000. Were they made of gold? He had been using jars worth 10,000 to pickle vegetables, thereby diminishing their value. What a travesty. Completely oblivious to the world of antiques, Niobin could only seek help from Cao Jianing in desperation. He grasped Cao Jianing's arm tightly, lowering his voice. Brother, do you have any ideas? I'm just a laborer. 10,000 isn't a small amount. Alas, Cao Jianing shook his head again, letting out a deep sigh. There is truly nothing that can be done. You can only blame your misfortune. As he spoke, Cao Jianing reached into his pocket and produced a gleaming business card. I have a friend who runs an auction house. You might call her and see if she would be interested in your porcelain. Chapter 12. You truly are a wonderful person. Niobin gazed at the gleaming business card in Cao Jianing's hand, feeling somewhat perplexed. It is often said that migrant workers are simple-hearted, yet that does not imply they lack shrewdness. The moment Cao Jianing mentioned that his 2 jars of pickled vegetables were antiques, the sense of caution stirred within him. Particularly when Cao Jianing claimed that his antiques had diminished in value due to their use in storing pickled vegetables, Niobin began to harbor doubts, suspecting that this could be a fabricated excuse to negotiate a lower price. Following his line of reasoning, he anticipated that Cao Jianing would next adopt a friendly demeanor and propose to buy his antiques at a bargain price. However, to his surprise, Cao Jianing did not proceed in that manner. Instead, he proactively offered him a business card, encouraging him to contact the auction house directly. Cao Jianing's maneuver left Niobin somewhat bewildered, compelling him to probe further with words. Brother, Is this Jiaxing Auction Company affiliated with your firm? No, no, no. Cao Jianing shook his head vigorously, explaining, this is an esteemed, long-established auction house in the capital, quite renowned. They are a large corporation, while I am merely a small-scale entrepreneur. Coincidentally, a few days ago, I received a rather fine antique, and upon selling it to the auction house, they handed me a business card. The majority of what Cao Jianing articulated was the truth, devoid of any discrepancies. Coupled with his vivid performance, it left Niu Bin unable to pinpoint any flaws. Niu Bin maintained a steady gaze into Cao Jianing's eyes, drawing upon years of experience that led him to believe that when a person lies, their eyes would dart about, avoiding direct contact. During their face-to-face conversation, Cao Jianing's eyes exhibited no signs of evasion, suggesting sincerity. Nevertheless, he remained uneasy. If I call this number, will it work? Indeed. Just tell her you have 2 pieces of porcelain you wish to sell. She will ask you to bring the items to the auction house for appraisal. If they pass the evaluation, they will be included in the spring auction alongside other antiques in March or April. Upon hearing Cao Jianing's explanation, Niu Bin's defenses began to wane. Given that Cao Jianing's words held little flaw, even if he were to make the call and subsequently take the items to Jiaxing Auction House for appraisal, it was unlikely that such a reputable company would conspire with Cao Jianing to deceive him. At worst, Cao Jianing might simply be assisting the auction house in attracting clients, receiving a modest commission in return. With such thoughts in mind, Niu Bin ceased his probing and candidly expressed his true feelings. Brother, since you know the people there, why not assist me in selling them? Rest assured, my brother will not shortchange you. I can offer you a commission of 300, or even 500 yuan. What do you say? Upon hearing this, Cao Jianing's heart swelled with joy. After all his persuasion, the other party had finally taken the bait. At such a moment, one must not grow complacent. It is akin to fishing. When one has hooked a large fish, one must resist the urge to reel it in too quickly and instead tire it out first. This way, when it comes time to net it, the fish will lack the strength to escape. Niu Gu, it is not that I do not wish to assist you, but rather that you have mishandled your porcelain. Your understanding of antiques is limited. The markings on them are of utmost importance. For instance, the patina on a copper coin or the ash residue in a bronze incense burner. These are all signs of use. An item with such signs of usage could be valued at 1 million. However, you have obliterated those marks. Who would know if it is a modern piece or a genuine antique? Those 2 large blue and white jars, collectors would buy them to display in cabinets or treasure rooms. Who would dare to use them for pickling vegetables? Upon hearing Cao Jianing's straightforward explanation, Niu Bin finally grasped why the jars had lost their worth once used for pickling. Wealthy individuals regarded these antiques as treasures, and reflecting on his own blunder of treating such offerings as mere jars for pickles, he felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself. Alas, it is all my fault. I have wasted such fine items. So what might they be worth now? Cao Jianing stroked his chin thoughtfully. It's hard to say. It largely depends on whether the buyer cares. Your usage for pickling is secondary. The real issue is that you have treated them as everyday items, and any appraiser would notice at a glance. Originally, a pair could sell for around 10,000 yuan, but now they may fetch only 1,000 or 2,000. The priceless Yongla official kiln blue and white jars, in Cao Jianing's words, had now been reduced to a mere 10,000 yuan. He spun his tales with an unflinching demeanor, maintaining an appearance of concern for Niu Bin. 10,000? For Niu Bin, a laborer whose earnings were derived from physical toil, 10,000 was no trifling sum. With that amount, he could renovate his family home and purchase a large color television. Alas, due to his ignorance, the antique valued at 10,000 had depreciated to a mere 1,000 or 2,000. Niu Bin clutched Cao Jianing's arm tightly, pleading, the value has plummeted tenfold. This is far too much of a loss. Brother, could you not devise some means to assist me? Cao Jianing furrowed his brow, adopting a countenance of deep contemplation. Brother, you are putting me in a difficult position. Please, brother, help me out. Once this is resolved, I assure you, I will not neglect your rewards. After a moment's reflection, Cao Jianing pulled Niu Bin toward the innermost part of the car door, lowering his voice. Niu Gu, there is a method, but it carries a degree of risk. I know a master who specializes in restoring porcelain. He can help you eliminate the signs of usage, essentially re-aging them. Once restored, they could still be sold for around 10,000 yuan. However, there is a risk involved. If the auction house discovers this, you may not sell them for even 1,000. You must choose. This, Niu Bin muttered to himself, softly murmuring about 10,000 and 1,000. It was a gamble, potentially selling for 10,000, but equally possibly receiving nothing. For safety's sake, he could simply take them to the auction house and secure a guaranteed 1,000 or 2,000. Brother, what are the odds of achieving that 10,000? That is uncertain. If luck is on your side, they may not inspect closely enough to notice. If the auction house conducts a thorough check, it would be quite challenging. I would say the odds are about 50-50. Only 50? Upon learning that the probability of success was a mere 50%, Niu Bin felt disheartened. Such a low success rate prompted him to consider the safer route of directly sending the items to the auction house. However, he could not shake off a sense of bitterness, as he lamented the loss of 10,000 yuan worth of antiques now reduced to a mere 1,000 or 2,000. This is hardly a guarantee. Noticing the conflicted expression on Niu Bin's face, Cao Jianing sensed it was time to reel him in. How about this? Sell them to me for 5,000, and I will bear the risk. This way, you won't have to worry about any risk. You can simply take the 5,000 yuan. I will take the gamble. If fortune smiles upon me, I might earn an additional 5,000. If not, I will bear the loss myself. Of course, this is merely my suggestion. You may choose to contact the auction house on your own, or allow me to find someone to restore the porcelain before taking it to the auction house, or you could sell them directly to me. It's entirely your decision. Compared to the prospect of 1,000 or 2,000, the 5,000 price point was far more appealing to Niu Bin. Human nature is inherently greedy. The temptation of earning 10,000 would surely outweigh the desire to settle for a mere 5,000. Brother, could you possibly increase the offer a bit? Those two jars are worth 10,000. 5,000 means I would incur a loss of half. Cao Jianing shook his head. With 5,000, you bear no risk at all. You receive cash directly, while I take the porcelain and gamble on it, possibly earning nothing. If you feel this isn't suitable, then so be it. You may contact the auction house yourself. Cao Jianing turned to leave, but Niu Bin grasped his arm from behind. I agree. A wild grin spread across Cao Jianing's face. Very well, in the spirit of friendship, I shall assist you this once. Thank you, dear brother. You truly are a wonderful person. Chapter 13. The cunning Huang Sengku in the province of Fengtian, in the township of Kongping, lies Lushu Tun. Kongping is characterized by its expansive plains, an endless sea of flatland occasionally interrupted by a few mountain ranges. Huang Sengku stealthily pushed a wheelbarrow towards the desolate mountains beyond the village. The mountains were barren, strewn with stones of various sizes and dotted with sparse, low shrubs, presenting a desolate spectacle. Huang Sengku moved with a deliberate rhythm, stopping intermittently to collect dry twigs from the roadside, and by the time he reached the foot of the desolate hill, he had amassed a considerable bundle of firewood. Ahead loomed a towering poplar tree, exceeding 20 meters in height and measuring 2 meters in diameter. The colossal poplar monopolized the sunlight within its vicinity, rendering the surrounding area barren for 5 meters, save for a few clusters of withered weeds. Huang Sengku halted his wheelbarrow beside the poplar, casting a vigilant glance around to ensure he was not being followed before he circled to the tree's rear. On the side, facing the desolate mountain, a patch of withered grass blanketed the roots of the poplar. Approaching the grass, Huang Sengku bent down to shift the disguising weeds aside, unveiling a dark opening less than a meter in diameter, and with a determined leap, he descended into the abyss. This is an artificially excavated underground passage, measuring a spacious 5 meters in width, with the ground meticulously leveled to accommodate 2 handcarts side by side. He switched on his flashlight and strode briskly down the corridor, turning a corner to arrive at a subterranean chamber of approximately 20 square meters. Were Cao Jianing to behold this chamber, he would likely exclaim in excitement, for within lay a haphazard assortment of exquisite antiques in addition to the yuan blue and white dragon-patterned hexagonal jade whose spring vase, previously acquired by Huang Sengku. There were 2 distinct yuan blue and white jars depicting narrative scenes. Beside these remarkable jars rested several exceedingly rare roux-kiln porcelain pieces. Yet this merely scratched the surface of what the basement contained. Imitations of yuan blue and white porcelain from the Ming Xuande, Ming Yongle, and Ming Jiajing eras, as well as Ming official kiln blue and white porcelain and Ming Dynasty Wucai porcelain, were all present in abundance. From the early to late Qing Dynasty, there were no fewer than 100 pieces of official kiln porcelain from the reigns of Kangxi, Yongjing, Qianlong, and Daoguang. The pinnacle of Qing Dynasty three-color porcelain lay carelessly discarded in a corner, like expired merchandise in a marketplace, gathering dust. This was merely the porcelain section. Various gold and silver artifacts, jade pieces, bronzes, paintings, and calligraphy dazzled the eye, creating an overwhelming spectacle. Observing the exquisite antiquities before him, Huang Sankue murmured to himself, "Although that fellow seems amiable, his words may not be genuine. What kind-hearted merchant exists in this world, willing to collect goods without seeking profit? I should have firmly insisted on 100,000 at the outset. He would certainly have been willing to raise his offer. No, I cannot rely solely on him as a buyer. After the Lantern Festival, I must return to the capital to seek other buyers. For now, I will sell him 10 pieces and gauge his reaction." After much contemplation, Huang Sankue selected 3 items, each from the porcelain section, the painting and calligraphy area, and the gold artifact zone. What else should I choose? Huang Sankue surveyed the cluttered array of antiques, finally setting his gaze upon a watermelon-shaped jade ornament on the right side of the basement entrance. I have heard that jade is quite valuable. This hefty watermelon weighs dozens of pounds. I labored mightily to extract it. Today, I shall sell it. What would be an appropriate price? A jade costs 150,000. Would it be too high to ask him for that? Perhaps 100,000 would be better. I wouldn't want to frighten him off. As evening fell, at 1840, the K511 train came to a gentle halt at the remote railway station of Jianping County in Fengtian Province. This was a small stop with few disembarking passengers, and Cao Jianing slowly descended the train, dragging a heavy suitcase behind him. Upon stepping off, he was met with a piercing chill that compelled him to tighten his collar. The station was minuscule, featuring only 2 railway tracks, with a vast, empty plain stretching out opposite the station and a modest ticket office and waiting area of about 20 square meters behind him. No wonder Huang Sankue had expressed confidence. In such a small place, getting lost would be quite the challenge. "Boss Cao, over here." While Cao Jianing surveyed the station, a call rang out from not far away. Huang Sankue was wildly waving at him from the iron railing at the station's exit. Yesterday, Huang Sankue had donned a tattered old cotton coat, resembling a beggar. Today, however, he had transformed, wearing a fur coat that drew even more attention than Cao Jianing. Cao Jianing's lips curled slightly downward as he thought, "Is the obsession with fur so strong among Northeasterners? It seems that regardless of wealth, they all yearn to don a fur coat. I'm coming." With business at hand, Cao Jianing did not waste time on trifles, carefully dragging his suitcase towards Huang Sankue. "Boss Cao, you must be tired after sitting on the train for several hours. Come, brother, let me take you for a nice bath. When in our Northeast, if you don't indulge in a good wash and savor our iron pot stew, your trip would have been in vain. Rest assured, brother will arrange everything for you." Huang Sankue displayed boundless enthusiasm, launching into a fervent monologue that would lead one to believe they were longtime friends. He then warmly ushered Cao Jianing into a second-hand Jetta of uncertain origin, driving towards the county town. Cao Jianing remained silent on the matter of antiques, merely echoing Huang Sankue's words and letting him take charge. 20 minutes later, the car came to a gentle stop outside a lavishly decorated bathing center. "Boss Cao, let us go." Cao Jianing had heard of the Northeastern bathing culture. It was said that locals particularly enjoyed their baths, indulging in various treatments like salt scrubs and milk baths. Today, witnessing the opulent bathing center, reminiscent of a grand cathedral, he felt enlightened. "Huang boss, you are too generous." Huang Sankue waved his hand nonchalantly. "Us Northeasterners are known for our hospitality. If I don't arrange everything properly for you today, it would be a disgrace to our region. Today, I guarantee you will have a splendid experience, ensuring you'll want to return." Cao Jianing was not particularly interested in indulgence. He merely wished to expedite the transaction and uncover the origins of the antiques in Huang Sankue's possession. Was this fellow truly in possession of treasures lost for a century, belonging to Empress Dowager Cixi? Then I shall graciously accept. Welcome. Please follow me, esteemed guests. As the two stepped through the grand entrance of the bathing center, 2 tall hostesses clad in white and gold uniforms greeted them with beaming smiles, guiding them to the front desk for registration. "This is my brother's first visit. Please provide him with a disposable wristband. My number is 087. Please don't mix it up." Under Huang Sankue's guidance, they swiftly completed the registration and headed straight for the changing room. "Boss Cao, Let us first go to the second floor for a sauna, and afterward, we can enjoy a massage. I assure you it will be heavenly. All right, I'll follow your lead. Yielding to the host, Cao Jianing silently trailed behind Huang Sankue. Just as he prepared to fully enjoy the experience and subsequently conduct the transaction with Huang Sankue, the latter suddenly handed him his wristband and, lowering his voice, said, I have already placed the goods in the locker. Check the merchandise first, and we can discuss the payment after our bath. Chapter 14. The Jade Watermelon of Empress Dowager Cixi. In the mind of Cao Jianing, Huang Sanku was merely an easily deceived outsider in the antique world. He had never taken the other party seriously. Today, however, Huang Sanku delivered a profound lesson, demonstrating what true mastery of disguise entails. No wonder this fellow had refrained from mentioning any transactions along the way and had even taken the initiative to escort him for a bath. It turned out that everything was part of the other's scheme. This individual was undoubtedly far more than just an ordinary man from northeast China. Cao Jianing even began to suspect that Huang Sanku's claim of gathering a dowry of 10,000 yuan was nothing but a ruse. His pupils narrowed slightly, and his gaze towards Huang Sanku sharpened. Very well, let me inspect the goods first. Cao Jianing removed the wrist tag and exchanged it with Huang Sanku before entering the changing room. At this moment, the bathhouse was bustling with activity, and the changing room was filled with people. Fortunately, Huang Sanku's locker was located in the members' area, where the lockers were larger and offered more privacy. Cao Jianing exchanged a knowing glance with Huang Sanku before parting ways and walking towards locker number 87. For reasons unknown, he felt an inexplicable allure ahead, as if an invisible hand were beckoning him. In the members' area, only a middle-aged man was changing into a bathrobe. Cao Jianing carefully shielded the locker with his body and cautiously opened the door. As the locker swung open, a brilliant crimson light surged forth from the black nylon bag at the bottom of the locker, hitting him like a wave. This was, astonishingly, a treasure of the same caliber as the coral treasure tree of Empress Dowager Cixi. Simultaneously, he perceived 3 rays of yellow light and 6 rays of white light. Huang Sanku had unexpectedly produced 10 exquisite antiques at once, including 1 rare treasure, 3 exceptional antiques, and 6 fine antiques. Thump, thump. Cao Jianing's heart began to race uncontrollably. He had long suspected that Huang Sanku possessed more than just 1 treasure-level antique. He even speculated that Huang Sanku had in his possession the fragmented coral treasure tree. However, he did not anticipate that everything would unfold so suddenly. Huang Sanku had handed over a full 10 exquisite antiques without even discussing the price, leaving Cao Jianing with an overwhelming sense of unreality. Never mind, let us inspect the goods first. Let us see what other treasures this fellow has aside from the coral treasure tree. Suppressing the frantic beating of his heart, Cao Jianing slowly bent down to open the black nylon bag at the bottom of the locker. When he opened the nylon bag and beheld the antiques within, he was left speechless, his mouth agape as if it could fit an entire egg. Inside the bag was not the coral treasure tree he had envisioned, but rather a jade watermelon, radiating a dazzling red light. This jade watermelon, meticulously carved from a single piece of model jade, was nearly the same size as a watermelon one would consume in daily life. Upon closer inspection, it was challenging to discern that it was sculpted from jade. The skilled artisan had cleverly employed the jade's internal flower patterns, designing the green streaks within the jade to resemble the green stripes on a watermelon rind, while sculpting several remarkably lifelike leaves and a vine atop the watermelon. Through the artisan's ingenious design, a medium-grade jade was transformed into a vivid watermelon ornament. This was the illustrious late Qing treasure, the jade watermelon, the cherished possession of Empress Dowager Cixi. According to historical records, on the day of Cixi's birthday, foreign dignitaries presented 2 prized items, a pair of jade watermelons. At that time, the estimated value of these jade watermelons was 6 million taels of silver, equivalent to at least 300 million in today's currency. Cixi was utterly enamored with this pair of jade watermelons, placing them in her private treasure chamber and frequently taking them out to admire. Even after her death, she insisted on having them placed in her coffin at her feet. This precious rarity had been stolen over a century ago by the notorious thief Sun Dianying from the Qing tombs. Now that the jade watermelon had appeared here, Cao Jianing was even more convinced that Huang Sanku held knowledge of Cixi's burial treasures. Item: Jade watermelon of Empress Dowager Cixi grade. Rare treasure value. 300 million material. Jade craftsmanship. Masterpiece manufacturer. Foreign master production date. Late Qing Dynasty. As Cao Jianing examined the jade watermelon, he faintly sensed a vast energy emanating from within it. This energy bore a resemblance to the one he had absorbed from the jade carving earlier. It was this very energy that drew him in with an inexplicable allure. He cautiously extended his right hand, gently touching the jade watermelon. A chilling sensation coursed through his fingertips. Subsequently, a massive surge of green energy flowed from his fingertips, racing toward his eyes. Under the influence of this extraordinary energy, his hazel pupils gradually transformed into a deep green reminiscent of imperial jade. Cao Jianing's vision was once again enhanced, allowing him to see the fine details of the hair on his fingertips, far exceeding the limits of human sight. Even more astonishing, when Cao Jianing concentrated on his right hand, his vision penetrated his skin, revealing the flesh and blood beneath. What the hell? Previously astonished by he was now astounded to discover that his eyesight had not only improved, but had also granted him the ability of X-ray vision, nearly causing him to exclaim in disbelief. With prior experience, he had developed a certain resilience to his newfound abilities and quickly accepted this latest enhancement. With important tasks at hand, Cao Jianing did not linger on this revelation for long and began to examine the remaining antiques. Besides the jade watermelon, there were 3 pieces of porcelain, 3 gold artifacts, and 3 paintings. Among the porcelain, 1 piece was the previously agreed upon, yuan blue and white dragon-patterned hexagonal vase. The other 2 porcelain items were not traditional blue and white porcelain but rather 2 delicate pieces of pink famille rose porcelain. Qing Dynasty, Kangxi, enamel-decorated lotus petal-covered cup, item. Qing Dynasty, Kangxi, enamel-decorated lotus petal-covered cup grade, exceptional value, 10 million material, porcelain with enamel decoration craftsmanship, masterpiece manufacturer, Qing Imperial Workshop master production date, Kangxi period of the Qing Dynasty. The Qing Dynasty, Kangxi, enamel-decorated lotus petal-covered cup, was crafted using imported enamel painting, consisting of a cup lid, a cup body, and a cup base, serving as the emperor's personal tea set. This covered cup featured a cleverly designed exterior, with 3 layers of delicate lotus petal patterns painted on the outer wall. The lines of the lotus petals flowed gracefully, with distinct layers and vibrant colors, presenting a 3-dimensional effect akin to a blooming lotus flower. The top of the cup lid was adorned with a golden knob, and below it, a circle of lotus patterns was painted, bordered by a ring of lush green lotus leaf motifs. The combination of the tender pink lotus and the verdant lotus leaves exuded elegance and refinement. This was a piece of exquisite famille rose porcelain, both practical and aesthetically pleasing, perfectly in tune with tea culture. Qing Dynasty, Qianlong, famille rose green lotus cup, item. Qing Dynasty, Qianlong, famille rose green lotus cup grade, exceptional value, 8 million material, porcelain craftsmanship, masterpiece manufacturer, Qing Imperial Workshop master production date, Qianlong period of the Qing Dynasty. The Qing Dynasty, Qianlong, famille rose green lotus cup, was also an exceptional antique, distinct from ordinary porcelain. It was a piece meant for travel. Its form resembled a blooming lotus flower, featuring a 3-footed base, with an interior coated in a gentle and elegant lake blue glaze, as clear as the sky and as light as water, creating a stunning visual harmony. The exterior was a youthful, tender pink, shaped like a fully blossomed lotus, with a relief of a green lotus leaf beneath the petals, reminiscent of a vibrant summer lotus pond bursting with life. Upon seeing these 2 delicate pieces of famille rose porcelain, an image flashed in Cao Jianing's mind. Empress Dowager Cixi, gracefully holding a rosy porcelain cup, languidly savoring her tea. Chapter 15 is Huang Sankui a descendant of Sun Dianying? After appraising 3 exquisite pieces of porcelain, Cao Jianing turned his gaze to the remaining 6 pieces of fine antiques. Among them were 3 pieces of gold jewelry and 3 vertical scroll paintings. The 3 pieces of gold jewelry were carelessly stuffed into a nylon bag by Huang Sankui, all crammed into the bottom corner of the bag. Having just acquired a delicately crafted incense ball from the Qing imperial court, Cao Jianing was filled with anticipation for these 3 pieces of gold. However, as he focused his attention on the 3 gold items, his brow furrowed, and a subtle expression crossed his face. To his surprise, 2 of the gold items were of folk craftsmanship, and 1 was even made using a silver gilt technique. He had always believed that the antiques in Huang Sankui's possession originated from the burial treasures of the eastern tombs, which were stolen by Sun Dianying. Yet, how could a silver gilt bracelet possibly be among these burial treasures? Could I have made a mistake? To be certain, Cao Jianing immediately reviewed the appraisal information in his mind. Ming Dynasty, gold inlaid gemstone jade rabbit hairpin, item. Ming Dynasty, gold inlaid gemstone jade rabbit hairpin, a pair, grade. Fine quality value, 1. 5 million material, gold, gemstones craftsmanship, masterpiece manufacturer, court master production date. Ming Yongle period, Qing Dynasty, gold filigree and green tasseled 4 dragons playing with pearls bracelet, item. Qing Dynasty, gold filigree and green tasseled 4 dragons playing with pearls bracelet, a pair, grade. Fine quality value, 200,000 material, gold, pearls craftsmanship, masterpiece manufacturer, folk master production date, Qing Yongjing period, Qing Dynasty, silver gilt 2 dragons playing with pearls bracelet, item, Qing Dynasty, silver gilt 2 dragons playing with pearls bracelet grade. Fine quality value, 30,000 material, gold, silver craftsmanship, masterpiece manufacturer, folk master production date, Qing Qianlong period. I was right in my judgment. Such a basic silver gilt technique, how could I have misidentified it? After reviewing the appraisal information, Cao Jianing was bewildered. His appraisal results were accurate. Among the 3 pieces of gold jewelry, there was indeed a pair of silver gilt bracelets. Thus, the question arose. Would Empress Dowager Cixi and other royal members buried in the eastern tombs consider folk-crafted silver gilt bracelets as their burial items? The answer was evidently no. Not to mention the silver gilt bracelet, the gold and green bracelet made by a folk master could also not be part of the royal burial goods. The royal mausoleum has a dedicated management department, specifically overseen by the Department of Mausoleum Rituals, under the Ministry of Internal Affairs. The royal family's necessities are meticulously arranged by the Ministry of Internal Affairs. How could folk jewelry possibly be mixed in with royal burial items? This was clearly suspicious, however, with Huang Sankue possessing the remnants of Empress Dowager Cixi's coral treasure tree and the rare treasure of Cixi's jade watermelon. It was enough to prove his connection to the stolen Eastern Tomb's burial items. Suddenly, a bold thought emerged in Cao Jianing's mind. Huang Sankue might be an alias. He could actually be a descendant of Sun Dianing. Sun Dianing not only plundered the Eastern Tombs, but also raided the tombs of other nobles, and it was possible that some folk items were mixed in. The more Cao Jianing pondered, the more he felt this possibility was quite high. Putting that aside, he decided to examine what treasures these paintings might hold. The changing room was crowded, making it inconvenient for Cao Jianing to inspect each piece individually. Thus, he utilized his newly acquired ability to appraise the 3 paintings from a distance. Among the 3 paintings, 2 were works by the renowned Qing court artist Lang Shining. The 100 Horses painting, one of the top 10 masterpieces of Chinese art, was created by the illustrious Qing court painter Lang Shining. This particular painting is unique, being the only one among the top 10 masterpieces not created by a native Chinese artist. Although Lang Shining was a court painter, his works are numerous, frequently appearing in the market. Thus, his creations exhibit significant price polarization. The finest of his masterpieces can be valued in the tens of millions, while some of his casual works fetch only modest sums. The 2 works by Lang Shining included one titled Court Ladies and another titled Orchid. These 2 pieces were rather standard, representing his mid-range works, valued around 200,000. The final painting, however, was somewhat perplexing. It depicted a man clad in a Qing official's robe, and judging by the ceremonial beads he wore, his rank or title must have been quite high. At around 20 years of age, he held such a prominent position, likely being a royal relative or a member of the 8 banners. Item: Qing Narasu portrait grade. Fine quality value: 50,000 material, paper craftsmanship, masterpiece manufacturer, Qing Ministry of Internal Affairs master production date, Qing Guangxu period, Narasu. Cao Jianing found the name unfamiliar, lacking even the slightest impression. His main expertise was in porcelain, and while he possessed some knowledge of various historical periods, it primarily pertained to cultural relics and antiques. This Narasu was neither an important royal figure from the Qing Dynasty nor related to cultural relics or antiques, rendering Cao Jianing entirely unacquainted with him. He must also be another unfortunate soul whose tomb was raided. Given his earlier speculation, Cao Jianing naturally assumed that this portrait was a stolen burial item taken by Sun Dianying's faction. After inspecting all the antiques, Cao Jianing took a deep breath and, feigning nonchalance, calmly changed into a bathrobe. Night had fallen. After finishing a thorough sauna, scrub, and massage, both Huang Sankue and Cao Jianing stepped out of the bathing center, their complexions flushed. With their individual thoughts, they silently returned to the car. Huang Sankue did not start the engine but turned to look at Cao Jianing in the back seat, a confident and enigmatic smile gracing his lips. "Boss Cao, how do you find it? Are you satisfied with what I've prepared for you?" Cao Jianing nodded slightly and replied solemnly, "Indeed, this journey to Fengtian has proven worthwhile. I am extremely pleased with these antiques." Hearing Cao Jianing's response, Huang Sankue's smile widened even more. His eyes frequently darted toward the suitcase beside Cao Jianing, filled with unspoken greed. "Boss Cao, as previously agreed, that piece of porcelain is 5,000. The other 2 pieces of porcelain will be counted as 10,000, and those 3 pieces of gold jewelry will be 30,000. The most valuable jade watermelon will be 100,000. Adding it all together, it comes to a neat total of 150,000. Ha ha ha. Before Huang Sankue could finish speaking, Cao Jianing suddenly burst into laughter without warning. Witnessing this, Huang Sankue's expression darkened instantly. He had long anticipated that Cao Jianing would negotiate the price and had prepared himself for haggling. However, Cao Jianing's outright laughter and refusal to bargain left him exceedingly displeased. Frowning, he coldly remarked, "What, Boss Cao? Are you dissatisfied with the price I proposed?" Cao Jianing maintained his smile, exuding an air of composure. "First and foremost, you previously promised me 10,000 for the 2 blue and white porcelain vases, and additionally, you would gift me 2 other antiques. That much is correct, isn't it?" Huang Sankue pouted, somewhat reluctant to admit it, but it was indeed a promise he had made. He could only grit his teeth and nod. "Yes, we Northeasterners keep our word. Aside from that jade watermelon, you may choose any 2 other antiques." "Very well, then I shall select the other 2 porcelain pieces." Without a moment's hesitation, Cao Jianing firmly asserted that the other 2 pieces of famille rose porcelain were gifts from Huang Sankue. Thus, he would only need to pay 5,000 yuan to acquire 3 exquisite pieces of porcelain. Chapter 16. Deception and more deception. Huang Sankue let out a cold snort. Upon returning to his hometown, he increasingly felt that he had been duped by Cao Jianing. The porcelain piece he sold to Cao Jianing was undoubtedly worth far more than 5,000. Who, motivated solely by profit, would make the journey from the capital to Fengtian during the new year to collect goods? The first time, he lacked experience. The second time, he attempted to deceive him again. It was not going to happen. This time, Cao Jianing chose 2 other porcelain pieces as gifts. Huang was certain that those 2 pieces were the most valuable antiques aside from the jade watermelon. "Consider yourself fortunate, kid. I am in urgent need of cash, and I'll let you reap this bargain. Once the Lantern Festival is over, I shall certainly make another trip to the capital, exploring other antique shops. I refuse to believe that the world would cease to turn without you." Despite his reluctance, Huang Sankue adhered to his promise and agreed to sell another yuan blue and white jade pot spring vase for 5,000, along with 2 pieces of famille rose porcelain. A deal is a deal. Those 2 pieces are yours. However, you must not indiscriminately slash the prices of the other antiques. Cao Jianing shrugged nonchalantly, wearing an expression that suggested he was the one being sought after, infuriating Huang Sankue to the point of gritting his teeth. "Boss Huang, the reason I came to Fengtian is that I find you to be an open and straightforward person, efficient in your dealings. You claim to be facing financial difficulties, and I came specifically to lend you a hand, even bringing a wedding gift. Yet, upon my arrival, I find you to be entirely different from what you had previously described." Huang Sankue scoffed disdainfully, regretting his decision to collaborate with the seemingly refined Cao Jianing. The man's cunning was starkly contrasted by his appearance. He was clearly a wolf in sheep's clothing, in desperate need of money. Huang Sankue, despite his disdain for Cao Jianing, had no choice but to adopt a cooperative demeanor. "Boss Cao, your words seem a bit excessive. Is my sincerity not sufficient? Cooperation requires negotiation. If you have any thoughts, just express them. There is no need for such hurtful remarks." Cao Jianing crossed his arms and casually propped one leg over the other, embodying an attitude of indifference, as if to say, "What can you do about it? All right, enough of the pleasantries. Let's get to the crux of the matter. Of the 3 pieces of gold jewelry, only that pair of phoenix hairpins meets the quality standards. The other 2 pairs of bracelets are mere imitations, and 1 pair is even a silver-plated gold bracelet, a case of mixing pearls with fake ones. And you have the gall to speak of sincerity? Impossible. Absolutely impossible." Huang Sankue shook his head vehemently. Though he lacked expertise in antiques, he was certain that these artifacts were treasures of considerable worth. These items were painstakingly procured by him, and there could be no question regarding their authenticity. It was evident that Cao Jianing, taking advantage of his ignorance, was deliberately concocting excuses to haggle. Observing Huang Sankue's barely restrained fury, Cao Jianing's lips curled into a slight smile, his expression radiating a sense of control over the situation. As an antique dealer, he had encountered countless sellers like Huang Sankue and had amassed a wealth of experience. This time, to secure the antiques at a low price, he had already devised a strategy for bargaining. In front of Huang Sankue, he pulled out a pair of silver-gilded dragon and pearl bracelets from his pocket, dismissively tossing them to Huang. "I knew you would say that. This is your own merchandise, right? Use your car keys to scratch the surface of the bracelet, and see if my words hold true. If I utter a single falsehood, I will immediately produce 100,000 to purchase your entire lot. However, if there is a problem, you must provide me with an explanation." Huang Sankue furrowed his brow, his sparse, yellowed eyebrows knitting together like two disheveled caterpillars. With a face full of skepticism, he raised the bracelet and, using the interior light of the car, inspected it thoroughly. It indeed appeared to be the very bracelet he had brought, showing no signs of tampering. Moreover, he had been with Cao Jianing the entire day. Even if Cao Jianing intended to play tricks, he had no opportunity. Could it be that this fellow was speaking the truth? Was there truly an issue with this bracelet? Yet, that belonged to a prince of the Qing Dynasty. Given his status, this bracelet could not possibly be silver-plated gold. With this thought, a glimmer of determination flashed in Huang Sankue's eyes. He was convinced that Cao Jianing was attempting to negotiate by fabricating a reason. Once he fell into the trap, he would have no choice but to lower the price. "Humph, I refuse to play into your hands. I shall see what excuse you concoct once I expose you. Since you, Boss Cao, have spoken, I shall not hold back." No sooner had he spoken than Huang Sankue opened the glove compartment and retrieved a rusted, wooden-handled screwdriver. Seemingly resolved, he pressed the tip of the screwdriver against the smooth inner surface of the gold bracelet and made a forceful incision. "Ha ha, I told you my items could not possibly have flaws." "What? This is impossible." Huang Sankue had already prepared numerous retorts in his mind, ready to deliver a stinging rebuke to Cao Jianing. However, reality often proved disappointing. A glaring silver hue emerged from the scratch on the interior of the gold bracelet. It was evidently a gold-plated silver bracelet. No way. Upon seeing the exposed silver base of the bracelet, Huang Sankue was thrown into a complete frenzy. He frantically scraped the interior of the bracelet with the screwdriver, hoping that what he had just seen was merely an accident. Unfortunately, this bracelet was indeed of silver-gilded material, and no amount of scratching would alter that fact. Gazing at the damaged bracelet before him, Huang Sankue slumped back against the seat. This gold bracelet had belonged to a prince of the Qing Dynasty. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed such a thing could occur. "So, what do you say? Was I wrong? I have always conducted my business with integrity. The genuine is genuine, and the false is false. As for the pair of golden hairpins, I can purchase them at the price of 5,000. The quality of the other two pieces of jewelry falls short, so I will give you 500 for the lot. Regarding the 3 paintings, 2 of them are quite good, created by a Qing Dynasty artist, and I can offer 5,000 each for those. The other painting is a self-portrait by an individual, which holds little value, so I'll also give you 500 for that. In total, that's 5,000 for the porcelain, 5,500 for the gold jewelry, and 10,100 for the 3 paintings, amounting to 20,600. To make it a round number, I'll offer you 21,000. Had Cao Jianing attempted such haggling earlier, Huang Sankue would have undoubtedly resisted. However, after the revelation of a substandard product, Huang Sankue began to doubt the authenticity of the antiques in his possession, questioning whether they too, like the silver-gilded bracelet, contained numerous defective items. He shook his head vigorously, gently massaging his throbbing temples, and wearily waved his hand. "Fine, we'll settle on your terms. However, that jade watermelon is a treasure. Do not think you can deceive me on that. Though I am no expert in antiques, I am aware that jade is a valuable gem. 100,000. Not a penny less." Chapter 17. Sealing the deal. Ha ha ha. Cao Jianing erupted into laughter once more, provoking Huang Sankue to clench his fists tightly, wishing fervently to deliver a couple of punches to him. Huang Sankue was seething with suppressed anger. With Cao Jianing's attitude, he could no longer contain himself. "Cao, I have tolerated you for far too long. I concede that there are indeed some issues with this antique, yet I have already sold it to you at a bargain price. What more do you desire? Do you truly believe that aside from you, there are no other potential buyers?" Cao Jianing, with a smile gracing his lips, responded in a gentle and soothing tone. "No, you are mistaken. My laughter is not born from contempt for you, but rather from the belief that you have been deceived." "Ah?" Huang Sankue was momentarily bewildered by Cao Jianing's words, scratching the back of his head in confusion. This time, he refrained from hastily retorting, glaring fiercely at Cao Jianing, eager to witness how he would wriggle out of this predicament. "You are correct. Jadeite is indeed a precious commodity, with its value escalating in accordance with quality. Particularly in recent years, the domestic jadeite market has flourished, with prices soaring. I suspect someone has duped you, claiming that the jadeite watermelon you possess is a valuable treasure due to its size. Am I right?" As he spoke, Cao Jianing bent down and opened the zipper of the suitcase beside him. Huang Sankuei's eyes lit up, widening in astonishment as he fixated on the interior of the suitcase. Unfortunately, Cao Jianing merely opened it a crack, revealing two round objects wrapped in clothing and a few books. Cao Jianing extracted one of the books from the suitcase, swiftly flipping to a particular page and handing it to Huang Sankuei. Let us see what sort of tale you can concoct. Huang Sankuei snatched the book from Cao Jianing's hands, spreading it open across his lap. To his surprise, the book contained information regarding raw jadeite. This particular page discussed the classification of jadeite based on its type and quality, accompanied by illustrations for ease of understanding. The book, enriched with professional diagrams, made the information more accessible. Even those unacquainted with jadeite could grasp the general classifications based on the descriptions provided. Although Huang Sankuei hailed from a rural background, he was astute enough to glean the essential information. The clearer and greener the jadeite, the more valuable it is. According to the book, jadeite of a translucent green hue, akin to the color of a Qingdao beer bottle, was deemed the most valuable. In contrast, the jadeite watermelon he considered a treasure was neither transparent nor sufficiently green. It likely belonged to the lowest grade of jadeite, either a bean variety or a glutinous type, categorizing it as mid to low-tier jadeite of little worth. Faced with this undeniable reality, Huang Sankuei resorted to petulance, hurling the book back into Cao Jianing's arms. What a useless book! Don't try to fool me with such rubbish. I am not concerned with any of that. I am offering a firm price, 100,000 yuan, and not a cent less. Being obstinate is quite common in the antique trade. During my excursions to rural homes in search of antiques, I often encountered unreasonable elders who, regardless of the quality of their antiques, would stubbornly cling to a single price. To deal with such individuals, a direct approach is futile. One must adopt a more gradual strategy. Cao Jianing chuckled lightly, a serene smile gracing his features as he returned the book to the suitcase. You know in your heart that your jadeite watermelon is merely low-grade jadeite, lacking in value. I empathize with your current feelings, for you too are a victim, having been deceived. Thus, I am willing to take a loss, offering you 20,000 yuan. Adding this to the previous 21,000, that totals 41,000. In addition to this sum for the antique, I shall present you with an extravagant red envelope of 188,800 yuan. What do you say? Is that not quite generous? Upon hearing the price of 41,000, Huang Sankuei's fingertips trembled slightly. His bid of 100,000 alongside Cao Jianing was made out of ignorance regarding the actual value of the jade. It was merely a shot in the dark. The figure of 100,000 was laden with ambiguity, allowing for considerable room for negotiation. Moments ago, he had momentarily lost his composure upon glimpsing that book, mistakenly believing that Cao Jianing would once again propose an offer of 5,000. To his utter astonishment, Cao Jianing presented a price of 20,000. This indicates that there remains potential for the price to escalate further. If the amount could be elevated to 45,000, coupled with an additional 21,000, not only would there be a sufficient dowry, but funds for a color television, refrigerator, washing machine, and motorcycle would also be secured. After the Lantern Festival, he would transport another batch of antiques to the capital, seeking to sell them to other antique dealers. With the proceeds, a grand house and a small car would be within reach. A beautiful tomorrow beckoned him. 20,000 is certainly inadequate. My jade watermelon weighs several dozens of pounds. Even if the jade quality is slightly inferior, it cannot possibly be this cheap. At the very least, 5,000. There is no negotiation below that. 5,000? Do you think your shabby watermelon is a glass-type imperial green? I'm offering 20,000 out of regard for our friendship. I can stretch it to 1,000 more, but not a penny beyond that. The jade watermelon is a rare and exquisite treasure among antiques. Cao Jianing was concerned that being too rigid with the price might push Huang Sankuei to seek other trading partners. Therefore, during the haggling, he left some leeway for Huang Sankuei. This way, Huang Sankuei would feel he had gained something, enabling him to smoothly acquire the jade watermelon. Thus, the two engaged in a back and forth for a full half hour. Ultimately, Cao Jianing made a concession. The total for all 10 antiques would amount to 50,000. Additionally, he would present Huang Sankuei with a generous red envelope of 1,888. Huang Sankuei gazed at the thick stack of 5 bundles of 100 yuan bills in his hands, his grin nearly reaching his ears. Haha, Boss Cao is quite magnanimous. Tomorrow, I shall throw this 10,000 right in that old fool's face and see if he dares to underestimate me again. It's getting late. Let me escort you to the guest house. Tomorrow morning, You can take your belongings and head straight home by train. Boss Huang, I am unfamiliar with the area. How about I skip the guest house and just stay at your place for the night? Upon hearing this, the smile on Huang Sankui's face instantly froze. The complexity of the transaction was precisely to avoid letting acquaintances know about his dealings with Cao Jianing. He was already trying to evade Cao Jianing. How could he possibly bring him home? Boss Cao, it's not that I don't wish to host you. It is simply that my home is not convenient. The guest house has such good conditions. Rest assured, I will cover the accommodation costs. Consider it my treat. Huang Sankui did not afford Cao Jianing the opportunity for rebuttal, immediately starting the car towards the guest house. In the back seat, Cao Jianing narrowed his eyes, gazing out at the receding streets in silence. Prior to this, he had sensed Huang Sankui's reluctance to engage with him too closely. His earlier remark was merely a probe. Now, it seemed his suspicions were confirmed. Huang Sankui was indeed wary of him. This trip to Fengtian had yielded an extremely precious Empress Dowager Cixi jade watermelon, along with several high-quality antiques, marking a substantial gain. However, Cao Jianing was not satisfied. He yearned for more. The coral treasure tree of Cixi and other Qing Dynasty burial items were firmly within his sights. He would not return home tomorrow but instead seek to uncover Huang Sankui's true identity. Chapter 18. A minor incident at the guest house. Upon returning to her room, Cao Jianing promptly locked the door and propped a chair against it to prevent any intruders. She then spread out the antique treasures she had acquired that day on the bed, assessing their market value. Empress Cixi's jade watermelon, 300 million, Qing Dynasty blue and white dragon pattern hexagonal jade whose spring vase, 50 million, Yongla blue and white rui branch with auspicious fruits covered jar, a pair, 36 million, Kangxi enamel lotus petal covered bowl, 10 million, Qianlong famille rose green lotus cup, 8 million. This journey to Fengtian proved remarkably fruitful, yielding 5 exquisite antiques, each valued over 10 million. Among them was a rare treasure, the jade watermelon of Empress Cixi. The remaining antiques, apart from a gold-plated silver bracelet and the Suxiang statue, could all be classified as masterpieces. Most of these exquisite artifacts originated from the imperial kills of the Qing Dynasty. The jade watermelon, in particular, held a special place in the heart of Empress Cixi Lianing. The eunuch whom Empress Cixi trusted most, left behind a book titled Notes from the Ayue Pavilion, which documented that the jade watermelon was intended as a burial item for the empress. Based on this information, it could be inferred that Huang Sanku had control over the burial items of the Qing Dynasty. In their two transactions, Huang Sanku's offers were surprisingly low, far from reflecting the true worth of these antiques. This indicated that he had not engaged in dealings with anyone else prior to Cao Jianing. Otherwise, a man as greedy as he would undoubtedly have quoted exorbitant prices. Two possibilities emerged. 1.as Huang Sanku claimed he was compelled to part with his antiques due to issues concerning dowries. 2. Huang Sanku had recently acquired these antiques, and Cao Jianing was merely a test subject for gauging their market value, with plans to later sell them at a higher price to others. Throughout the negotiations with Huang Sanku, Cao Jianing consistently probed for his contact information and suggested staying at his residence, hoping to forge a closer connection and discover Huang Sanku's lair. Unfortunately, Huang Sanku remained exceedingly cautious, not only rejecting her advances but also choosing a bustling bathhouse as the venue for their dealings. From Huang Sanku's various actions, it could be deduced that the valuable antiques he possessed were likely hidden in his home or in close proximity. Furthermore, it appeared that outsiders were unaware of the priceless treasures he held, which explained his reluctance to let Cao Jianing get too close. Just a few pieces he casually selected were valued at over 100 million, and if he were to obtain the entire collection of Qing Dynasty burial items, he would never have to worry again. Cao Jianing resolved to uncover the truth. Given Huang Sanku's heightened wariness of her, she could only act covertly. Early the next morning, she planned to take a train, creating the illusion of having left, thus lowering his guard. She intended to disembark at the next station, Xiakengzi, and then circle back discreetly to investigate Huang Sanku's home address. Once she located Huang Sanku's hideout, she could easily uncover the whereabouts of the long-lost Qing Dynasty burial items, utilizing her newfound ability of clairvoyance. At that point, a clever diversion would allow her to capture him in one fell swoop. On New Year's Eve, Huang Sanku, resembling a thief, hid in a corner of the waiting room, watching as Cao Jianing pulled her suitcase onto the train home. He let out a long sigh of relief. That troublesome individual has finally left. He was too cunning, always trying to get close to me, clearly eyeing the treasures in my possession. Fortunately, I was smart enough to choose Jianping County as the transaction location. He wouldn't be able to find me no matter how hard he tried. Playing mind games with me? Not in this lifetime. After watching the train depart, Huang Sanku mounted his newly purchased Yamaha motorcycle and set off toward the neighboring Kongping County. Xiaqingzi town. Cao Jianing cautiously pulled her heavy suitcase as she stepped off the train. Xiaqingzi was an even more dilapidated station than Jianping County, with only a single whitewashed ticket hall. The platform was deserted, save for Cao Jianing and a uniformed station attendant holding a red flag. The view outside the station revealed a desolate landscape, with not a single passerby on the uneven dirt road. Cao Jianing had initially planned to alight at Xiaqingzi and promptly return to Jianping County to investigate Huang Sanku's background. After concluding her business, she intended to head straight back to the capital to secure Boyazhai and celebrate the new year at home. However, she overlooked an important detail. This was a small county town in Fengtian, situated in a relatively remote area. Unlike the capital, where one could easily hail a taxi after a few steps, here, the landscape was dominated by barren grasslands with no sign of habitation. Not only would it be impossible to discreetly return to Jianping County to find Huang Sanku, but there was also nowhere to find temporary lodging. Frustrated, Cao Jianing slapped her thigh, cursing herself for her lack of foresight in committing such a grave oversight. Given the current situation, her only option to return to Jianping County to locate Huang Sanku would be to wait for the evening's return train. There was only one round trip. It was now 8 a.m., and she would have to wait at the train station for the entire day until 6 p.m. to board the train back to Jianping County. As the whistle of a train sounded, the K511 train slowly departed, heading toward the capital. Watching the train disappear into the vast grassland, Cao Jianing clenched her jaw, wishing to smack herself for her foolishness. Cao Jianing, can you be any denser? Excuse me, do you need assistance? The station attendant had been observing her since she alighted. In this small county town, Cao Jianing's attire stood out, making it evident that she was not a local. Initially, the attendant assumed she was visiting relatives for the new year and paid her no mind. However, after the train had departed without anyone appearing to pick her up, he approached her to inquire further. Seeing the attendant approach, Cao Jianing's eyes lit up. As a local, he would undoubtedly have connections, and with a little persuasion, he could help her resolve her predicament. Rubbing her frostbitten face, she feigned an expression of deep frustration. Comrade, I accidentally got off at the wrong station. When is the next train back to Jianping County? Upon hearing this, the attendant paused, a knowing look crossing his face. He had suspected something was off about Cao Jianing. It turned out she had indeed disembarked at the wrong stop. Hello, there is only one train from Xiaqingzi to Jianping County, which arrives around 5:45 in the evening. What? Only in the evening? Cao Jianing's eyes widened in shock, her expression more convincing than that of some professional actors. What am I going to do? My girlfriend is still waiting for me in Jianping County. Do you have any kind of pickup service or a bus? I need to get back urgently. Sir, please don't be agitated. We have a telephone in the waiting room. You can call your girlfriend to let her know. This is a small station. There are no pickup services. You will have to wait for the evening train to return. Cao Jianing, in a fit of desperation, began to pace anxiously. She doesn't have a phone. I can't reach her. Please, can you think of something? I'm really worried about my girlfriend. As she spoke, she grasped the attendant's arm. You're a local. Could you help me contact someone here? I'll pay you 100, no 200. Is that okay? As she spoke, she fumbled to pull out some cash from her pocket. When seeking assistance while away from home, both the manner of speaking and the offer of money are crucial. Cao Jianing's sincere demeanor and understanding nature made it natural for the attendant to want to help her. Sir, please come with me. I will see what I can do. Thank you so much. I truly appreciate it. Chapter 19. The Golden Destiny Cloudboard. At the tender age of 15, Cao Jianing embarked on his journey as an apprentice in an antique shop, engaging daily with a myriad of individuals. Subsequently, he ventured out on his own, setting up stalls, mingling with spirits, and rummaging through old residences in the countryside, honing the remarkable ability to converse fluently with both the living and the spectral. In a matter of minutes, he successfully persuaded the train station staff, spending a mere 200 yuan to have them willingly arrange transportation back to Jianping County for him. 20 minutes later, a dilapidated blue Liberation truck, its body severely weathered and peeling, slowly came to a halt outside the small town's train station. Mr. Chow, the vehicle has arrived. This is my brother-in-law. He will take you to the Jianping County train station, the station attendant informed him. Cao Jianing glanced out at the sputtering truck, the exhaust belching black smoke, and a slight grimace played on his lips. This vehicle appeared older than he was, and he feared it might break down en route. Should any minor issue arise, stranded in the desolate grasslands, with neither heaven nor earth answering his calls, he would rather wait until evening to take the train back. However, this notion crossed his mind for only a fleeting moment before he dismissed it. Time is money, and he worried that Huang Sankue, having tasted success with him, would swiftly contact other sellers. By then, he would have no opportunity for regret. Thus, he must locate Huang Sankue's lair without delay. Brother Wang, I am immensely grateful. Without you, I would be at a loss. You're busy, so I won't impede your work any longer. There's no need for thanks. Serving the common people is our duty. Jiang Wo, drive carefully and take Mr. Cao to Jianping County train station. Later, bring Xiaowen to my home for dumplings. Understood. Lu Jiangwo, 25, merely a year older than Cao Jianing, embodied an entirely different demeanor. Sturdy and robust, adorned with a thick, bushy beard, he exuded an air of rugged masculinity. His unkempt hair, slick with oil, suggested he had only just risen from slumber. Let us go, he called out to Cao Jianing with an air of reluctance as he stood by the truck. Cao Jianing, without further ado, grasped his suitcase and hastily made his way toward the cacophonous truck. Brother Lu, I appreciate your assistance. Observing from the driver's seat, Lu Jiangwo remained aloof, watching as Cao Jianing struggled to hoist his heavy suitcase into the vehicle, offering no help whatsoever. No sooner had Cao Jianing settled into his seat than Lu Jiangwo turned the steering wheel and set off for Jianping County. Lu Jiangwo's behavior was quite understandable. Who would relish being roused from a cozy slumber during the festive season to transport a stranger to the station? This predicament could easily be resolved with a touch of generosity. Cao Jianing reached into his pocket, producing 2 crisp 100-yuan notes, which he placed on the dusty dashboard. Brother Lu, I feel quite guilty for troubling you during the new year. This amount is merely enough for a pack of cigarettes. There's no need for formalities between brothers. It must be said, money possesses remarkable power. Lu Jiangwo, who had been sulking moments before, instantly transformed, a radiant smile breaking through his previously sullen expression. Little brother, you are too polite. My sister's husband is like a brother to me. You wouldn't want to offend me, would you? Quickly, take the money. That won't do. He is he, and you are you. We must keep our matters distinct. If you refuse, it would imply that you look down upon your brother. Hey, look at you. Very well, I shall not be rude any longer. Lu Jiangwo, reluctantly, accepted the 200 yuan, and the previously tense atmosphere within the truck dissipated instantly. Brother Lu, your driving skills are impressive. You must have several years of experience behind the wheel. Lu Jiangwo grinned widely, unabashedly replying, I graduated high school and was promptly assigned to the school's logistics department. The school financed my driving license. I handle all deliveries, grocery shopping, and similar tasks. This truck was discarded by the school, which I acquired for 2,000 yuan. Don't let its shabby exterior fool you. I've replaced all the essential parts, and it runs perfectly for long distances. Oh. Cao Jianing nodded slightly, having previously wondered why Lu Jiangwo didn't seem like a transport worker. It turned out he was part of the school's logistics team. Is your school located in Jiangping town? It feels as if this area is entirely grassland, with few people in sight. Lu Jiangwo nodded slightly. This train line was originally used for transporting coal and timber from the northeastern provinces. It has since been modified to serve smaller stations. The school is just ahead in the town. We will reach it in 5 minutes. I'll point it out to you as we pass. All right. Thus, Cao Jianing and Lu Jiangwo engaged in casual conversation. Lu Jiangwo, an adept driver, maneuvered the bumpy dirt roads of the grassland with speed and stability, proving himself to be an experienced driver. Soon, sparse buildings began to appear along the desolate road, and the vehicle entered a residential area. Lu Jiangwo gestured toward a 2-story classroom building enclosed by a makeshift wall, approximately 200 meters ahead. Little brother, that is our school, the only middle school in Jiangping. Cao Jianing followed Lu Jiangwo's pointing finger, offering a somewhat disinterested response. Oh, so that is, wow. Initially, Cao Jianing had paid little mind to this school in the remote town. However, as he turned his gaze elsewhere, he suddenly noticed a small wooden shelter in front of the classroom building, emanating a faint yet alluring purple glow. Red light signifies a rare treasure, yellow denotes a prized possession, and white represents a high-quality item. However, purple light was something he had never encountered. Could there exist ancient artifacts even more precious than rare treasures? Might it be something akin to the imperial seal of China, the 9 tripod cauldrons of Huaxia, or the 10 divine swords, national treasures of significance? As this thought crossed his mind, Cao Jianing's heart raced, and his breath quickened. His pupils constricted, and a green gleam flickered within his brown irises as he focused intently on the interior of the shelter. Inside, however, there were no national treasures as he had envisioned, only a large, pitch-black iron plate suspended from the roof. Beside it lay a small, rusty iron hammer, seemingly used for striking the iron plate. This appeared to be a tool akin to a school bell, employed to signal the start and end of classes. Such an unassuming object radiated a mysterious purple glow. What could it possibly be? Brother Lu, could you please stop in front of the school? Huh. Lu Jiangwo was momentarily taken aback by Cao Jianing's unexpected request. Considering the 200 yuan he had just received, he slowly brought the vehicle to a halt outside the iron gate of the school. Cao Jianing, unable to contain his excitement, flung open the car door and leapt out, dashing toward the school entrance, his eyes fixated on the iron plate hanging within the wooden shelter. Golden Destiny Cloudboard Item. Golden Destiny Cloudboard Grade. National Treasure Value. Priceless Material. Cast Iron Manufacturing Process. Masterpiece Manufacturer. Supervised personally by Nurhasai. Production date. Later Jin period. Chapter 20. A national treasure of significant historical importance. The Yunban. The Yunban, also known as the iron plate, bell plate, or sound plate, is an ancient instrument used for the dissemination of orders and gathering of people. It serves as both a timekeeping device and a musical instrument, typically cast in the shape of clouds from iron or copper. The Jin Tianming Yunban, suspended within the school's wooden shed, is crafted from cast iron, with both ends shaped like cloud heads. The upper section is slightly smaller while the lower section is marginally larger. The surface of the cloud heads is adorned with raised patterns of spiraling grass and floral motifs. The center of the upper cloud head. A perforation allows for easy hanging beneath a beam. In the center of the lower floral design, a circular raised dot is cast, surrounded by layers of decorative petals. This circular dot serves as the striking point, and due to frequent use, it exhibits noticeable wear, revealing the underlying cast iron color. At the center of the Yunban's body, 2 rows of Chinese characters are cast. On the right side, in regular script, it reads, Dajian Tianming Gu A. While on the left, in regular script, it states, Hainyan Zhu Niuzhuangda. Below these 2 lines, a single cast character in regular script reads, Cheng. The term, Yangwan, refers to characters or designs that are raised above the surface of the object. Upon seeing the inscription on the Yunban, Cao Jianing's hands trembled slightly. This is indeed a national treasure inscribed with a date. Dajin refers to the Qing Dynasty in the history of Huaxia, while Gue Hainyan denotes a specific year in the ancient sexagenary cycle, specifically the last year of a Jiazi, which corresponds to 1623 during the reign of Nurhasai. Regardless of the type of artifact or antique, any item bearing an inscription significantly elevates its value. This Tianming Yunban meticulously records the state name and era name established by Nurhasai during the later Jin regime. In Cao Jianing's recollection, he had not encountered any similar artifacts from the later Jin period that bore clear state and era names. This signifies that the Jin Tianming Yunban is presently the sole historical artifact distinctly identifying the later Jin era. Its existence holds immense corroborative significance for the history of the later Jin period, serving as proof of the authenticity of this historical narrative. It transcends the realm of mere antiques, representing a vital vessel for recording the illustrious history of Huaxia, a benchmark for the appraisal of similar artifacts, and an unparalleled national treasure. Brother Cao, what are you gazing at? Lu Jiangwo, noticing Cao Jianing standing dazed in front of the school's iron railing, staring at the bell plate within the campus, could not help but remind him. His words jolted Cao Jianing from his reverie. Turning with excitement, Cao Jianing's gaze was fervent as he looked at Lu Jiangwo and implored, Lu Gu, I desire that iron plate in the shed. Could you assist me in procuring it? Lu Jiangwo, unaware that the seemingly unremarkable iron plate could incite a sensation in the domestic cultural relics and historical circles, wore a face of disdain. That is our school's bell plate, which students rely on to mark the beginning and end of classes. Why would you want that worthless thing? Upon hearing the term, bell plate, Cao Jianing's lips twitched slightly. This was a precious artifact bearing significant historical inscriptions, yet it was being used as a mere school bell, such a gross misuse of a cultural treasure. Fortunately, they at least had the foresight to construct a small shed to protect the Tianming Yunban, allowing it to remain in relatively good condition. Had I not discovered it in time, it would have languished in obscurity at a small town school for the rest of its existence. Lu Jiangwo, being an outsider, was not privy to the true value of the Yunban. Cao Jianing did not concoct a story to deceive him. Instead, he resorted to the money approach. He pulled out 500 yuan from his pocket and pressed it into Lu Jiangwo's hand. Lu Gu, I genuinely admire this item. As a favor to our friendship, please help me. Lu Jiangwo, looking at the 500 yuan in his hand, felt a swirl of emotions. Moments ago, he had intended to unlock the school gate and retrieve the iron plate to gift it to Cao Jianing. Before he could voice his thoughts, the 500 yuan was already thrust into his grasp. His base salary was merely 420 yuan, and with various school benefits, it barely reached 600 yuan. This amount was nearly equivalent to his entire monthly wage. Trading a mere cast-iron bell plate for an entire month's salary, did Cao Jianing's money grow on trees? Not being a greedy person, Lu Jiangwo hesitated briefly, withdrew 200 yuan to pocket, and returned the remaining 300 to Cao Jianing. Brother, this sum is excessive. You won't need that much. I can simply spend 180 yuan to buy a large iron bell to replace it. I won't require that much money. Cao Jianing was somewhat taken aback by Lu Jiangwo's actions. Initially, he had a poor impression of Lu Jiangwo, thinking him to be overly avaricious, and had chosen to handle matters with cash. To his surprise, Lu Jiangwo exhibited a sense of propriety, which greatly altered Cao Jianing's opinion of him. Fair is fair. Such a precious national treasure, 500, 5, 000, 50, 000, 500, 000, or even 5 million would not seem excessive. He pressed the money back into Lu Jiangwo's hand. Lu Gu, your straightforwardness in handling this matter means I cannot be remiss. If my brother does not lack for money, take it to buy yourself a couple of packs of cigarettes. If you refuse, it would be as if you looked down upon me. Lu Jiangwo pouted, realizing that wealthy individuals are indeed different. They do not regard money as money. He hardly spends 500 yuan on cigarettes in a year. How long would he have to smoke to exhaust that amount? All right then, I shall not be polite. Wait here. I will fetch it for you right away. Lu Jiangwo, responsible for the school's logistics, frequently entered the school and always carried the key to the main gate. He skillfully unlocked the heavy gate, sprinted to retrieve the Tianming Yunban, and handed it over to Cao Jianing. Brother, take good care of it. This thing is quite heavy. Of course. With a face full of anticipation, Cao Jianing accepted the Tianming Yunban. However, the situation he had imagined did not transpire. Inside the Yunban, there was no magical energy akin to that found within its Cixi jade watermelon. This shouldn't be the case. As a national treasure, it ought to contain more energy. Why was there none? Brother, let us get in the car. It wouldn't be good if someone sees us. While Cao Jianing continued to examine the Tianming Yunban in his hands, Lu Jiangwo had already locked the gate and beckoned him to the vehicle. Never mind. I shall research it further when I return. With outsiders present, Cao Jianing felt it inappropriate to delve deeper, so he carried the heavy Yunban back to the car. Following this minor episode, Lu Jiangwo fell silent, harboring concerns that Cao Jianing might set his sights on something else, leading to further expenditures. Thus, the Liberation vehicle sped forth, reaching Jianping County train station in less than half an hour. By this time, nearly an hour had passed since the train's scheduled arrival. The station was desolate, with only the staff present, no sign of any passengers. Brother, didn't you say your sister-in-law was waiting for you here? Where is she? Cao Jianing, remaining single, had merely concocted a temporary excuse regarding a girlfriend. On the way, he had already devised a story to continue misleading Lu Jiangwo. She must have been upset for not picking me up and gone to her friend's house. Having spent the journey with Cao Jianing and having received money from him, Lu Jiangwo took the initiative to help. Brother, do not fret. Tell me where her friend lives, and I will take you there. It's the new year. Do not argue with your sister-in-law. I also do not know where her friend's house is. What should we do? I'm familiar with this area. Do you know which village? Cao Jianing shook his head repeatedly. I don't know. This is my first time here. Hearing this, Lu Jiangwo fell completely silent. With such ignorance, even a deity would be powerless. Lu Gu, may I borrow your car for a few days? I have no way to explain to my family if I cannot find my girlfriend. I will pay you. Is a 5,000 yuan deposit sufficient? If not, I can provide more. Lu Jiangwo, who was attempting to concoct an excuse to leave, was utterly bewildered by Cao Jianing's nonsensical request. Chapter 21. Covert investigation. Lu Jiangwo's liberation truck was a relic, an outdated vehicle discarded by the school, which he had acquired for the modest sum of 2,000 yuan. Cao Jianing was merely renting it for a few days, and the deposit he offered already exceeded the cost of the vehicle itself, which made it disingenuous to claim he was not tempted. However, he harbored concerns about lending the truck to Cao Jianing, fearing it would be akin to a meat bun thrown to a dog, gone without a trace. Although the truck appeared somewhat dilapidated, its crucial components had undergone significant repairs, ensuring its functionality for at least another 8 to 10 years. Lu Jiangwo had a sentimental attachment to this vehicle and was reluctant to gamble on Cao Jianing's trustworthiness. Sorry, my brother, but I need the truck for family use during the new year. I truly cannot assist you with this, Lu Jiangwo said. Cao Jianing, accustomed to navigating social interactions, perceived Lu Jiangwo's hesitation. The matter seemed straightforward. It was merely a question of finances. Currently, he was not short of money, and any issue that could be resolved with cash was not a problem for him. Being in an unfamiliar place like Jianping County during the festive season made it nearly impossible to find a new vehicle. The most significant factor, however, was the treasure in Huang San Kuei's possession. Time was of the essence. Should Huang San Kuei decide to sell the remaining antiques to someone else, regret would come too late. Despite its worn appearance, Lu Jiangwo's truck was a local vehicle capable of carrying cargo, making it ideally suited for Cao Jianing. After much contemplation, Cao Jianing resolved to acquire this truck. Lu, are you really that distrustful of your brother? I thought we were good friends. It's disheartening to realize you don't trust me, he continued, feigning disappointment. No, it's not like that. Although Lu Jiangwo presented as a burly and somewhat uncouth man, he was, in fact, quite perceptive. Hearing Cao Jianing's words made him feel as though he had committed an error. Yet, he remained unwilling to lend the truck, caught in a dilemma. His words stumbled out, lacking the fluency that Cao Jianing possessed, and he struggled to articulate a coherent explanation. Observing Lu Jiangwo's indecisiveness, an epiphany struck Cao Jianing, leading him to a brilliant idea. Lu, are you familiar with the Jinbihui spa on the street? Lu Jiangwo assumed Cao Jianing mentioned the spa to suggest a visit for a massage while discussing the truck rental. Yes, that's the largest spa in our area. I've been there a few times and even have a membership, but you needn't spend anything. I truly can't afford it, Cao Jianing replied. Clapping his hands excitedly, he exclaimed, That's perfect. You're worried about the truck, right? I'll give you 5,000 yuan for the rental, and I will deposit another 5,000 yuan in the spa's locker as a security deposit. If I fail to return the truck, you can keep the 5,000 yuan deposit. This idea stemmed from Huang San Kuei, who had previously concealed antiques in a locker while verifying their authenticity before making payment. A slight modification to this approach would involve placing 5,000 yuan in Lu Jiangwo's locker, thereby providing him with assurance. The 5,000 yuan hinged on whether he could locate Huang San Kuei's hideout. If he succeeded, he would need the truck to return home, and thus, the deposit would effectively serve as payment for the vehicle. Conversely, if he failed to find Huang San Kuei's lair, he would return the truck to Lu Jiangwo and reclaim the deposit. The prospect of 5,000 yuan began to entice Lu Jiangwo. If it were 10,000 yuan, he might even wish for Cao Jianing not to return the truck. Despite his internal acquiescence, he maintained an outward demeanor of reluctance. This doesn't seem appropriate, does it? Lu Jiangwo's subtle misgivings were not lost on Cao Jianing, who swiftly produced a stack of unbroken 100 yuan bills from his pocket. Brother, here's 5,000 yuan for the rental and another 5,000 as a deposit. In a remote county like Jianping, 10,000 yuan held considerable sway. Lu Jiangwo glanced at the cash in Cao Jianing's hands, nervously biting his lip as he accepted the money with slightly trembling hands. Brother, are you truly willing to part with 10,000 yuan to rent my truck? Aren't you worried I might abscond with the money? Laughing heartily, Cao Jianing threw his arm around Lu Jiangwo's shoulder, embodying the spirit of camaraderie. Lu, the moment I laid eyes on you, I knew you were a trustworthy person, and I have faith in you. All right then. Let us head to the spa and secure the funds. Sounds good. 1 hour later, Cao Jianing watched Lu Jiangwo drive away and took his own turn around the main street of the county town. The streets were adorned with vibrant red couplets and the character Fu, creating a festive atmosphere for the new year. After familiarizing himself with the local surroundings, Cao Jianing found another guest house and checked in. After settling the payment, he presented the front desk attendant with a packaged delicacy from Beijing, Daxiankan date cake. Miss, I'm here for business. Do you know what the wealthiest families in Jianping County are engaged in? During the festive season, the guest house was relatively quiet. The front desk attendant, noticing Cao Jianing's handsome appearance and well-mannered demeanor, engaged him in conversation. Young man, being from Jizhou, what brings you to this little backwater of Jianping County for business? 20 years ago, there were mines and resources here, making it easy to earn money. Now it's not the same. The richest boss in Jianping runs a ranch and deals in dairy products. Have you heard of Mingguang Milk? Zhang Mingguang, the owner, is the biggest boss in Jianping. Everyone else is just small fry compared to him. Cao Jianing stood quietly at the front desk, listening intently as the attendant spoke. Upon learning that the wealthiest individual in Jianping was named Zhang, a look of disappointment crossed his face. Mingguang Milk, I've heard of it. So it originates from Jianping. Miss, are there any big players in the antique business around here? I'm in the antique trade myself, but I'm unaware of any similar enterprises here. The attendant shook her head repeatedly, clearly unfamiliar with the industry. I've never heard of anyone doing that. Aren't antiques items used by the deceased? Cao Jianing found himself at a loss for words at her remark. Antiques, or collectibles, refer to items steeped in history. However, the attendant's statement was not entirely inaccurate, as the vast majority of antiques belong to individuals long departed. Miss, are there any wealthy families with the surname Sun in Jianping County? I once knew a businessman by that surname. He suggested I come to Jianping to engage in the antique trade, but I regret not asking him for more details. Sun? Sun Lianqing from the Supply and Marketing Cooperative? Sun Shengli from the Taiping Restaurant? Sun Guofu from Xingsheng Department Store? None of these individuals are involved in the antique trade. I'm afraid I'm not sure about that. Perhaps you could ask someone else? Thank you, miss. Cao Jianing again retrieved a plastic-wrapped beef tongue pastry from his pocket, offered a few polite words, and turned to leave. Chapter 22. The Evening of the Qing Dynasty. Cao Jianing sat on the grand bed, a furrowed brow betraying his distress as he clutched a small notebook filled with names and geographical information. Today, he had spent the entire day gathering intelligence outside, yet had come away with little of value. He harbored suspicions that Huang Sankue might be a descendant of Sun Dynasty, possessing a treasure, or at least a portion of it that once belonged to Sunday under normal circumstances. Sun Dynasty was known to have amassed an inconceivable fortune. His descendants could easily lead a prosperous life by selling even a fraction of it. Thus, Cao Jianing's first thought was to consider the wealthy families in the area with the surname Sun. However, based on his inquiries throughout the day, it became evident that the prominent Sun figures in the locality were reputable businessmen with transparent histories of wealth accumulation, effectively ruling out any direct descendants of Sun Dynasty. Furthermore, the absence of antique dealers in the region eliminated another significant possibility. This led him to conclude that Huang Sankue was likely not a descendant of Sun Dynasty, thereby rendering his previous hypothesis erroneous. To dismantle his earlier theory, he pondered how Huang Sankue could possess such an abundance of Qing Dynasty burial artifacts if he were not related to Sun Dynasty. Could it be that he was a grave robber who plundered Sun Dynasty's tomb? Tomorrow marked the first day of the new year, and according to Huang Sankue's assertions, he was to visit his father-in-law today. Having just received a substantial sum of cash, he would undoubtedly host a grand celebration, and tomorrow he planned to drive to a village under the jurisdiction of Jianping County, where he might stumble upon some leads. Ah, right. If Huang Sankue is indeed a grave robber, the Na-Er Su statue among the 10 antiques must have been pilfered from a tomb. I shall visit the bookstore early tomorrow to investigate who this Na-Er Su is. Perhaps I might find a breakthrough from this individual. Having determined his course of action for the following day, Cao Jianing turned to glance at the wall clock, which read 20:40 this hour. His family back home was likely settling down for the night. Today was New Year's Eve, a time when families gathered around the table to watch the Spring Festival Gala and make dumplings. Cao Jianing picked up his newly purchased Nokia phone and dialed the number of the village convenience store. Soon as the call connected, the cheerful sounds of a television program filled the air. Flowers bloom in spring, 14, 15, 16, 6th of June. Look at the fine grains. Hello, who is this? Grandma Zhang. Happy New Year. It's Xiao Chao. Ah, it's Jianing. Why didn't you come home for the new year this year? Your family is all thinking of you. That girl Xiu comes by every few days to ask if there's any news of you. At this, a smile crept onto Cao Jianing's lips as he envisioned a youthful girl clad in a white school uniform with a high ponytail. Cao Xia, 4 years his junior, had always excelled academically, scoring 698 points to gain admission to the Huaxia People's University, where she was currently in her first year. I've been quite busy with work, but I'll return home in a few days. Please tell my mother. Once I finish my business, I will come back immediately. You child, you've always had a hard life. Is it really necessary to work those extra 2 days? I'll come over to your house. Have Yinshu pick up the phone so you two can have a good chat. No need for that. I don't want to make my mother cry during the new year. Just tell her that I'll be home in a few days. All right then, take care out there. If things are tough outside, come home. We have enough food for you. Understood, thank you. After hanging up, Cao Jianing wiped his slightly damp nose. He had been striving since the age of 15, lacking both education and professional skills. Had it not been for the kindness of Old Li from Mingyue Xin, he might very well be toiling away on a construction site. Now, the hard days were behind him, and a brighter future awaited. Once he resolved matters here and returned to Beijing to manage an antique shop, he would reunite with his family. The next day, as dawn broke, the sound of firecrackers crackling outside heralded the arrival of the new year. Cao Jianing quickly washed up and set out for the Xinhua bookstore in the district. Unfortunately, he was greeted by a notice stating that during the holiday season, the bookstore's hours had been modified to 10:2000 a.m. to 4 p.m., continuing until the 7th day of the Lunar New Year. Just past 8 in the morning, he had nearly 2 hours to wait before the store opened. Thus, he wandered the streets, engaging in casual conversations with anyone who appeared amiable in hopes of gleaning some information. As the clock approached 9:50, he returned to the bookstore, heading straight for the history section. He swiftly located 3 books on Qing Dynasty history and 2 novels depicting the unofficial history of the Qing. On this first day of the new year, while others busily visited relatives, the bookstore was remarkably quiet. Cao Jianing settled into a corner, clutching a history book and diligently flipping through its pages. In less than 10 minutes, he uncovered pertinent information regarding Na Su. Although Na Su had little connection to the antique world, he was a prominent figure in late Qing history. Na Su was a renowned general of the late Qing period, described as a pillar of the nation, and was the grandson of Sengolinkan. Sengolinkan was the nephew of Emperor Daoguang and a cousin of Emperor Xianfeng, a true aristocrat among the 8 banners. His son, Boyan, was a prince and held significant positions such as Grand Minister of Military Affairs and Chief of the Imperial Guard, earning the trust of both Emperor Xianfeng and Empress Dowager Cixi. Na Su was Boyan's eldest son and arrived in the capital at the age of 8 to study, later becoming a companion to the princes. By the age of 10, he was already adept in archery and horseback riding, earning the title of Bail, a third-class noble rank. At 16, he served as a guard at Qiangmen, becoming a favored figure by Emperor Guangxu. He later married the 7th daughter of the Rui prince, further consolidating his noble connections. Upon reading this information, Cao Jianing finally understood why the young man depicted in the painting wore high-quality court beads. Turned out he was a royal guard and held the status of Bail. Regrettably, Na Su met an untimely death at the age of 35. Empress Dowager Cixi, under the name of Emperor Guangxu, personally posthumously honored him with the title of Prince Changshan. Despite Na Su's noble lineage and his long service beside the emperor, he had not achieved any remarkable military accomplishments like his father. He had no merit to his name, yet was elevated to the princely rank by Empress Dowager Cixi, which had caused quite a stir at the time. But wait! Cao Jianing exclaimed as he perused the information on Na Su, discovering something rather peculiar. In 1890, Na Su died of illness and was posthumously honored as a prince. The following year, his father, Boyan, also passed away. What was striking was that the annals of Qing history failed to provide any detailed account of Boyan's demise. Whether it was due to illness, battle, or an accident remained unspecified. Boyan had held substantial power in positions such as Grand Minister of Military Affairs and Chief of the Imperial Guard. While Na Su's death was recorded as died of illness, the influential Boyan had no such details documented, merely noted as having passed away. This discrepancy raised alarms. Furthermore, the fact that Na Su had just recently died, and Boyan followed suit the subsequent year, was exceedingly abnormal. The relationship between father and son was undoubtedly suspect. Where were their tombs located? In Liaoshitan, Kangping County, which was adjacent to Jianping County, no less. With a resounding clap of his thigh, Cao Jianing stood up, exhilarated. He now suspected that the portrait of Na Su might very well have been illicitly extracted from Na Su's tomb by Huang Sankue. No time to waste. I must set off immediately for Liaoshitan in Kangping County. Chapter 23. Young man, you have arrived too late. The Naresu lineage boasts a prestigious heritage, hailing from the esteemed 8 banners of the Qing Dynasty, passed down through generations. Their mausoleum is situated near Wulong Lake, on the outskirts of Liaoshitan in Kangping County, Liaoning Province. This is the sole ancient royal mausoleum documented in the local annals of Kangping County. Following the map, Cao Jianing hastened his journey, riding swiftly towards Liaoshitan in Kangping County. After a mere 40 minutes, the liberation truck driven by Cao Jianing came to a gradual halt at the entrance of a desolate village. To the right of the entrance stood a massive round stone, emblazoned with the inscription Naresu Mausoleum in red paint. Upon witnessing the scene before him, Cao Jianing felt a chill run down his spine. This so-called mausoleum was unceremoniously located at the edge of a village, and it seemed that all the villagers had vacated, leaving behind mere remnants of dilapidated houses. The surrounding structures, now reduced to ruins, were engulfed by dense weeds and towering trees, evoking a sense of an apocalyptic world devoid of humanity. Why is it like this? He pondered. This is the mausoleum of a Qing prince, personally bestowed the title of Chengshan Prince by Empress Dowager Cixi. How can it be so desolate? Where have the locals gone? It resembles a ghost town. Cao Jianing was beset with numerous questions. However, in this forsaken place, not even a stray cat or dog could be found to provide answers. He had no choice but to return to his vehicle and drive towards the inner sanctum of the Chengshan Prince's tomb. The Naresu tomb was perched upon a rise, originally encircled by a high wall, which had been vandalized, leaving gaping breaches in all four cardinal directions. Inside, several structures in the late Qing architectural style stood. 3 side halls to the east and west, 3 passage halls, 3 sacrificial halls, and 1 main hall. Due to years of neglect, these rooms had fallen into a state of disrepair. Cao Jianing conducted a thorough inspection of all the chambers. They were utterly barren, save for a 2-meter-tall stone statue of Naresu within the main hall. The mausoleum's surroundings were overrun with weeds. Had it not been for a stone tablet marking Chengshan Prince, one would scarcely believe this place was anything but a wild, uninhabited mountain. Finally, with a heart full of trepidation, Cao Jianing approached the Naresu tomb. As he had surmised, he found several excavation holes of varying directions before the tomb, with discarded tools such as luoyang shovels and spades strewn about. The tomb had been so thoroughly ravaged that it was evident that tomb raiders had long since looted its treasures. Yet, undeterred, Cao Jianing activated his X-ray vision, peering into one of the holes. After 5 minutes, he returned to his truck, his expression a complex mixture of emotions. His discovery from the previous day was momentous. This was indeed the Naresu tomb, which could confirm that Huang Sanku was a tomb raider in possession of a cache of Naresu burial goods. Cao Jianing understood this, as Huang Sanku hailed from Jianping County, conveniently located adjacent to Kangping County. However, how did he come to possess burial items from the Qing mausoleum? Could it be that he was a professional tomb raider, having plundered not only the Naresu tomb but also the Sun Danying tomb? Alas, something felt amiss. A sudden insight struck Cao Jianing, and he realized he must have overlooked something important. He closed his eyes, gently massaging his temples, striving to unwind. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, a glimmer of clarity illuminating his countenance. I understand now. Huang Sanku has been deceiving me. He claimed to be from Jianping County, but that was merely a smokescreen. He is likely from Kangping County. In fact, he may have been one of the villagers who relocated from the vicinity of the Naresu mausoleum in Liaoshitan. This fellow has been wary of me from the start, intentionally choosing Jianping County as the transaction site, ensuring that even if I wished to investigate, I would find no trace of him. What a cunning individual now. I simply need to investigate where the villagers of Liaoshitan have moved, and I can ascertain Huang Sanku's hideout. Cao Jianing felt the truth drawing ever closer. He was on the verge of uncovering Huang Sanku's secrets. The most pressing task now was to locate Huang Sanku's lair. As for why he possessed Qing burial items, that could be unraveled later. Never mind, let us set off. Kangping County, being a remote town, had few villages under its jurisdiction. Following the narrow path from the entrance of Liaoshitan, Cao Jianing headed east, planning to search village by village from Liaoshitan as the epicenter. This method of searching was inefficient, likely leading him on a long detour before finding his target. Yet, given his unfamiliarity with the area, this was the most prudent approach. As he departed from Liaoshitan, the rhythmic sound of drums and gongs suddenly reached his ears. Today was the first day of the Lunar New Year, and many rural areas hosted lion dances, stilt walking, and various festive performances. Just as Cao Jianing sought information, he quickly parked his vehicle, shedding his down jacket for a double-breasted, army green cotton coat, and exchanged his military boots for suede leather shoes. Dressed in attire more suited for the local farmer's market, he seamlessly blended into the crowd of villagers. He parked his truck beside the village entrance and walked towards the bustling festivities of the temple fair. The temple fair was a rural tradition, organized annually during the new year, where villagers donned celebratory garb to perform in wealthier villages. Alongside the performances, vendors sold treats like candied hawthorn and sugar figurines. However, in this modest village, only 2 aging troops of performers entertained the streets, their acts rather lackluster. Cao Jianing took one glance and felt no desire for a second. Scanning the crowd, he spotted a middle-aged man, particularly engrossed in the performance, frequently casting flirtatious glances at a lady dancing the yanga. He retrieved a pack of premium cigarettes from his pocket, tore open the packaging, and approached the jovial man with crooked yellow teeth. "Brother, care for a smoke?" The man, momentarily distracted from cheering on his heartthrob, turned around, a frown etched on his face. Just as he was about to retort, his eyes caught sight of the cigarettes in Cao Jianing's hand, and his dilated pupils narrowed. In underdeveloped rural areas, premium cigarettes were a luxury, unaffordable for the average person. The adage first respect the clothing, then the person rang true. Upon seeing the cigarette offered by Cao Jianing, the man deduced that he was no ordinary individual. Taking the cigarette, the man held it to his nose, inhaling deeply. Good smoke, genuine quality? He tucked the cigarette behind his ear and scrutinized Cao Jianing, who, despite his disguise, could not conceal his handsome visage. You're not from Arzioxigo, are you? Cao Jianing smiled faintly. I'm not a local. I'm here looking for a friend, but I've encountered a bit of a hiccup along the way and hope to ask you for directions. The man, revealing a wide grin that showcased his uneven yellow teeth, replied, a single cigarette is all it takes to send me off. Cao Jianing, who did not smoke, had brought the cigarettes primarily for ease of communication. With an awkward chuckle, he pressed the freshly opened pack into the man's hand. What are you saying, brother? I'm not a miser. Please take it. The man, unabashed, pocketed the cigarettes, nodding in satisfaction. Now that's more like it. Feel free to ask me anything. I'll share whatever I know. Brother, do you know where the residents of Liushitan have relocated? Upon hearing Liushitan, the man's face broke into a peculiar smile, one that seemed both forced and genuine. Young man, I gather you're here for the Neresu tomb, aren't you? You're too late. The Neresu tomb was completely looted 50 years ago. Chapter 24. The lover of Empress Dowager Cixi. At first, Cao Jianing merely sought directions from a random passerby. Little did he anticipate that this casual inquiry would lead him to an individual of considerable knowledge, Niu Dali, who was remarkably well informed about the recent theft at the Su tomb, even possessing intricate details. According to him, the incident had caused quite a stir at the time, with local villagers likely involved as well. He did not dwell on how Niu Dali acquired such extensive knowledge, instead cheerfully guiding him to the shade of a large poplar tree. Brother, what should I call you? Niu Dali haughtily tossed his head back, proclaiming, Niu Dali. Ah, so it is Brother Niu. My apologies. Niu Dali, brimming with pride, waved his hand dismissively. The moment I laid eyes on you, I could tell you were no ordinary person. You must be here for the Su tomb. I am aware of the situation, but if you wish to learn more, you must. As he spoke, Niu Dali rubbed his fingers together, revealing a rather lascivious grin. This fellow, having received a pack of cigarettes from Cao Jianing, was not satisfied and audaciously sought a bribe. Cao Jianing, having spent considerable time in the antiquities trade and encountered a multitude of characters, was no stranger to such greed. Human nature is inherently avaricious. One cannot simply appease such individuals, for they will only demand more. Ha! Cao Jianing scoffed coldly, Brother Niu, excessive greed leads to no good end. My pack of cigarettes is not a gift. Niu Dali was somewhat taken aback by Cao Jianing's sudden shift in demeanor. Observing that Cao Jianing was young and relying on his local status, he had intended to manipulate him for personal gain. However, he did not expect Cao Jianing to be so unyielding, turning hostile at the slightest disagreement. As a seasoned scoundrel, he was not easily intimidated by a single remark from Cao Jianing. Are you trying to frighten me, young man? Do you not realize where you are? I could simply shout and have you thrown out. Do you believe that? Cao Jianing dismissed him with a disdainful curl of his lip. Someone like Niu Dali commanded no respect in rural areas. Who would heed his commands? This was a case of an elder attempting to assert authority over a youth, mistaking Cao Jianing for someone naive and inexperienced. With arms crossed, he gestured dismissively at Niu Dali. Go on, shout. Let me see who you can bring here. If you fail to summon anyone today, let us see if I 1T break your legs. You, Niu Dali, startled by Cao Jianing's words, took a nervous step back, colliding with the large poplar tree behind him. Cao Jianing swiftly stepped forward, forcefully grasping Niu Dali's collar, lowering his voice to threaten, Old fool, I graciously call you Brother Niu, and you truly believe I am some pushover. Speak clearly, or I shall make you aware of the consequences of failing to deliver. I will. Niu Dali, thoroughly intimidated by Cao Jianing, nodded fervently, divulging all that he knew. Lushur village in Kangping County is part of the Mungu tribe, belonging to the ancestral lands of Su. In 1890, Su passed away, and his tomb was established by the banks of Wulong Lake in Kangping County. Shortly after his death, rumors circulated that he did not die of illness, but rather took his own life by swallowing gold. This matter is connected to Empress Dowager. It is said that one day, while riding in her phoenix carriage accompanied by her close eunuchs, including Li Lianing, to the summer palace for leisure, a startled horse charged toward Cixi, causing her to panic and fall from the carriage. Suddenly, a palace guard emerged, managing to control the frenzied horse, and knelt before her, pleading for mercy. Enraged, Cixi immediately ordered the guard to be seized. Yet, upon seeing the guard's handsome visage, Cixi's heart fluttered, and she commanded Li Lianying to inquire further. Having long served Cixi, Li Lianying quickly deduced her interest in the dashing guard and approached him, whispering in his ear, "Tonight at midnight, await me in the side hall." This palace guard was Su, and that very night, he shared a passionate encounter with Cixi. From then on, Cixi frequently summoned Su to the palace under various pretexts for clandestine meetings. However, as a man frequently entering the Empress Dowager's chambers, Su inevitably attracted gossip. Li Lianying advised Cixi that she must drink spring water from Yuan Mountain daily, which necessitated the freshest water to be transported that very day. Consequently, the Ministry of Internal Affairs crafted a double-decker carriage for her. One side would carry the spring water, while the other concealed Su, allowing him to maintain his clandestine rendezvous with Cixi. Yet, the truth cannot be concealed indefinitely. Su's father, Boyan, began to suspect his son's late-night absences. After conducting a discreet investigation, he discovered that Su had been entangled with Empress Dowager Cixi. Cixi had been a consort of Emperor Xianfeng and the mother of Emperor Tengji. Moreover, Su's grandfather, Sengalinkan, was a cousin to Emperor Tengji, making Su's liaison with Cixi a gross violation of propriety. Should this information become public, not only would Su face dire consequences, but his entire family would be implicated. Boyan implored Su to sever ties with Cixi, but Su, in tears, realized it was too late. The following day, under the pretense of returning home to pay respects to Sengalinkan, Boyan took Su back to their ancestral home, in a bid to protect their family. Su ultimately chose to end his own life by swallowing gold at the tomb of Sengalinkan. Upon learning of Su's demise, Cixi fell from her bed, consumed by grief. In the name of Emperor Tengji, she personally posthumously conferred upon Su the title of Prince of Chengxin and bestowed a wealth of treasures from her private treasury for his burial. Following Su's death, Cixi sank into profound melancholy, losing her appetite and suffering ill health. One day, Li Lianying secretly approached Cixi, informing her that Su had not died of illness but rather at the behest of Boyan, who forced him to take his own life. Upon hearing this, Cixi nearly fainted with rage and immediately summoned Boyan to the palace. Boyan candidly acknowledged the truth, willingly accepting his guilt and requesting not to implicate his family. Ultimately, Boyan returned to his hometown and took poison, ending his life. This is the tale of Su and Empress Dowager Cixi. Niu Dali, a rural bachelor incapable of securing a wife, recounted this story with remarkable familiarity, leading Cao Jianing to suspect he had perused some sensationalized accounts akin to Jianping Mei. Previous historical documents he had reviewed confirmed that both Su and Boyan had indeed met their fates in succession. Su, despite his youth, had garnered imperial favor and was posthumously elevated to the rank of hereditary prince, which was undeniably peculiar. Furthermore, it was equally strange that a prominent Manchu official like Boyan had no recorded cause of death. While Niu Dali's assertions were quite outrageous, many elements aligned with historical accounts. The reason such tales are labeled apocryphal is precisely because they are wild and implausible. Cao Jianing, not being an expert, had no interest in pursuing the veracity of this apocryphal narrative. His focus remained on the matter of the theft from Su's tomb. So, where is Su's tomb? Did you not claim to know about its theft? Niu Dali nodded repeatedly, explaining, approximately 50 years ago, rumors emerged from an unknown source that a luminous pearl, bestowed by Cixi, was buried within Su's tomb, worth a fortune. In addition, there were countless treasures. Since then, there have been successive attempts to pilfer from Su's tomb. Initially, people were cautious, but eventually, it escalated to broad daylight grave robbing. As the situation grew too unruly, authorities dispatched personnel, and the villagers, fearing imprisonment, relocated to nearby villages, rendering Lusher village a ghost town. Chapter 25. Complications arise. Rumor has it that there are invaluable luminous pearls in the Su tomb. Cao Jianing sifted through the information provided by Niu Dali and pinpointed this most crucial piece of news. His brow furrowed, and he absent-mindedly stroked the stubble emerging on his chin, lost in contemplation. From prior intelligence, it was clear that neither Jianping County nor Kongping a white sheet of paper was affixed to the machine, indicating that the price of diesel today is 1.52 yuan per liter. Hello, could you please fill it up? Certainly, sir. The attendant merely cast a fleeting glance at Cao Jianing before commencing the refueling process. This Liberation sedan is equipped with a 400-liter fuel tank, and to fill it to capacity would require 608 yuan. This amount surpasses the wages of many frontline workers. Fortunately, Cao Jianing is not currently in want of funds. He is indifferent to this fuel expense. What troubles him most at present is how to address the matter concerning Huang Sankue. Returning home feels like a missed opportunity, yet not going back could entail perilous consequences. Oh? Quite by chance, Cao Jianing noticed a dilapidated black Jetta parked beside the doghouse within the gas station. This very vehicle was the one Huang Sankue had used to pick him up upon his arrival in Jianping County. Chapter 26. Breakthrough progress. Damn it, you've urinated on my car wheel again. If I catch you doing that again, I'll skin you alive and make a shoulder cape out of you. A man, robust and round, with a beer belly that seemed to be 8 months pregnant, staggered out from the inner courtyard as he ambled along. He clutched a large pig's trotter in his right hand, gnawing on it while hurling curses at the large yellow dog beside the vehicle. Although his words were harsh, he was, in fact, a dog lover, as he offered the remaining half of the pig's trotter to the yellow dog. The dog wagged its tail furiously, straining against its chain, desperately leaping into the man's embrace, its warm tongue eagerly licking the grease off his hand. Initially, Cao Jianing's gaze was fixated on this peculiar duo. It was highly likely that this man was the true owner of the Jetta, indicating a connection to Huang Sankue. Until he could ascertain the relationship between this man and Huang Sankue, Cao Jianing refrained from making his presence known or initiating a conversation. While observing, his eyes inadvertently swept over the dog bowl beside the doghouse. This filthy dog bowl unexpectedly emanated a faint yellowish glow, signifying that it was a piece of exquisite antique. Under normal circumstances, the radiance of such a treasure would be conspicuous, extending at least 2 meters in unobstructed space. However, the glow from this dog bowl was exceedingly weak. Had it not been for Cao Jianing's exceptional eyesight, he might have overlooked it entirely. He focused intently, puzzled as he gazed at the bowl. Qing Dynasty June Kiln Rose Purple Glazed Narcissus Bowl. This was an exceptionally rare rose purple 3-legged narcissus bowl, regrettably misused as a dog's feeding bowl, its interior and exterior marred by a mixture of leftover food and grease. The feet of the bowl were severely worn, one side particularly so, appearing noticeably lower. The rim bore several chips, including a significant crack that extended from the rim down to the base of the bowl. Upon witnessing this scene, Cao Jianing finally comprehended why the antique emitted such a faint glow. It was indeed a damaged piece. Judging by its shape and the exposed rose-purple glaze, it was likely an extremely valuable June kiln pottery. The June kiln was renowned during the Qing Dynasty, one of the 5 most prestigious kilns of the era. The official June kiln specialized in producing various styles of flower pots and ceremonial vessels explicitly for the imperial court, showcasing exceptional craftsmanship and a relatively abundant production, thereby forming its own system. Compared to other Qing ceramics of the same period, June kiln pottery featured a dense body, simple forms, vibrant colors, and a thick, even glaze, earning it the title of the beauty among plain ceramics. It stands as a significant treasure in the history of Chinese pottery. As an insider in the antique realm, upon encountering such a precious piece from the 5 renowned Qing kilns, Cao Jianing could hardly contain his excitement as he activated his X-ray vision, peering through the grime on the pottery's exterior to reveal its true form. This was a quintessential official June narcissus bowl, elegantly designed with a 6-petal sunflower shape. The body was evenly divided into 6 petals, each with a delicate undulation, harmonizing with the sunflower-shaped mouth. The inner wall displayed a sky blue hue, lustrous and understated, reminiscent of the vast starry sky, with the inner base showcasing the distinctive earthworm track glaze of June porcelain. The outer wall was adorned with rose-purple glaze, tinged with blue, radiant like the evening glow, a breathtaking sight indeed. Item: Qing Dynasty June Kiln Rose Purple Glazed Narcissus Bowl, damaged grade. Exquisite value, 1. 2 million. Material, porcelain craftsmanship, masterpiece manufacturer, Northern Qing June Kiln production date, era of Emperor Huizong of Qing. This seemingly dirty dog bowl was, in reality, extraordinarily beautiful, arguably the most exquisite piece of plain porcelain Cao Jianing had ever encountered. The reputation of the 5 great kilns of the Qing Dynasty was indeed well-deserved, sir. It's all filled up, a total of 610. Please settle the bill. With a long queue behind him, the attendant urged Cao Jianing to pay after finishing the refueling. Cao Jianing said nothing further and promptly handed over the payment. Seizing the opportunity while paying, he pointed towards the nearby Jetta. How did this car end up here? Yesterday, while delivering goods in Jianping County, I almost collided with a man in a mink coat driving this car. The attendant paused for a moment, then suddenly slapped his forehead. Oh, I remember now. Yesterday, a friend of the boss borrowed the car, claiming it was for purchasing bridal gifts. That fellow is nothing but a good-for-nothing, always up to no good, either stealing or gambling with others, definitely not a decent person. At this revelation, Cao Jianing's spirits lifted. He had spent the entire day searching for Huang Sankue without a trace, only to stumble upon a clue at the gas station. Could it be that fate was nudging him to follow this lead? I could tell he wasn't a good person. Where is he from? Is he one of us from Kongping County? That guy is infamous around here, residing near Wobeo Reservoir. He is probably from Huagu Wobeo Village, Nima Wobeo Village, or Mingtai Wobeo Village. Anyway, his home is around Wobeo Reservoir. I'm not too clear on the exact village. The attendant, believing Cao Jianing intended to confront Huang Sankue, offered a word of caution. However, I must advise you to steer clear of such individuals. Don't invite trouble upon yourself. Cao Jianing nodded repeatedly. Thank you for your help. With others queuing behind him, he refrained from prolonging the conversation, quickly returning to his vehicle and driving it to a nearby intersection just outside the gas station. Uncertain of the relationship between the boss and Huang Sankue, Cao Jianing chose not to mention the June Kiln pottery for the time being. He picked up the map from the passenger seat, his fingers gliding across its surface until they settled on a spot marked Wobeo Reservoir. Lushu Tun and Wobeo Reservoir lay perfectly parallel to each other, yet Lushu Tun was located on the eastern side of Kongping County, while Wobeo Reservoir was on the western side. Cao Jianing had been circling the eastern side of Kongping County all day, naturally failing to reach Huang Sankue's lair. Now, having pinpointed Huang Sankue's approximate location, he was just a step away from his goal. Glancing at the villages mentioned by the workers near Wobeo Reservoir, Cao Jianing gritted his teeth and resolved to test the waters that very night. With a stroke of luck, he might uncover the exquisite antique radiating its treasure glow. If fortune did not favor him, he would have to return during the day for another chance. He planned to purchase a large cotton hat to obscure his face, lest Huang Sankue recognize him. As for the damaged June Kiln pottery, it would have to wait until he dealt with Huang Sankue's affairs first. With a clear course of action in mind, Cao Jianing folded the map and drove towards the county town. The night had not fully descended, so he decided to grab a bite to fill his stomach. He would set out again around 8 or 9 in the evening for a more prudent approach. As night fell, the north wind howled, and the liberation truck sped towards Wobeo Reservoir under the moonlight. Upon reaching Huagu Wobeo Village near the reservoir, the truck suddenly slowed down, creeping along the dirt roads within the village. Cao Jianing drove while intently observing the local residences, searching for exquisite antiques that might emit a treasure glow. It was the first day of the Lunar New Year, and the rural atmosphere was vibrant, adorned with lanterns and families gathering together. Children on both sides of the road set off firecrackers, reveling in the festivities. This provided Cao Jianing a splendid opportunity to discreetly observe those households that had left their doors ajar. Perseverance bore fruit. As he neared the end of the village, Cao Jianing finally made a discovery. A seemingly ordinary farmhouse displayed a pair of exceptional white marble lions at its entrance. Chapter 27. The Stone Lion and the Carved Characters and Seal Script. The stone lion, often adorned with the intricate characters of the Panlong style, is a decorative element frequently employed in traditional Chinese architecture, cherished by individuals who place them at their doorsteps. Firstly, it accentuates the prestige of the residence, imparting an impression of grandeur and an elevated social standing. Secondly, the stone lion serves as a symbol of auspiciousness, believed to protect the home, ward off impurities, and deter malevolent forces. Thirdly, it embodies traditional Chinese culture. Positioning a pair of stone lions at the entrance enhances the aesthetic appeal of a dwelling. There is a popular rhyme associated with the stone lions. Touch the lion's head, and you'll never have worries for a lifetime. Touch the lion's mouth, and couples will never quarrel. Touch the lion's tail, and everything will go smoothly. This particular pair of stone lions is meticulously sculpted from a single block of Han white jade. To the untrained ear, the term Han white jade might evoke comparisons to jadeite or Hutian jade, which are indeed precious stones. However, the primary component of Han white jade is calcium carbonate, a widely available building material. As early as the Han Dynasty, artisans discovered this pure, lustrous material and began crafting it into various ornaments and decorative items. The price of Han white jade is relatively modest. During the Ming and Qing dynasties, a pair of stone lions made from this material typically ranged from 1,000 to 10,000 yuan. The stone lions situated at this household's entrance are not particularly large, measuring just over 1 meter tall when including the stone pedestal beneath their paws. Their design reflects the Ming Dynasty style, likely crafted by a skilled artisan from the folk tradition. Item: Ming Dynasty Han White Jade Stone Lion, worn, grade. Premium value, 2,500 material, Han White Jade craftsmanship. Masterpiece manufacturer, folk artisan production date. Ming Wanli period. In this domain, Cao Jianing is not particularly adept. He reviews the information in his mind for confirmation. His assessment proves accurate. This indeed is a stone lion from the Ming Dynasty. Such stone lions, carved by folk artisans, were typically affordable only to affluent families or officials. However, the household in question appears to be an ordinary rural dwelling. featuring a modest courtyard of approximately 20 square meters and 3 tiled rooms, bearing no resemblance to a grand estate. Thus, it is highly probable that there is something amiss with this pair of stone lions. Cao Jianing does not rush forward. Instead, he slows his vehicle, employing his vision to peer into the courtyard. As his gaze penetrates the entrance, he makes a discovery. Behind the door, positioned to the left and right, are a pair of L-shaped stone sculptures. Upon observing their placement, Cao Jianing realizes that the owners are entirely unaware of the true purpose of these stone sculptures. The L-shaped stone sculptures are formerly known as shangma stone. In ancient times, affluent households would place a pair of shangma stones at their entrances for the convenience of mounting horses. The shangma stone resembles a simple two-tiered step, with the upper portion extending outward to serve as a hitching post. Typically, one would step onto the first tier with their right foot, followed by the left foot onto the second tier, grasping the saddle with both hands to mount the horse, securing the right foot in the stirrup. This design allows even small children to mount a horse with ease, significantly enhancing the convenience of daily life. These shangma stones are quite remarkable. Initially, Cao Jianing assumed that these stones, like the stone lions outside, were merely folk items from the Qing Dynasty. However, as he prepared to delve deeper and examine other areas, he inadvertently noticed that these shangma stones were far from ordinary. The upper portions of these shangma stones, Chapter 28. 3 skeletal remains. The first household at the village entrance is notable. A stream meanders in front of their home, with the sole road into the village located across the water. Typically, the first household reflects the visage of the village, often inhabited by families of relatively decent means. However, Mengtai Wobeo village presents a stark contrast. The first house at the entrance is merely a small courtyard enclosed by a wooden fence. Within the yard stands a single earthen dwelling, its walls caked with yellow clay, alongside a brand new Suzuki 125 motorcycle. The juxtaposition of the Suzuki 125 with the dilapidated abode is peculiar. The house shows significant wear, with patches of clay crumbling away to reveal the straw underneath. The roof is overrun with weeds, and the eaves expose the underlying beams, evoking a sense of instability, as if the structure could collapse at any moment. Such a long-neglected dwelling ought to have been demolished and rebuilt long ago. Constructing a rural home is not prohibitively expensive. As the locals often claim, a 3-room tiled house costs no more than around 10,000 yuan. Yet, in the yard, the gleaming Suzuki 125 motorcycle stands, with an official starting price of 21,500 yuan. The money spent on that motorcycle could have easily financed the demolition and reconstruction of the family home. Cao Jianing, having driven from Jianping County to Kongping County, passed by many places where the overwhelming majority of families had constructed red brick houses. Occasionally, he spotted a few old-style earthen homes, either used as storage or as roadside latrines. He had never encountered a household that lived in such a dismal state. This family cannot merely be described as impoverished. While it is understandable to be unable to build a new house due to financial constraints, the condition of their home has deteriorated to a dangerous level. Instead of investing in repairs, they squander their money on an extravagant motorcycle. This is a clear indication of a combination of poverty, laziness, and a desire to appear affluent, rendering them utterly devoid of sympathy. Cao Jianing felt a pang of pity for the emaciated dog in the yard, starved and lacking even a shelter to shield it from the elements. Damn it! Who's wandering about at this hour? Just because you have a vehicle? Get the hell out of here. As Cao Jianing observed this rundown courtyard, a filthy old wooden door was suddenly thrust open with a loud bang from within, revealing a man wrapped in a thick quilt, his bleary eyes betraying his intoxication as he stumbled out. What the hell? Cao Jianing couldn't suppress a gasp upon recognizing the man. This dilapidated house belonged to Huang Sankue. Thump, thump. Cao Jianing's heart raced, his grip on the steering wheel trembling slightly. He had envisioned numerous scenarios, but never did he expect Huang Sankue to present himself so readily. Huang Sankue's face was flushed, his steps unsteady, and his gaze hazy, clearly inebriated. The two were separated by a small stream, and at this late hour, even if Huang Sankue were fully alert, he might not have noticed Cao Jianing. For his own safety, Cao Jianing swiftly accelerated, speeding past Huang Sankue's doorstep. He drove furiously, finally halting several kilometers away at the Wobeo Reservoir. By now, it was deep into the night. As the truck's engine fell silent, darkness enveloped the surroundings, punctuated only by the whispering wind and the gentle murmur of flowing water. Cao Jianing swung open the door and leaped out. For him, the distinction between night and day held little significance. He wrapped himself in his heavy, vintage military coat and gazed distantly toward Huang Sankue's residence, approximately 200-300 meters away. Having located Huang Sankui's lair, a tumult of emotions surged within Cao Jianing. Moments ago, as Huang Sankui stood at his doorstep, Cao Jianing had feared being discovered and had hastily departed. Though he had left in a rush, he had not forgotten his mission: to thoroughly inspect Huang Sankui's courtyard and the ramshackle house. The interior was stark and barren, containing only the most basic necessities. The most valuable asset was undoubtedly the motorcycle. I suspect this fellow has hidden his antiques in a cellar or some underground space. Now that I know the location of Huang Sankui's ancestral home, I can proceed with caution and conduct a slow search. Tonight presents a prime opportunity. He is likely in a deep stupor from drink, making it the perfect time to scout. However, that dog poses a problem. Its barking would surely rouse Huang Sankui. Once or twice might be manageable, but if this persists, Huang Sankui will undoubtedly grow suspicious, necessitating a solution for the canine issue. Oh well, let us just proceed for now. Mengtai Wobeo village sprawls across a vast, flat grassland, with only the reservoir and a few scattered mountains in the vicinity. By day, one can clearly see the houses a few dozen meters away from the village entrance. This is both advantageous and disadvantageous for Cao Jianing. The flat terrain and broad visibility hinder concealment. If he were to scout during daylight, he would easily be noticed, a situation highly unfavorable for him. The advantages are similarly tied to the landscape. The openness of the area makes detection easy, and Huang Sankui cannot escape this predicament either. Therefore, the options for hiding antiques are limited. Surrounding the house, only the notable landmarks, the Wobeo Reservoir and the few abrupt mountains, remain. 25 minutes later, Cao Jianing found himself approximately 100 meters across the river from Huang Sankui's home, concealed behind a large poplar tree. While this position was somewhat distant, it ensured the dog would not be disturbed. Although this approach was less efficient, it prioritized safety and caution. Hiding behind the tree, Cao Jianing focused intently, his brown eyes transforming into a gemstone-like emerald green. His gaze possesses limited penetrating power, capable of discerning depths of no more than approximately 3.5 meters underground. He uses the towering birch tree before him as a starting point, gradually advancing his vision forward, inch by inch. Beneath his gaze, within a depth of 3.5 meters, nothing could escape scrutiny. His vision penetrated the parched grassland, intertwining the roots of grass and trees with the soil. Approximately 1 meter beneath the surface, a scattering of small stones and refuse littered the ground. Descending further, the predominant material was soil, occasionally interrupted by stones buried due to tectonic movements. Cao Jianing resembled an oil exploration worker, gradually advancing deeper into the periphery of Huang Sankui's residence. Just as he prepared to quicken his pace and delve into the subterranean realm beneath Huang Sankui's abode, he was suddenly confronted with an unsettling discovery. 50 meters to the east of Huang Sankui's home stood a gnarled locust tree, beneath which lay the remains of 3 human skeletons. In rural customs, interment in the earth is prevalent. Thus, the emergence of human remains could indicate a long-forgotten grave. However, the circumstances here were decidedly peculiar, as the skulls, tibiae, and sternums of the 3 skeletons exhibited multiple fractures. Notably, one skull was marred by a gaping hole the size of a fist, its once pristine bone now stained a vivid crimson. This was unmistakably a result of being struck upon the head by a heavy object during life, leading to a fatality. Subsequently, the remains were interred beneath the locust tree. The other 2 individuals fared no better, with severed arms and legs, their ribs shattered, their demise equally harrowing. These 3 skeletons had begun to decay, having been buried for decades, their deaths predating Cao Jianing's existence. The ring on this person's hand appears to be from the late Qing or Republican era. The ring bears an inscription that seems to be the traditional character for Chapter 29. The Sun Clan of Bay Island. Upon seeing the character inscribed on the ring, Cao Jianing furrowed his brows, his countenance betraying a deep inner turmoil. Previously, he had harbored suspicions that Huang Sankui was a descendant of the notorious bandit Sun Jianing. As his investigation progressed, the evidence pointed towards the Su tomb in Kangping County. However, the timeline of the tomb's robbery was too early, conflicting with Huang Sankui's age, leaving Cao Jianing unable to ascertain his true identity. Now, beneath the locust tree adjacent to Huang Sankui's residence, 3 skeletal remains had emerged. One of these skeletal remains bore a ring inscribed with the character T. Was this mere coincidence? In order to validate his hypothesis, Cao Jianing employed his appraisal abilities to ascertain the specifics of the ring. Item: Republic of China era silver inscribed ring grade. Ordinary value: 100. Material: silver. Manufacturing technique: private casting manufacturer, Sun family of Bay Island. Production date: late Republic era, the appraisal results provided to him were far more comprehensive than Cao Jianing had deduced. This was a silver ring from the late Republic era, serving as an emblem of familial identity, yet it did not reach the level of master craftsmanship. Regrettably, the information did not clarify whether indicated a descendant of Sun Jianing. It merely stated that it originated from the Sun family of Bei Island and functioned as a family identity plaque. Had the individual hailed from the 3 eastern provinces or the 4 river provinces, or even from southern cities, Cao Jianing could have easily associated them with Sun Jianing's lineage. However, the fact that they belonged to the Bei Island family left him in a state of profound confusion. He had not heard any rumors of Sun Jianing fleeing to Bei Island. To force such a connection felt rather contrived. This Huang Sankue is indeed a considerable nuisance, he mused. Even if he did not directly partake in the robbery of the Su tomb, it is certain that his parents and relatives were involved. Alas, how could I have overlooked such an important matter? He continued. Is it possible that Huang Sankue is the sole descendant of his family? Does he not have siblings, parents, or grandparents? A bold idea suddenly flickered in his mind. In 1947, a grave robber named Sun, hailing from Bei Island, had discovered that treasures lay within the Su tomb. However, the Su tomb was located within the village of Lushu Tun, in proximity to several households. Consequently, this grave robber approached Huang Sankue's ancestors, proposing a collaboration. The two quickly reached an agreement, disseminating rumors that the Su tomb housed a luminous pearl bestowed by Empress Dowager Cixi. Unable to resist the temptation, villagers initially broke into the ancillary structures of the Su mausoleum, pilfering inconsequential offerings. Meanwhile, Huang Sankue's ancestors and the grave robber seized the opportunity to abscond with the treasures from the Su tomb while the villagers remained cautious. Subsequently, they fled from the easternmost area of Kongping County, Lushu Tun, to the westernmost village of Mengtaiwo, lying low. During their period of concealment, disputes over profit ensued, leading to a violent confrontation. Ultimately, Huang Sankue's ancestors, leveraging their geographical advantage, emerged victorious. This narrative was a tale of Cao Jianing's own invention, constructed from the clues at hand. However, there were minor inconsistencies within the tale, such as the fate of Huang Sankue's ancestors after they killed the grave robber, and why they did not sell the antiquities in their possession. If they had previously collaborated with the grave robber, they should have recognized the value of such artifacts. Yet Huang Sankue had inexplicably sold a priceless piece of exquisite yuan blue and white porcelain at a pittance. These discrepancies rendered his conclusions somewhat presumptuous. At present, no evidence existed to authenticate Huang Sankue's true identity, nor could it be confirmed that the 3 skeletons were indeed grave robbers. It is imperative to prioritize the task at hand. The issue of identity can be examined later, Cao Jianing resolved, refraining from spending excessive time on the skeletal remains. After a brief contemplation, he once again directed his gaze towards Huang Sankue's residence. Under his extraordinary ability of vision, the vicinity of Huang Sankue's residence, encompassing a radius of 100 meters both above and below ground up to 3.5 meters, lay bare before Cao Jianing's keen observation. As anticipated, the cunning Huang Sanku had not concealed the antiquities within his home. It was certain that he had stashed the remaining artifacts in a location nearby, one that would be difficult for outsiders to detect. Prior to arriving in Fengtian, Cao Jianing had devised a strategic plan to address such contingencies. Should he discover that Huang Sankue's home harbored no antiquities, he had 2 courses of action. First, he could employ his piercing vision to discreetly search the vicinity, patiently scheming as he went. Alternatively, he could hire a local to feign a collection of second-hand goods in the neighboring village, thereby diverting Huang Sankue's attention. Concealed near Huang Sankue's abode, Cao Jianing awaited the moment when Huang would unwittingly lead him to the treasure's hiding place. Once he uncovered the location, Cao Jianing could then act stealthily to surreptitiously transport the invaluable artifacts away. This plan had been formulated during their solitary encounter. However, upon arriving in Jianping County and being escorted by Huang Sanku to the opulent bathing center for their transaction, he promptly stifled the second plan. Huang Sanku, astute and exceedingly vigilant, remained ever wary of Cao Jianing. Compounded by the recent discovery of skeletal remains, which indicated a perilous individual, it was imperative for Cao Jianing to remain inconspicuous for his own safety. Henceforth, he could only proceed clandestinely, gradually exploring the circumstances surrounding Huang Sankue's residence. With patience, he would inevitably uncover the treasure's whereabouts. Cuckoo, cuckoo, unbeknownst to him, it was already the latter half of the night, and the early morning cuckoo perched atop a branch, calling out repetitively. Cao Jianing lifted his gaze to the horizon, where the vast grassland met the faint light of dawn, revealing a delicate blush of the sky. The night was on the verge of retreating, and a new day was about to dawn. Having toiled throughout the day and night, it was time for him to return and rest. Casting one last glance at Huang Sanke's dilapidated earthen dwelling, Cao Jianing shook his head with a complex expression. I shall return after a short slumber. I will come back when darkness falls. At 2:30 p.m., Cao Jianing sat at the head of the bed in the guest house, holding a notebook in which he had meticulously recorded the antiquities acquired during this journey to Fengtian, along with various pieces of intelligence he had gathered. He had reached the final stage, just a step away from his goal. However, a small concern lingered. He was uncertain whether Huang Sanke had any accomplices. This uncertainty meant he could not afford to reveal his identity recklessly. He found himself in urgent need of an assistant who could help obscure his identity and assist in investigating Huang Sanke. Ideally, this person would be a local to avoid raising Huang Sanke's suspicions. The first individual that came to his mind was Liu Jiangwo, who had lent him a vehicle. Liu Jiangwo was a native of Jianping County, but the matter at hand was fraught with deeply personal implications, leading Cao Jianing to doubt his trustworthiness. Should Liu detect any hint of suspicion or fail to cooperate midway, the entire operation could be jeopardized, rendering his efforts futile at the final hurdle. In such an unfamiliar environment, apart from family, only official personnel could be deemed trustworthy. Official personnel? The mention of officials suddenly reminded Cao Jianing of the 3 skeletal remains outside Huang Sanke's door. If he were to report this to the authorities, it was certain that the local police would investigate, inevitably leading to Huang Sanke being taken in for questioning. He could seize this opportunity to investigate in Mingtai Wabao village, seeking further information regarding Huang Sanke's identity and the whereabouts of the hidden antiquities. Chapter 30. Huang Sanke is arrested. Hello, I would like to report something. Huang Sanke from Mingtai Wabao village may be a murderer. Beneath the locust tree at his doorstep lie 3 corpses. I'm sorry, but I cannot disclose my identity. Simply regard me as a successor of socialism. That is all I can say. Goodbye. After hanging up the phone, Cao Jianing darted away like a rabbit, swiftly slipping into a nearby alley from the public phone booth. He removed the scarf from his face and crouched down, panting heavily. This was his first experience with such a matter. He was uncertain whether the local police would take this report seriously. 3 minutes later, he rewrapped his scarf, donned a thick cotton hat, and concealed himself thoroughly before emerging from the alley. With a heart full of trepidation, he drove the truck laden with cabbages towards Mingtai Wabao village. This truckload of cabbage was specifically procured by him from the local agricultural market that afternoon, where the wholesale price stood at 9.5 cents, while the retail price fluctuated around 1.3 yuan. His intention in purchasing this truckload of cabbage was not to turn a profit, but rather to obscure his identity and avert any suspicion from others. At present, he found himself in a state of complex emotions, uncertain about whether the police had taken his phone call seriously. With a mixture of tension and anticipation, he drove towards the vicinity of Wobeo Reservoir. Upon arriving at Huagu Wobeo village on the eastern side of the reservoir, he sensed that something was amiss. Numerous villagers were congregated at the village entrance, chattering animatedly amongst themselves. Typically, the entrance of a village serves as an information hub, frequented by elderly women who, equipped with small stools, gather to gossip about local affairs. However, today's scenario was markedly different, as many young people had joined the discourse, and even children were present. Witnessing this scene, Cao Jianing felt a surge of hope. Perhaps his plan was indeed succeeding. He promptly reduced his speed, seized the loudspeaker from the passenger seat, and pressed the switch. Cabbage for sale, freshly harvested cabbage, going for a mere 1.2 yuan, a bargain. Cabbage for sale, freshly harvested cabbage, come and take a look if you're interested. In the northeastern countryside, it is customary to stockpile cabbage for the winter. At this time of year, the villagers' own cabbage supplies are nearly depleted, with any remaining either destined for pickling or having already sprouted, resulting in diminished quality. Cao Jianing deliberately set the selling price at a mere 0.1 yuan below the market rate, intending to attract more customers and facilitate his gathering of information. Master, please stop the vehicle. I wish to examine the cabbage. Is this freshly harvested cabbage? Why is it priced lower than the market? Just as it happens, we are nearly out of cabbage at home. I'll stock up on about 80 to 100 jin. Upon arriving at the village entrance, Cao Jianing was intercepted by several villagers. With a cheerful demeanor, he opened the door and alighted from the vehicle, engaging in polite conversation with the villagers while deftly lowering the truck's tailgate, revealing a neatly arranged display of cabbages before the crowd. Everyone, feel free to choose and inspect. These are all freshly harvested core cabbages. I have to leave for business in a couple of days, so I'm selling them at a bargain. The local villagers, who cultivate cabbages annually, might appear bewildered if questioned about antiques. However, When it comes to discussing potatoes and cabbages, these agricultural products, they far surpass Cao Jianing in expertise. The woman adorned with a blue headscarf began peeling the outer leaves of a cabbage and remarked, "Hey, this cabbage is truly impressive, so crisp and fresh. It's clearly just been harvested. Young man, I would like 20 jin, please." 20 jin may sound substantial, yet each cabbage weighs at least 2 jin, meaning 20 jin amounts to no more than 10 cabbages. "Certainly, auntie. I shall select the freshest ones for you." Cao Jianing, displaying remarkable proficiency, swiftly retrieved the scale from the truck and carefully selected 8 cabbages to stack upon it. "Auntie, the total is 24.5 jin, so I'll charge you for 24 jin and round it down, making it 28 yuan. If you think that's too much, I can take one away." Cao Jianing's price for cabbage was already lower than the market rate, and with his adjustments, the elderly lady was exceedingly pleased. She smiled broadly and waved her hand, saying, "No need for that, this is fine. I'll place the vegetables here. I'll have my husband bring the cart over." "No worries, take your time. I'll wait for you right here." Following his first customer, several villagers approached to purchase the cabbages from Cao Jianing. In just half an hour, he sold over 500 jin, leaving a significant portion of the cart empty. If it weren't for more lucrative opportunities elsewhere, Cao Jianing might have developed a fondness for this line of work. During the interlude of selling vegetables, he engaged in casual conversation with the villagers, and he didn't even need to steer the topics. A few loquacious aunties eagerly shared tales about the Mingtai Wobeo village. His phone call had indeed borne fruit. Upon receiving the tip, the local police hurried to Huang Sankui's residence, heading straight for the locust tree in front of his home. Within half an hour, several officers unearthed 3 skeletons beneath the tree. Upon this grim discovery, the police cordoned off the area surrounding Huang Sankui's home and conducted a thorough investigation. Meanwhile, Huang Sankui, who was outside playing mahjong, was taken away by the police for questioning and had already confessed at the station. As the saying goes, when the wall falls, everyone pushes. Huang Sankui was already a ne'er-do-well, and the recent events had unearthed all his past misdeeds. From stealing a young wife's undergarments to breaking into a widow's home in the dead of night, kicking a disabled man, stealing vegetables, fruits, money, gambling, and a plethora of other mischiefs. Even if he had no connection to the 3 skeletons, his capture alone warranted a lengthy sentence. Upon learning this outcome, Cao Jianing beamed with joy. With Huang Sankui out of the picture, he could finally pursue that batch of antiques without fear. He was confident that it wouldn't be long before he returned triumphantly laden with treasures. How could such a scoundrel like Huang Sankui go unchecked for so long? Does he have some sort of influence or backing? A slender young man, slightly over 5 feet tall, spat in disdain, his face contorted in disgust. "He's just a filthy rogue, a pariah in the village. He has no power or influence whatsoever." The villagers only tolerated him because of his father, who was a notorious criminal. They feared retaliation should he be released. Such a person should have been apprehended long ago and reformed behind bars. "Oh, I see now. This fellow is indeed no good. In light of these events, can I still sell vegetables in their village? I still have half a cart of cabbages unsold." "Not to worry, feel free to go. Once the police have finished their investigation, they'll leave. You're conducting legitimate business, and nobody will bother you." "Oh, that's a relief. Thank you, brother." "You're welcome." This young man harbored a deep-seated loathing for Huang Sankui, speaking through gritted teeth as if he wished to devour him whole, perhaps having suffered at his hands. He provided Cao Jianing with a crucial piece of information. Huang Sankui was not an orphan. He had a father who was incarcerated. This revelation dispelled previous uncertainties, suggesting that the 3 corpses beneath the locust tree might indeed be related to his father. Previously, Cao Jianing had only been able to speculate blindly. Now, armed with such significant evidence, he had nearly unraveled the entirety of this troubling affair. The time had come for him to showcase his skills. Treasure, here I come. Chapter 31. The Great Contribution of Cabbage Mingtai Wabao Village. As the liberation truck approached the village entrance, a crowd of villagers had gathered around the home of Huang Sankui, creating a lively scene. More than 10 villagers clustered in small groups on the opposite bank of the creek, whispering in hushed tones while occasionally gesturing towards Huang Sankui's dilapidated house. Had it not been for the caution tape, one could easily imagine these individuals rushing into his home. This spectacle was precisely the outcome that Cao Jianing had hoped to witness. He decelerated the vehicle, seized the loudspeaker from the passenger seat, and began to call out at the top of his lungs. "Cabbage for sale, fresh cabbage, just 1 mao 2, a bargain. Cabbage for sale, fresh cabbage, supplies are running low, those interested should hurry. I just brought this cabbage from town today, 1 mao, 3 per jean. How come he is selling it for only 1 mao too? You know what they say, cheap goods aren't good. Perhaps it's old stock. You can tell at a glance whether it's freshly harvested or not. Driver, stop the truck. I want to take a look at the cabbage. Cao Jianing had already sold half a truckload of cabbage. Now, he was more adept, skillfully parking the vehicle by the roadside, lowering the truck's tailgate, and beginning to hawk his wares from atop the truck. Fresh cabbage, just pulled from the earth, perfect for stewing, stir-frying, or pickling. It's suitable for any dish. Only half a truck left, selling at 1 mao too. We have less than 500 jean remaining. If you want to buy, act quickly. Tomorrow, you won't find such quality cabbage at this price. The eyes of the crowd were sharp. They could discern the quality and freshness of the cabbage at a glance. Upon seeing the freshness and affordability of Cao Jianing's cabbage, the onlookers eagerly rushed to make their purchases. Some even dashed back to the village to inform their relatives and friends to come and grab the cabbage. Young man, I'll take 10 heads. I only need 5. I want a lot. Give me 50 jean, or they'll be gone soon. Everyone, don't push, form a line, and I'll attend to each of you. I'll serve this lady first. You want 10 heads, right? Just a moment. I'll weigh it for you. In Northeast China, cabbage is a highly sought-after vegetable. With just a few calls from Cao Jianing, villagers clamored to buy. Given that Mingtai Wabao village was the most remote, the villagers' enthusiasm for purchasing cabbage exceeded that of the previous villages. In less than half an hour, the remaining cabbage in Cao Jianing's truck was nearly sold out. With the stock dwindling, those who had yet to buy were becoming anxious, particularly those at the back of the line who feared they might miss out and began to push forward. Li Laokai, why are you shoving? Can't you see the line? Lu Denao, who do you think you are to speak? I arrived before you. It should be my turn. You old toad, I was the first to come, and you weren't even out of your house yet. Lu Denao, are you looking for trouble? If you keep talking, I'll knock your head off. Come on, let us see if you dare to lay a finger on me. While Cao Jianing was happily selling cabbage, preparing to gather information from the villagers once the cabbage was sold, 2 hot-tempered villagers were on the verge of coming to blows. He hurriedly set down the cabbage he was holding and approached the middle-aged man with a slightly larger head who was standing in front of the line. Brother, let us calm down. It's just a few heads of cabbage. It's not worth it. I'll save a few for you. For the sake of brotherhood, why don't you step aside for a moment while I handle this? Northeasterners are known for their straightforwardness and value their reputation. Cao Jianing's words diffused the tension, and Lu Denao, seeing reason, shot a glare at the queue-jumping Li Laokai. Out of respect for the boss, I won't argue with you. With that, he stepped to the back of the line, waiting for Cao Jianing to assist him. After calming Lu Denao, Cao Jianing approached Li Laokai. Li Laokai, 35 years old, was not particularly tall and appeared somewhat older than his years, resembling a stubborn little old man. Seeing how courteous Cao Jianing was to Lu Denao, he assumed Cao Jianing was siding with Lu Denao. He puffed up his chest and said defiantly, I don't care about that. I've been waiting in line for ages, and I must take my cabbage home today. Cao Jianing smiled gently, patting Li Laokai's shoulder, and spoke softly, brother. I understand your frustration after waiting so long without being served. But we must also respect those who are ahead in line, don't you agree? Just as Li Laokai was about to retort, Cao Jianing continued, preempting his response. This is my fault. I didn't prepare enough cabbage today, making you wait in vain. How about this? Tell me how much you want, and tomorrow I'll come back and deliver it right to your doorstep. Does that sound satisfactory to you? On the surface, Cao Jianing was appeasing the 2 quarreling villagers, but in reality, he was laying the groundwork for his treasure hunt in Mingtai Wabao village. The promise of delivering cabbage to Li Laokai was merely a pretext to facilitate his ulterior motives. Unbeknownst to outsiders, Cao Jianing's intentions were hidden. To Lu Denao and Li Laokai, Cao Jianing appeared as a remarkably forthright and transparent individual. This kind of character is highly valued in Northeast China. Even the hot-tempered Li Laokai could find no fault with the amiable Cao Jianing. His face flushed, feeling a bit embarrassed, he scratched the back of his head. I feel bad making you go out of your way. Ha ha, it's no trouble at all. I'll be back tomorrow, and the cabbage will still be at 1 mao too. Those of you waiting at the back, don't worry. If there's not enough cabbage, just let me know, and I'll bring more for everyone tomorrow. If you want me to bring some potatoes or tomatoes, just tell me, and I can wholesale them at a discount. Really? That would be fantastic, brother. You're truly generous. Boss, if you come to our village often, we'll definitely take care of your business. Ha ha ha. Thank you all now. Let us continue lining up to buy cabbage. We'll discuss the remaining matters later. All right, sure. No problem. With Cao Jianing having said all of this, any further trouble from the villagers would not be tolerated by the others. Thus, in less than 10 minutes, Cao Jianing sold out the remaining cabbage. He diligently noted down the villagers' vegetable requests as previously mentioned. As the event was winding down, he kept Lu Denao behind. Lu Gu, I just sold vegetables in Huagu Wabao village, and they mentioned that someone named Huang San committed murder. Is that true? Lu Denao nervously glanced around before leaning closer to Cao Jianing, pointing to the cordoned-off earthen house and saying, that's the one. Huang San Kue is no good. He has been deceitful and has done many bad things. I never expected he would dare to commit murder. Cao Jianing feigned shock, widening his eyes in disbelief. Goodness, such a thing actually happened? Where does this person usually hang out? I need to steer clear of him, lest he takes an interest in me. Lu Denao waved his hand dismissively. You don't need to worry. He has already been caught. Whether he can get out is another matter. This guy is just a slacker. He only goes to the eastern hills to collect firewood when his stove is out. The rest of the time, he is either sleeping or playing mahjong. Upon hearing this, Cao Jianing's eyes lit up. The eastern hills, collecting firewood. He felt as though treasure was beckoning him. Thank you, brother. Do you need anything else? I can bring it tomorrow at wholesale prices. No, that would be too much trouble. All right then, see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Chapter 32 To two rare treasures under the pitch-black night. Cao Jianing drove the liberation truck, steering clear of the Mengtai Wobeo village and heading straight towards the desolate mountains in the eastern part of the village. The entirety of Kongping County is characterized by its grassland terrain, marked by its flatness and the rarity of large mountains. Mengtai Wobeo village is situated at the far western edge of Kongping County, where a series of abrupt, barren hills stretch from the western side of the Wobeo Reservoir to the eastern end of the village. Upon his first visit to Mengtai Wobeo village, Cao Jianing immediately took note of these striking hills. It was not due to any particularly keen insight on his part or an ability to foresee the future. Rather, the conspicuousness of these hills was undeniable, akin to two red dates placed prominently in a bowl of pure white rice porridge, coupled with the information gleaned from Lu Denao, who revealed that Huang San Kue often ventured into the barren hills to gather firewood. Cao Jianing felt a sense of certainty. It was not that he looked down upon Huang San Kue. After all, a man who wouldn't he lift a finger to help even when his house was collapsing would rather spend money on coal than collect firewood himself. Cao Jianing was 100% convinced that something was amiss here. At just past 10 in the evening, the liberation truck came to a slow halt at the intersection of the village's east end and the reservoir. 200 meters ahead loomed two intersecting mountain ranges, forming in shape. At the center of this intersection stood a colossal poplar tree. Hailing from Qingtong City in Jizhou Province, Cao Jianing grew up in a rural environment that was rather unremarkable, where the local economy thrived on the production of Qingtong chestnuts and wild hazel mushrooms. He had spent his childhood amidst towering chestnut trees over 3 meters high and old walnut trees reaching 4 to 5 meters. However, he had never before encountered a giant poplar tree with a diameter exceeding 2 meters and soaring to a height of 20 meters. He knew that poplar trees were drought-resistant and had long lifespans, but he was astonished to witness one of such impressive stature. Now, in the winter, the leaves had fallen, but in summer, its branches would flourish, resembling a gigantic umbrella standing proudly before the barren hills. I wonder how old this poplar tree is, to have grown so tall. That fool, Huang San Kue, wouldn't he hide the treasure here? Would he? Good grief. Cao Jianing merely perceived the tree's towering height and wished to ascertain whether its roots spread as extensively underground as its massive trunk did above. Upon casting a cursory glance, he was astonished to discover an artificially dug entrance concealed behind the poplar tree. The entrance led to an underground passage that extended into a roughly 20 square meter cellar. As Cao Jianing's gaze penetrated the soil and entered the cellar, he was nearly blinded by dozens of beams of yellow and white light emanating from the treasures within. Amidst these yellow and white lights, 2 even more dazzling beams of red light caught his attention. I found it. I truly found it. After searching high and low, it turns out you were hidden here. This journey to Tianjing had proven remarkably fruitful for Cao Jianing. However, the path he traversed was fraught with challenges. Huang San Kue had been ever watchful, deliberately leading him to Jianping County to cloud his judgment. Fortunately, Cao Jianing's meticulous thinking and quick reflexes, combined with a stroke of luck, allowed him to swiftly discern that something was amiss. After conducting a thorough investigation, he traced the line to the Su tomb, gradually uncovering Huang San Kue's whereabouts hidden within Mengtai Wobeo village. Subsequently, he utilized the skeleton at Huang San Kue's doorstep to successfully ensnare him. Finally, under the guise of selling cabbage, he discreetly gathered information about Huang San Kue, ultimately locking his sights on the desolate mountains outside the village. From his departure from the capital to the discovery of the treasure, a mere week had elapsed. Yet, every event that transpired within that week was intricately connected. each one indispensable. Cao Jianing excitedly rubbed his hands together, leaped into the truck, and headed straight for the colossal poplar tree. 5 minutes later, he stood at the entrance of the underground treasure chamber, gazing at the exquisite antiques carelessly strewn across the floor, lost in a daze. To the left of the entrance lay dozens of pieces of jade and Hutian jade ornaments arranged haphazardly. Qing Dynasty Imperial Dragon Guanyin Natural Ice Jade Ornament, Premium Grade, 6 million. Qing Dynasty Auspicious Blessings Natural Violet Ice Jade Ornament, Premium Grade, 5 million. Qing Dynasty Majestic Cow Natural Jade Ornament, 180,000. Qing Dynasty Joyful Expression Natural Jade Ornament, 50,000. Most of these jade ornaments were crafted during the late Qing Dynasty, ranging from exquisitely made pieces by masters from the Qing imperial household to ordinary works by local artisans. The quality varied greatly, and it was likely that Huang Sankuei himself was unaware of which pieces held greater value. Within the jade ornaments, Cao Jianing's attention was captured by the porcelain antiques, which were the most abundant items in the treasure chamber. The collection boasted no less than 500 pieces of porcelain, both large and small. Among them, 2 rotund yuan blue and white jars radiating a red glow particularly drew his eye. These 2 yuan blue and white jars bore a striking resemblance to the pickled vegetable jars he had stumbled upon during his train journey. Although identical in shape, they differed significantly in value. One was from the Ming Dynasty Imperial Kiln, while the other hailed from the Yuan Dynasty Imperial Kiln. Most importantly, these 2 yuan blue and white jars belonged to the renowned series of yuan blue and white narrative jars depicting historical figures. Yuan blue and white Wang Zhaojun departure for the frontier item. Yuan blue and white Wang Zhaojun departure for the frontier narrative jar grade, rare treasure value. Over 150 million material, porcelain craftsmanship, masterpiece manufacturer, Yuan Jingde Imperial Kiln production date, 11th year of the Yuan Zhijing era item. Yuan blue and white 100 flowers pavilion story jar grade, extremely rare treasure value. Over 150 million. Product material, porcelain, manufacturing technique, masterpiece, producer, Yuan Jingde Imperial Kiln, production date, 11th year of the Yuan Zhanzhong era. These 2 yuan blue and white story jars, renowned for their exquisite craftsmanship, depict the illustrious tales of Zhao Juan's departure for the frontier and the Pavilion of 100 Flowers. The character story series represents the pinnacle of yuan blue and white porcelain, not only showcasing exceptional artistic achievement, but also embodying profound philosophical content. The large jar featuring Zhao Juan's departure for the frontier is among the most celebrated works within the narrative depictions of yuan blue and white porcelain. This jar possesses a straight neck, a rounded belly, and a shallow, ring-shaped foot. The neck is adorned with swirling wave patterns, the lower section features transformed lotus petal motifs, and the belly showcases the well-known narrative of Zhao Juan's departure. The painting presents 9 figures, divided into 3 scenes by mountains and trees, with 3 individuals in each tableau. The first scene features 3 horse-riding women, among whom is Wang Zhaojun, attired in Han clothing and cradling a pipa, flanked by 2 attendants garbed in nomadic attire. The 6 men are arranged in 2 groups, clad in nomadic garments. The one riding a horse and handling a hawk is the Chanyu of the Xiongnu. Han Xiai in front of him is a mounted Xiongnu envoy, accompanied by a walking attendant behind, constituting the second scene. The third scene depicts 3 soldiers in military garb traversing a valley. These 3 scenes are seamlessly arranged in a continuous format, illustrating the moment when Huangxi Chanyu welcomes Wang Zhaojun and departs northward. The other yuan blue and white story jar, the Pavilion of 100 Flowers, draws inspiration from the Yuan Dynasty's drama, The Dandy Wang Huan at the Pavilion of 100 Flowers. The imagery on this jar portrays the encounter between the dashing scholar Wang Huan and the renowned courtesan He Lianlian at the Pavilion of 100 Flowers. Currently, there exists only one genuine example of the yuan blue and white Zhaojun departure story jar in circulation, preserved in the Sakura Nation's Eiko Art Museum. Similarly, the yuan blue and white Pavilion of 100 Flowers story jar is also uniquely held in the Wanyi Art Museum of the Sakura Nation. It is somewhat disheartening that these representative works of yuan blue and white porcelain are housed in museums abroad. If the 2 yuan blue and white story jars in Cao Jianing's possession were to appear on the domestic market, they would undoubtedly incite a sensation within the realms of cultural relics, porcelain, and antiques. However, despite acquiring such exquisite pieces, Cao Jianing's brow is furrowed, and his expression grave. This treasure chamber contains only these 2 rare antiquities, the coveted Cixi's coral treasure tree and the rumored Cixi's night pearl from the Su tomb are conspicuously absent. Could it be that Huang Sankuei has other hidden treasures? Chapter 33. A superabundant harvest. Cao Jianing's primary objective upon arriving in Fengtian was none other than the coveted Cixi coral treasure tree, currently in the possession of Huang Sankue. Initially, he had mistakenly believed that this artifact was a funerary item stolen by Sun Dianying from the eastern Qing tombs. However, after a thorough investigation, he reclassified the antiques held by Huang Sankue as belonging to the tomb of Narsu. Given that Narsu was a favored lover of Empress Dowager Cixi, it was entirely plausible that he possessed several cherished gifts bestowed upon him by her. Cao Jianing had come to accept this explanation, tacitly acknowledging that the antiques in Huang Sankue's possession originated from Narsu's burial site. Today, he had located Huang Sankue's treasure trove. The treasure chamber was filled with an astonishing array of exquisite antiques, overwhelming to behold. Yet, the very artifact that had instigated this entire endeavor, the Cixi coral treasure tree, was conspicuously absent, leaving Cao Jianing in a state of confusion. His thoughts were in disarray, uncertain as to whether these antiques were indeed from Narsu's tomb or from the Qing Eastern tombs. It was possible that Huang Sankue had hidden a portion of his treasures elsewhere, or that there had been another group of tomb raiders who had taken away the section containing the Cixi coral treasure tree. There was even the possibility that Huang Sankue's imprisoned father had sold the Cixi coral treasure tree long ago. Stop, enough of this thinking. Cao Jianing vigorously shook his head, attempting to dispel the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind, striving to regain his composure. He took deep breaths, inhaling and exhaling, gradually calming his restless heart. The universe operates under its own immutable laws. One cannot force outcomes. The mere discovery of this treasure site was a stroke of extraordinary luck. The paramount task now was to extract these antiques, ensuring they were firmly in his possession. Everything else, including the Cixi coral treasure tree, could wait. For safety's sake, he planned to stay in Kongping County for no more than 2 days. He would continue searching around Huang Sankue's residence tomorrow and the day after, and make a timely departure on the afternoon of the 3rd day. Before leaving, he intended to seize the opportunity to collect the pair of dragon-patterned stone inscriptions in the June Kiln rose-purple glazed daffodil basin. Having finalized his subsequent course of action, Cao Jianing sprang into motion. He cradled the 2 most precious yuan blue and white large jars, one in each arm, and made his way steadily towards the cave's entrance. Fortunately, I had previously sold cabbages and prepared straw mats and old quilts in advance. But that is still insufficient. I must gather some dry grass to wrap the fragile porcelain. Cao Jianing cautiously placed the 2 yuan blue and white jars beside the entrance to the tunnel, then leapt into the vehicle. He spread the straw mat used for the cabbages flat, ensuring a cushioned base. Afterward, he jumped out of the vehicle and entered the driver's cabin, opening the suitcase filled with antiques. He meticulously arranged the more than 10 antiques he had previously acquired, neatly placing them on the sponge mat behind the driver's seat. There were simply too many antiques in the treasure chamber, at least 1,000 items. Moving them by hand would take until dawn to complete. This large suitcase could accommodate a significant number of antiques, greatly enhancing the efficiency of the operation. As he exited the vehicle, Cao Jianing cast a glance towards the village entrance. It was the dead of night, and the villagers were sound asleep in their beds, with the village enveloped in darkness and silence. Let us expedite our actions. We must aim to complete everything by 3 o'clock. The rural folk rise early. Encountering any of them would pose a problem. Time was of the essence, and Cao Jianing dared not waste a moment. He dragged the wheeled suitcase into the underground passage. At the entrance of the treasure chamber, the majority of the items consisted of jadeite ornaments. While jadeite possesses significant hardness, it is also susceptible to chipping. Cao Jianing categorized the jadeite based on grade, texture, and craftsmanship, dividing it into 3 tiers: ungraded, bean grade, and folk artisan crafted jadeite ornaments at the lowest level. Ungraded, above glutinous grade quality, folk artisan crafted jadeite ornaments wrapped in dry grass at the middle level, and top quality, ice grade or higher, imperial quarter-proof pieces, meticulously wrapped in layers of dry grass and protected with quilts. Thanks to Cao Jianing's judicious organization, he successfully loaded 203 pieces of jadeite, Hutian jade, and other stone antiques into the vehicle within a mere 30 minutes. Following this, he turned his attention to the porcelain antiques, which he valued most highly. Upon inventory, he discovered there were a total of 518 porcelain antiques, including 2 rare treasures. The story of the characters from the yuan blue and white porcelain, Zhaojun departs for the frontier. Over 150 million. Yuan blue and white 100 flowers pavilion character story jar. Over 150 million. A collection of 24 exquisite porcelain pieces. Song Dynasty Ru Kiln Sky Blue Glaze Brush Washer, 50 million. Song Dynasty Ru Kiln Sky Blue Glaze Brush Washer. Song Dynasty Ru Kiln Sky Blue Glaze Ewer 48 million. Song Dynasty Ru Kiln Sky Blue Glaze Ewer. Song Dynasty Ru Kiln Lotus-Shaped Warming Bowl 45 million. Song Dynasty Ru Kiln Lotus-Shaped Warming Bowl. Ming Dynasty Schwanda Blue and White Fish and Algae Pattern Decagonal Large Bowl 50 million. Ming Dynasty Schwanda Blue and White Fish and Algae Pattern Decagonal Large Bowl. Qing Dynasty Qianlong Famille Rose 9 Peach Longevity Pattern Large Bowl 22 million. Qing Dynasty Qianlong Famille Rose 9 Peach Longevity Pattern Large Bowl. Qing Dynasty Qianlong Famille Rose 9 Peach Longevity Pattern Large Plate 22 million. Qing Dynasty Qianlong Famille Rose 9 Peach Longevity Pattern Large Plate. Qing Dynasty Qianlong Famille Rose 9 Peach Longevity Pattern Covered Bowl 20 million. Qing Dynasty Qianlong Famille Rose 9 Peach Longevity Pattern Covered Bowl. A total of 398 pieces of high-quality porcelain, briefly noted. A total of 94 pieces of ordinary porcelain, briefly noted. Porcelain is the most sought-after and easily tradable category in the antique market. Consequently, the prices of antique porcelain have surged dramatically. The porcelain antiques in Cao Jianing's possession are already more extravagant than the fine porcelain collections in many provincial museums across the country. Roughly estimated, the total value of this batch of porcelain in his hands is at least 5 billion. Of course, this assessment is based solely on market prices. Should a large quantity of exquisite porcelain flood the market simultaneously, it would undoubtedly lead to price fluctuations. Furthermore, even if he wished to sell them all at once, it is uncertain whether there would be a buyer capable of acquiring the entire collection in one go. After removing the porcelain and jade antiques, the treasure chamber was left substantially empty. The remaining antiques predominantly consisted of gold artifacts and paintings. Cao Jianing glanced over the gold artifacts, noting their varied quality. Aside from a pair of Tang Dynasty court lotus-patterned gold bowls and several pieces of court jewelry from the Ming and Qing dynasties, most of the remaining items were produced by folk artisans. During his previous transaction with Huang Sankuei, he was somewhat surprised when Huang presented a silver-gilded bracelet made by a folk craftsman. After a thorough examination, he realized that it was not Huang Sankuei's intention to offer him inferior quality items. Rather, 80% of the artifacts here were indeed works of late Qing folk masters. It is likely that these gold artifacts were burial goods from the Su family lineage. The collection of paintings and calligraphy was scant, with the most valuable pieces being works by several renowned calligraphers and painters from the Qing dynasty. Among them, the court painters Lang Shining and Lang Mei had the most works, totaling 18 pieces. Following them were the notable Qing calligraphers Zhu De and Shi Tao, with a total of 8 pieces. The remaining items primarily comprised inscriptions and calligraphy by masters from the Tang, Song, Yuan, Ming, and Qing dynasties, which were not particularly high in value. Cao Jianing set aside the works of the esteemed masters for separate storage, while the remaining calligraphy of average quality was packed into the vehicle. He toiled until 3:40 a.m. to transfer all the antiques from the underground treasure chamber into the truck. Before departing, Cao Jianing gathered several dried mugwort stalks from the desolate mountains, binding them together to create a makeshift broom, which he used to erase all traces of his presence in the underground passage. For safety, he also cleared all footprints and tire marks around the poplar trees. Once every trace was eliminated, he drove away in the truck. Chapter 34 The Great David Bottle 3 days later. During these 3 days, Cao Jianing made multiple visits to the Mingtai Wobeo village, thoroughly scouring the area within a 1,000-meter radius of Huang Sankuei's residence. Regrettably, he did not uncover any additional treasure locations. Under such circumstances, he had no choice but to abandon his search and set off back to the capital, gas station. The Liberation truck lingered beside the gas station for quite some time, deliberately choosing a moment when there was no queue to refuel. "Hello, please fill it up. And prepare 2 200-liter oil barrels for me to take away." As the staff assisted Cao Jianing with the refueling, they engaged in casual conversation. "Brother, are you going on a long trip? With the condition of this vehicle, embarking on a long journey seems a bit perilous. Don't you think it needs some maintenance?" Cao Jianing smiled faintly. Although this Liberation truck appeared shabby on the outside, it had been well maintained internally, making it suitable for long-distance travel. "Ah, we are just scraping by. Who has the extra money to repair a vehicle? Come on, brother, don't joke. Everyone knows that you truck drivers make the most money. A single trip can earn you more than our monthly salary. If you claim to be short on cash, perhaps we should just take to begging." The staff spoke the truth. During the 80s and 90s, being a truck driver was an enviable profession. Especially those who owned their trucks and transported goods for others could earn enough in just 6 months to buy a new vehicle, often outpacing white-collar workers in earnings. Cao Jianing nodded slightly, refraining from wasting time on the topic. He discreetly glanced towards the inner courtyard of the gas station. The black Jetta was absent today. This was good news for Cao Jianing. Leaning closer to the staff, he whispered, "Brother, I noticed that the ceramic bowl by your doghouse is quite lovely. It would be perfect for keeping fish. Saying this, Cao Jianing pulled out 200 yuan from his pocket and slipped it into the staff member's pants pocket while he was refueling. The staff member was momentarily taken aback. He had intended to explain that the bowl was meant for feeding dogs and had been in use for over a year. That bowl was routinely filled with leftover food and reeked of a foul odor. Moreover, it had been dropped several times, resulting in multiple chips. If one truly liked it, they could simply choose a similar one from the market. Before he could voice his thoughts, Cao Jianing had already deposited the money into his pocket. 200 yuan represented half a month's salary for him. Tio, exchange a worn dog bowl for half a month's wage was an offer too good to refuse. Brother, please wait a moment. I will finish filling your 2 barrels and load them onto your vehicle shortly. Upon hearing this, Cao Jianing nodded in satisfaction. Thank you for your trouble. No need for thanks. It's the least I can do. Capital City. Jiaxing Auction House. Chairman's office. Xiao Wanning was reviewing the company reports when an urgent knocking echoed from the door. Knock, knock, knock. Upon hearing this frantic rapping, an uneasy premonition rose in her heart. Furrowing her brows, she coldly commanded, "Come in." As the secretary's voice faded, a young woman clad in professional attire hurried towards Xiao Wanning. She wore a red blouse that clung tightly to her ample figure, the buttons straining under the pressure, as if they might burst at any moment. With her hurried movements, the taut fabric concealed 2 soft curves that swayed rhythmically. The black pencil skirt embraced her curvaceous form, accentuating her alluring figure as she moved. President Xia, there's trouble? Master Wang says Lu Feng has reappeared. He has brought that individual to the first appraisal room and asked me to inform you. At this, Xiao Wanning sprang to her feet, anger flashing across her otherwise composed face. Since last autumn's auction, a series of high-quality imitations of Lu Feng porcelain had been delivered to the auction house. These artifacts, worth hundreds of thousands to millions, had led to repeated mishaps for the auction house. The financial loss was secondary. More critically, some individuals had seized the opportunity to create a scandal, seriously tarnishing the reputation of Jiaxing Auction House. Several long-term collectors had already opted out of participating in this year's spring auction, which represented the most significant impact. It was precisely for this reason that she had personally approached Li Mingxian, offering a salary of 2 million to enlist Cao Jianing's help in resolving this major dilemma. Her resentment towards these individuals ran deep. If not for the fear of their potential retaliation, she would have long since apprehended and dealt with them herself. Immediately notify the security personnel to closely monitor this person's every move and ensure the central control room makes video backups, as they may be needed later. I'll contact Oldley right away and ask him to come help. The secretary, Lin Xiaowan, nodded vigorously. Understood, President Xia. I will make the arrangements at once. Should we inform Master Wang about this? Xiao Wanning waved her hand dismissively. No need. He knows what to do. You may go. All right. Lin Xiaowan inclined her body slightly and dashed out to arrange the tasks, her heels clicking on the floor. Xiao Wanning forced a smile as she dialed Li Mingxian's number. Oldly, that group may have returned. Could you come over? Sure. I'm on my way now. Just wait for me. Thank you. We'll discuss it when I arrive. In the appraisal room, a woman in her 30s, plump and clad in a flowery winter coat, impatiently urged, Master, what is taking so long? We've been waiting for you for half an hour. Are you even capable of this? If you can't figure it out, I'll take these treasures to Jiada Auction House instead. Wang Zhiyo scoffed inwardly. After over 30 years in the field, he had already lost face 3 times due to misjudgments. Today, you dare to deceive me with a pair of Zhejiang-style yuan blue and white dragon vases? Do you take me for a fool? These genuine artifacts are displayed in a museum in America, and you bring me a counterfeit. While I may not be able to pinpoint the flaws, I am certain beyond a doubt that these vases are indeed forgeries. Hey, sister, don't rush me. I'm in the process of appraising them, he retorted. These are priceless treasures. I must inspect them thoroughly. Hey, you old fellow, who are you calling sister? She has just turned 18 and merely reached the age of 30, yet remains a young maiden. Ahem. Wang Zhiyo was taken aback by the woman's words, coughing slightly. Had it not been for the need to stall her, he would have been tempted to deliver 2 resounding slaps to that plump face. Creak. At that moment, the door to the appraisal room was pushed open from the outside. Li Mingxian and Xiao Wanning entered the room in succession. Who permitted your entry? Upon seeing the newcomers, the woman stood up nervously, a flicker of panic flashing in her eyes. Sister, oh no. Miss, please do not be alarmed. This gentleman is our esteemed general manager from Jiaxing Auction House, Mr. Xia. And this gentleman is our chief appraiser, Mr. Li Mingxian. They have come personally to welcome you upon hearing of your precious treasure. Wang Zhiyo was a cunning old fox, offering no opportunity for rebuttal as he stood up to relinquish his position, thereby handing the stage over to Li Mingxian. Li Mingxian hurriedly approached, breathless from his exertions. As he glanced at the appraisal table, his pupils dilated in shock upon seeing the pair of porcelain vases, prompting him to hasten to the table. Could it truly be the dyed vase? The Zhejiang marked yuan blue and white dragon-patterned elephant ear vase, also known as the dyed vase. This pair of exquisite yuan blue and white porcelain vases is held in the collection of the Dyed Foundation in America. The base of these vases bears the mark of the 11th year of the Zhejiang era. Thus, they are renowned as the most famous of the Zhejiang marked yuan blue and white porcelain in Chinese ceramics. Many appraisals of yuan blue and white porcelain are conducted by comparing them to this particular Zhejiang marked blue and white dragon-patterned elephant ear vase, which is regarded as a textbook reference for porcelain. The appearance of such a quintessential piece in an auction house is enough to stir excitement even in the well-versed Li Mingxian. Chapter 36. The indistinguishable porcelain. The moment Li Mingxian and Xiao Jianing entered the appraisal room, Wang Xiuqin feared her cover had been blown, nearly abandoning the porcelain in her fright. However, Li Mingxuan's attention was entirely fixated on the porcelain pieces on the table, without even a glance in her direction, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. She remained silent, sitting quietly to the side, her gaze intent on Li Mingxuan's evaluation. This old man, was he a genuine expert or merely a charlatan? He seemed less professional than the previous fellow. Let us see what he has to say. As long as this pair of porcelain vases makes it to the auction house, a reward of 10,000 yuan awaits. I hope this old man is all show and no substance, oblivious to any flaws, allowing me to secure the money smoothly. Trailing silently behind Li Mingxian, Xiao Jianing was startled by his intense focus and could not resist inquiring, "Old Li, how is it?" Li Mingxuan's brow furrowed deeply, his expression rife with perplexity. After conducting a cursory appraisal, he noted that the porcelain vases exhibited a harmonious shape, the blue glaze vibrant and rich, emitting a glass-like translucence. The surface of the blue glaze displayed distinct raised areas, characteristic of the suma leaching material found in the blue and white porcelain of the Yuan dynasty's Qing Dynasty imperial kiln. Suma leaching is a transliteration of the Persian term Suleiman, said to refer to a Persian named Suleiman, who discovered this exquisite blue dye and applied it to porcelain crafting. Due to the presence of iron elements, during the firing process, it manifests a translucent sheen akin to blue crystal. The iron undergoes oxidation at high temperatures, forming crystallized spots known within the circle as rust spots, colloquially referred to as tin glaze. Different periods utilized varying blue dyes for producing Yuan, Ming, and Qing blue and white porcelain. The presence of rust spots serves as a crucial verification for Yuan blue and white porcelain. Only the suma leaching material from the Yuan dynasty can form these distinctive rust speckles. As Li Mingxian examined the two vases, he discovered that the blue glaze bore significant rust spots, aligning with the production techniques of the Yuan dynasty. He turned to Xiao Jianing, his expression complicated. "Prepare me a pair of white gloves and a magnifying glass." Upon hearing this, Xiao Jianing's stunning peach blossom eyes widened, her enticing cherry-red lips parting slightly. This was a predetermined code between her and Li Mingxian, indicating uncertainty about the porcelain's authenticity, necessitating careful examination. Li Mingxian, the vice president of the Beijing Porcelain Association and a luminary in the porcelain community, encountering a piece he could not authenticate? Although internally astounded, Xiao Jianing quickly composed herself and gestured to Wang Zhiyo behind her. "Master Wang, please prepare the tools for Old Li." Wang Zhiyo blinked in confusion. What were the two of them up to? This was the Zhejiang marked Yuan blue and white dragon-patterned vase, the only pair in existence, currently housed in a museum in America. Why not simply deceive this fellow and have someone follow her to uncover who had sent her? They both appeared so serious. Could they truly believe this was a genuine Yuan blue and white piece? All right. Xiao Jianing was the boss, and Li Mingxian was the senior. Wang Zhiyo dared not speak further, quickly running to retrieve a new set of appraisal equipment from a nearby cabinet. Li Mingxian remained silent, donning the gloves with care. He delicately lifted the blue and white vase on the left, angling it to a 45-degree tilt to inspect the base. The porcelain's bottom showed a slight yellowing, with remnants of glaze and a smattering of orange-red, firestone red. Witnessing this, Li Mingxuan's brow furrowed even deeper, the wrinkles on his forehead forming a pronounced. The base's characteristics also conformed to those of Yuan blue and white porcelain. Up to this point, he had yet to identify any discrepancies. How can this be? In a moment of urgency, Li Mingxian cradled the vase, laying it flat on the appraisal table. He retrieved a high-powered magnifying glass, directing it towards the bottom of the porcelain. The magnification revealed more intricate details. Since no faults could be discerned from the production aspect, Li Mingxian decided to infer authenticity based on wear patterns. However, upon examining the magnified view, his hand holding the magnifying glass trembled uncontrollably. The base exhibited concentric rings resembling growth rings, indicative of the marks left by hand-turned pottery in antiquity. Modern porcelain is machine-made, entirely uniform, devoid of such handcrafted traces. Li Mingxuan's appraisal focused not merely on these patterns, but on the wear marks, angles, and other elements to determine the porcelain's authenticity. Artificially aged replicas maintain rigid, uniform patterns, while genuine artifacts weathered by time exhibit irregular wear from usage, progressing from the exterior inward. The base of this porcelain bore unmistakable signs of use by individuals, exhibiting a clear sense of age and human interaction. With this assessment, the pair of vases emerged as authentic Yuan blue and white porcelain vases. This is impossible. Although this porcelain appears flawless, I can't shake the feeling that it is a counterfeit. But I can't pinpoint where the forgery lies. How could this happen? With a long exhalation, Li Mingxian gently repositioned the vase, preparing to search for evidence of forgery. If it were a Lu fake, the counterfeiter would undoubtedly leave their seal on the porcelain, a habitual practice. Panjiayuan Antique Market. The first order of business for Cao Jianing upon returning to the capital was to rent a private warehouse near the Panjiayuan Antique Market, storing all his treasures within. He then set off to Panjiayuan, determined to acquire items from Boyazhai. Today marked the 7th day of the Lunar New Year, the day when businesses resumed operations. Just days prior, the market had been quiet, but now it buzzed with life. Upon reaching the entrance, he heard a cacophony of hawkers calling out within. Returning to his most familiar territory instilled Cao Jianing with a sense of security. A slight smile graced his lips as he strode purposefully through the bustling outer courtyard, heading straight for the inner courtyard's antique shop area. As Cao Jianing approached the outer courtyard's greenhouse area, he suddenly noticed dozens of glimmers of treasure. The vast majority were white, with only 3 emanating a yellow glow. What particularly caught Cao Jianing's eye was a stall that featured both 3 yellow glimmers and several white ones. The outer and inner courtyards of Panjiayuan presented entirely different atmospheres. For instance, when Cao Jianing procured antiques from outside, he would first send them to the inner courtyard's antique shop for selection, with only the leftovers making their way to the outer courtyard for sale. Thus, while the outer courtyard appeared lively, truly valuable items were scarce. Discovering such a plethora of exquisite antiques at one stall indicated either a recent clearing of an old residence or a newcomer unaware of the trade. How could Cao Jianing let such a golden opportunity slip by? He pivoted, making his way toward the stall radiating multiple glimmers of treasure. Cao is back. Jianing, where did you go to make your fortune during the new year? Why have you just returned? Old Wang has been waiting for you to help him rummage through old residences at the Yuan Minjuan. I heard his ancestors were from the 8 Banners, and even I want to go, but he won't take me. He didn't wait for you. He went ahead on his own. Though young, Cao Jianing was a veteran at Panjiayuan. Upon entering the greenhouse, many familiar stall owners greeted him warmly. He smiled, exchanging pleasantries, and headed straight for the miscellaneous goods section deep within the greenhouse. Chapter 36. Taiping Heavenly Kingdom. Qin Dynasty's golden warblade in the expansive outer pavilion. There are clearly defined zones. The most sought-after porcelain is located on the outer edge, where foot traffic is heaviest. Although the stall fees are somewhat steep, the advantageous position ensures that goods sell quickly. The miscellaneous items, comprising coins, silver and gold pieces, jewelry, stamps, root carvings, and ancient jade, fall into the category of sundries. There are few collectors specialized in such eclectic items, so their stalls are positioned relatively inward. Attracting attention is Cao Jianing's stall, nestled deep within the miscellaneous area, situated at the interior edge of the pavilion. This location is so secluded that the number of vendors exceeds that of customers. Selling anything here would be nothing short of miraculous. It is precisely this obscurity that presents Cao Jianing with an opportunity to unearth hidden treasures. Feigning casual interest, he ambles over to the stall. The proprietor, a stranger clad in a thick black cotton coat and sporting furry earmuffs, sits cross-legged within the stall, head bowed, silent. Sensing Cao Jianing's gaze, he lifts his head slightly, his expression impassive as he inquires, looking to buy something? Cao Jianing, with a genial smile, nods and leans closer to the stall. Brother, we're in the same line of work. I also sell here. As he speaks, he squats down to survey the items on display. A dazzling golden war blade catches his eye. its scabbard intricately adorned with exquisite dragon motifs. Accompanying it are several vividly colored small antiquities and jewelry, presumably made of gemstones such as tourmaline and rose quartz. These antiques, though beautifully crafted, are marred by a layer of grime and dirt, indicating the proprietor's lack of expertise in cleaning them. The vendor possesses a distinctly square face, with thick brows and large eyes, exuding a robust masculinity. The contrast between the vibrant items on display and the vendor himself is stark. Aside from the golden warblade, all other items appear to be feminine in nature. Judging by the unclean dirt on these antiques, Cao Jianing speculates they might have originated from a couple's burial site. Zhao Daba, casting a cold glance at Cao Jianing, notes his expensive down jacket and realizes he stands apart from the other vendors. Suspecting him to be a troublemaker, he offers no kindness in his demeanor. We are not in the same trade. These items were dug up while excavating for my house's foundation. If you're here to chat, find someone else. Don't waste my time, he retorts. Cao Jianing's lips twitch at his words. Am I hindering your business? Just look at this dismal spot you've chosen. With the holiday season, foot traffic is already scarce. You picked a corner so obscure that, had I not sensed the allure of hidden treasures, I wouldn't have even known this stall existed. You don't even call out to attract customers in this desolate area, yet you blame me? How amusing. Though internally he scoffs, he maintains a congenial smile. Brother, your words are quite amusing. I am merely here to purchase goods. May I take a closer look? That shouldn't be a problem, right? Reluctantly, Zhao Daba acknowledges that he cannot dismiss a customer. Let me make it clear. These are vintage treasures. The scabbard is made of gold, worth at least 30,000 yuan. To Zhao Daba, 30,000 is an astronomical figure. Had it not been for his wife's illness requiring surgery, he would never have dared to quote such a high price. Cao Jianing smiles silently, lifting the dirt-streaked golden war blade from the stall. Taiping Heavenly Kingdom. Qing Dynasty golden war blade. The scabbard feels icy to the touch, its craftsmanship exquisite, with a lifelike golden dragon etched at the mouth. The scabbard is adorned with intricate cloud and dragon motifs, the latter depicting a dragon that appears to stretch gracefully. The gold dragon's artistry is intricate, with scales and claws distinctly visible, exuding a sense of imperial majesty that commands respect. This dragon motif harks back to the late Qing Dynasty. Based on the dragon pattern, it is inferred that this item likely dates back to the Xianfeng or Tongji reigns, or perhaps even later. To ensure accurate appraisal, Cao Jianing slowly draws the blade. Instantly, a chilling gleam radiates forth. Though the exterior appears grimy, the blade has not succumbed to corrosion or rust due to age. The scabbard features delicately carved fragrant dragon motifs at the grip, and a circle of cloud dragon patterns at the guard that echoes the designs on the scabbard. The blade, shimmering with cold light, is adorned with rippling patterns reminiscent of water's surface. This reflects an ancient forging technique known as 100 folds, where wrought iron is repeatedly folded and forged. The more times this is done, the sharper the blade becomes, rendering it an unparalleled weapon on the battlefield. Ah, there's an inscription? As Cao Jianing inspects the blade, he discovers 3 inscriptions at the grip. The characters are in an archaic seal script -Qing Dynasty. The script evokes a sense of traditional Chinese seal artistry. Qing Dynasty. His mind races to connect this name with historical figures. He quickly recalls a person from the late Qing Taiping Heavenly Kingdom era known as King Fu, named Qing Dynasty. Coincidentally, this golden warblade is indeed crafted in the style of the late Qing period. Could it be that its owner was the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom's King Fu? Qing Dynasty? Item. Taiping Heavenly Kingdom, Qing Dynasty's golden warblade, contains secrets, quality, premium value, 500,000 material, gold, iron craftsmanship, a treasure map concealed within the scabbard manufacturer, personally supervised by Qing Dynasty production date. Late Qing period. What? Cao Jianing merely intended to verify his appraisal but was taken aback by the monumental surprise this golden war blade presented. This Taiping Heavenly Kingdom royal blade conceals a treasure map within. Having just savored the thrill of discovering a treasure, he could not let this opportunity slip by again. With a decisive snap, Cao Jianing closes the scabbard and turns to Zhao Daba. This blade is quite impressive, very sharp, likely from the late Qing or Republican era. However, its value is not as high as you claim. With a beaming smile, he raises his right hand, signaling with 3 fingers. 30,000 is excessively steep. I can offer no more than 3,000. Absolutely not. That is out of the question. I'm counting on this money for my wife's medical treatment. Without 30,000, you can forget about taking it. Zhao Daba shakes his head vehemently, snatching the golden war blade from Cao Jianing's grasp, refusing to entertain any negotiation. In the antique trade, it is customary to quote prices far exceeding the actual worth, awaiting customers to haggle. Yet Zhao Daba is adamant, steadfastly insisting on the 30,000 yuan without room for discussion. Cao Jianing is no stranger to such scenarios. Typically, he would engage in relentless bargaining. However, Zhao Daba appears genuinely in distress. Cao Jianing, a millionaire with a portfolio of antiques valued in the billions, usually adjusts his offers based on the circumstances of the seller. If the seller is truly in hardship, there is no need to drive a hard bargain. Brother, where is your wife hospitalized? I have friends in the medical field. Perhaps I can assist? At this, Zhao Daba's eyes light up, excitement propelling him to his feet. My wife is at Beijing Concord Hospital. If you can help me secure an appointment with a specialist, I can sell it to you at a discount. Chapter 37. The beautiful CEO's call. Upon hearing that Cao Jianing had friends in the medical field, Zhao Daba showed an overwhelming excitement, a genuine emotion that could not be feigned. Just a moment ago, he was adamantly refusing to budge on the price. Yet, upon learning of Cao Jianing's connections, he was immediately willing to lower his price. From these two observations, it was evident that Zhao Daba was likely facing genuine difficulties in this regard. Cao Jianing, having clawed his way up from the depths of society for many years, was acutely aware of the helplessness that ordinary individuals experience in the face of illness. He took a step closer, moving to the inner side of the stall, and leaned in to whisper in Zhao Dabao's ear, "Brother, I can see you are a man of integrity. I am definitely going to help you. It is of utmost importance for your wife to receive medical attention. First, pack up your stall. I will contact someone right away to arrange a good hospital room for her and secure an appointment with a specialist." Really? Is that true? Zhao Daba was so agitated that his hands trembled slightly, staring at Cao Jianing in disbelief. He had initially thought that Cao Jianing was merely trying to negotiate the price and had prepared himself for a bargaining session. To his astonishment, Cao Jianing was so proactive, immediately offering to arrange a hospital room and schedule an appointment with a specialist. As an ordinary citizen, Zhao Daba was self-sufficient in his daily life, with little need for extravagant spending. His wife was his utmost priority. If he could cure her illness, he would not hesitate to part with all the treasures he had unearthed from the graves. Cao Jianing gently patted Zhao Dabao's shoulder, speaking with heartfelt sincerity, "Brother, I come from a rural background and understand how challenging it is for us common folks to seek treatment in large hospitals. My mother once traveled to the capital for medical care, and despite her efforts, she could not secure an appointment with a specialist. Only through connections was she finally able to receive treatment. Enough talk. Quickly pack up your things, and I will arrange for someone to assist you. We must get your wife an appointment with a specialist as soon as possible to alleviate her suffering." "That is wonderful. Thank you. Rest assured, as long as I can facilitate the hospitalization process, you may select whatever you desire from these items. If it isn't sufficient, I have more at home. I'm willing to give it all to you." Zhao Daba was a man of his word. Seeing Cao Jianing's resolute demeanor, he bent down to fold the corners of the stall's canvas, tying them securely with 2 knots before slinging it over his back. Little did he know, Cao Jianing's heart was aching at the sight. The stall was filled with valuable items. If one were to assess the intrinsic value of the antiques, the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom's golden saber would rank at the bottom. Among them were 3 exquisite, treasure-level antiques. Item: Qing Dynasty Qianlong Era Peony Stone Incense Burner Grade, treasure-level value, 5 million. Material: peony stone craftsmanship, masterpiece manufacturer, inner court master production date, Qing Dynasty, Qianlong Era. Item: Qing Dynasty Red Tourmaline Snuff Bottle Grade. Treasure level value, 5 million. Material: red tourmaline, green tourmaline craftsmanship, masterpiece manufacturer, inner court master production date, Qing Dynasty, Qianlong Era. Item: Qing Dynasty Qianlong Era Pink Tourmaline Pendant Grade. Treasure level value, 2 million. Material: pink tourmaline, green tourmaline craftsmanship, masterpiece manufacturer, inner court master production date, Qing Dynasty, Qianlong Era. These 3 treasure-level antiques were all products of the Qing Dynasty's inner court, used by the imperial court as rewards. The materials were meticulously selected, and each piece was personally designed and crafted by masters from the inner court, showcasing unparalleled quality in both material and craftsmanship. In addition to these 3 treasure-level antiques, there were also 7 or 8 high-quality antiques, all delicate and exquisite. Such fine antiques, while one might fear dropping them in their hands or having them melt away in their mouths, were treated casually by Zhao Daba, who carelessly bundled them up as if they were mere sacks of potatoes, tossing them haphazardly onto his back. It was not merely the antiques that were being tossed carelessly. It was also Cao Jianing's fragile heart that felt the impact. Cao Jianing pressed his lips together, striving to maintain a semblance of composure. Please stay put. I will head to the front to make a call, and we'll keep you updated. Zhao Daba nodded repeatedly, thinking to himself that he had encountered a good-hearted person today, someone who was so invested in his plight. Even before he had finished speaking, Cao Jianing was almost in tears over the situation. The capital still had many good people. At the Jixing auction house, a series of rhythmic footsteps echoed in the air. In the assessment room, where the sound of a phone ringing could be distinctly heard, Li Mingxian, who was struggling to identify flaws in a piece of porcelain, impatiently pulled out his phone without even glancing at the screen, dismissing the call and handing the device to Xiao Wanqing. Hold this for me. If another call comes in, just hang up. Don't let it disrupt my assessment. Xiao Wanqing, with a grave expression, nodded thoughtfully. She had long sensed that something was amiss with Li Mingxian and suspected he might be facing a tricky problem. At this moment, even if Li Mingxian did not mention it, she would ensure that no one else disturbed him during the assessment. As she casually passed the phone to Wang Zhiyo. Just as he reached out to take it, an envelope icon appeared on the screen, indicating a new message. Li Lao, it's Cao Jianing. I have something to discuss. Xiao Wanqing's eyes widened in surprise, a glimmer of joy crossing her face. Previously, she had subtly asked Li Mingxian for Cao Jianing's contact information, but he had always claimed that Cao Jianing did not possess a phone or any means of contact. Today, as Li Mingxian encountered difficulties in his porcelain assessment, Cao Jianing's call had come at just the right moment. Was this not fate, with Cao Jianing arriving to help her resolve her troubles? She discreetly noted down the number and slipped the phone into Wang Zhiyo's hands. Shut the phone down completely. We can't let anyone disturb Li Lao. You keep an eye on things here. I will step out to take a call. Wang Zhiyo, in front of Xiao Wanqing, pledged his loyalty by promptly turning off the phone. Xia Zong, you're busy. Leave this to me. Indeed. Xiao Wanqing nodded slightly and took small, hurried steps outside, eagerly dialing the number. On the other end, Cao Jianing held his phone tightly, a frown etched on his face. He lamented that Li Mingxian, usually so unoccupied, was not answering his calls today when he finally had a matter to discuss. Just as he was lamenting, the phone suddenly rang. Without a second thought, he answered it. Li Lao, I thought you were busy. I happen to have a matter to discuss. It's Xiao Wanqing. Huh. Cao Jianing blinked in disbelief. This phone was one he had purchased years ago. How could Xiao Wanqing possibly know his number? Could it be that she was with Li Mingxian? Xia Zong, are you with Li Lao? Yes. Li Lao is currently assisting me with the assessment of a piece of porcelain, which is quite similar to the one you assessed last time. However, Li Lao has not identified any issues. Xiao Wanqing was exceedingly astute. She cleverly refrained from directly asking Cao Jianing for assistance, instead steering the conversation toward Li Mingxian, prompting Cao Jianing to offer his help willingly. What? Upon hearing that Li Mingxian was facing challenges with the porcelain assessment, Cao Jianing could not suppress his exclamation. He had been an apprentice under Li Mingxian since he was 15, at a time when Li Mingxian was already the vice president of the Beijing Porcelain Association. Years had passed, and Li Mingxian's expertise had only grown stronger. If he was unable to identify any issues with the porcelain, did that not mean it was an authentic piece? Under normal circumstances, Cao Jianing would have readily accepted this statement and would have sought to join in the discussion. Yet, the situation was different now. An important individual was awaiting his assistance. If Li Lao is busy, then so be it, I shall call him later. As he spoke, he was about to hang up the phone. Wait, what do you need Li Lao for? Chapter 38. Summer Wanning. Can't you plead with me? Summer Wanning initially believed that by bringing up Li Mingxian, Cao Jianing would readily approach her to assist in resolving her predicament. To her surprise, Cao Jianing did not adhere to the expected script and, after a mere disagreement, threatened to hang up the phone. Consequently, she had no choice but to take matters into her own hands and subtly solicit Cao Jianing's help. Cao Jianing contemplated saying that his purpose in seeking out Li Mingxian was undoubtedly of significance and had no bearing on her. However, upon reflection, he recognized that Summer Wanning was the chairperson of Jiaxing Auction House and the heir to the company. Her connections could effortlessly arrange for hospitalization, making it a trivial matter in her hands. With this realization, he donned a professional smile and cheerfully stated, President Xia, a friend of mine has a family member who is unwell and wishes to request Li Lao's assistance in coordinating hospitalization. Upon hearing this, the corners of Summer Wanning's lips subtly lifted. Such a minor issue could be handled without her direct involvement. Her secretary could manage it seamlessly. Hospitalization due to illness is indeed a significant matter, and it cannot be delayed. The underlying message was clear. You need to plead with me. I will assist you. If I arrange for the hospitalization, you will help me authenticate the porcelain, and we shall owe each other nothing. While Summer Wanning schemed internally, Cao Jianing was not oblivious. From the moment he received her call, he surmised that she was entangled in a considerable dilemma. In the entire capital, there were scarcely a handful of individuals more knowledgeable in porcelain authentication than Li Lao. These experts were either affiliated with the Beijing Museum or retired titans, whom Summer Wanning could not easily persuade. Her call was evidently a plea for him to intervene. Although he refrained from directly voicing his intentions, it was clear she wanted him to take the initiative. Indeed, President Xia, you were right. Illness and hospitalization are indeed serious matters. Li Lao is currently preoccupied, so I shall refrain from disturbing him. I will reach out to other friends. It is paramount to arrange my friend's hospitalization swiftly. Summer Wanning clenched her teeth, her delicate visage taut with frustration, as a torrent of invectives brewed within her. Cao Jianing, are you still pretending? If you had other connections, you would have already called them instead of wasting my time. The last time she encountered him, she had sensed his mercantile disposition, fixated solely on wealth, a man entrenched in monetary pursuits. She could not fathom how someone of such character possessed remarkable skills in artifact appraisal. Were it not for his ability to authenticate Lu Feng, she would hardly deign to engage with him. I will count to 3. You had better plead with me, do so, and I shall assist you. 3.2. President Xia, if there is nothing further, I shall terminate this call. Bang! Summer Wanning's petite fist struck the wall in frustration, inciting a desire to curse. Cao Jianing, you cunning fellow, you are indeed formidable. Mr. Cao, you are being overly formal. You are a friend of Li Lao, thus you are my friend as well. This minor matter of hospitalization can simply be communicated to me. Upon hearing this, a smirk spread across Cao Jianing's face. Ah, so you wish to engage in competition. While I may not match you in academic credentials, lineage, or business acumen, I do excel in the art of intrigue. Is that so? Thank you immensely, President Xia. My friend is urgently in need of hospitalization. Do you have any contacts at Beijing Concord Hospital? I wish to facilitate an appointment with a specialist. Summer Wanning's slender, fair hand gripped her phone tightly, as if she were clutching an object she desired to shatter. Gritting her teeth, she coldly replied, no problem. Where are you? I shall arrange for someone to assist you with the hospitalization matter immediately. However, I require your presence at the company to handle a minor issue. As she spoke, she added, rest assured, I will not allow your visit to be in vain. I am at the Panjiayuan Antique Market. You may send someone to pick me up directly. Understood. Crash. The moment the call ended, Summer Wanning forcefully hurled her phone to the ground. Hailing from a prestigious family in the capital, she was accustomed to being the center of attention, a cherished princess since childhood. Even during her studies abroad, she remained the focal point of her peers and professors. The sudden emergence of Cao Jianing, an unpredictable individual who seemed to challenge her at every turn, was immensely vexing. If it were merely a matter of discord, she could have tolerated it, but the crux of the issue was her need to beseech Cao Jianing for assistance. The indignation of having to solicit help from someone she found detestable felt more unbearable than swallowing a fly. President Xia, what troubles you? Lin Xiaowan had just finished her tasks when she witnessed Summer Wanning angrily shatter her phone. Having accompanied Summer Wanning for an extended period, she understood that her superior rarely exhibited such overt displays of emotion. The intensity of her fury suggested a significant crisis was at hand. With a deep exhale, Summer Wanning commanded, immediately arrange for someone to pick up a person named Cao Jianing from the Panjiayuan Antique Market and bring him to my office. Additionally, ensure that his friend's hospitalization at Beijing Concord Hospital is arranged with the utmost priority. Secure a private room and specialist appointments. The expenses will be reimbursed by the company. This was the first time Lin Xiaowan had witnessed such a blend of anger and helplessness on Summer Wanning's face, leaving her greatly intrigued about the individual capable of inciting such a reaction from the beautiful CEO. Understood, President Xia. I will handle it personally. With a weary wave of her hand, Summer Wanning dismissed her. Go on. Of course. At Panjiayuan Antique Market, Cao Jianing hurriedly approached, as if he had just evaded a persistent tourist offering him carrots, bounding over to Zhao Debao. Brother, I have everything arranged. My friend will soon send someone to pick us up. You will accompany her to the hospital, where she will handle your admission paperwork and specialist appointments. You need not worry about anything, just await her arrangements. I have to visit her company to assist with a few matters. Once I conclude my business, I shall visit you at the hospital. Is that true? That is wonderful. Zhao Debao's excitement was palpable as he rubbed his hands together, but his limited verbal skills rendered him unable to articulate his gratitude, leaving him at a loss for words. We met by chance, and your assistance is truly beyond my comprehension. Rest assured, as long as the hospitalization is properly arranged, you may select whatever you desire from these items. As he spoke, Zhao Debao vigorously shook the backpack slung over his shoulder, producing a delightful symphony of jingling sounds. Witnessing this scene, Cao Jianing's heart ached. Those were precious Qing Dynasty official kiln antiques, rare gemstones such as tourmaline and rose quartz. While not as valuable as Ming Dynasty blue and white porcelain, their craftsmanship and materials were of the highest caliber, each piece a rare treasure. Brother, I implore you, do not toy with them too much. Those are my cherished possessions. Cao Jianing forced a smile. As the saying goes, more friends mean more paths, while more enemies mean more walls. I see you are a genuine person. Assisting you is tantamount to helping myself. We are both honest individuals. Let us help each other first and discuss the rest later. Keep your belongings safe, and once your sister-in-law has arranged for your hospitalization and specialist appointments, we shall discuss everything else. Zhao Debao was overwhelmed with gratitude, tears of joy brimming in his eyes, feeling fortunate to have encountered such a good person. As they conversed, two sleek black Mercedes-Benz vehicles slowly came to a halt at the entrance of the Panjiayuan Antique Market. A woman of striking allure, with an exquisitely slender waist, approached Cao Jianing, her high heels clicking rhythmically on the pavement. Excuse me, may I inquire if Mr. Cao Jianing is present? Chapter 39. Have you ever seen a million? With each step Lin Xiaowan took, her voluptuous curves swayed enticingly. Her long, alluring legs were tightly enveloped in black stockings, accentuating their length and sensuality. Passers-by's gazes converged upon her impressive bosom and her captivating legs. For the first time in over 20 years of singlehood, Cao Jianing encountered a woman of such striking figure and beauty, surpassing a score of 90 in attractiveness. Were it not for the fact that Xia Wanqing possessed an even higher allure, exuding an icy beauty, this sultry goddess would undoubtedly claim the second position. Let us keep the first one shrouded in mystery. Greetings, I am Cao Jianing, sent by Mr. Xia to escort you, he stated. Lin Xiaowan discreetly scrutinized Cao Jianing, noting his commendable looks and physique, yet found his choice of attire to be rather lacking in taste. The new bosseting down jacket may have been excellent for warmth, but it was hardly suitable for a refined appearance. This fellow did not even rank within the second tier of Mr. Xia's admirers. Was he the one who enraged Mr. Xia into smashing his phone? Surely, he couldn't be a destitute relative from the countryside? Coughing lightly, Lin Xiaowan raised her alabaster swan neck in an air of superiority. Come with me. Mr. Xia has instructed me to take you to the company. As for your friend, there are professionals who will handle his matters with utmost care. Cao Jianing frowned slightly, feeling dissatisfied with Lin Xiaowan's demeanor. Aware of his dependence on others for assistance, particularly Xia Wanqing's help with hospital arrangements, he held his tongue. Turning back, he gently patted Zhao Debao's shoulder. Brother, my friend has already arranged everything. You just need to ride with him directly to the hospital. I'll come to the hospital to find you once I finish my business. Zhao Debao pouted. Being from a rural background, he had not encountered much of the grand world. However, he possessed a modicum of social acumen. Lin Xiaowan, with her haughty demeanor, had arrived in a Mercedes, suggesting she was of considerable stature. For Cao Jianing to seek her assistance likely came at a hefty price. Though they had only met once, he was profoundly touched by her willingness to help him. All right, I'll wait for you at the hospital. Let us go. Mr. Xia is waiting for you. Before Zhao Debao could finish, Lin Xiaowan hastily urged them onward. Cao Jianing cast a cold glance at Lin Xiaowan. Remember, your words are worth a million. Mr. Xia will settle the bill for you later. Brother, just follow their arrangements. There's no need for concern. Let us go. Humph. Lin Xiaowan scoffed dismissively, striding ahead. She had encountered many men pursuing Xia Wanqing, including heirs from affluent families in the capital. A commoner like Cao Jianing was of no significance to her. A million? Have you ever seen a million? Hey, where are you going? Do you think you're the boss? Sit up front. Cao Jianing instinctively attempted to take the back seat, but before he could open the door, Lin Xiaowan instructed him to occupy the passenger seat. With that, she opened the door herself and settled into the driver's seat. He chuckled in disbelief at Lin Xiaowan's audacity. Xia Wanqing had to personally make a call to request his assistance, yet this mere attendant dared to treat him with such disdain. Truly, he wondered why flowers bloomed so vibrantly. Fine, add another million. At this, Lin Xiaowan was utterly taken aback. Add. 2 million? Did she look like she was worth 200? Lin Xiaowan arrogantly crossed her legs, gesturing to the driver to return to the company. She retrieved a small mirror, touching up her makeup while snidely remarking, "Some people are always self-important, thinking that by acting overly dramatic, they can draw attention. They are merely clowns. Individuals like Mr. Xia are not someone everyone can aspire to reach." Cao Jianing smiled faintly, probing further, "What kind of person is Mr. Xia? Is she some celestial being, consuming elixirs of immortality? Why doesn't she reside in the Moon Palace, spreading love among mortals?" Pfft. The driver, unable to contain himself, burst into laughter, his face reddening as he suppressed his amusement. "Humph, sharp-tongued fellow. Once you meet Mr. Xia, let us see if you dare speak so freely." Cao Jianing shrugged nonchalantly. "Don't speak of merely meeting Mr. Xia. Even if I were to meet the descendants of the divine, I would express myself similarly." Cough. The driver nearly choked on his own saliva, glancing at Cao Jianing with an amused yet exasperated expression. "Brother, perhaps you should refrain from speaking so much." "Very well, I shall temper my words for your sake." Jiaxing Auction House. Lin Xiaowan led Cao Jianing directly to the number 1 appraisal room. Striding ahead with her long legs, she issued instructions as they walked. "Mr. Xia is currently occupied. When you see her, speak sparingly, so as not to impede her important matters." Cao Jianing grinned playfully, his eyes twinkling with mischief. "What if Mr. Xia seeks my counsel?" "Seeks your counsel? You think you were just then?" The appraisal room door creaked open, revealing a cacophony of voices within. "What is going on? You've been appraising for over an hour. If you can't manage, I shall take these porcelain wares to a more competent establishment. You claim to be professionals and expert appraisers, but I see nothing more than mere bricklayers. I'll give you precisely 10 more minutes. If you cannot resolve this, I'm leaving, Mr. Xia. I have brought the person you requested." Upon seeing Xiaowanqing, Lin Xiaowan swayed her waist enticingly, hurrying over. Xiaowanqing acknowledged, promptly shutting the door behind her and striding toward Cao Jianing. "Mr. Cao, you have finally arrived. Come in. I have been waiting for you." Cao Jianing crossed his arms, a mischievous grin gracing his face. "Mr. Xia, it is not that I relish reporting, but this young lady just mentioned that once she sees you, I am not to speak excessively with that." He winked at Lin Xiaowan, who stood behind Xiaowanqing. "Did I speak falsely?" Xiaowanqing, with her astute intellect, immediately discerned the underlying tension between Cao Jianing and Lin Kelyuan. It was evident that Lin Xiaowan had treated Cao Jianing as a suitor, uttering unkind words that had offended him. As she awaited Cao Jianing's assistance in authenticating the porcelain, she could not afford to show him any displeasure. "How dare Lin Xiaowan act so boldly?" Lin Xiaowan. Xiaowanqing's sharp reprimand startled Lin Xiaowan, causing her to shrink back like a frightened rabbit. "Why yes, Mr. Xia, I didn't know him. He is your appointed appraiser. Apologize to Mr. Cao this instant." Lin Xiaowan, lacking the courage to protest, bowed at a 90-degree angle before Cao Jianing. In that moment, her impressive bosom was perfectly displayed through her neckline, captivating Cao Jianing's gaze. With vision exceeding the ordinary, he not only beheld her alabaster skin but also the soft, rosy curves. Hastily averting his eyes, he waved his hand dismissively. "Enough. Let us proceed with this. However, the financial matters still require Mr. Xia to settle the bill on your behalf." Xiaowanqing blinked in confusion, pondering the mention of money. She had not promised any payment. Sighing, she pushed such thoughts aside, focusing on the pressing matter at hand. "Mr. Cao, we must prioritize the task at hand. Please assist us in authenticating the porcelain. Other matters can be discussed later." "Understood." Cao Jianing nodded, following Xiaowanqing into the appraisal room. Upon seeing the pair of porcelain vases on the appraisal table, which could only be described as exemplars of yuan blue and white ware, his eyes twitched slightly. This was a piece on par with the yuan blue and white figure story jar, or even more precious, a benchmark piece, the Zhejiang Mark yuan blue and white dragon pattern elephant ear vase. How did it end up here, when it was supposed to be in an American museum? Item: imitation Zhejiang Mark yuan blue and white dragon pattern elephant ear vase. Grade: forgery. Value: 100,000. Material: porcelain. Manufacturing process: crafted using high-quality kaolin specific to yuan blue and white, and glazed with a formula akin to yuan blue and white, artificially aged over several years. The base interior bears the Lu character stamp. Manufacturer: Lu Yishou. Production date: Republic period. Chapter 40-inch. President Xia, are you satisfied with my performance today? Cao Jianing inquired. Last time at Minjuexuan, he encountered the Lu Fong, which featured a yuan blue and white base with a fabricated upper half. Such imitations belong to the realm of high-quality porcelain replicas, which can easily deceive those who lack the expertise of seasoned professionals. However, today's pair of porcelain vases was entirely different. They were meticulously replicated from original materials and prototypes, with years invested in artificially aging them. The caliber of these replicas is so refined that they could easily be mistaken for genuine artifacts, with hardly any discernible differences. Fortunately, Cao Jianing possessed a discerning eye for appraisal, and no matter how convincingly crafted, they could not elude his scrutiny. He leaned closer to Xiao Jianing, whispering softly in her ear, "How would you like me to handle this? Should I expose them directly, or is it sufficient to merely ascertain their authenticity?" Xiao Jianing's thoughts were consumed by the task of authenticating the porcelain and contemplating the subsequent steps once the truth was revealed. The sudden proximity of Cao Jianing startled her, nearly eliciting a gasp. The warmth of his breath against her ear sent a tingling sensation through her, akin to a gentle caress on her earlobe, causing her breath to quicken and her body to weaken. In an instant, her delicate cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, and her ears blazed crimson. She took a half-step back, her beautiful peach blossom eyes narrowing as she shot a fierce glare at Cao Jianing. Deep down, she understood that he was addressing serious matters, yet she was simply unaccustomed to such intimate contact with the opposite sex. After warning him with a fierce look, she returned to her original position and murmured, "Just ascertain their authenticity. If they are indeed forgeries, discreetly inform M.R.Dalai. We also need to conduct a follow-up investigation on this individual to uncover the mastermind behind them." "Oh." Cao Jianing raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise crossing his face. No wonder Xiao Jianing had previously offered him such a generous salary. It seemed that Jiaxing was embroiled in significant trouble. Was this a case of a business rival sending someone to wreak havoc at Xiao Jianing's company? How underhanded! Wang Shuqin felt a gnawing sensation in her heart. It appeared that those from Jiaxing auction house had already discerned that her porcelain was problematic. Yet, for reasons unknown, the appraiser had not explicitly stated this concern. Observing Cao Jianing, who had entered the room with Xiao Jianing and was now whispering in her ear, Wang Shuqin grew increasingly anxious. Could he possibly be an undercover officer? Had they secretly contacted the authorities to apprehend her? In a fluster, she rose to her feet, pointing an accusatory finger at Cao Jianing and shouting, "What is going on here? Why are there waves of people coming to appraise a piece of porcelain? Do you think this is a marketplace? And who are you? Who permitted you to enter? Do you have any idea how precious my porcelain is?" Cao Jianing, wearing a professional smile, approached the appraisal table. "Sister, please don't be upset. Stress is detrimental to your health. Such a lovely face should avoid wrinkles that could mar its beauty. I am merely a novice apprentice. Mr. Li is my mentor. He is quite elderly now, and the prolonged appraisal of antiques takes a toll on him. I merely came to check on him." Wang Shuqin narrowed her eyes slightly, scanning Cao Jianing from head to toe, a young and handsome lad in his 20s. Not only was he good-looking, but his words were as sweet as honey. Such a person surely couldn't be an undercover officer. Perhaps she was merely overthinking the situation. However, she could not allow things to drag on any longer. She needed to expedite the process. "I don't care who you are. You have already delayed me for over an hour. Can we proceed or not? If the appraisal is unclear, I will take my leave." Cao Jianing subtly exchanged glances with Li Mingxian, signaling for him to cooperate with his act. He pointed at the porcelain vases on the appraisal table and declared loudly, "Is there any need to appraise such clearly evident pieces? The blue and white hues are vibrant and rich, with distinct rust spots. This is unmistakably Su Maliqing material. Now look at the vessel's form. It is so exquisite, it must be a product of an imperial kiln. Take a look at the base of this porcelain. The evident firestone red and the black and white wear patterns. Such an item exudes age. It is unmistakably a prime example of such pieces. With all this, what else is there to appraise?" Li Mingxian thought to himself, "What nonsense are you spouting?" Xiao Jianing interjected, "I invited you here to authenticate the porcelain, not to entertain us." Wang Shuqin chimed in, "If you can speak well, do so. It is pleasing to hear. Ha, this appraiser is indeed professional. He identified the authenticity at a glance. You all heard that, right? This porcelain is genuine. Let us discuss the price." Just moments ago, Wang Shuqin had worn an unpleasant expression, but in an instant, her demeanor transformed into a bright smile, her gaze towards Cao Jianing radiating warmth. She could hardly contain her desire to embrace him and plant a fervent kiss on his cheeks. "Yes, sister is absolutely correct. This exquisite antique should be secured quickly. It could be the highlight of this year's spring auction." As Cao Jianing echoed Wang Shuqin's sentiments, he leaned closer to Li Mingxian, whispering in his ear, "The base inside the vase." "The base inside the vase?" A shiver coursed through Li Mingxian as he realized his oversight in not examining the interior of the porcelain, having solely focused on the external blue and white glaze for the Lu Feng mark. He had completely overlooked the interior, yet Cao Jianing had only just arrived. How could he identify the flaw so swiftly? Tilting the vase slightly, Li Mingxian brought a magnifying glass to inspect the interior. Soon, he discovered a minuscule inscription at the base. Lu. Indeed, it was Lu Feng. And this piece of porcelain was the most masterfully crafted imitation he had ever encountered among all Lu Feng artifacts. Although he sensed something was amiss, he could not pinpoint the flaw, though his surprise. The mark was located at the bottom of the vase. Sigh, it seems I truly am aging. My eyesight is no match for the youth. The new generation is indeed surpassing the old. Half an hour later, Xiao Wanning opened the conference room door, followed closely by Li Mingxian. He approached the drowsy Cao Jianing, exclaiming, "Xiao Chao, I owe you my gratitude today. Without you, my reputation would be at stake." Cao Jianing quickly rose to greet him, responding courteously, "Mr. Li, you are far too modest. Even without my assistance today, your keen eye would have still discerned this imitation. By the way, why has it taken so long to confirm the issue?" Cao Jianing, wishing to avoid further discussion about the porcelain appraisal, deftly shifted the topic. Li Mingxian faltered momentarily. He had intended to delve into the intricacies of the porcelain vases, but it was clear that Cao Jianing was reluctant to engage in that conversation. Unable to leverage his seniority to press the matter, he followed Cao Jianing's lead. Wanning suspects that someone is deliberately targeting Jiaxing Auction House. Having captured such a significant lead, how could we let it slip away? Just now, she claimed that the value of those blue and white porcelain vases is so high that she needs a week to arrange the funds. The swindler was reluctant, and they tangled for quite a while before she finally managed to dismiss that pest. Now, someone has already been dispatched to discreetly follow this individual and investigate the puppet master behind the scenes. Cao Jianing nodded in understanding. He had initially thought that once the issue with the porcelain was identified, everything would conclude swiftly, and he would remain in the conference room to await his share of the reward. "Oh, I see." With that, he turned to Xiao Wanning, who had been feigning ignorance. "President Xia, are you satisfied with my performance today?" Chapter 41. There is a traitor within the company. Xiao Wanning gritted her silver teeth tightly, her fists clenched as she glared fiercely at Cao Jianing, resembling an enraged little lion. This scoundrel dared to tease her with his words. If it had been anyone else who had said something as sarcastic as, "Are you satisfied with my performance today?" she would have certainly given them a piece of her mind. Unfortunately, this individual was Cao Jianing. As of now, she had not yet uncovered who was covertly scheming against them, aiming to bring Jiaxing to ruin. The adversary could very well continue sending counterfeit goods to the auction house, and she might still require Cao Jianing's assistance. It was infuriating. She longed to deliver a solid kick in response to his insolence. Although her heart brimmed with animosity towards Cao Jianing, she recognized that she needed his help in the near future, so she was left with no choice but to endure for the time being. Once this matter was resolved, she would undoubtedly settle the score with him. Xiao Wanning quickly adjusted her demeanor, a faint smile gracing her lips, her exquisite face blooming like a myriad of flowers, radiating an irresistible charm. "I greatly appreciate Mr. Chao's assistance today. Otherwise, Jiaxing would have faced tremendous losses. Please feel free to express any request you may have." Cao Jianing casually reclined on the conference sofa, crossing his legs with an air of nonchalance, his striking black and white eyes firmly fixed on Xiao Wanning's delicate countenance. To be fair, Xiao Wanning was the most beautiful woman Cao Jianing had encountered in the outside world. It was unfortunate that this woman was at odds with him, confronting him from their very first meeting. He understood women like her all too well. Her current politeness stemmed from her need for his assistance. When the day came that he ceased to be of use to her, she would unceremoniously discard him without a second glance. Before that day arrived, he intended to leave a lasting impression on Xiao Wanning. Even if he could not win over the beautiful CEO, he would ensure she recognized that he was not someone to be trifled with. "Ms. Xia, your little assistant was quite disrespectful towards me on her way here. I have already discussed with her a compensation of 2 million for emotional distress." Xiao Wanning's sharply defined eyes narrowed suddenly, her molars nearly crumbling under her bite. Emotional distress compensation? What a ridiculous claim, to demand 2 million outright. Did he think he could simply rob her? "Is it that you, Ms. Xia, believe I am not worth this sum?" "Ah, if that is the case, then so be it. I have a collection of exquisite antiques, including the Yuan blue and white dragon pattern hexagonal jade Hu spring vase, Qing Dynasty, Kangxi, enamel color lotus petal covered bowl, Anqianlong Famille Rose 9 Peach Celestial Ball Vase. I originally intended to send these fine porcelain pieces to Jiaxing to enhance this year's spring auction. Since Ms. Xia seems uninterested, I shall have no choice but to offer them to Jade Auction House or Baoli Auction House instead. What? You possess a yuan blue and white dragon pattern hexagonal jade whose spring vase and exceptional Qing Dynasty official kiln Famille Rose porcelain. Xia Wanning's mouth fell open in astonishment, her alluring red lips, reminiscent of ripe cherries, glimmering under the light, exuding an irresistible beauty that made one yearn to savor her. This was not due to her naivete. She was well aware of the prestige of the yuan blue and white dragon pattern hexagonal jade whose spring vase, a highly sought-after auction item that could serve as the grand finale in major domestic auctions. Furthermore, porcelain pieces like the whose spring vase could fetch even higher prices when auctioned in pairs, approximately 20 more than if sold individually. Jiaxing Auction House had suffered a blow to its reputation due to the appearance of Lu Feng porcelain, resulting in many loyal clients opting out of this year's spring auction. Those former clients would undoubtedly turn to competitors such as Jade Auction House or Baoli Auction House if she could secure more auction items of the caliber of the yuan blue and white dragon pattern hexagonal jade whose spring vase. Xia Wanning was confident she could win back those lost clients. Thus, her excitement was entirely justified. Cao Jianing had anticipated Xia Wanning's reaction. He had deliberately mentioned these exquisite antiques to provoke her, intending to convey that he possessed not only the ability to appraise porcelain but also a wealth of high-quality antiques. He should not be underestimated. With a smug smile, he shifted his legs and said, "What? Does Ms. Xia doubt my abilities?" Xia Wanning's beautiful peach blossom eyes blinked rapidly. Although she did not know Cao Jianing well, she believed his claims to be true. Given Mr. Chao's expertise in antique appraisal, it would be unsurprising for him to possess a collection of antiques. However, are you truly willing to place these exquisite antiques in the hands of Jiaxing Auction House? Cao Jianing currently enjoyed ample financial resources. He planned to liquidate the lower-tier antiques in his collection after acquiring Boyazhai, converting them into a substantial sum of cash. This cash would be invested back home to establish his own business and provide for his parents. He was not in need of money at the moment and had no intention of selling his exquisite antiques. His previous comments had merely been to tease Xia Wanning. With a mischievous smirk gracing his lips, he added, "Since Ms. Xia is a friend of Old Li, she is also my friend and I would, of course, be inclined to assist you." However, he emphasized the word friend, as if implying something more. Xia Wanning's lovely eyes narrowed, a cold glint emanating from them. That despicable man. I knew from the beginning that he harbored ulterior motives. His true nature has finally surfaced. Old Li had mentioned that he was a diligent and ambitious man, urging me to engage with him, but I see him as nothing more than a greedy and self-righteous scoundrel. Does he think a few antiques can make me capitulate? Does he believe I am one of those naive little girls who have yet to see the world? Enough. You are saying increasingly absurd things. Just as the tension between them escalated, Li Mingxian stepped forward. Cao Jianing had initially been joking to provoke Xia Wanning, but upon Li Mingxian's arrival, he transformed into a compliant figure. "Haha, Old Li, I was merely jesting." Li Mingxian shot a disapproving glare at Cao Jianing, thinking that such a splendid opportunity should have been used to showcase his talent instead of uttering ridiculous remarks. No wonder he remained single. "All right, I appreciate your help today. Your friend from the hospital has been arranged. You should hurry to see him." Cao Jianing slapped his thigh, exclaiming, "Ah, how could I have forgotten him?" Zhao Dabao possessed a substantial collection of exquisite antiques and a golden sword containing the treasure map of the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom. He had become so engrossed in banter with the beautiful woman that he had neglected his responsibilities. He quickly stood up, bowing slightly to Li Mingxian. "Old Li, I will come by another day for a private chat. I have another treasure I would like you to examine." Li Mingxian waved his hand, feeling both amused and exasperated. This young man had indeed grown, yet he remained as reckless as ever, a perpetual child. "All right, I understand. You carry on with your business." "Very well, I shall take my leave." Cao Jianing turned to depart, showing no intention of bidding farewell to Xia Wanning. Just as he had stepped out of the conference room, he suddenly turned back, looking at Xia Wanning. "Ms. Xia, you may keep that 2 million for now. I will ask you for it next time." With that, he vanished like a rabbit, leaving no trace behind. Gazing at the open conference room door, Xia Wanning took a deep breath. "Do not be angry. I shall not stoop to his level. It is merely 2 million. I can give it to him. Once I resolve this crisis within the company, I will settle the score with him." At that moment, her phone in her pocket vibrated suddenly, prompting her to answer it quickly. "Miss Xia, We have lost track of the target. This individual was initially heading towards the city center, but suddenly changed direction midway. I suspect someone has leaked information to him. There may be a traitor within our company. This was a suspicion Xiao Wanning had harbored before. However, the senior management either consisted of long-time veterans from the company's founding or individuals she had personally promoted. She truly had no idea who could be colluding with outsiders to undermine her. Understood. I will be waiting for your return. Yes, Miss Xia. Chapter 42. We are fellow villagers. In the VIP ward of Beijing's Xiehe Hospital, Zhao Debeos excitedly pulled Cao Jianing to the bedside, eagerly introducing his wife. Darling, allow me to introduce you to this wonderful person I mentioned, Cao Jianing. He arranged all the hospitalization and registration procedures through his connections. Without him, we would not have been able to secure such a luxurious room. Zhao Debeos' wife, Ma Xiaomei, was already prepared for her operation, having been assisted by the personnel from Jiaxing Company, who had arranged her consultation with a specialist and provided her with a brand-new hospital gown. Like Zhao Debeos, she was also somewhat shy and not particularly talkative. She straightened her posture and slightly bowed towards Cao Jianing. Thank you so much for your help. Cao Jianing waved his hands dismissively, smiling warmly as he replied, Oh, it's no trouble at all, merely a matter of convenience. Sister-in-law, please don't overthink it. Just focus on your treatment, hospitalization, medication, and surgery expenses. My friend has already covered everything for you. Earlier, at the Panjiayuan Antique Market, Zhao Debeos had harbored doubts about Cao Jianing's intentions, suspecting he might be scheming to obtain the burial items in his possession. However, with his wife now in a VIP ward and an appointment set with a specialist, all his uncertainties had dissipated. He leaned down, opened the storage cabinet beside the bed, and retrieved a cloth bundle filled with antiques, placing it directly into Cao Jianing's arms. Brother, I'm just a simple farmer, and I truly have no idea how much these items are worth. Yet, to me, no treasure could possibly compare to the importance of Xiaomei. Please take these. Consider it my way of repaying you. To ensure everything was in order, Cao Jianing carefully examined the contents of the bundle. Item: Qing Dynasty Kangxi Gold Inlaid Gemstone Monkey Peach Hairpin Quality. Premium value: 5 million. Material: gold, sapphire, tourmaline, turquoise. Craftsmanship: masterpiece. Manufacturer: Imperial Household Department. Master production date: Qing Dynasty Kangxi period. Item: Qing Dynasty Qianlong Tourmaline Beaded Bracelet. Quality. Premium value: 2 million. Material: tourmaline. Craftsmanship: masterpiece. Manufacturer: Imperial Household Department. Master production date: Qing Dynasty Qianlong period. Item: Qing Dynasty Qianlong Gemstone Inlaid Tourmaline Flower Hairpin. Quality. Premium value: 1 million. Material: gold, tourmaline, pearl, gemstone. Craftsmanship: masterpiece. Manufacturer: Imperial Household Department. Master production date: Qing Dynasty Qianlong period. Item: Qing Dynasty Qianlong Pink Tourmaline Pendant. Quality. Premium value: 8 million. Material: pink tourmaline, green tourmaline. Craftsmanship: masterpiece. Manufacturer: Imperial Household Department. Master production date: Qing Dynasty Qianlong period. Zhao Debeos had not tampered with the contents. Every antique was accounted for. Most of these artifacts dated back to the Qing Dynasty's 3 reigns and were exquisite pieces of court jewelry. Historically, the Kangxi and Qianlong eras have been subjects of considerable debate. Nonetheless, the aesthetic sensibilities of the Manchu emperors Kangxi, Yongzheng, and Qianlong are widely acknowledged, as evidenced by the delicate yet grand designs of these ornaments. Cao Jianing surmised that these pieces likely belonged to a once-favored concubine of the imperial harem. Although these women enjoyed a life of privilege, they were akin to birds trapped in a cage, confined within the small confines of the Forbidden City for their entire lives. Such treasures were typically not permitted to be taken beyond the palace walls, suggesting that these items were likely burial possessions of the concubines. However, exceptions existed for those with powerful family backgrounds, who could easily smuggle palace items out without consequence. Cao Jianing understood these dynamics but was perplexed as to how the golden war sword of Chenducai, a figure from the Taiping Rebellion, had ended up in the same grave. Chenducai, a late Qing figure, was part of an anti-Qing organization seeking to overthrow the dynasty, and the antiques, aside from his sword, were predominantly of the Qing court, creating an almost inconceivable link between the two. After much contemplation, Cao Jianing felt compelled to visit Zhao Debeos' hometown in search of further clues. Additionally, Zhao Debeos had mentioned other antiques in his home, further motivating Cao Jianing's visit. He placed a reassuring hand on Zhao Debeos' shoulder and earnestly stated, "Brother Zhao, I know you're an honest man, so I won't beat around the bush. These antiques are of considerable quality, some of which are from the palace. I cannot take advantage of you. Let us go to the bank, and I'll transfer you 30,000 yuan. Zhao Debeos, unfamiliar with the value of antiques, inferred from Cao Jianing's demeanor that these burial items must be quite valuable. In his view, the costs of the specialist appointment and hospitalization were roughly equivalent to the value of the antiques. Consequently, he willingly handed over all the artifacts without demanding a single extra penny. He was utterly astonished that these antiques were worth so much, and that Cao Jianing was even willing to give him an additional 30,000 yuan. It seemed almost too extravagant. Zhao Debeos shook his head vigorously, refusing Cao Jianing's offer. Brother Cao, I know you are a good man, but you have already helped me immensely. How can I accept more money? If I were to take your money, I'd be the subject of ridicule for life. Zhao Debeos was a straightforward man, placing the well-being of his wife above financial matters. Cao Jianing had not anticipated Zhao Debeos' disregard for money. His offer to provide additional funds was intended as a means to negotiate the purchase of other antiques from Zhao Debeos and to explore the ancient tomb. Zhao Debeos' outright refusal placed Cao Jianing in an awkward position. With a flicker of determination in his eyes, Cao Jianing devised a clever excuse. He gestured toward the hospital bed and spoke softly, Brother Zhao, I understand you're not in need of money, but your wife's hospitalization surely incurs expenses. After her treatment, she will need proper recuperation, perhaps even some ginseng or health supplements. These things inevitably require spending. Cao Jianing realized that while Zhao Debeos could withstand financial temptation, his concern for Ma Xiaomei was a different matter altogether. As he contemplated the expenses post-treatment, Zhao Debeos' expression revealed a hint of internal conflict. Noticing Zhao Debeos wavering, Cao Jianing pressed further. In truth, I have my own motives. These antiques are of superb quality, and I wish to study them further, to uncover the identity of the tomb's owner and whether any other artifacts remain. Oh! Zhao Debeos grasped the reasoning behind Cao Jianing's seemingly arbitrary offer of 30,000 yuan. It was all to facilitate a visit to his home to explore the ancient tomb. Brother, you may be disappointed, he cautioned. The tomb is located beneath my house's foundation, and it was completely filled in during construction. Cao Jianing chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. No matter, I simply wish to visit your home. Rest assured, I am a professional. I can glean much from the address alone and will not disturb your foundation. With that assurance, Zhao Debeos found himself unable to continue his objections and reluctantly nodded. Very well, once my wife has recovered, I will take you back to my hometown for a look. Agreed. Then it's settled. And where exactly is your hometown? My hometown is a small place in Rihe City, Jizhou Province. Are you familiar with it? Your hometown is in Rihe? I hail from Qinglong City. We are fellow villagers. No wonder I felt a sense of familiarity. It turns out we are indeed fellow villagers. We must celebrate today with a drink. Certainly, we must indulge in a hearty toast. Chapter 43. Is the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom treasure hidden in Anhui Province? The following day, Cao Jianing sat up from his bed, grimacing in discomfort. Having indulged in copious amounts of liquor with Zhao Debeo until the wee hours of the morning, he awoke with a splitting headache. After retreating back to bed for a brief respite, he felt somewhat alleviated. Grasping the large teapot on the bedside table, he took a hearty gulp, the warm water soothing his parched throat akin to a parched land rejuvenated by much-anticipated rain. That Zhao Debeo can truly drink. It's as if he consumes liquor as casually as one would tap water. Cao Jianing muttered to himself while slowly unwrapping a cloth bundle from the bedside. Before him lay a golden war knife and over 10 exquisite antique trinkets and jewelry. He carefully set aside 3 exceptional pieces: the Qing Dynasty Qianlong-era lotus stone dragon-handled incense burner, the Qing Dynasty red tourmaline snuff bottle, and the Qing Dynasty Qianlong-era pink tourmaline pendant. These artifacts represented the pinnacle of craftsmanship and aesthetic beauty, yet sadly, materials like lotus stone and tourmaline lacked the popularity of the finest Hetian jade and jadeite in the antique market. Otherwise, their value would have soared. Particularly notable was the delicate Qing Dynasty Qianlong-era lotus stone dragon-handled incense burner, embodying nobility and elegance, a true masterpiece in Cao Jianing's eyes, rivaling even the Empress Cixi's jade watermelon in worth. Cao Jianing intended to keep these 3 exceptional antiques for himself, refusing to part with them. The remaining exquisite jewelry could be sold later once he acquired the antique shop. After securing the 3 prized artifacts, he turned his attention to the golden war knife at the center of the collection. Extending his right hand, he gently caressed the resplendent sheath with his fingertips. "For you, I have even offended Xiao Wanqing. Do not disappoint me," he declared, filled with anticipation as he descended from the bed. He carefully retrieved a carving knife and a flathead screwdriver from the toolbox beneath the bed, cautiously prying open the sheath along its seams. 5 minutes later, a golden silk brocade displaying a rudimentary map unfolded before him. Behind this crude map were several lines of small handwritten characters by Chen Dezai. The content was succinct, conveying that in the first year of Tengji, Chen Dezai's nephew, the English king Chen Yuqing, one of the 8 kings of the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom, was captured by the Qing general Miao Pailin in Yuzhou. On the 7th of June, Miao ordered the execution of Chen Yuqing's family, employing the most brutal method of death by 1,000 cuts. At the execution site, Miao commanded the executioners to first carry out the sentence on Chen Yuqing's wife and children, forcing him to witness their torment. They even compelled Chen Yuqing to swallow pieces of his son's flesh. Only after witnessing the horrific demise of his family was Chen Yuqing subjected to the same fate. Enraged by the brutal treatment of his nephew's family, Chen Dezai unleashed a wave of violence against local officials and wealthy merchants, amassing a vast treasure trove. In the 3rd year of Tengji, June saw the fall of the Taiping military stronghold of Tianjin, plunging the Taiping forces into chaos. In July of that same year, Chen Dezai, Lai Wengguang, and Ma Rong besieged the border area between Hubei and Anhui. By September, the late Qing general Singalinkan led his forces northward to suppress the northern Taiping army, driving Chen Dezai and his comrades into retreat. On the 7th of October, a decisive battle unfolded at Haishidu in Huashan, where Chen Dezai's forces suffered a crushing defeat, leading to a collapse of morale. On the 9th of October, generals Ma Rong and Fan Lichuan, along with nearly 200,000 Taiping troops, surrendered to the Qing forces, signaling the end of Chen Dezai's aspirations. That very night, Chen Dezai, upon overhearing conspirators plotting to capture him for reward, summoned his most trusted subordinates to hide the looted treasures deep in the mountains. He secretly dispatched another group under the pretense of eliminating traitors to execute the treasure-seeking team, ensuring secrecy. Ultimately, to avoid capture by the Qing forces and the torturous death that awaited him, he took his own life. The Taiping Heavenly Kingdom movement stands as a significant peasant uprising in Chinese history. Cao Jianing had a basic understanding of it, limited to key events, such as the uprising's timeline, important generals, major battles, and its conclusion. This narrative, pinned from Chen Dezai's perspective, recounts a historical moment viewed through his eyes. From Chen Dezai's standpoint, the incompetence of the Qing royal family left the populace in despair, while Taiping leaders took up arms against Qing rule to satisfy their hunger, seemingly the righteous party. The inhumane punishment inflicted upon Chen Yuqing's family by the Qing generals felt exceedingly cruel. Cao Jianing was not a historian and had little interest in delving into history. His primary fascination lay with Chen Dezai's treasure. The map drawn by Chen Dezai was rather simplistic, offering only a few strokes that indicated a general location within a mountainous region of Anhui province. Anhui was under Chen Dezai's control during the Taiping military campaigns, making the treasure's location quite plausible. However, given the vastness of Anhui province, teeming with numerous renowned mountains and rivers, and Cao Jianing's unfamiliarity with the area, he pondered whether he would have to search each mountain one by one. No, he thought, shaking his head, feeling he had overlooked something crucial. He gently massaged his temples, striving to empty his mind. Ah yes, Haishidu in Huashan. It was at Haishidu where Chen Dezai's forces faced the final decisive battle against Singalinkan, resulting in their total defeat and the surrender of several Taiping generals. At that time, Chen Dezai was already in a desperate situation. Therefore, the treasure was most likely hidden near the location of that fateful confrontation. What sort of place is Haishidu in Huashan? Murmured Cao Jianing as he climbed out of bed and rummaged through his bookshelf for a detailed map of the various provinces of China. Soon, he pinpointed the city corresponding to Haishidu in Huashan. In Anhui province, in Luan City, Huashan County, Haishidu town. This was the very location where Chen Dezai and Singalinkan clashed in their great battle. It seems there's quite a connection between me and Singalinkan. The last time I was in Fengtian, I discovered the tomb of Singalinkan's grandson had been robbed, and the treasures recovered were likely his burial goods. This time, uncovering the treasure of the Taiping Kingdom from Chen Dezai connects me to you once again. You truly are a notable figure, Cao Jianing chuckled as he regarded the marked location on the map. He then closed the map and began contemplating his next steps. Unlike the treasures of Fengtian, which had a clear target, finding Huang Sanjui would lead him directly to the treasure. The Taiping treasure was an enigma. He would not know how long his search in Anhui province would take. I'll first visit Zhao Debao. Perhaps that ancient tomb can provide some leads. If there are no other clues, I'll finish my current affairs before heading to Anhui. That treasure has been hidden for over a century. A few more days won't make a difference. Ma Xiaomei is undergoing surgery today, and after the operation, she will need at least a week of hospitalization for observation. I cannot sit idly at home waiting for them. Today, I will head to Panjiayuan to secure Boyazhai and return home tomorrow. Chapter 44. Acquiring Boyazhai. Boyazhai is an antique shop located in the old Panjiayuan, primarily dealing in ancient books, rubbings, inscriptions, paintings, and scholarly supplies. The antique store boasts a prime location at the entrance of the inner courtyard, making it a focal point for many in the circle. However, the owner has stipulations. To acquire Boyazhai, one must also take over the merchandise within. Unfortunately, most of the antiques have been squandered by the owner's son, leaving behind only a few commonplace items readily available in the market. Spending 5 million on such inconsequential wares would be a grave miscalculation. Thus, the news of Boyazhai being up for sale has lingered for nearly a month without finding a buyer. Cao Jianing, now a millionaire, considers this 5 million as an investment in land appreciation. He swiftly rises, freshens up, and drives his liberation truck directly to Panjiayuan. Today marks the 8th day of the Lunar New Year, and the inner courtyard of Panjiayuan is resuming normal operations. At the entrance, promotional staff from the antique shops are energetically beckoning customers inside. Rambozai's New Year sale, buy 1 item at 5 off, 2 items at 10 off. Minjuexuan's New Year promotion. Spend 2,000 and get 200 off, spend 5,000 and get 500 off. The more you buy, the greater the discount. Tianxing has just received a new batch of exquisite Daoguang official kiln porcelain. Each piece is a masterpiece, don't miss out. Upon witnessing the bustling scene at the entrance, a smile subtly graces Cao Jianing's lips as he envisions transforming Boyazhai into a refined boutique after its acquisition, specializing in porcelain, high ancient jades, jadeite, and paintings. He plans to extract the low-grade items from the hidden chamber of Fengtiandi and selectively choose several high-quality antiques to serve as the shop's prized possessions. With such a plethora of exquisite antiques, the shop is destined to soar to new heights. At that point, he would become a prominent figure in Panjiayuan. Get lost? All of you. 5 million. Not a penny less. A bunch of paupers who can't even scrape together 5 million, yet dare to open an antique shop. How ridiculous. Stay far away from me. As Cao Jianing traverses the outer courtyard, he is suddenly met with a cacophony of voices not far ahead. Raising his eyes, he sees several antique vendors being forcefully expelled from Boyazhai. Among them is Wang Defa, a familiar face who recently stumbled upon a Qianlong Pastel 9 Peach Face. These vendors are some of the more formidable stallholders in the outer courtyard, who had intended to partner up to take over Boyazhai, only to be severely humiliated and tossed out by its owner. Having lost face and unable to retort, they can only grumble as they exit. Cao Jianing shares a casual acquaintance with these individuals. He lowers his head and discreetly sidesteps them. As he approaches within 10 meters of Boyazhai's entrance, he suddenly feels a familiar pull. This sensation mirrors the energy he absorbed from the Empress Cixi's jade watermelon last time. Could it be that Boyazhai houses a treasure of unparalleled rarity? Have I struck gold again? Eagerly, Cao Jianing activates his X-ray vision to peer inside Boyazhai. Within, the antiquities display shelves stand desolate, with only a few scholarly supplies remaining in the wall-mounted cabinets. The scant antiques left are predominantly ordinary items devoid of any distinction. Not only are there no treasures of exceptional rarity, but even the rare pieces are lacking, with only 2 classified as exquisite. Item: Qing Dynasty silver inkstone of the 18 Arhats grade. Exquisite value: 200,000 material, solid silver craftsmanship, masterpiece manufacturer, inner court master date of production, Qing Kangxi period. Item: Qing Dynasty couplet by Zhang Guofan, a pair, grade. Exquisite value: 30,000 material, paper craftsmanship, masterpiece manufacturer, Zhang Guofan date of production. Late Qing period. These 2 exquisite antiques are carelessly discarded in a cardboard box in the corner, likely overlooked. Aside from these 2 exquisite items, there are no other high-quality antiques in the shop. Most astonishing to Cao Jianing, however, is an object radiating unique energy. It is a stone intended to prop up a table corner, or more accurately, a pitch-black jadeite raw stone. Cao Jianing muses, why? Is it possible that the special energy within the Empress Cixi's jade watermelon is not due to its rarity, but because it is jadeite? Yet, I previously discovered many jadeite ornaments in the underground chamber, and none of them exhibited any special energy. Didn't I tell you, if you don't have 5 million, don't bother me? Unbeknownst to him, Cao Jianing has reached the entrance of the shop. The owner of Boyazhai is absent, and his gambling son is mindlessly repeating a single phrase. Having come specifically for Boyazhai, the identity of the seller is inconsequential to Cao Jianing. With a grand flourish, he declares, "What is 5 million? I'll buy it." Sun Jianxiong, rummaging through the cabinets, emerges and gazes at Cao Jianing at the door. This young man appears somewhat familiar. He feels as though they may have met somewhere before. Could it be that he is the friend he encountered while gambling for jadeite in Rueli? No matter now, the old man has hidden all the money away, and now he can only sell Boyazhai for cash. Sun Jianxiong tilts his head, casting a sidelong glance at Cao Jianing. I want cash. I don't have time for installments. Cao Jianing replies with a faint smile, turn right upon exiting. You can withdraw immediately and pay the same day. At this, Sun Jianxiong's eyes light up. Supporting himself against the sour jujube would counter. His lean body springs forth like a nimble monkey as he strides toward Cao Jianing. Brother, I appreciate your straightforwardness. Let us go. We'll fetch the money right now. Wait. Cao Jianing extends his right hand, creating a slight distance between himself and Sun Jianxiong. Boss Sun, I 1T shortchange you, and I can complete the transaction right now. Don't you think you should show some sincerity? Sun Jianxiong chuckles. How could I forget the important matters while focused solely on the money? He strides back to the counter, retrieving the property deed, the antique shop operating license, and other documents that he had prepared in advance. Boyazhai is my father's business. He transferred the shop to me on my wedding year. I have little interest in this trade. What remains in the shop is entirely yours. Cao Jianing scans the documents in Sun Jianxiong's hands. They are all authentic, with no discrepancies. He nods slightly. No problem. When can we transfer ownership? Once the funds are in place, I can accompany you to handle the formalities at any time. Great. I'll go fetch the money and draft a contract. Sign the contract, handle the paperwork, and pay. Sun Jianxiong shakes his head. No, it should be sign the contract, pay, and then I'll accompany you to handle the formalities. This fellow, Sun Jianxiong, is utterly fixated on money. He can only speak of cash. Cao Jianing finds no reason to linger over the details. Agreeing to Sun Jianxiong's proposal, they first sign the transfer contract, make the payment, and then both head off to complete the necessary procedures. Under the workings of capital, everything proceeds remarkably smoothly. Within a mere morning, the two finalize the relevant paperwork. As they exit the office building, Sun Jianxiong, somewhat puzzled, inquires, Brother, you seem familiar. Have you also gambled for jadeite in Rueli? Previously, Cao Jianing was merely an antique vendor. He has never engaged in the high-stakes game of stone gambling. Perhaps you've mistaken me, Boss Sun. I don't gamble on stones. All right, then I must have remembered incorrectly. Sun Jianxiong pulls out a set of keys from his pocket and hands them to Cao Jianing. Here are the keys to Boyazhai. From now on, it is yours. Wishing you great fortune, Boss Cao. Cao Jianing accepts the keys. May you prosper as well, Boss Sun. Chapter 45. Acquiring New Abilities, Boya Studio. The first task that Cao Jianing undertook upon assuming control of Boya Studio was to retrieve two exquisite antique artifacts from a cardboard box in the corner and place them upon the counter. Subsequently, he extracted a jadeite footstone from beneath the counter. The instant he grasped the jadeite, a surge of vibrant green energy coursed through his hands and into his body, converging towards his eyes. Previously, when Cao Jianing had harnessed the unique energy within him, his pupils transformed into a deep emerald green. At this moment, his eyes were once again enhanced by the energy emanating from the raw jadeite, with his pupils completely altering to a rich green reminiscent of fine emerald. Furthermore, Cao Jianing finally found himself capable of manipulating the energy within his eyes. This energy was remarkable. When he channeled it into his hands, his palms became fortified. Striking the table with a punch, his hand bore no injuries, while the sturdy, resilient table of sour jujube would bore the imprint of his fist. This enhancement bestowed upon him a new ability, one that was both offensive and protective. Should he choose to study some traditional martial arts, he could potentially attain powers akin to those of inner strength masters depicted in novels, such as the Golden Bell Shield or Iron Cloth Shirt. While he reveled in his newfound capabilities, Cao Jianing also pondered the origins of his abilities. The first instance was the mysterious jade sculpture, the second, the Cixi watermelon jade, and the third, the raw jadeite. All three instances were connected by jadeite. However, he had previously acquired numerous jade ornaments, none of which contained any mysterious energy. Could it be that the quality of the jadeite, or the antiques, must reach a certain standard? To validate his hypothesis, Cao Jianing commenced an appraisal to examine the specific details of this raw jadeite. Item: Mwanji Chanko raw jadeite. Grade: glass type Xingyang green, ice type Yang green. Characteristics: thick skin, uniform quality, external clarity, internal fluorescence. Value: 8 million. Evaluation: the jadeite rough produced at the Mwanji site in Myanmar has an average skin thickness of 2.8 cm. The upper mist layer is relatively thick, approximately 1.5 cm, while the bottom mist layer is thinner, around 0.5 cm. Beneath the mist layers lies a high-quality icy green jadeite, with uniform texture and a strong icy translucence. The quality of the jadeite improves from the outer layer to the innermost layer, which is a glass-type pure green. This jadeite is of exceptional quality. However, due to the overly thick skin, the internal jadeite rough is relatively small, making it unsuitable for crafting bracelets, but perfect for creating jade pendants, rings, and other small jewelry items. Wow! This seemingly unremarkable jadeite rough possesses remarkable potential, revealing itself as a combination of icy and glass jadeite. Glass jadeite represents the pinnacle of jadeite quality on the market. A small glass-type imperial green ring can start at no less than 7 figures. Previously, Cao Jianing felt somewhat disadvantaged for spending 5 million on acquiring Boyazhai and its seemingly worthless merchandise. This icy and glass jadeite rough conveniently offsets his investment in the antique shop, leaving him with a surplus, effectively meaning he spent nothing and gained an antique shop for free. Haha, fortune truly favors me. I'm on a roll lately. Perhaps it's time to buy a lottery ticket. Sun Jianxiong, we have gathered enough funds. Let us make the transaction, cash for the shop. As Cao Jianing reveled in his recent streak of good luck, the door of Boyazhai swung open, and Wang Defa and others rushed into the antique shop one after another. Upon seeing Cao Jianing at the counter, Wang Defa frowned. Cao Jianing, what are you doing here? Whereas Sun Jianxiong, we intend to take over Boyazhai. Cao Jianing smiled nonchalantly. I'm afraid you've arrived too late. I have already acquired Boyazhai. What? You bought Boyazhai? Are you joking? Where did you get the money? Do you have 5 million? Observing the astonished expressions of the crowd, Cao Jianing's vanity swelled, causing him to stand a little taller. Indeed, I have taken over Boyazhai. In a few days, it will be renamed. In the future, if you all have good goods, remember to come and support your brother. Wang Defa and the others scrambled to raise funds, barely managing to gather 5 million. Meanwhile, the usually reticent Cao Jianing turned out to be worth 5 million. They all operated stalls in the outer courtyard. Why should this kid be so wealthy? Envy and resentment filled their hearts as they whispered among themselves. Wang Defa, the most observant, spotted an item on the counter. The Qing Dynasty silver Kangxi 18 Arhats inkstone. He nudged his companion. Old Zhang, take a look at that on the table. Is it a Qing Dynasty official inkstone? Last year at the Jiada autumn auction, there was an identical one. It looked like it was from the Kangxi or Qianlong period. Zhang Xuanfei turned to examine the inkstone on the counter, nodding repeatedly. Indeed, it's exactly the same as the one at last year's Jiada auction. It must have been left behind by that fool Sun Jianxiong. How is that fair? This kid not only acquired the antique shop, but also stumbled upon a treasure. It's simply unjust. Wang Defa scoffed. Cao Jianing has snatched the antique shop. Why don't we snatch this inkstone? The two exchanged glances, understanding each other perfectly. Having just done a deal with Cao Jianing, Wang Defa took the initiative to flatter him. Congratulations, Brother Cao, on acquiring Boyazhai. I wish you a prosperous business in advance. Oh wait, now you should be called Boss Cao, or Shopkeeper Cao. Haha, thank you, thank you. When I open for business, you all must come and support. Absolutely. Cao Jianing donned a facade of amiability, projecting an image of shared prosperity, while internally he felt a surge of wariness. The antique world is rife with intrigue. Having taken over Boguzai, he could not dismiss the possibility that these individuals might harbor resentment. Wang Defa appeared jovial, yet he might be plotting something sinister against him. Oh, this inkstone looks quite good. It seems to be an old inkstone from the Republic of China. I've recently been practicing calligraphy, so how about I give it to you for 500 bucks? Pfft. Cao Jianing couldn't help but snicker inwardly, knowing well that this unscrupulous fellow had no good intentions. The Qing Dynasty silver Kangxi 18 Arhats inkstone has a market price of 200,000. In an antique shop, it would be listed at no less than 400,000. To think he could buy it for 500 bucks. He must have drunk too much fake wine to lose touch with reality. Cao Jianing was about to flatly refuse when he suddenly recalled the previous time he had found a bargain at Wang Defa's stall. This guy was like a bringer of fortune. Who knows what other hidden treasures he might have? Cao Jianing immediately activated his vision to scan Wang Defa from head to toe. Unfortunately, apart from a bankbook, Wang Defa had nothing else of value. Cao Jianing felt a twinge of regret and turned to inspect the others, seeking any valuable antiques they might possess. Wow, you're quite something. Soon, Cao Jianing discovered an exquisitely crafted jewelry box on Zhang Xuanfei, filled with several modern pieces of jewelry. The term antique is not applicable here, as these pieces are too contemporary. Among the myriad of adornments, There were several items from overseas luxury brands, including a pair of earrings and 3 brooches. Item: Van Cleef & Arpels Ballerina 18K Gold Enamel Brooch Grade. Ordinary value: 500,000 Material: gold, ruby, turquoise. Manufacturing process: limited production. Manufacturer: Van Cleef & Arpels. Data production: 1960. Van Cleef & Arpels Ballerina 18K Gold Enamel Brooch. Item: Van Cleef & Arpels 18K Gold Enamel Earrings. Pair. Grade: ordinary value: 350,000 Material: gold, ruby, turquoise. Manufacturing process: limited production. Manufacturer: Van Cleef & Arpels. Data production: 1960. Van Cleef & Arpels 18K Gold Enamel Earrings. Chapter 46. 200,000 for 200,000. What a worthwhile transaction. Van Cleef & Arpels, a renowned luxury brand overseas, has historically crafted exquisite jewelry for European royalty and aristocrats. The pieces adorning Zhang Xuanfei are from the illustrious Van Cleef & Arpels ballet series. This particular collection draws inspiration from the graceful form of ballet dancers, intricately embedding a plethora of exquisite gemstones into their figures, culminating in a stunning ensemble of long skirts, crowns, and more. Every few years, Van Cleef & Arpels hosts an exclusive exhibition, with the ballet series being a highlight among the showcased masterpieces. The total value of the items in Zhang Xuanfei's possession reaches a staggering 2 million, far surpassing the worth of the Qing Dynasty silver Kangxi 18 Arhats inkstoned. Next in line is the performance by Cao Jianing, who must devise a means to persuade the owner to part with those Van Cleef & Arpels treasures. Clearing his throat, Cao Jianing feigned a cough and remarked, "Brother Wang, are you attempting to deceive me again?" At first glance, these objects are undoubtedly more than mere Republic-era artifacts. They are at least from the early Qing, perhaps even Ming Dynasty. The antiques in the shop have all been purloined by Sun Jianxiong, leaving only these 2 intriguing items. I was just about to sell them to acquire some fine jewelry for my girlfriend's family proposal, Wang Defa replied, his eyes twitching slightly, silently cursing Cao Jianing's perceptiveness. Were it not for his visit to the Jiadito auction, he would not have recognized the inkstone's era, yet Cao Jianing managed to discern it as a Qing Dynasty piece. He needed to act swiftly before Cao Jianing uncovered the true value of the inkstone. "Brother, you are mistaken. I used to dabble in miscellaneous antiques. This is merely a Ming kiln inkstone, worth hardly anything. I'll take a minor loss and offer you 1,000. How does that sound?" Cao Jianing's lips curled downward slightly. The audacity of this fellow was astounding. 1,000? I would rather deliver 1,000 slaps across your face. Were it not for the jewelry adorning Zhang Xuanfei, I would not even bother engaging you. Wanggu, you needn't waste your breath. My girlfriend insists on diamond jewelry, and I have spent all my money on the shop. I intend to sell this inkstone to buy her some diamond pieces. Upon hearing that Cao Jianing planned to exchange the Qing Dynasty official inkstone for diamond jewelry, Wang Defa found himself at a loss for words. In the antique community, there exists a hierarchy of disdain. Shopkeepers look down upon stall vendors, who in turn scorn those hawking wares on the streets, and street vendors regard those dealing in foreign goods with contempt. Diamonds, mechanical watches, and high-end accessories from abroad are merely considered second-hand goods in Panjiayuan, not true antiques. Wang Defa primarily dealt in porcelain and considered himself superior, holding these foreign trinkets in the utmost contempt. Brother, just as Wang Defa was about to enlighten Cao Jianing on the folly of investing in diamond jewelry, a tug at his sleeve from Zhang Xuanfei caught his attention, accompanied by an urgent glance. "What's the matter?" Wang Defa asked, his expression betraying his annoyance as he turned to Zhang Xuanfei. Zhang Xuanfei leaned closer and whispered, "Wang Gu, I recently stumbled upon a box of jewelry from the foreigner's living area near Hohai. This worthless trinket was tossed aside by the foreigner. It should be nothing but fake. Since Cao Jianing desires diamond jewelry, why not gift him these pieces?" Wang Defa's expression brightened, secretly marveling at this stroke of luck. It was as though the heavens themselves were aiding him, presenting him with an opportunity for gain. "Hand them over to me. Once the deal is done, we shall split the profits." Zhang Xuanfei grinned widely, nodding in agreement. "All right, I'll follow your lead." Wang Defa took the jewelry box from Zhang Xuanfei and approached Cao Jianing. "Brother, what an opportune moment this is. Recently, while sourcing goods in Hohai, I acquired a batch of diamond jewelry from a wealthy foreigner." As he spoke, Wang Defa opened the jewelry box, revealing over 10 rings, necklaces, earrings, and brooches entangled within. He offered an awkward yet polite smile, gesturing toward a blue heart-shaped necklace. "Look at this sapphire necklace, so lustrous and of such fine quality. I see it far superior to what you'd find in a shop. Cao Jianing gazed at the glass necklace Wang Defa pointed out, utterly speechless. This absurd item was a replica of the Heart of the Ocean worn by Rose in Titanic. The genuine article was an entire sapphire adorned with hundreds of small diamonds, worth billions. If any connoisseur heard Wang Defa's earlier comments, they would surely be doubled over in laughter. Struggling to suppress a smile, he hesitantly replied, "Brother Wang, I don't believe that this is a diamond. A diamond the size of a soybean is already worth 1,000. A stone of this magnitude must be worth millions." Wang Defa, growing impatient, waved his hand dismissively. "After all these years of camaraderie, would I deceive you? Here, take it. These are all for you. Gift these pieces to your sister-in-law. She will surely be delighted." Cao Jianing hesitantly accepted the jewelry box, muttering softly, "While these are indeed lovely, they are all old, and I wonder about their value. What if my girlfriend dislikes them? Can I return them to you?" "Return? Absolutely, no problem." Wang Defa thumped his chest vigorously, the sound echoing. "Once the items are in my possession, do you think you can return them? Dream on. I could easily sell them off without a trace. What could you possibly do?" "Very well then, thank you, Brother Wang." "Haha, no need to mention it." Wang Defa eagerly seized the inkstone from the table, clutching it to his chest, fearful that Cao Jianing might have second thoughts. "Brother, since you've just acquired the shop, we want to impose further. Let us chat another day." "Indeed. Remember to come support us at the grand opening." "Absolutely." After watching Wang Defa and his companions depart, Cao Jianing scoffed disdainfully. "Fools, thinking they can take advantage of me, Cao Jianing, without weighing their own worth. Had I not been too lazy to engage in idle chatter with you, I would have added another 50 or 100,000 to the deal. Today, I am in a good mood and shall let it slide. 1 piece of ice jade and 1 piece of glass jade, along with 4 Van Cleef Arpels pieces, and I've effortlessly acquired an antique store, netting a profit of 5 million. Haha, how delightful." At the Panjiayuan tea house, Cao Jianing entered the top-level private room, carrying an enormous custom-made wooden box. Li Mingxian set down his teacup, rising with a broad smile, jokingly scolding, "You rascal, just after making a name for yourself at Jiaxing, what mischief are you up to now?" Cao Jianing, adorned with a mysterious grin, hurried to Li Mingxuan's side with the box. "Li Lao, I have 2 matters to discuss today. First, I would like your discerning eye. The second matter is that I have taken over Boyazhai and would appreciate your assistance in finding a reliable renovation team to refurbish it." Li Mingxian had long anticipated Cao Jianing's acquisition of the antique shop and was not surprised. He was, however, curious about the seemingly heavy antique that Cao Jianing possessed. "You've already reached a net worth of tens of millions. You wouldn't typically bring ordinary antiques here. I suspect this must be a high-quality treasure you are showcasing." "Ha ha ha, you jest, Li Lao. Please take a look." "Enough chit-chat. Hurry up and show me." "All right." Cao Jianing promptly opened the wooden box, revealing a half-meter-tall, hand-thick metallic cloudboard before Li Mingxian. "A cloudboard? When did you start collecting these?" "Look closely. What's so special about it?" "This is merely an item used in ancient gatherings, serving a purpose similar to that of a bell. Wait, there's an inscription here, cast in the year of the metal ox of the great Qing Dynasty. Heavens, this bears the inscription of the later Qing era. This is a national treasure. Where did you unearth this?" Chapter 47. A Private Museum? At the tender age of 15, Cao Jianing apprenticed at Li Mingxuan's antique shop, where Li generously gifted him numerous books on antiquities, occasionally offering guidance, thus earning the title of a half-master. Consequently, whenever Cao Jianing came across something remarkable, he would seek Li Mingxuan's counsel without hesitation. This time, he brought the Golden Destiny cloudboard to Li Mingxian for appraisal, primarily to hear his esteemed advice. Although the market value of this cloudboard was not particularly high, its greatest worth lay in its historical and cultural significance. As a mere antique dealer with no involvement in the research of cultural relics, this cloudboard held little personal significance for him. He could exchange it for more valuable items such as exquisite yuan blue and white porcelain, roux-kiln ceramics, or masterpieces by renowned calligraphers and painters. Alternatively, he could use the cloudboard as leverage to negotiate a deal with Xiao Weining, who would undoubtedly be willing to pay a handsome sum for it. "This cloudboard is extraordinarily precious, truly a national treasure," Li Mingxian remarked. "Such a valuable relic. Where on earth did you acquire it?" Knowing that the fewer details shared, the better, Cao Jianing slightly altered the narrative. He claimed to have discovered the cloudboard in an abandoned temple back in his hometown, where curiosity led him to investigate further. To his astonishment, he He found it to be a rare item inscribed with ancient markings, and thus he decided to procure it. Li Mingxian, a seasoned connoisseur, chuckled inwardly at the implausibility of the tale, recognizing that such a story would only deceive the gullible. Although he detected the inconsistencies in Cao Jianing's account, he refrained from exposing them. You seek my appraisal of this treasure, but I suspect it is not merely for that purpose, is it? Indeed, nothing escapes your keen perception, Old Li. I wish to consult you about exchanging this cloud board for some precious antiques. Ah, so it is a matter of speculation, perhaps to sell it at a high price to Xiao Weining? Li Mingxian, wise in the ways of the world, quickly grasped Cao Jianing's underlying intentions. He shook his head, sighing, Alas, you underestimate the complexity of the situation. You must realize that the cultural significance of this cloud board far exceeds its value as an antique. Its market price is rather modest. Furthermore, it is akin to a hot potato. Most people would hesitate to touch it. While there may be a few affluent collectors driven by curiosity who would consider acquiring it, expecting them to pay the price of exquisite yuan blue and white porcelain for this cloud board is utterly unrealistic. Ideally, it belongs in esteemed museums. Oh, I see. Cao Jianing nodded, somewhat disheartened. His vision was not as expansive as Li Mingxian's, and he had hoped that the cultural value of the cloud board could facilitate the acquisition of high-quality antiques. He had not anticipated the convoluted dynamics within the collecting community. He was no altruistic saint. Why would he donate a treasure he had painstakingly acquired to a museum for a mere banner and an 88 yuan red envelope? That would be sheer folly. He would much prefer to keep it for himself than to part with the cloud board. Noticing the disappointment etched on Cao Jianing's face, Li Mingxian gently patted his shoulder, offering words of comfort. Do not be disheartened. This is indeed a remarkably valuable historical artifact, and it is perfectly acceptable for you to keep it in your collection. Weren't you saying earlier that you have a batch of exquisite antiques in your possession? Given your age, if you continue to collect, by the time you reach my age, your collection of relics and antiques could very well establish a private museum. A private museum? Just half a month prior, Cao Jianing had been an inconspicuous antique dealer. The thought of a museum, such a lofty endeavor, was beyond his wildest dreams. Yet recently, he had amassed a significant collection of exquisite antiques. Not only did he possess rare items like the Golden Destiny cloud board, but he also had extraordinary treasures such as the Empress Dowager Cixi's jade watermelon, along with Ru kiln ceramics, Jun kiln porcelain, Yuan blue and white, Ming blue and white, and exceptional Qing Dynasty pastel porcelain. The rare porcelain in his possession already surpassed that of many provincial museums. Coupled with the recently uncovered treasures from the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom, establishing a private museum was indeed within reach. If that were the case, why would he part with such a precious cloud board? It would be far wiser to keep it for himself. The notion of a museum felt distant. For now, he would retain his collection and revisit the idea once he had amassed enough artifacts. Thank you, Old Li. I understand now. Indeed. Li Mingxian nodded slightly, choosing not to dwell further on the matter. He merely cautioned Cao Jianing about the cloud board's immense value and advised him to keep its existence discreet to avoid potential troubles. What are your thoughts regarding the antique shop? Will you continue to operate it as per the previous model of Boyazhai, focusing on scholars' utensils and related antiques? Or do you have other plans? Cao Jianing produced a pre-prepared blueprint from his pocket, illustrating the antique shop divided into several main sections. The ground floor, flanking the entrance on both sides, was designated as the porcelain area. Inside, there would be sections for jade and emerald, ancient jade, calligraphy and painting, alongside an appraisal room and a recovery room. Apart from the porcelain section, the other antique areas would each occupy approximately 20% of the space. The second floor comprised 3 areas. Directly opposite the staircase was a row of luxurious display cabinets, totaling 12 independent showcases for exhibiting premium treasures. Across from the display cases was a series of upscale cabinets primarily for selling exquisite Ming and Qing Dynasty wares, as well as mass-produced ordinary official kiln porcelain. There was also a small room tucked away for Cao Jianing's office and resting area. The design was refreshingly straightforward and crystal clear. After reviewing the blueprint, Li Mingxian placed it on the table and spoke with a serious tone. Your design proposal is commendable. Porcelain, ancient jade, and calligraphy are all highly sought-after antiques. In recent years, the market for jade has been booming, leading many antique shops to include sections for jade jewelry. Your ideas align well with market trends. While porcelain is the most popular antique, do you truly possess enough exquisite porcelain to fill an entire section on the second floor? Hee hee. Cao Jianing grinned broadly, revealing 2 rows of gleaming white teeth. His greatest finds from the hidden treasure chamber in Fengtian had been porcelain, and he planned to sell off the lower-grade porcelain from the Fengtian treasure. Before the shop's opening, he intended to scour various ghost markets for additional porcelain to augment his stock. Once the antique shop officially launched, he could sell while simultaneously replenishing his inventory, ensuring a sustainable internal circulation. Thus, he was not concerned about any potential shortages. Oldly, I'm well aware of what I'm doing. There won't be any issues. Then I can rest easy. I have a junior who is a doctoral student in classical architecture at Beijing University. I will have him design your antique shop. That would be splendid. I appreciate your assistance. You rascal, spare me the false politeness. Focus on running the antique shop well. Otherwise, do not even think about leaving Minjuexuan. Rest assured, I will not bring you shame. Oldly, it's getting late. Shall we go for a meal together? Li Mingxian glanced at the time, realizing that mealtime was approaching. Very well, I'll just give Shaoli a call to invite him out. You two can discuss the shop's renovations. All right, I appreciate it. Chapter 48. Returning in Glory. At the Panjiayuan Antique Market, within the Bo Yizhai, Cao Jianing emerged from the antique shop, accompanied by a tall young man with long hair and a somewhat delicate visage. Li Ge, I appreciate your assistance with the shop's renovation, he said, retrieving a thick envelope from his pocket and placing it into Li Jingyu's hands. No, I cannot accept this. Li Jingyu exclaimed, recoiling as if scalded by boiling water, swiftly pushing Cao Jianing's hand away. It was as though the envelope contained not currency, but a lethal poison. Mr. Cao, Li Lao is my elder. I must adhere to his directives. It is merely a matter of helping you design the renovation plan for the antique shop. Discussing money would be rather disheartening. Li Jingyu, with his artistic flair and appearance, might be perceived as somewhat effeminate by those who do not favor such styles. Through their dinner the previous night and interactions within the antique shop today, Cao Jianing discerned that the other party possessed not only strong professional capabilities but also a commendable character, a friendship worth cultivating. To associate with such an educated and skilled individual is akin to gaining entry into an esteemed collective, and thus, Cao Jianing was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. Li Ge, please do not misunderstand. This money carries no ulterior motive. I am returning to my hometown today and will soon be traveling to Anhui province. I lack the time to oversee the work at the antique shop. I simply wish to entrust you with supervising the workers during their construction. Otherwise, I would be quite uneasy. Oh. Li Jingyu raised an elegantly arched eyebrow, gazing at Cao Jianing with mild surprise. Li Mingxian had spoken highly of Cao Jianing, a promising protege whom he intended to support. He had assumed that Cao Jianing was eager to open the shop and would arrange for immediate work to commence. However, it seemed from Cao Jianing's words that he had matters of greater import at hand. As a professional designer, it is a fundamental ethical practice to refrain from prying into clients' private affairs. Mr. Cao, you need not worry about the construction. We collaborate with officially sanctioned units, ensuring no issues with quality. I can accept this money, and I shall provide you with some delightful surprises in return. Li Jingyu was resolute against accepting the money, and Cao Jianing found it inappropriate to force it upon him. Thus he acquiesced to the other's sentiments. Very well, I appreciate your help, Li Ge. By the way, as a distinguished graduate of the capital university, do you have any experts in antique appraisal within your circle? I am in need of a master craftsman, and if you could bring along 1 or 2 apprentices, that would be even better. Li Jingyu's lips twitched slightly, contemplating an affirmative response while simultaneously fearing the potential fallout of an unsatisfactory arrangement. He was not well acquainted with Cao Jianing and observed that Bo Yizhai contained few antiques, causing concern about whether the recommended individuals would meet expectations. After a moment's hesitation, he replied solemnly, I shall inquire when I return. If I find someone suitable, I will inform you promptly. Excellent. Let us leave it at that. We can communicate via phone at any time. Of course. After bidding farewell to Li Jingyu, Cao Jianing shook his head with a hint of exasperation. It is not always beneficial to force oneself into a circle where one does not belong. A complete renovation of the antique shop would require at least a month. During this period, he intended to visit Zhao Debo's home to inspect the ancient tomb and subsequently venture to Anhui province in search of treasures from the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom. He could only hope that a month would suffice, alas, one step at a time. Time to purchase New Year goods and return home for the festivities. In Jizhou province, in the village of Lishigo, Qinglong City. Qinglong City is situated in the northern part of Jizhou province, bordered to the west by Rihe, to the north by Minggu, and to the east by Shanhaiguan. The local soil is fertile, and the region is abundant in resources, making it a picturesque northern city. Qinglong City is renowned for its production of Qinglong honey chestnuts, Qinglong walnuts, wild hazel mushrooms, and wild hazelnuts. As dusk approached, a liberation truck gradually came to a stop outside a rural homestead. Through the open gate, one could observe a tidy yard featuring a wooden frame stacked with corn, neatly arranged with golden cobs. Upon hearing the rumbling sound of the approaching vehicle, a tall and elegant young woman clad in a vibrant floral coat pushed aside the heavy cotton door curtain and peeked outside. Just then, she spotted a familiar figure unloading items from the truck, leaning against the driver's door. Seeing her long-absent brother Cao Jianing, Cao Jianing's lips broke into a wide grin as she sprinted towards the yard. "Brother, why have you only just returned?" "Mother, my brother is back." Upon hearing the familiar voices behind him, Cao Jianing leaped from the truck, arms open wide in affectionate welcome. Cao Jianing, resembling a sprightly fawn, dove into his embrace, enveloping him in a warm hug. "Brother, why have you taken so long to return? Mother and the others have missed you dearly. They speak of you every day." Cao Jianing affectionately ruffled Cao Jianing's hair. "This year has been rather busy, hence my delay. All right, let us help with the unloading. I brought you this year's new down jacket, along with the rolling suitcase you've been longing for. This is the special model for air travel, the finest quality, guaranteed to be even more exquisite than your roommates." "Really? Brother, you are too kind." Cao Jianing, typically frugal, had only 2 sets of clothes that she rotated throughout the year. The news of her brother's gift of a new down jacket and a coveted suitcase made her ecstatic, causing her to leap in joy. However, her excitement was fleeting as a look of concern crept onto her face. "These items must have cost a fortune. Mother will surely scold you again if she finds out." "Haha, no worries. I bought gifts for mother and father as well. During the new year, we ought to embrace the festive spirit." "Jianing, is that you back?" As the siblings engaged in cheerful conversation, their mother, Lu Yunshu, hurriedly rushed out from the house, wearing 1 slipper and 1 cotton shoe, her demeanor flustered. In contrast to her younger sister, who was still in school, Cao Jianing's perspective was markedly different. She noticed that Cao Jianing had changed significantly. Although his appearance remained largely the same, his entire aura radiated a newfound vitality, giving him an impression of a city dweller. "Mother, it's cold outside. You and your sister should come in quickly. I'll handle the unloading." "What are you doing, child? You return home and buy all these things. Our family lacks for nothing. Why spend money needlessly? What on earth are these gaudy items? Such frivolous spending. It would be better to save that money for your wedding." Though the mother had not seen her son for half a year, her heart brimmed with unspoken words. Although her remarks sounded critical of his spending, each utterance was laced with maternal love. "Mother, please don't scold him. He has only just returned. My brother bought you a down jacket. It's thin yet warm. Many of my classmates at school are wearing them. All right, let us not linger at the door. We should swiftly bring the items inside. The neighbors are watching." "Agreed." The 3 of them exchanged pleasantries at the door for a while before they began unloading the New Year's goods. Cao Jianing, now a man of means, purchased the latest bustling down jackets for each family member, along with various specialties from the capital, Quanjued roast duck, Daxiankan pastries, and Jingba delicacies, among others. It took several trips back and forth for the family to finish unloading everything. Chapter 49. I don't want to go on a blind date. In the main room of the house, the father, Cao Jianing, and the mother, Lu Yunshu, stared wide-eyed in disbelief at the pile of 100-yuan bills stacked upon the table. Taking a deep breath, Cao Jianing hastily strode to the door and locked it. Turning back, he cast a serious gaze upon Cao Jianing. "Jianing, speak honestly to your father. Have you been involved in any illegal activities outside? Listen to your father. Return this money and strive for leniency." The lack of trust from his own father filled Cao Jianing with profound sorrow. He couldn't help but rub his forehead in exasperation, his heart racing with a torrent of emotions. He had earnestly intended to provide his parents with funds to renovate their home, allowing them to enjoy a comfortable life. Yet, instead, he found himself suspected of engaging in criminal activities, which was truly unbearable. "Dad, what are you talking about? This money is all earned through my own efforts. This year, I've been fortunate enough to stumble upon many valuable antiques, one of which is worth tens of millions. I sold it, opened an antique shop, and now I'm a business owner. I've even set aside some funds to invest in our hometown, to help you both establish a livelihood and spare you from toiling over that meager farmland." Cao Jianing and Lu Yunshu exchanged glances, both expressing deep astonishment. Cao Jianing rubbed his stiff face and hesitantly inquired, "Is what you say true? You found a treasure worth tens of millions?" The construction of a primary school in town only costs a few million. What kind of treasure could possibly be worth tens of millions? This exemplifies a cognitive bias. Cao Jianing, a farmer who has labored tirelessly in the fields all his life, could scarcely fathom that a Yuan dynasty official kiln blue and white porcelain could be valued at such a sum. Moreover, Cao Jianing, considering his parents' limited capacity for acceptance, refrained from mentioning the two pieces worth over 100 million, such as the Yuan blue and white figure jar and the exquisite jade watermelon from Empress Cixi. The antique world is akin to a lottery. With good fortune, one can purchase an item worth tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands, for just 200 yuan, and become wealthy overnight. You need not concern yourself with the value of antiques. Simply know that your son is now affluent. Your wealth is a reflection of your parents' fortune. My prosperity equates to your well-being. Take this money and renovate the house, constructing a spacious duplex villa. Additionally, think of any business ventures you may wish to undertake. I will provide the funding to as long as it is a credible enterprise. I will invest. Gulp. Cao Jianing could not suppress a swallow. The last time he heard such words was in a dream. Now, as reality dawned upon him, he found it hard to accept. He blinked in disbelief and gently nudged Lu Yunshu with his elbow. Your son is speaking to you. Why don't you say something? Lu Yunshu pouted, thinking, I wish I could articulate my thoughts, but what should I say? I have always hoped for my son to succeed, and now that he truly has, I feel a pang of anxiety in my heart, as though all of this is a fabrication. Son, I know you've achieved success, yet my heart races, fluttering with unease. Please, put away this money for now, so your father and I can digest this news properly. Both Cao Jianing and his wife, humble farmers, felt somewhat overwhelmed by the sudden influx of wealth and required time to process it. All right, I'll be here for another 2 days. We can discuss it tomorrow. Good. You've been driving for several hours. Go rest in your room. Brother, wake up quickly. Otherwise, you won't be able to escape later. Cao Jianing, lost in slumber, was roused by a rustling sound, reluctantly opening his eyes. The door creaked open slightly, and Cao Xia peeked in, her little head appearing as she mischievously observed him. What is going on? Why are you causing a ruckus so early in the morning? Cao Xia wrinkled her nose in irritation, exclaiming, I'm just trying to remind you. Aunt Wang is introducing you to another matchmaker. If you don't hurry, the girl will arrive. Treated my good intentions with disdain. I won't bother with you then. Humph. What? Upon hearing the words blind date, Cao Jianing's hair stood on end, and he hurriedly began to dress. Each year, returning home meant enduring a torturous ordeal. Blind dates, blind dates, blind dates. This had become an annual nightmare for Cao Jianing. Outside, Cao Xia, witnessing her brother's flustered state, stifled a laugh, akin to a fox that had just snatched a chicken. Before long, Cao Jianing was fully dressed and dashed out the door. Brother, wait for me. Cao Xia hurried after him, the siblings racing towards the village entrance. Cao Jianing reached the village's edge without breaking a sweat, while behind him, Cao Xia's face flushed red, panting heavily. Why are you running so fast? You've left me behind. Cao Jianing shot her an annoyed glance. It was his blind date, not hers, so of course, she wasn't anxious. Aunt Wang was an unreliable matchmaker, introducing all sorts of odd characters. 2 years ago, she introduced someone who was still married, claiming that if I married her, she would get a divorce. Wasn't that absurd? After catching her breath for half a minute, Cao Xia leaned in closer to Cao Jianing, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes sparkling with mischief. Brother, I have good news. My roommate likes you. She asked the round-faced girl who came to our school last time to help me carry water. At her words, an image of a charming girl with a round face flashed through Cao Jianing's mind. Her cherubic cheeks bore a hint of baby fat, and her large, sparkling eyes were irresistibly cute, her voice soft and gentle. What stood out most was her enviable figure. 36D. Surely, the future would hold no concerns for her offspring's nourishment. As Cao Jianing reminisced about the girl he had only met once, a vision of a cold beauty suddenly invaded his thoughts, hands on her hips, glaring fiercely at him. He vigorously shook his head, chiding himself for being so distracted at such a moment, thinking of Xiaowan Ning. She hailed from a wealthy family, excelling in beauty, figure, education, and capability. Furthermore, they were like oil and water, always clashing whenever they met. Brother, what are you thinking about? Oh, why do your eyes look so bright, like precious gems? Unbeknownst to him, Cao Xia had approached, her large eyes curiously fixed on Cao Jianing's face. Huh? Oh, it's nothing, just some work-related matters. Cao Jianing, akin to a child caught in a lie, nervously smoothed his clothing, attempting to conceal his unease. Freshly made tofu, hot tofu. Come out, Everyone, the tofu seller is here. At that moment, a loud voice rang out from a distance, announcing the arrival of Aunt Lu with her tofu cart. Cao Jianing initially intended to deflect the situation with a joke. However, he noticed a radiant white glow emanating from the tofu cart. Previously, the white glow had been relatively faint, unable to penetrate even slightly thicker fabrics. After absorbing energy from a jadeite raw stone, his abilities had enhanced, allowing the white glow to radiate further, now capable of penetrating the cloth covering the tofu. Cao Jianing focused on the source of the glow, discovering a blackened weight beside the steaming tofu, radiating a white light. This was a ceramic weighing stone, square in shape, topped with a funnel-shaped knob, with a hole through the center threaded with a black hemp rope. One side bore the inscription in seal script, First Year of Zhengde, October, auspicious, while the other three sides were adorned with interwoven patterns. Item: Qing Dynasty, Zhengde Year ceramic weighing stone quality. Premium value: 15,000. Product material: porcelain manufacturing process, official customization manufacturer, imperial supervision production date. The first year of the Zhengde era, Qing Dynasty, first year of Zhengde era, porcelain weighing stone chapter 50. The trial of performance in ancient times, weights were referred to as quan, representing one of the three fundamental measures, balance, thus also known as hung chung. The terms du refers to instruments measuring length, liang denotes vessels for gauging volume, and hung signifies tools for determining weight. Huaxia, a civilization with a rich historical tapestry, has witnessed significant variations in measurements across different dynasties. Here, we must express our gratitude to the illustrious ancestors, particularly the first emperor, who pioneered the unification of measurements, facilitating societal progress. The weight, or quan, has been crafted in various materials across dynasties, primarily categorized into four types: bronze, iron, ceramic, and stone. Ancient weights predominantly exhibit forms such as circular, bell-shaped, gourd-shaped, and animal-shaped designs. Historical records indicate that the largest known weight, originating from the Warring States period, is known as Gao Nu He Shi Tong Quan. This copper alloy weight, circular in form, stands at 20 centimeters in height and weighs an impressive 15 kilograms. Inscribed upon this national treasure is an edict issued by the first emperor proclaiming, in the 26th year, the emperor unified all lords, ensuring the tranquility of the populace, and henceforth designated the title of emperor, and commanded the chancellor to regulate the laws and measures, with no one permitted to dispute them. This significant artifact is preserved in the Chang'an Museum. From this, it is evident that throughout history, measurements have played an essential role in the fabric of human existence. Ancient rulers, in their quest to solidify their reign and prevent market turmoil, maintained strict control over these measures. Consequently, numerous excavated weights bear inscriptions such as Mingjing de Yuan Yin and Yuanjian de Du Lu Zhao, indicating their eras. Aunt Lu's tofu weight, crafted in the first year of the Qing Dynasty under the reign of Emperor Zhengde, is a porcelain official weight. Such custom-made weights are relatively abundant. However, Aunt Chen's specimen has deteriorated, having been corroded by prolonged exposure to brine, significantly diminishing its value. This weight, akin to the celestial board held by Cao Jianing, possesses far more cultural significance than mere antiquarian value. Thus, few collectors are eager to acquire such items, rendering its worth modest. Driven by profit, merchants seldom let opportunities slip by. Cao Jianing eagerly approached, standing at the village path, and called out to Aunt Lu in the distance, "Aunt, please weigh me 10 jin of tofu." Unbeknownst to Cao Jianing, Cao Xie grasped the corner of his garment, trying to dissuade him from unnecessary expenditure. "Brother, why do you need so much tofu? If you wish to eat, just buy a piece. Mother usually trades beans for tofu. If she discovers that you bought so much tofu, she will surely scold you." With a mischievous grin, Cao Jianing leaned closer to Cao Xie, whispering conspiratorially, "Just watch. I will teach you how I usually earn money." Upon hearing this, Cao Xie's almond-shaped eyes widened in anticipation. Having only recently entered Huaxia University, her first year was the busiest yet. She had longed to visit Cao Jianing's workplace. However, he always provided various excuses to keep her away. The more he concealed, the more her curiosity grew. Now, with the opportunity to witness how Cao Jianing made money, she was practically rubbing her hands in excitement. Well, if it isn't the eldest from the Chen family, finally willing to return to our little valley. Having spent years working in the capital, villagers viewed him as a capable individual thriving in the bustling metropolis. Aunt Lu, being an elder, couldn't resist teasing him upon their first encounter. Cao Jianing chuckled heartily, responding in kind to Aunt Lu's jest. "Aunt Lu, you flatter us. Our pear tree valley is splendid, with mountains and rivers that the capital cannot rival. Especially with your tofu. I can smell its fragrance from 800 meters away. Who else can produce tofu as delectable as yours? Wei mi Tianjin, I must indulge these next few days. With just 2 sentences, Cao Jianing had Aunt Lu beaming with delight, her smile stretching ear to ear. She praised Cao Jianing's handsome appearance and charming speech, prophesying his future as a great entrepreneur. During their conversation, Aunt Lu had already prepared the Tianjin of tofu dye in rural areas where resources are often scarce. It is customary to bring bowls or containers to carry tofu home, as plastic bags are seldom used. For Tianjin of tofu, a typical small plastic bag would be wholly inadequate. You 2 siblings are buying tofu without a proper container. Let me deliver it to your doorstep. In high spirits, Aunt Lu generously offered to bring the tofu to their home. Cao Jianing feigned ignorance, engaging in a playful argument with Cao Ziya. Aunt Lu still needs to sell her tofu. Her scales are for her own use. I'll go to the county town and buy one later. Cao Ziya, puzzled, blinked her large eyes, unable to fathom why Cao Jianing was speaking so nonsensically. Suddenly recalling his earlier words, she quickly realized he had set his sights on Aunt Lu's scale. Yet, it appeared to be an ordinary household scale, dirty and worn. How could such an item hold any value? Despite her confusion, Cao Ziya decided to play along with Cao Jianing's charade. Brother, mother plans to sell roasted chestnuts at the Shitu Ditch Fair. We need the scale for that. By the time you return from the county, the fair will have ended. With a serious demeanor, Cao Ziya showed no sign of pretense, earning Cao Jianing's inner admiration. What shall we do then? Time is of the essence. Brother, doesn't Aunt Lu have a scale? We could borrow it. Cao Jianing shook his head. Mother will need it in the future. We might as well buy it from Aunt Lu. With that, he pulled out 100 yuan from his pocket and offered it to Aunt Lu. Aunt Lu, my mother urgently needs a scale. How about I buy yours for 100 yuan? Before Aunt Lu could respond, Cao Ziya suddenly grasped Cao Jianing's sleeve. Brother, are you foolish? How much could a scale possibly cost? They sell them at the supply and marketing cooperative in the county. But there isn't enough time. The siblings, without prior rehearsal, delivered their performance with such sincerity that even Aunt Lu was momentarily bewildered. She gazed at the 100 yuan note in Cao Jianing's hand, a flicker of greed crossing her eyes. Tofu costs 5 yuan per jin. Selling a cartload would yield barely over 100 yuan. This old scale, having served for over a decade, would net her a substantial profit if sold for 100 yuan. She had a spare scale at home, so it wouldn't hinder her business. It was merely a matter of a short errand. This eldest son of the Cao family had clearly grown accustomed to a comfortable urban life, oblivious to village prices. After all, if he was willing to pay, it wasn't her fault if he was deceived. Even if old Cao found out, the blame would not fall on her shoulders. Stop bickering, it's just a scale. You can take it. I have another at home. Seeing Aunt Lu finally bite the bait, Cao Jianing exhaled a sigh of relief. With his sister present, failure to seize this opportunity would surely diminish his stature as an elder brother. Fortunately, he successfully secured the deal. Thank you, Aunt Lu. You are too kind. Here, take this money. I cannot allow you to suffer a loss. Cao Jianing took the damp scale and weight, casually placing the 100 yuan on the tofu cart. Aunt Lu, unable to conceal her joy, feigned reluctance, saying, "We're all from the same village. It feels inappropriate to accept money." Cao Jianing waved his hand, adopting a serious tone. Even among brothers, accounts must be settled. Payment is due. Please place the tofu on the scale. I will take it home directly, making it more convenient. All right. Under the pretense of a performance by Cao Jianing and Cao Ziya, both parties concluded their transaction, each feeling they had gained an advantage. Chapter 51. Ma Xiaomei's early discharge from the hospital. Cao Jianing and his sister, Cao Ziya, did not rush home immediately. Instead, they made their way to the large poplar tree at the corner, carrying a scale. Cao Ziya had initially intended to wait for Cao Jianing to explain himself, but since he was deliberately being coy, she had no choice but to inquire, "Brother, is this scale the good thing you mentioned?" "This is nothing more than an ordinary scale. They use these at the market," Cao Jianing replied, standing tall with an air of self-satisfaction, exuding an undeniable aura of superiority. Cough, cough. You clearly don't understand. The true value lies in this weight. Ah! Cao Ziya gasped, her mouth agape as if she could fit an entire egg inside. It wasn't her lack of insight that was to blame. Rather, the weight had been used for so long that its surface was tarnished and grimy, giving it an unremarkable appearance. Only after hearing Cao Jianing's explanation did she shift her focus to the weight. To her astonishment, upon closer inspection, she discovered numerous intricate characters inscribed on its filthy surface. Having cultivated an interest in calligraphy since childhood, She had primarily practiced the styles of Yan Zhenqing and Lu Gongquan and had casually explored seal script. Zhengde first year, October, auspicious day. Could this be a wait maid during the Ming Dynasty Zhengde era? Impressive. Truly deserving of being my brother's sister. Cao Jianing, with her sharp intellect, deduced the wait's origin from the inscriptions. Receiving her brother's praise felt akin to earning a gold star in school, causing her to lift her graceful neck in pride, her spirits soaring. Now you see my brilliance, don't you? If you take me along, I guarantee we can make a fortune. That won't do. You are the only university student in our family, and you must focus on your studies. If our mother finds out that I am idling about with you, she will surely be furious. Cao Jianing had always been curious about Cao Jianing's work and had hoped to seize this opportunity to visit his workplace. However, before she could voice her desire, Cao Jianing declined her request. Irritated, she placed her hands on her hips, pouting like an indignant little duckling. Buzz buzz buzz. At that moment, Cao Jianing's phone began to vibrate. Assuming it was Li Jingyu, the designer tasked with renovating his antique shop, he hurriedly answered the call. Hello, is this Cao Laudi? A rugged voice emanated from the other end. It was not Li Jingyu, but Zhao Daba. Zhaogu, it's me. How did your wife's surgery go? Everything went smoothly. Yes, very smoothly. We are preparing for discharge. As the saying goes, it takes 100 days to recover from an injury. Emma Xiaomei had just undergone surgery yesterday, and now she was eager to leave the hospital, which seemed rather hasty. Concerned that the early discharge was due to financial constraints, Cao Jianing gently urged, Zhaogu, your wife just had surgery yesterday. How can she be discharged today? You need not worry about the expenses. A friend has already covered the hospital fees for you. She can rest for 10 days to half a month without issue. Zhao Daba paused momentarily, feeling a bit sheepish as he continued, this morning, while buying breakfast for your sister-in-law, I overheard a nurse mention that Beijing Xiehe Hospital is a major facility, treating only the most severe cases. Patients who are not critically ill are generally not allowed to stay long-term. We would be wasting the hospital's resources. Exactly, your sister-in-law is uncomfortable in the hospital and prefers to recuperate at home. Though our home may not compare to the hospital, the food is familiar, and the air is fresh, which is conducive to recovery. Oh. Cao Jianing nodded slightly, finally understanding why Zhao Daba was so eager to leave. Ultimately, it was a matter of pride. A few words from others had made him feel somewhat embarrassed. However, it was for the best. Heading to Zhao Daba's home sooner would facilitate the search for clues regarding the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom's treasures, allowing him to better arrange his subsequent plans. All right then, wait for me at the hospital. I will drive over right away to take you home. Thank you so much, Laudi. You're welcome. I am currently out, so I will arrive a bit later. Do not worry. No rush, as long as we can leave today. Good, I will set off now. Okay. Brother, you're leaving right after returning home? Cao Jianing's face fell, tugging at Cao Jianing's sleeve with an expression of reluctance. Cao Jianing gently ran his fingers through her tousled hair and said softly, there is an urgent matter in the capital that I cannot delay. I must go immediately. This trip will take me out of town, and I don't know when I will be back. If time permits, I will return. Humph. Cao Jianing turned her back, her beautiful eyes glistening with unshed tears, a hint of moisture reflecting in their depths. With the start of school approaching, she was uncertain if Cao Jianing would return before then. Just as they had reunited, they were faced with separation, which weighed heavily on their hearts. Come now, Jianing, you are a grown girl now. Do not cry and make a spectacle of yourself. After I leave, tell Mom about my return to the capital so she doesn't shed any more tears. Let us go home. Humph, I don't want to talk to you. I don't wish to go home with you. In the capital, at the office of the general manager of Jade Auction House. Ring ring ring. An antique golden-laid enamel phone vibrated incessantly, producing a melodic chime. A long, slender hand grasped the receiver, and a deep voice tinged with irritation responded, Hello? Mr. Ming, Lu Zetian wishes to see you. He is downstairs. Shall we let him in? Upon hearing this, Meng Xingqian's grip on the receiver tightened, the veins on his hand protruding. Suppressing his anger, he ground his teeth as he said, I told you before, do not reveal our identities. How did he find out? The assistant on the other end was already sweating profusely, stammering his explanation. Mr. Meng, I truly did not disclose that I was with Jade Auction House. In the past, I arranged meetings outside and conducted transactions privately. I had no idea how he discovered my whereabouts. Huff. Meng Xingqian rubbed his temples, attempting to alleviate the mounting frustration. What else did he say? He claimed that no one could identify the issues with his porcelain, accusing us of intentionally defaulting. This time, Meng Xingchen could no longer contain himself. He shouted into the receiver, "Are you a fool? Just pay him off and be done with it. Why do you need to consult me over such trivial matters? Give him the money and send him on his way." "Yes, Mr. Meng." "Wait, let him come up." The assistant felt uncertain, questioning whether he had misheard. Just a moment ago, Meng Xingchen had intended to resolve the matter with money, preparing to send Lu Zetian away. Now, he was requesting the assistant to bring him up. Should they send him away, or invite him in? "Mr. Meng, should I let him upstairs?" "Yes, please extend a warm welcome to our esteemed guest." "Understood, Mr. Meng." Chapter 52. The illusory lanterns of the Summer Palace in December during the reign of Emperor Yongjing of the Qing Dynasty. At the Concordia Hospital in the capital, Zhao Daba and Ma Xiaomei accompanied Cao Jianing to a brand-new black Jeep Grand Cherokee. The 1993 model of the Grand Cherokee marks the inaugural release of the first generation of ultra-luxurious SUVs by the Jeep Corporation. Equipped with a robust 5.2-liter V8 engine and a 4AT transmission, this luxurious and comfortable off-road SUV boasts an impressive output of 223 horsepower. Considering the upcoming expedition to Anhui province in search of treasures, which will lead us to some remote mountainous areas, this SUV not only offers ample power but also provides sufficient interior space for storing antiques. Among the plethora of luxury vehicles and SUVs, Cao Jianing has selected this most cost-effective Jeep Grand Cherokee. "Wow, my dear brother, you truly are a hidden gem. I had no idea you were so wealthy." Zhao Debao, unfamiliar with automobiles, perceives the Grand Cherokee's imposing stature as far more valuable than the Mercedes-Benz he rode in previously. He supports Ma Xiaomei with his right hand while gently caressing the mirror-like smoothness of the car's exterior with his left, eager to take it for a spin. "Ha." Cao Jianing chuckles as he approaches the rear, opening the back door. "Brother Zhao, help sister-in-law into the car first. There is ample space in the back. If you fancy it, once we reach Rihe, you can take it for a couple of laps to satisfy your cravings." Zhao Debao, filled with excitement, grasps Cao Jianing's arm. "Really?" Cao Jianing lightly pats Zhao Debao's right hand. "Of course it's true, but it's merely a means of transportation. If you like it, once I'm less busy, I can lend it to you for a month or so." Zhao Debao shakes his head vigorously. No, just a quick try will suffice." "What nonsense are you babbling? Hurry up and get in the car." "Cao, don't listen to Zhao. It would be a pity for such a fine vehicle to be damaged. It's getting late. We should set off." Ma Xiaomei, wishing to avoid complications, steps forward to interrupt Zhao Debao. Cao Jianing remains taciturn, exchanging a few polite words before starting the vehicle. Zhao Debao hails from Rihe City in Jizhou Province, which is quite close to Qinglong, less than 100 kilometers apart, making the drive merely a 2-hour affair. Both Zhao Debao and Ma Xiaomei are not particularly talkative. Seated in the back, they engage in little conversation, while Cao Jianing takes the initiative to introduce topics to alleviate the awkwardness. The group departs in the afternoon, and as dusk descends, they enter the urban area of Rihe City. "Brother Zhao, we are about to enter the city. How should we proceed?" Zhao Debao leans out to gaze through the window as the vehicle traverses the Rihe Bridge, revealing the city's premier dining establishment, the Qianlong Grand Restaurant, ahead. Zhao Debao points toward the intersection on the north side of the bridge. "Take this route and continue straight. After we pass the summer resort, I will guide you further." "All right." Cao Jianing drives along, feeling somewhat fatigued, and speeds ahead according to Zhao Debao's directions. Before long, they arrive at the most renowned attraction in Rihe City, the summer resort. Zhao Debao's home is located in Nujianzigu, and they proceed northward along the outer walls of the summer resort. The area boasts the nationally recognized 5A-level tourist site, developing splendidly, with towering skyscrapers lining both sides of the road, creating a bustling atmosphere. Once the vehicle exits the tourist zone, the scenery shifts dramatically. Lush mountains and expansive fields abruptly replace the urban landscape. At the upcoming intersection, turn left, and you will find Nujianzigu. My family's newly constructed house with red bricks and tiles is the one with 2 piles of red bricks at the entrance. Got it. 5 minutes later, the Grand Cherokee comes to a halt in front of a quaint farmhouse. Just as Zhao Debao described, there are indeed 2 stacks of unused red bricks outside the gate. Within the courtyard, arranged in a door-like formation, there is a main room and 2 side rooms. The new house has just been completed, and the plastic film on the window frames and doors remains untouched. An elderly man with graying hair and a slender physique sits on the concrete ground of the courtyard, accompanied by a little girl with braided hair, as they husk corn together. This traditional method of corn husking involves the person sitting on the ground, using their feet to hold the cob, while wielding a wooden stick to pound the kernels off the cob. This task demands considerable coordination, and one must be cautious not to strike their own feet. Some cobs are rather moist, and mere pounding is insufficient to dislodge all the kernels. The remaining kernels must be peeled off by hand. Cao Jianing recalls how, during his childhood, he would often end up with swollen hands from husking corn. "Mom! Grandpa! Mom is back!" Hearing the commotion outside, the little girl, who had been focused on husking corn, drops her cob and joyfully bounds toward the entrance. "Ernie, come here quickly. Mom wants a hug." "Little brother, we're home now. Let us go inside and chat." "All right." Cao Jianing nods slightly, silently following Zhao Debao. He discreetly activates his perception ability, scanning beneath the ground of Zhao Debao's home. As his vision penetrates the earth, he soon discovers what Zhao Debao refers to as the ancient tomb. It is a typical octagonal tomb from the Qing Dynasty, with the inner chamber constructed of blue bricks forming an octagonal burial space for the deceased. The ancient tomb is situated precisely 1.5 meters beneath the main residence of Zhao Daba, and during the excavation of the foundation, the tomb ceiling was inadvertently breached, revealing the interior burial chamber. Based on the unearthed funerary objects, Cao Jianing deduced that the tomb's occupant must have belonged to a distinguished lineage, possessing immense wealth. It is inconceivable that over 10 exquisite pieces of Qing Dynasty official kiln artifacts would be interred as grave goods without such status. Yet, the present burial chamber is exceedingly austere, consisting solely of a primary grave. There is not even a single gravestone to attest to the identity of the deceased, rendering the lavish accompanying items a stark contrast. Cao Jianing furrowed his brow, increasingly perplexed by the discrepancies. This should not be the case. Even if this ancient tomb bears no connection to the treasures of the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom, it ought to at least be a burial site of a Qing aristocrat. The New Kunzigu is located behind the Summer Palace, serving as the second political center during the Qing Dynasty. This position is akin to the Drum Tower Street behind the Forbidden City, adjacent to Nanluoguxiang. During the Qing era, it is likely that many nobles resided in this vicinity. The previously acquired Qing Dynasty official kiln jewelry was undoubtedly used by concubines of the imperial harem. How could it possibly belong to an unknown individual? Cao Jianing remained focused on the underground, seeking clues within the ancient tomb. Upon entering the main hall of Zhao Daba's house, he was immediately struck by a blinding red light emanating from the corner of the room, nearly causing him to exclaim in astonishment. It was an exquisitely archaic 12-sided palace lantern, each facet adorned with distinct depictions of landscapes and pavilions. Among them are traditional Huaxia garden architectures alongside Western-style kiosks, a harmonious blend of artistic styles characteristic of early Qing paintings. These paintings appear oddly familiar. I feel as though I have encountered them before. The more Cao Jianing scrutinized the structures upon the palace lantern, the more he sensed a sense of familiarity, prompting him to eagerly access the identification information stored within his memory. Item: Qing Dynasty, Yongzheng period, 12-month Yuanmingyuan leisure scene illusion lamp. Rarity: world treasure. Value: 300 million. Material: small leaf red sandalwood, gold, white crystal, paper. Craftsmanship: created by court painter Lang Shining in collaboration with artisans of the Imperial Household Department. When ignited, and the internal rotating mechanism is activated, it can project the seasonal scenes of Yuanmingyuan throughout the 12 months, namely, lantern viewing in January, spring outing in February, peach blossom appreciation in March, flowing wine in April, boat racing in May, summer coolness in June, Qixi festival in July, moon viewing in August, chrysanthemum appreciation in September, portrait viewing in October, Zen meditation in November, and snow appreciation in December. Manufacturer: Lang Shining, Master of the Imperial Household Department. Production date: Qing Yongzheng period. Chapter 53. Picturesque porcelain. It is no wonder these paintings seem familiar. They are indeed the renowned Yongzheng, the 12 months of enjoyment. The Old Summer Palace, known as Yuanmingyuan, is a classical royal garden of China, initiated in the second year of the Yongzheng reign, 1724. It amalgamates several celebrated gardens from Jiangnan, incorporates an extensive array of transplanted Western garden architecture, and embodies the artistic essence of garden design from both ancient and modern eras, rendering it one of the treasures of human culture. Within Yuanmingyuan lies a collection of royal treasures from the Qing Dynasty, including exquisite official kiln porcelain from the Tang, Song, Yuan, Ming, and Qing dynasties, works from renowned calligraphers and painters of various epochs, and countless rare curiosities. It is also referred to as the Garden of 10,000 Gardens, and was heralded as the largest museum in the world at that time. The 12 paintings depict scenes of daily life, work, and leisure within Yuanmingyuan, as observed by the artist Lang Jianing, coinciding with the four seasons, spring, summer, autumn, and winter, with grand scenes where figures and architecture harmoniously coexist, executed with meticulous detail and without a single flaw. The reason Cao Jianing finds these paintings familiar is that Lang Jianing once created a colored silk painting titled Yongjing, the 12 Months of Enjoyment. This remarkable piece is now housed in the Beijing Museum and is regarded as an extremely precious artifact, second only to the top 10 masterpieces of Chinese art. The 12-faceted palace lantern owned by Zhao de Beos displays imagery nearly identical to that of the Yongjing, the 12 Months of Enjoyment in the museum. Focusing on the depiction of March from the 12 Months of Enjoyment, peach blossoms in full bloom. This painting features over 30 flourishing peach trees, portraying the Yongjing emperor riding a white horse, accompanied by more than 20 palace maids, concubines, eunuchs, and ministers. Such a complex scene is rendered on a transparent crystal panel merely a few centimeters wide, with the figures no larger than grains of rice, each vividly and expressively depicted. This undoubtedly tests the painter's skill. However, the most challenging aspect of this palace lantern lies not in the portrayal of figures, but in the lantern itself. The interior design of the lantern is exceedingly intricate. Upon pressing the knob, the internal gears activate, causing the base to rotate. At this moment, the candlelight within refracts through the crystal exterior, casting images of the Yongjing emperor's tour of Yuan Mingyuan. A masterful work of art, combined with ingenious design, truly makes it a rare treasure. The value of this phantasmic lantern undoubtedly surpasses that of the Cixi emerald watermelon. Aranai, stop bothering your mother. Let her return to her room for a good rest. Mom, could you buy 2 bottles of donkey hide gelatin from the store and pick up some cooked food? Dad, take out the hazelnuts and meat mushrooms we dried and soak them in a basin. I'll kill a big rooster and prepare an authentic iron pot chicken stew with mushrooms for my brother Cao. While Cao Jianing continues to admire the phantasmic lantern, Zhao de Beos is already busily making arrangements. Life in the countryside may not boast the same conditions as the big cities, but it certainly has its merits. The local finest liquor, pure wild mushrooms for home consumption, and free-range chickens. While it may not seem as luxurious as a high-end restaurant, in terms of ingredients and flavor, it is undeniably superior. Cao Jianing's objective is to uncover clues regarding the treasures of the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom and the remaining antiques in Zhao de Beos' possession. He appreciates Zhao de Beos' unpretentious character and wishes not to impose on him. Brother Zhao, there's no need for such extravagance. A simple meal will suffice. Sister-in-law has just undergone surgery. Let us save the best for her to recuperate. Zhao de Beos chuckled warmly and hurried toward the backyard. Brother, if it weren't for your assistance this time, your sister-in-law's medical treatment would not have gone so smoothly. You handle matters transparently. I can't fall short. There's still some stuff left at home. See if there's anything valuable. Although Zhao de Beos is not particularly articulate, he is observant and adept at understanding people's thoughts. He has long realized that what Cao Jianing values is not him personally, but rather the burial items in his possession. Ma Xiaomei incurred no expenses for her treatment, received the highest level of care, and even compensated him with an additional 30,000 yuan, personally escorting them home, all for the sake of the items he holds. Relationships are reciprocal. If Cao Jianing only discusses money with him, he too would only quote prices. If Cao Jianing opens his heart to him, he will naturally not keep anything hidden. While preparing a sumptuous meal for Cao Jianing, he simultaneously retrieves the antiques that Cao Jianing desires. Before long, Zhao de Beos appeared before Cao Jianing, carrying an antique wooden chest. This storage cabinet, dating back to the Republic of China era, typically served to hold seasonal bedding and clothing. The cabinet exudes a strong sense of age, with the floorboards significantly worn where they meet the ground, and the corners showing signs of corrosion and aging. With a creak, the old storage chest slowly opened, revealing dozens of exquisitely shaped and vibrantly colored small antiques before Cao Jianing's eyes. Previously, he had received a batch of exquisite court jewelry from Zhao de Beos and had a certain expectation regarding the antiques in Zhao de Beos' possession. Yet, upon seeing the first piece, a long-necked vase of celestial blue reminiscent of the sky, he was still taken aback by its exquisite form and that pure shade of blue. Qing Dynasty, Kangxi era, celestial blue glazed carved chrysanthemum long-necked vase. This is a remarkably beautiful Qing Dynasty, Kangxi era, celestial blue glazed carved chrysanthemum long-necked vase. The 3 generations of the Qing Dynasty represent the pinnacle of Chinese porcelain history, not only achieving an unparalleled level in porcelain-making craftsmanship, but also positioning the aesthetic sensibilities of Empress Cixi, Yongjing, and Qianlong among the finest in history. At that time, traditional blue and white porcelain, famille rose porcelain, red underglazed porcelain, cloisonne porcelain, and multicolored porcelain flourished in a vibrant competition. This long-necked vase is a prime example of celadon glaze among the colored glazes. The entire body is coated in celestial blue glaze, reminiscent of a clear sky, pure, elegant, and translucent. The glazed surface reflects a sapphire-like, crystalline blue light, warm, graceful, and grand. The exquisitely carved chrysanthemum entwined pattern on the neck of the vase adds brilliance to this pure work of art. Item: Qing Dynasty, Kangxi era, celestial blue glazed carved chrysanthemum long-necked vase grade, premium value, 5 million material, porcelain craftsmanship, masterpiece manufacturer, imperial court production date, Qing Kangxi period. This celestial blue glazed carved chrysanthemum long-necked vase is the most perfectly shaped and elegantly colored item Cao Jianing has encountered thus far. Regrettably, the current market is dominated by the booming prices of blue and white porcelain and famille rose porcelain. In terms of monochrome porcelain, only the Ru kiln porcelain, the leader among the 5 famous kilns of the Song dynasty, holds considerable value. The plain porcelain produced by the official kiln and Jun kiln of the Song dynasty occupies a rather awkward position in the market. The Ru kiln, with its marked age and imperial inscriptions, commands a value exceeding 100 million. Meanwhile, the contemporaneous Jun kiln and official kiln wares from the Song dynasty are valued at only millions, with a few exceptional pieces reaching tens of millions. Despite the exquisite craftsmanship of this celestial blue glazed vase from the Qing dynasty, its market price stands at merely 5 million. Comparatively, it pales next to the exquisite Yuan blue and white porcelain, or even the famille rose porcelain from the Kangxi and Qianlong periods. It matters not. I recognize your beauty. I shall cherish you well, and perhaps one day showcase you to the world, allowing them to appreciate your splendor. Ah, what is this? While Cao Jianing was admiring the celestial blue glazed long-necked vase, he suddenly noticed several small objects wrapped in bright yellow brocade at the corner of the chest. He peered inside with curiosity. My goodness! Chapter 54 Trouble approaches. As Cao Jianing's gaze pierced through the vibrant yellow silk handkerchief, he discovered within it a golden ring adorned with emeralds and pearls. The box contained numerous pieces of Qing Dynasty court jewelry, yet the Qing Dynasty, Qianlong era, golden ring inlaid with emeralds and pearls did not startle Cao Jianing. What truly astonished him was that, nestled within the bright yellow handkerchief alongside the ring, was a meticulously crafted design blueprint. The blueprint, inscribed in elegant regular script, delicately instructed the creation of a ring in accordance with the design depicted. This design had been rendered by a master of the Qing imperial household, based on the specifications of Emperor Qianlong himself. The ring, wrapped within the yellow silk handkerchief, was indeed crafted to a 1-to-1 scale, with scarcely any discrepancies. Upon viewing the items concealed within the handkerchief, Cao Jianing began to form conjectures regarding the identity of the tomb's occupant. He further examined the remaining treasures within the other silk handkerchiefs to substantiate his hypotheses. Design blueprint, Qing Dynasty, Qianlong era, emerald carved band of longevity ring item. Qing Dynasty, Qianlong era, emerald carved band of longevity ring, a pair, grade. Premium value, 1. 5 million material, jadeite craftsmanship, masterpiece manufacturer, imperial court production date. Qing Dynasty, Qianlong period, design blueprint. Qing Dynasty, Qianlong era, eternal longevity, red coral ring item. Qing Dynasty, Qianlong era, eternal longevity, red coral ring grade. Premium value, 800,000 material, red coral craftsmanship, masterpiece manufacturer, imperial court production date. Qing Dynasty, Qianlong period. Upon glimpsing the other courtly ornaments within the yellow silk handkerchiefs, a broad smile crept across Cao Jianing's face, his eyes glimmering with excitement. He now held an 80% certainty regarding the identity of the tomb's owner. It appeared to be the descendant of a master craftsman from the Qing dynasty's imperial household. Historically, much like today, when one wishes to custom order a down jacket, vendors would often inflate the material costs, quoting double or even more. This practice ensures the quality of the final product, while those in the know understand the underlying motives. The presence of such an abundance of court artifacts and jewelry within this tomb, coupled with the design blueprints for jewelry crafted by the imperial household, strongly suggested that a certain audacious master had taken advantage of his position to divert materials for personal use. It was precisely because these items were acquired through dubious means that they could not be displayed publicly. Ironically, this also provided insight into why someone of such substantial wealth would have a tomb that appeared rather shoddy. With a clue regarding the identity of the tomb's owner now in hand, it was unfortunate that it bore no connection to the treasures of the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom. Why would a descendant of a master craftsman of the imperial household possess the golden war knife of Qin Dynasty, a leader of the peasant uprising? Acquiring personal belongings of Taiping generals during that era was considered a grave offense. This situation seemed rather implausible. Zhao Daba. Has Zhao Daba returned? Suddenly, a voice calling from outside interrupted the moment. Zhao Daba's expression shifted dramatically, the smile that had graced his face vanishing in an instant. He abruptly shut the box and moved it beneath the dining table in the living room. Brother, please wait a moment. A friend has arrived, and I must step out to entertain him. That's fine, you carry on, Cao Jianing replied, maintaining a calm exterior while his heart raced with caution. Zhao Daba's behavior had clearly indicated an intention to conceal these antiquities. His evident reluctance to welcome the visitor suggested a certain familiarity and status that compelled him to comply. Cao Jianing discreetly seated himself, employing his perceptive abilities to peer outside. A figure clad in a black, fur-collared leather jacket, clutching a large bag under one arm and a mobile phone in hand, adorned with a substantial gold ring and jade ring on his fingers, stood at the entrance of Zhao Daba's home. He pointed at a Grand Cherokee parked outside, tauntingly proclaiming, "Zhao Daba, you've got some nerve. Refusing to sell to me and sneaking off to the capital to seek out the big shots, huh? You better cough up something today, or you won't have an easy time in the future." Zhao Daba stood his ground, seizing a brick from a nearby pile and aiming it at Huang Lingyi. "Fat Huang, don't think you can bully me just because you're the village chief's brother. I am not afraid of you. It's my property. I can do as I please. If you dare to trick me, I swear I'll take a cleaver to your entire family tonight. When I was out there fighting, you were still a mere child. Don't play the fool with me." Zhao Daba's response exceeded Cao Jianing's expectations. Typically reticent and reserved, Zhao Daba revealed himself to be quite formidable. Faced with someone of Huang Lingyi's background, he exhibited an unwavering defiance, embodying a stance that suggested dire consequences for any attempts to cross him. "Wow, Zhao Daba, you're quite something. Taking a trip to the capital has certainly made you bold. Looks like you've found yourself a patron. Bring out your benefactor and let Zhang Yi see what you've got." Just as Zhao Daba finished speaking, a yellow, Tianjin Great Development van behind Huang Lingyi swung open with a clang. 5 burly men, robust and armed with sickles and pickaxes, charged out from the vehicle, encircling Zhao Daba. "Hey, what is going on here? Is there no law left? Robbing someone in broad daylight?" Seeing Zhao Daba surrounded, Cao Jianing sprang into action, rushing out of the house. Zhao Daba, desperate to prevent Cao Jianing from getting involved, repeatedly gestured for him to retreat. "Brother, get back inside. This doesn't concern you, I can handle it." Before Zhao Daba could finish, Huang Lingyi stepped forward from the crowd, hands in pockets, casting a scornful glance at Cao Jianing. "Hey, who the hell left their zipper down, exposing you like this? You should know where you are. Today, Huang will break your dog." Slap! Before Huang Lingyi could finish his taunt, Cao Jianing stepped forward, retracting his right arm and delivering a resounding slap to Huang Lingyi's pudgy face. Weighing in at 200 pounds, Huang Lingyi was sent flying like a rag doll, landing face first into a nearby drainage ditch in an exceedingly undignified manner. Huang Lingyi clutched his swollen cheek, spitting out a mouthful of blood mixed with teeth, his fury igniting. "What the hell, are you all idiots? Watching me get beaten up? Get him. I'll break his legs." Cao Jianing's swift action caught everyone by surprise. It wasn't until Huang Lingyi was sent sprawling that they reacted. "How dare you hit Brother Huang? Let us get him. Kill him." The group surrounding Zhao Daba quickly shifted their focus, brandishing their weapons at Cao Jianing's head, arms, and legs. "Looking for death." Cao Jianing snorted coldly, channeling his energy throughout his body. With a swift kick, he sent the man wielding a sickle flying. Following that, he employed a flurry of strikes targeting vital areas, deftly incapacitating his opponents. In less than a minute, the towering men lay sprawled on the roadside, clutching their limbs and howling in pain. Cao Jianing strode confidently towards the trembling Huang Lingyi, towering over him with an imposing presence. Chapter 55. If you want to make money, stick with me. Huang Lingyi, appearing utterly disheveled, had just crawled out of the muck, replete with leftover food and various animal excrement, emanating a foul stench that clung to him. A mere meter away, the acrid odor made Cao Jianing feel nauseated. With an expression of disdain, he cast a glance at Huang Lingyi, who was the village chief's brother-in-law, a quintessential local tyrant. For the moment, Huang Lingyi chose to yield, wary of potential retaliation later. Cao Jianing could simply walk away, but what of Zhao Daba? He had already acquired dozens of exquisite antiques from Zhao Daba, including a unique treasure of unparalleled value. It seemed unreasonable to neglect the situation. Now, he needed to devise a strategy to prevent Huang Lingyi from seeking revenge on Zhao Daba. Cao Jianing's mind raced, swiftly formulating a clever plan. He stepped forward, widening his eyes as he stared intently into Huang Lingyi's gaze. With such meager skills, you dare to play the local tyrant? Huang Lingyi, intimidated by Cao Jianing's formidable prowess, shook his head repeatedly. And no, brother, you've misunderstood. I've come to discuss business with Zhao Daba. Yes, business. I don't know these fellows. I have no connection with them. Seeing Huang Lingyi so frightened, Cao Jianing couldn't help but scoff derisively. Such a person was a bully only to the weak. When faced with a strong opponent, he was as timid as a mouse. Is this how you conduct business? I see you possess some capability. Coincidentally, I have a lucrative opportunity. If you desire to earn money, go home, clean yourself up, and come back later. I can guide you. Upon hearing this, Huang Lingyi's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Cao Jianing. As the saying goes, a wise man does not suffer immediate loss. Unable to confront Cao Jianing, he opted to submit for now. Once he extricated himself, he could rally a group of supporters. If Cao Jianing could take on 5, surely he could muster 10 or 20. The moment he managed to overpower Cao Jianing, he would repay today's humiliation tenfold. However, Cao Jianing's sudden offer to mentor him in the art of making money caught him off guard. He inadvertently glanced at the pristine new Jeep Cherokee parked by the roadside, then back at his own dilapidated Tianjin Dafeng van. One was celestial, the other terrestrial, and no wonder others could amass wealth. Their demeanor was simply unparalleled. Here he was, provoking someone who could overlook past grievances and help him profit. Alas, wait a minute. It seemed he was the one being beaten up. Regardless, he decided to test this young man. Perhaps he genuinely had a method for making money, and joining forces wouldn't be out of the question. Huang Lingyi rubbed his swollen face, now resembling a steamed bun, and hesitantly inquired, "Are you serious?" Cao Jianing shrugged nonchalantly. "Do you think I have any reason to deceive you? Or, what could you possibly have that would warrant my deceit?" Huang Lingyi pouted. Though he acknowledged the truth in Cao Jianing's words, didn't he have any pride? It was infuriating, unable to retaliate or even hurl insults. How vexing. "Fine, I believe you. I'll come back later, and we can discuss this further." "Very well, just remember to take these fools with you." Huang Lingyi gritted his teeth and beckoned to his disheveled subordinates sprawled on the ground. "Quit lying around pretending to be dead. Get up." At Huang Lingyi's command, several subordinates helped each other up, resembling lost dogs as they climbed into the back of the Tianjin Dafeng van. After dealing with Huang Lingyi and his entourage, Cao Jianing waved to the still-dazed Zhao Daba. "Brother Zhao, let us go. It's time to head inside. Rest assured, I won't cause you any trouble. I have a way to handle these people." Only at this moment did Zhao Daba come to his senses. Everything that had just transpired was indeed real. Cao Jianing had effortlessly taken down 5 armed thugs, scaring Huang Lingyi into a hasty retreat. He recognized Cao Jianing's strength, but also understood the gravity of the trouble they had stirred. Huang Lingyi would undoubtedly seek revenge. He hurriedly approached Cao Jianing, grasping his arm as they moved toward the house. "Brother, you've landed in serious trouble. While those guys are still absent, you should take everything from the box and leave quickly." Zhao Daba intended to send Cao Jianing away, shouldering the repercussions of Huang Lingyi's wrath himself. Their relationship was one of mutual benefit. Zhao Daba willingly accepted such a significant risk to ensure Cao Jianing's safety. In light of this, it was evident that Zhao Daba was a friend worth cultivating. Cao Jianing gently patted Zhao Daba on the shoulder, offering reassurance. "Brother Zhao, don't worry. I have a plan to deal with Huang Lingyi. He is merely after wealth, and coincidentally, I have a way to profit. I assure you he will be compliant." Zhao Daba paused, fully aware of Huang Lingyi's character. He was not one to accept a loss lightly. Cao Jianing's greatest asset was not his fighting ability, but his wealth. He suspected that Cao Jianing intended to placate Huang Lingyi with money. "You're not planning to give him a sum of money to buy peace, are you?" Cao Jianing waved dismissively. "Let us not concern ourselves with him for now. Let us focus on our own matters. You'll understand his situation shortly." "Oh?" Zhao Daba nodded, still somewhat bewildered. His mind was a jumbled mess, unable to fathom Cao Jianing's intentions. All he knew was that Cao Jianing desired the valuable items in his possession. "Brother, I intended to treat you well and express my gratitude, but I didn't expect this commotion to arise. You can take everything in that box. I have no use for it. As for the money, just give what you think is fair." Reciprocity was key. With Zhao Daba being so generous, Cao Jianing felt obliged to reciprocate. "Since Brother Zhao insists, I want to be polite. I'll take all those antiques. Brother Zhao, I recall your eldest is working at a factory. If you trust me, I can arrange a respectable job for your nephew in the capital. If he is ambitious, I can also help him enroll in night school or learn some professional skills. It's better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish." For someone like Zhao Daba, who hailed from a farming background, showering him with money would only attract the likes of Huang Lingyi, Zhao Lingyi, and Wang Lingyi. Thus, Cao Jianing opted for a different approach. By providing Zhao Daba's son with an opportunity for self-improvement, if the young man lacked ambition, he could secure him a stable job. If he were industrious, Cao Jianing could offer him a path for advancement through education and skill acquisition. At present, what he lacked was not money. He could easily handle such matters with financial means. Brother, are you serious? Of course, Brother Zhao. Your integrity compels me to be honest. That is wonderful. I can't express my gratitude enough, Brother Zhao. If you consider me a friend, let us dispense with the formalities and enjoy a hearty drink together. All right, I'll get to cooking right away. After a satisfying meal and a few drinks, the inebriated Cao Jianing cradled the Qing Dynasty, Yongzheng, December garden scene in the Yuanminjuan lantern, grinning from ear to ear. This was the second semi-precious treasure he had stumbled upon. If placed in an auction house, it would undoubtedly create a sensation. However, he had already resolved that any future rare antiques he acquired would be kept for his collection. This unique treasure would henceforth bear the Cao surname, and no one would be able to wrest it from his grasp. Brother Zhao, Boss Zhao is here. Is it convenient for me to enter? Chapter 56, Huang Lingyi, from now on, you shall be my elder brother. Upon hearing the calls from outside the courtyard, Zhao Daba's brow furrowed in concern as he cast an uneasy glance at Cao Jianing. Brother, are you truly confident in dealing with him? Cao Jianing gently placed the phantom lamp on the solid wood table and waved his hand dismissively. Let him in. I assure you, I will handle this troublesome matter. All right. Zhao Daba nodded solemnly. Unlike Cao Jianing, who could leave the Nquanzi go at any moment without fearing retribution from Huang Lingyi, Zhao Daba was rooted here and had to remain vigilant against any potential vendetta from Huang Lingyi in the future. He inwardly hoped that Cao Jianing would adeptly resolve this significant dilemma. Brother Cao, I hope you enjoy. In stark contrast to his demeanor earlier in the day, Huang Lingyi was exceedingly courteous to Zhao Daba, and upon entering the room, he bowed respectfully to Cao Jianing, lowering himself considerably. To an outsider, it might appear that he was a new underling of Cao Jianing. Cao Jianing beckoned Huang Lingyi over, patting the seat beside him. Come, take a seat. Certainly. Huang Lingyi obediently stepped forward, seating himself beside Cao Jianing with small, eager strides. He then nonchalantly produced a pack of soft red double happiness cigarettes and offered the entire pack to Cao Jianing. Boss Cao, have one? He had mentally prepared himself before arriving, intending to test the waters with Cao Jianing today. If Cao Jianing could indeed provide him with lucrative opportunities, they could prosper together. However, if Cao Jianing were to deceive him, matters would not be so simple. Neither he nor Zhao Daba would escape unscathed. You can keep them. I do not smoke, Cao Jianing declined, waving his hand and surveying Huang Lingyi with a discerning eye, dressed in foreign trade leather, clutching a wallet, brandishing a mobile phone, adorned with golden rings and jade band rings. He epitomized the typical rural nouveau riche. Were he an ordinary rural upstart, Cao Jianing would not spare him a second glance, but Huang Lingyi was different. The band ring he wore was an antique. More precisely, it was a Qing Dynasty jade band ring, crafted by a folkmaster during the mid-Qing period. Such artisanal rings typically ranged in value from several thousand to tens of thousands, not even qualifying as top-tier antiques. Cao Jianing's invitation for Huang Lingyi to visit that evening was, in fact, tied to this jade band ring. Many viewed jade band rings merely as accessories, yet they were, in truth, essential for the sons of the 8 banners during the Qing Dynasty. From a young age, these scions were trained in archery, horseback riding, and shooting. Prolonged use of bows and arrows often led to injuries on the fingers. The band ring served to protect the fingers, preventing harm during archery practice. Initially, the band ring was a simple protective tool, but as its popularity grew, it evolved into a decorative item as well. Emperor Qianlong contributed significantly to this transformation. It is said that he would commission the Imperial Household Department each year to create band rings from the jade, emerald, agate, coral, and other materials presented as tributes from across the nation. Historical records from the Summer Palace and the Forbidden City indicate that Qianlong possessed no fewer than 1,000 band rings in his personal collection. Hebei City, as the second political center during the Qing Dynasty, still holds numerous relics from that era. Although Nquanzi-go is somewhat remote, it was once a garrison for the 8 Banners Army, and thus, it is likely to have many antiques from the Qing period. Cao Jianing's primary domain was in the capital, and with Hebei City being a vast antique market still in its developmental stage, why not enlist Huang Lingyi to assist in gathering antiques there while he remained hands-off? This way, both would profit, and Huang Lingyi's issues would be resolved, a win-win situation. Huang Lingyi, given your favorable circumstances, have you never considered engaging in legitimate business? At this, Huang Lingyi's eyes brightened. They were finally delving into the main topic. In truth, he had contemplated legitimate business ventures, having attempted it once in 1990. He had ventured south to Yangqing with a few subordinates, engaging in the low-cost wholesale of electronic watches, pagers, and game consoles in the coastal regions, intending to sell them back in Haihei at a markup. Unfortunately, he had overlooked the purchasing power of the residents of Haihei City. Being adjacent to the capital, it was characterized by high consumption and low income. Aside from the city center and the tourist areas surrounding the summer resort, the rest of the region was virtually barren of buyers. Had it not been for Huang Lingyi's position as a local strongman, operating 2 game halls and monopolizing the best stalls in front of the summer resort, he would have lost everything. Such a humiliating experience was not something he could confess to Cao Jianing. Feeling somewhat awkward, he wiped his nose. It's just that I lack experience, and my father doesn't involve himself, leading to my current predicament. Boss Cao, you are a big boss. It's clear you have a knack for making money. Please take me under your wing, and I, Huang Lingyi, will surely remember your kindness. Cao Jianing chuckled and shook his head. Someone like Huang Lingyi would only engage in purely transactional partnerships. To expect him to repay kindness once he became successful was nothing short of folly. From the outset, Cao Jianing had categorized him as a short-term collaborator, never intending to forge a deeper connection. There is but one path, and it depends entirely on your willingness to endure hardship. Oh. Huang Lingyi raised an eyebrow, his curiosity thoroughly piqued by Cao Jianing's words. Boss Cao, please elaborate. As long as there is profit to be made, what is a bit of hardship? Cao Jianing refrained from directly addressing Huang Lingyi's question, instead redirecting it. Do you know what I do? Huang Lingyi instinctively glanced at Zhao Daba, who was just an ordinary farmer. The connection between Cao Jianing and Zhao Daba must be due to the treasure unearthed recently. Feeling somewhat anxious, he licked his lips and speculated, I guess Boss Cao must be involved in the antique business, a true big boss. You are quite astute. I indeed trade in antiques and own a shop in the capital. The matter I wish to discuss with you pertains to antiques. Are you knowledgeable in this area? Huang Sankue shook his head, feeling it was somewhat inappropriate, yet nodded nonetheless. Well, I have 2 stalls at the entrance of the summer resort, and there are a few vendors selling antiques nearby. Although I have not personally engaged in it, I have a general understanding of the situation. As he spoke, he removed the jade band ring from his finger and handed it to Cao Jianing. This band ring is one I acquired from the stall at the resort. Oh, no, he gifted it to me. Cao Jianing smiled as he accepted the band ring, casually examining it. This piece was made of the jade with a good quality, featuring numerous visible white fibers and winding green streaks resembling small rivers. Due to prolonged wear, the ring had developed a patina, exuding a rich luster. The previously opaque band ring now exhibited a subtle translucent quality at the floral elements, indicating excellent craftsmanship. This band ring, in terms of quality, shape, and preservation, was valued at around 10,000 in the market, and in Panjiayuan, it would likely be priced starting from 15,000. Do you know how much this band ring is worth? This thing. It must be worth around 300 to 500, right? Cao Jianing raised a finger. For a piece of this quality, I can offer 1,000 for it. Huang Lingyi's eyes widened in astonishment, disbelief etched on his face. This shabby thing is worth 1,000. The band ring is merely one type of antique. If you are interested, I have relevant books that can guide you on what items are worth collecting and their approximate recovery prices. The more items you collect, the greater your earnings. So, what do you say? Would you like to give it a try? Huang Lingyi, from now on, you shall be my elder brother. Chapter 57. The ambitious Huang Lingyi, without any guidance from others, has set his sights on the highly lucrative electronic products industry, which demonstrates a certain level of business acumen. In 1990, he ventured into coastal cities in the south, where he encountered influential local tycoons. To him, those magnates operated in ways too wild. Without sufficient initial capital, it was impossible to engage in such ventures. The antique recovery business proposed by Cao Jianing is remarkably straightforward. He acquires items and resells them to Cao Jianing for a substantial profit margin. Why not seize such an opportunity? He has already formulated a plan to shadow Cao Jianing, gaining experience, and once he has amassed enough resources, he intends to open an antique shop at the entrance of the summer resort. Aspiring to become a big boss himself, he even dreams of establishing a store in the capital, akin to Cao Jianing. This is the path he wishes to pursue. Eagerly rubbing his hands together, he gazes at Cao Jianing with anticipation. Boss Cao, when will you provide me with that recovery list? To be candid, I currently have a batch of items at home. Aside from what I have at home, I can also procure some from outside. Cao Jianing's eyes twitched slightly, and a smile crept across his lips. What he values most about Huang Lingyi is his local influence. He initially thought it would take Huang Lingyi some time to adapt and learn, but to his surprise, Huang Lingyi is already proactively offering to supply him, even before officially starting. Cao Jianing had no actual list. He planned to extract images from the books he carried and combine them with his own recovery prices, instructing Huang Lingyi to follow suit. Little did he expect such eagerness from the other party. Antiques are quite complex. I will prepare a simple catalog tonight and provide it to you tomorrow. When I come next time, I will give you a complete version. About that, Huang Lingyi contemplated, as he has accumulated a collection of items obtained from antique vendors. He wishes to ascertain their value. Do all the finger rings truly worth 1,000 yuan each, and are those porcelain bowls and plates worth even more? Yet, Cao Jianing has stated he will prepare it tonight for tomorrow's retrieval. It would be more efficient to bring those items along when he comes tomorrow, along with the list, thus achieving 2 objectives at once. All right, when would be a suitable time for me to come tomorrow? Cao Jianing pondered for a moment and replied quietly, I will return to the capital tomorrow afternoon. You may come around noon. By the way, how should I handle things after I receive the goods? Once you have accumulated enough items, contact me, and I will personally come to collect. Huang Lingyi tilted his head slightly, casting a sidelong glance at Cao Jianing. He had deliberately tested Cao Jianing's attitude. If Cao Jianing had instructed him to deliver the goods to an antique shop in the capital, it would indicate an intention for long-term collaboration. However, Cao Jianing's insistence on personally collecting the items suggests that he does not regard Huang Lingyi as an insider, clearly positioning him as a middleman. Humph, let him revel in his moment. Once I have mastered this trade, I shall unceremoniously cast him aside. Haha, very well. I shall heed Boss Chao's advice. Then you should rest early. I shan't keep you any longer. Cao Jianing exhibited no inclination to see him off, merely waving his hand from his seat, adopting an attitude of superiority. Be careful walking in the dark. Zhao Debo, perceptive to the situation, seized a flashlight and led the way, escorting Huang Lingyi out. Watching Huang Lingyi's retreating figure, Cao Jianing snorted disdainfully. What a cunning fellow. Thinking of snatching my meal ticket? You are still too inexperienced. The antique trade is not as simple as you imagine. Let us tally today's gains and then retire for the night. Items. Qing Dynasty, Yongzheng period, copper inlaid enamel floral pattern candle holders, a pair, grade. Rare grade value, 8. 2 million material, copper, enamel craftsmanship, masterpiece manufacturer, Imperial Household Department master production date. Qing Yongzheng period, items. Qing Dynasty, Qianlong period, carved jade gourd pendant grade, premium grade value, 2. 2 million material, jade, tourmaline craftsmanship, masterpiece manufacturer, Imperial Household Department master production date. Qing Qianlong period, items. Qing Dynasty, Qianlong period, pink crystal water bowl grade. Premium grade value, 1. 8 million material, pink crystal craftsmanship, masterpiece manufacturer, Imperial Household Department master production date. Qing Qianlong period, items. Qing Dynasty, Yongzheng period, leather silk fortune and auspicious round fan grade, premium grade value. 580,000 material, leather silk craftsmanship, masterpiece manufacturer, Imperial Household Department master production date. Qing Yongzheng period, this time. A total of 45 antique items were collected. Among them, 1 was a rare treasure, 2 were of rare grade, 24 were of premium grade, and 18 were of ordinary grade. This batch of antiques is significantly inferior to the treasures of Fengtian, with only 3 items above premium grade. Only the phantom lamp is valued above 10 million. However, these antiques are all exquisite court items from the Qing Dynasty's 3 reigns. Their beautiful designs and vibrant colors lead Cao Jianing to plan to privately keep all items above premium grade, intending to create a collection series titled Qing Official Kiln, Peach Blossom Blooming. This way, he not only has a collection of porcelain series but also adds the Qing Official Kiln, Peach Blossom Blooming series, marking the initial scale of his museum's formation. Tomorrow, I shall organize this batch of antiques and return them to storage before setting off for Anhui province. Brother Cao, Huang Lingyi has arrived. In the midst of slumber, Cao Jianing was roused by Zhao Debo's voice. Last night, he had sifted through numerous ancient porcelain texts, auction catalogs, and cultural relic documents, selecting several hundred representative images of artifacts and antiques. On these images, he annotated recovery prices below 1/10 of the market value. This price is the standard recovery value recognized by various antique shops in the Panjiayuan flea market. Considering that Huang Lingyi might inquire about prices at other antique shops, he provided this comparatively standard market price. Exhausted from working on this until 6 a.m., he barely managed to lay down before being disturbed. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he struggled to rise and dress. I understand. Please have him wait for me in the living room. Zhao Debo stood at the door, his expression peculiar, as if he had something to say. Noticing this, Cao Jianing inquired while getting dressed, "What is it?" Huang Lingyi has brought a truckload of items, but I cannot ascertain whether he is deceiving us. I thought it was something serious. I'll change and go out to assess his abilities." "All right." 5 minutes later, fully dressed, Cao Jianing wiped the dampness from his face and exited from the side room. Huang Lingyi's dilapidated Tianjing Dafa was parked at the entrance. Zhao Debo and Huang Lingyi were engaged in conversation. Cao Jianing activated his vision to scan the interior of the vehicle. Republic-era large bowl, 10 yuan. Republic-era Mandarin duck porcelain pillow, 250 yuan. Modern imitation Ming blue and white plum vase, 10 yuan. Late Qing silver-carved floral hairpin, 120 yuan. Modern imitation ivory ornament, 10 yuan. Qing Dynasty folk kiln ceramic jar, 50 yuan. Qing imitation Ming Xuanda furnace, 5,000 yuan. Republic-era sour jujube wood official hat chair, 800 yuan. Modern plum blossom teapot set, 10 yuan. Qing Dynasty, Qianlong period, pink porcelain twine pattern horse hoof cup, premium grade, 5 million. Huang Lingyi has brought a considerable amount of items. However, most are of late Qing, Republic, and modern artifacts, akin to low-end goods found at the Panjiayuan outer courtyard or night markets. Fortunately, hidden among the antiques are several quality pieces, making this trip quite profitable. Chapter 58. Journey to Anhui Province. Boss Chow, please take a look at what I've brought. Is it all worth over 1,000, just like yesterday's jade ring? Huang Lingyi remained blissfully unaware that Cao Jianing had already scanned everything in his vehicle. Ecstatic, he rushed to Cao Jianing's side to present his treasures. In his mind, he envisioned that if a single ring was worth 1,000, then the entire load must be worth at least several 100,000. A few more trips like this, and he could amass a fortune of 1 million, becoming the wealthiest magnate in Heihe City. Alas, reality delivered a crushing blow. What on earth are these worthless trinkets? I asked for antiques, not junk. This large porcelain bowl is from the Republic of China period, used by ordinary families, and it's virtually worthless. And this intricately carved chopstick holder? It's made from resin, molded in one piece, modern production, worth merely 2 yuan. This 8 Immortals table is decent. It's a late Qing artifact, worth a few hundred. This Xuanda furnace is passable too. It's a Qing imitation of a Ming Xuanda furnace, valued at about 1,800. The most valuable piece is this porcelain cup, known as a hoof cup, an early Qing item, worth 5,000. Huang Lingyi stood silently by, wide-eyed as Cao Jianing assessed the antiques in the vehicle. Without a moment's hesitation, Cao Jianing identified each item, detailing its type and value. In just a few minutes, he had catalogued all the valuable antiques. Huang Lingyi possessed little understanding of the worth of antiques. His knowledge was merely based on the prices quoted by vendors outside the villa, giving him a vague idea. The prices Cao Jianing provided were at least 10 times lower than those quoted by the antique stalls. Yet, even so, the total value of his entire load amounted to nearly 50,000. Most of these items were merely waste, piled in his family's warehouse. Had it not been for Cao Jianing's suggestion to help recover antiques yesterday, these waste items might have lingered indefinitely. Now, Cao Jianing informed him that these things were worth 50,000. This was nothing short of astonishing wealth. Boss Cao, are these trinkets? Oh, are these antiques really worth so much? Cao Jianing smiled slightly, thinking that excluding a few high-end antiques, the chaotic assortment already exceeded 100,000 in value. The 5,000 I offered is merely the price after considerable markdowns. This time, you know nothing and are settling for the lowest price. In the future, once you gain experience, it won't be so easy to deceive you. He nodded earnestly. Of course, that's how antiques are. Don't be deceived by the quantity. Valuable antiques are rare. Antiques that were once valuable may now be even more so. Those that were once worthless remain so. Gold will shine wherever it is. Rubbish will forever be rubbish. Through Cao Jianing's straightforward explanation, Huang Lingyi began to grasp the principles governing antique valuation. At this moment, his mind was consumed with the figure of 50,000, leaving little room for anything else. He excitedly rubbed his hands together, eager to finalize the transaction. Boss Cao, I've brought everything. Shall we proceed with the trade? Cao Jianing nodded. No problem. I'll take a portion with me, and the rest can remain with you until our next transaction when we can transport everything together. That's fine. And the payment? Huang Lingyi was indifferent to whether Cao Jianing could take all the antiques. He simply wanted to receive his money quickly. For him, everything besides money was inconsequential. Please help me load the items into the car. I'll fetch you the reclamation catalog from inside. Then we can head to the bank together. and I'll return directly to the capital. Cao Jianing's mention of the catalog nearly slipped Huang Lingyi's mind entirely. He smacked his thigh in frustration. How could I forget something so important? I'll bring the items down, and I appreciate you making the trip. All right. Zhao, come over. I need to brief you. Coming. In the capital, upon returning to the city, Cao Jianing promptly stored all the antiques in the antique warehouse. This facility was specifically designed for the Panjiayuan Antique Market and had personnel on duty around the clock. Yet, despite this, Cao Jianing still felt a twinge of unease. It's time to invest in a substantial property. The Sihiyuan in the inner city had great potential for appreciation, excellent geographical location, and superior security. However, most inner-city residences were either large communal courtyards or small Sihiyuan. Those standard 3-entry or 4-entry Sihiyuan were rarely available for sale. As his collection of antiques grew, his current living space would soon be inadequate. The suburban properties were more affordable, allowing for the purchase of a larger home or the reconstruction of a sizable Sihiyuan. The downside was that the suburbs were less secure, making it easy for thieves to target such valuable antiques. Perhaps he should consult Li Jingyu for his opinion? Sigh, never mind. I'll head to Anhui province first. The matter of housing can wait until I return from Anhui. After much contemplation, Cao Jianing resolved to temporarily store the antiques in the warehouse and prioritize addressing the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom treasure issue. Once he returned from Anhui, he would consider building or purchasing a home. It's getting late. I shall rest well tonight and set off early tomorrow. The following day as dawn broke, Cao Jianing set off for Hua County, the site of the ultimate confrontation between Qin and Sengalinkan, specifically the town of Haishidu. The distance from the capital to Haishidu was a daunting 950 kilometers, compounded by Cao Jianing's unfamiliarity with the route. He departed early and, by evening, finally entered the territory of Luan City in Anhui Province. Luan is located in the southern part of Anhui Province, bordering Hubei Province and in close proximity to Jiangcheng, making it a southern city. Once within Luan's boundaries, one could distinctly feel that the local temperature was several degrees warmer than that of the capital. Most pedestrians on the streets were clad in woolen coats, sweaters, and jackets, noticeably more comfortable than those in the capital. As night fell, and with limited knowledge of Haishidu, Cao Jianing was concerned about the local conditions. He decided to rest for the night in the city center and gather information from the locals. After all, he was unsure whether the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom treasure truly lay near the site of the battle between Qin and Sengalinkan. Even if the locals were not well versed in history, they likely had heard some related rumors. Even in the absence of news about the treasure, gaining insight into the circumstances of the historic conflict would be beneficial. Bang bang clang, bang bang clang. Cao Jianing had just parked his vehicle outside a seemingly decent hotel in the city center when he was suddenly enveloped by the sounds of drums and gongs nearby. Shielding his eyes from the sun, he gazed in the direction of the commotion and soon discovered a magnificent lion dance troupe advancing towards him from across the street. During the New Year celebrations in Qinglong City, lion dances were performed as well, but they involved local children in rudimentary lion dance costumes, resembling a child's play. Here, however, the scenario was different. A fully professional lion dance team showcased several lively and beautifully adorned lions, and the performers executed their movements with precision, clearly having undergone professional training. Cao Jianing stood still, captivated for a moment, when it suddenly dawned on him that today was the Lantern Festival. I've been so busy these past few days that I nearly forgot today is the Lantern Festival. It seems that there is a custom of celebrating the Lantern Festival and releasing lanterns in the south. Initially, he hadn't paid much attention due to the distance and the crowd. But as the lion dance troupe approached him, he was taken aback to notice one of the red and white lions emitting a brilliant golden glow from its head. This lion is actually an antique? Chapter 59. Is the treasure not in Huashan County? Cao Jianing has been immersed in the world of antiques for nearly a decade. Yet this is the first time he has encountered the peculiar artifact known as the lion dance. Could it be that the striking red and white lion head is a relic from a bygone dynasty? In the Panjiayuan market, such a type of antique has never been seen. Even if it existed, finding a buyer would likely prove challenging. Driven by curiosity, Cao Jianing began to appraise the receding lion head. Item: Qing Dynasty, Tongji era, red and white satin embroidered lion of Guanyu grade. Rare value: 500,000 material: bamboo strips, gold, crystal, various gemstones manufacturing process. Collaborative creation by the Qing Imperial Household and a local lion dance master manufacturer. Qing Imperial Household, 16th generation of the Li family, lion dance lineage production date. Qing Dynasty, Tongji era. Upon witnessing the appraisal results in his mind, Cao Jianing's mouth gaped in astonishment. This was indeed a lion head crafted during the Tongji period, a collaboration between the imperial household and civilian artisans. The origin of this lion head is easily comprehensible. Both Emperor Tongji and the venerable Empress Dowager Cixi had a penchant for performances, often inviting local lion dance troupes to entertain or attending public displays. To please the royal family, the imperial household funded the creation of several opulent lion dance artifacts by master artisans. However, Cao Jianing found himself perplexed by the term Guanyu lion. Could there also exist Liu Bei lions or Zhangfei lions? The origins of lion dancing seem to trace back to the Ming and Qing dynasties. Why then is it named after the revered figure of Guanyu? Regardless, he decided to check in at the hotel and inquire about the lion dance performance. Such folk artistry antiques, even if stumbled upon, are not easily liquidated. If the opportunity presents itself, he would seize it. If not, there is no need to force it, as the treasure of the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom remains his primary goal. After enjoying the lion dance for a while, Cao Jianing entered the hotel, ready to check in. This establishment was not a star-rated hotel but rather akin to budget chains like Home Inn or 8 Days, offering simple and convenient accommodations. The entrance was adorned with 2 large red lanterns, exuding a festive charm. Even before stepping inside, one could feel a palpable air of celebration. The reception staff on the first floor were all peering out the floor-to-ceiling windows, captivated by the lion dance performance. As Cao Jianing stepped through the hotel doors, 2 young women in uniforms hurried back to the front desk point. One approached him to assist with his check-in. "Good day, sir. Are you staying alone?" she inquired. Cao Jianing nodded slightly. "Indeed. Today is the 15th day of the Lunar New Year. Aren't you celebrating with your family, enjoying Tangyuan and lighting lanterns for good fortune?" The young woman, noticing Cao Jianing's luxury vehicle and handsome appearance, initiated a friendly conversation. Just as he had arrived in Anhui province, unfamiliar with the locale, he was keen to gather some local insights. "I would love to be with my family, but work keeps me busy, necessitating my travel for engagements." Upon hearing this, admiration flickered in the front desk attendant's eyes, envisioning Cao Jianing as a successful individual driven by ambition, a wealthy heir with both privilege and diligence. She blinked her large eyes and chirped, "You are truly impressive to prioritize work even during the holidays. I can tell from your accent that you are not a local. Where do you hail from?" "I am from the capital, here to attend to some business matters." Upon hearing the capital, another receptionist expressed interest and joined the conversation. "Wow, you come from the capital. That's a major city. Sir, you must be involved in substantial business ventures." Cao Jianing chuckled lightly, settling into a chair outside the front desk, engaging in casual conversation with the 2 young women. Having often interacted with people, he quickly found common ground, eliciting laughter from them with his humorous remarks, transforming their gazes into ones of admiration. "Xiaowen, I just saw a particularly beautiful lion in the troupe you have here. What makes it different from the others?" Xiaowen, the first to engage with Cao Jianing, had a round face and large eyes, her smile revealing charming dimples. "Oh, I know. You must be referring to the Li family lion. It is quite renowned in our area. Many lion dances here are crafted by the Li family." As she spoke, Xiaowen glanced around furtively, ensuring no outsiders were present before leaning closer to Cao Jianing and whispering, "Unfortunately, they've offended a foreign investor and are likely to be driven away. We may never again see such a splendid Li family lion." "Oh." Cao Jianing raised an eyebrow, a look of curiosity crossing his face. Huashan County is not a first-tier city like Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, or Shenzhen. How could there be overseas investors here? Lion dancing is a traditional Chinese cultural heritage, and the Li family specializes solely in its crafting, devoid of any commercial competition. Why would foreign investors wish to displace them? Is this Li family lion a local? You speak of them as if they are quite liked. Why would they be forced out? Sighing, Xiaowen shook her head. The Li family is not local. I heard they came from Fuzhou, a family of lion dancers. At the end of last year, a chain supermarket investor from Sakura country intended to establish a warehouse here. The Li family happens to reside within the planned area. They refused to relocate, and the situation has escalated. I heard they have had their water and electricity cut off, so they likely won't last much longer. Oh. Cao Jianing nodded in understanding. Initially, he believed it was a matter of commercial rivalry, but it turned out to be an issue of relocation. Local authorities are undoubtedly inclined to welcome foreign investors, as they bring not only warehouses but also employment opportunities for local workers. Once the warehouse is operational, various sectors such as transportation, electricity, and living conditions will be affected. A large enterprise significantly influences the area. As long as the local leadership is prudent, They would not jeopardize the entry of a major foreign entity over the housing issue of one family. Where is their residence? Xiaowen pointed southward, towards a dimmer area, in stark contrast to the vibrant red lanterns and serene atmosphere surrounding other locales. Just over in Chongling Township, surrounded by mountains. It is quite remote. The mention of mountains triggered a taut string in Cao Jianing's mind. His purpose for coming to Anhui province was not for leisure, but to seek the treasures of the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom. These treasures could very well be hidden within a secluded forested area nearby. Cao Jianing deftly steered the conversation away from the Li family lion, redirecting it towards the treasures of the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom. Oh, I see. I recall that during the late Qing period, Singalinkan fought a decisive battle against the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom in Huashan County, vanquishing them entirely. Huashan County is quite near. You must be aware of it. Xiaowen blinked in confusion. You can discuss gossip, but history is beyond me. The bits I learned in middle school, I returned to my teacher before graduating. She shrugged awkwardly. Apologies, but I really haven't heard of that. I only know that Huashan County lies to the east, approximately 50 kilometers away. Locals should be more knowledgeable about such matters. Not a problem. I was merely speaking offhandedly. I had heard that the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom possessed treasures, and I assumed you all were aware. Just as Cao Jianing finished speaking, Zhao Jing, who had been nearby, interjected, "Oh, you must be referring to the Tianzhu treasure. It's located in the adjacent Qinshan city, not in Huashan County." Chapter 60. It is all the trouble caused by money. Qinshan city lies to the south of Luan city, with a mere few dozen kilometers separating the two locales. Yet, between them lies a vast expanse of mountains and rivers. Not to mention other attractions, there are no fewer than 10 tourist spots in the region characterized by towering peaks and deep ravines. Among the more renowned are the main peak scenic area of the Debi Mountains, the Taohuachang scenic area, the South Wudong scenic area, the Foziling scenic area, the Meizongling scenic area, the Nyotsao Mountain scenic area, and the Tianzhu scenic area. Just from the names of these attractions, one can discern that this area is a continuous chain of mountains. Before his arrival, Cao Jianing had done his homework and was aware of Tianzhu in Huashan County, even marking it as the third treasure-hiding tier on Chen Datsai's treasure map. Upon hearing tales of treasures hidden within Tianzhu, his eyes narrowed and his body tensed. He fervently hoped that the next statement would not be that treasure has long been discovered. You have arrived too late. With a deep breath, Cao Jianing feigned nonchalance and inquired, I am aware of Tianzhu. Isn't it a tourist attraction? Has someone discovered treasure there? Not at all. Zhao Jing shook her head with a hint of uncertainty. I am not entirely sure. I remember my grandmother mentioning it when I was a child. There was a tourist who fell near Lianhua Peak, rolling down a slope, and discovered a skeleton at the bottom. Initially, it was suspected that a tourist had been harmed, causing quite a stir. The authorities intervened and unearthed more than 100 skeletons. It is said that those skeletons were adorned with gold and silver treasures, which alarmed the local Cultural Relics Bureau. However, the authorities did not provide a satisfactory explanation afterward, leading the older generation to claim that treasure had been discovered there and was being concealed by the officials. Oh, I see. Cao Jianing maintained an air of calm, though a tempest raged within him. If Zhao Jing's account held any truth, it intriguingly corresponded with the contents on Chen Datsai's treasure map. At that time, Seng Rinchen had routed Chen Datsai and his Taiping Heavenly Kingdom forces, causing other generals to defect. Even Chen Datsai's own subordinates contemplated capturing him to present to Seng Rinchen for personal gain. In such circumstances, Chen Datsai trusted no one. He first dispatched his confidants to secretly hide the treasure deep in the mountains. Subsequently, he sent a second wave to eliminate any potential witnesses. The second group was only aware of the need to eradicate traitors and remained oblivious to the treasure's concealment by the first group. The numerous skeletons and the variety of gold and silver Zhao Jing mentioned were likely those of the individuals sent by Chen Datsai to hide the treasure. These individuals had quietly hoarded valuable items, yet before they could liquidate their assets, they were silenced by subsequent arrivals. Now, many pieces of information aligned perfectly. The only lingering question was the considerable distance between Tianzhu and the site of the final confrontation between Seng Rinchen and Chen Datsai. With modern transportation, driving a few dozen kilometers is hardly daunting. However, during the late Qing Dynasty, the transportation conditions were far less favorable. Moreover, the region was predominantly mountainous, making the transport of large quantities of gold and silver exceedingly inconvenient. Did Chen Datsai truly find it necessary to conceal the treasure so far away? Could this be a diversionary tactic? Regardless, he had already arrived, and thus he decided to circle the vicinity of Huashan County first. Whether or not he would find anything could only be revealed through a thorough investigation. After much contemplation, Cao Jianing adhered to his original plan, proceeding to search the mountains surrounding the site of the decisive battle in Huashan County. If he found nothing, he would head south and ultimately make his way to Tianzhu. Thank you for indulging me in this lengthy chat. I brought some specialty snacks from the capital for you. Please reserve a standard room for me. I won't delay your work any further. Cao Jianing, youthful and affluent, with a handsome appearance and engaging conversation, captivated the two receptionists. Xiaowen and Zhao Jing found themselves reluctant to part, gazing at Cao Jianing with lingering interest, eager for further conversation. Unfortunately, Cao Jianing had already gleaned the information he sought and was preparing to return to his room to arrange his forthcoming itinerary. All right, Mr. Cao, should you need anything, do not hesitate to reach out to us. Thank you. I appreciate it. The following day, as dawn broke, Cao Jianing completed his morning routine and drove his Grand Cherokee straight to Huashan County. Upon entering the province of Anhui, he felt fortunate that he had not opted for a luxury vehicle like a Mercedes or Ferrari. The area was characterized by continuous mountains, winding roads, narrow dirt paths, and even trails overgrown with weeds. In such places, the roadside stones towered higher than the undercarriage of a Ferrari. With its robust performance and off-road capabilities, the Grand Cherokee sped along the mountain roads with ease. Cao Jianing swayed to the rhythm of the music playing in the car, thoroughly engrossed in song. Suddenly, he encountered a traffic jam ahead. Dozens of cars, bulldozers, and trucks brought the already narrow road to a standstill. Cao Jianing parked on the roadside and exited to investigate. Just as I was nearing Huashan County, I encounter a blockade. What bad luck! He muttered under his breath as he approached a driver standing on the roadside, smoking a cigarette. Excuse me, do you know what's causing the delay up ahead? Why is the road blocked for so long? The man glanced at Cao Jianing, noting his unusual attire, accent, and the Beijing license plate on his car, rendering him suspicious. He appeared tense and guarded. I'm not entirely sure. It might be related to some demolition work. Upon hearing the word demolition, Cao Jianing suddenly recalled what the front desk had mentioned the day before. The lion dance troupe, Li Family Lion, supposedly resided in this area. Surely, there hadn't been an incident with the demolition team trying to forcibly remove them. The Qing Dynasty lion head, while certainly an antique, was not easily sold, and given its status as a family heirloom, they would likely be reluctant to part with it. Thus, Cao Jianing had no interest in the Li family lion. His sole focus was on reaching Huashan County to seek out the treasures of the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom. Is the issue related to the Li family lion's demolition? Upon hearing this, the smoking man took a step back, warily eyeing Cao Jianing. How do you know about that? You aren't a government official sent to oversee matters, are you? Cao Jianing was momentarily speechless. It seemed that the man was presuming him to be some sort of higher authority. Sir, you've misunderstood. I'm merely passing through to Huashan County. I happened to hear about the demolition last night. The driver clearly did not believe Cao Jianing's explanation and gestured toward the Grand Cherokee behind him. Are you really not here to address the situation? Though initially uninterested in the matter, Cao Jianing found himself intrigued by the driver's persistent questioning. Is it simply a case of refusal to relocate? Such a trivial issue hardly warrants intervention from officials in Beijing. Sir, you might be overthinking this. The driver took 2 deep drags of his cigarette, exhaling a faint cloud of smoke. Well, now I'm relieved. It appears you truly don't know. Cao Jianing leaned in closer, curiously asking, what's the underlying complexity here? The driver hesitated for a moment before pulling Cao Jianing aside to a more secluded spot. Alas, it's all trouble caused by money. The Li family not only possesses exceptional lion dance craftsmanship, but also generously teaches lion dancing for free. The lion dance masters from a 10-mile radius have all been trained here. Old Lady Li is a kind-hearted individual, employing several elderly and disabled workers. But those damn Japanese investors, those wretched Sakura country investors, having invested here, insist on driving everyone away. The Li family is quite stubborn, refusing to budge. I heard they were assaulted today and just got sent to the hospital. Sigh, in this world, having money makes one a king. Chapter 61. The inheritance of the awakening lion culture. Cao Jianing was not one to meddle unnecessarily, yet upon hearing that investors from the land of cherry blossoms were oppressing his compatriots on Chinese soil, an unquenchable flame of indignation ignited within him. Thank you, elder brother. I shall take a look ahead. He maneuvered his vehicle slightly to the roadside, allowing half of it to clear the path for the vehicles behind him to pass unhindered. Subsequently, he proceeded on foot towards the front. Approximately 230 meters ahead, a group of unidentified individuals wielding steel bars and pickaxes had obstructed the road. Adjacent to the road lay the Li family lion courtyard. The courtyard's condition was nothing short of desolate. A trench, 3 meters wide and 2 meters deep, had been excavated around its perimeter. The foundation of the courtyard lay completely exposed to the elements. Foul-smelling sewage was being poured into the trench, where human and animal excrement, along with used sanitary products, floated atop the putrid surface. Fortunately, the current low temperatures prevented the growth of maggots that would otherwise flourish in the summer heat. The courtyard was entirely isolated, with only 2 dilapidated wooden planks propped at its entrance, barely allowing passage. A misstep could easily result in a fall into the stinking trench below, a fate that would not drown one but would surely disgust. Inside the courtyard, the village chief, Li Fengtian, stood beside the elderly matriarch, Madame Li, earnestly persuading her, "Madam, please consider relocating. Whichever part of our village you prefer, I shall ensure your move is facilitated. I am but a mere village official. My words hold little weight. When the higher-ups mandated the Yamamoto Group's investment in our village, I was left with no choice. Consider it a plea from me, will you?" "Preposterous," Madame Li exclaimed, gripping her dragon-headed cane, striking it forcefully against Li Fengtian's feet. "In this vast nation of China, to evict our own for the sake of a minor investment from the land of cherry blossoms, are you not fearful that our ancestors might rise from the earth to choke you? I have been steeped in the awakening lion culture since childhood. The very essence of it embodies the awakening of the Chinese nation. If your forebears were aware that you sold the land for a mere pittance to the cherry blossom folk, they would surely flay you alive. Hey, who are you? Can't you see I'm busy? Step aside, or you might find yourself hurt." As Cao Jianing approached the courtyard, he found himself surrounded by armed individuals stationed at the roadside. These individuals, clad in worker attire and brandishing tools of construction, appeared to be laborers. However, the tattoos adorning their bodies and the vivid hues of their hair revealed their true nature as thugs masquerading as workers. Cao Jianing narrowed his eyes, casting a frigid glance at the leader of the group. "Demolition? They refuse to consent to the demolition. By what authority do you proceed? You looking for trouble, huh? Having just dealt with one, you dare to step up and court disaster. Boys, teach this blind fool a lesson." At the leader's command, over 10 henchmen brandished their weapons and charged at Cao Jianing without hesitation. Ordinary thugs were beneath Cao Jianing's notice, yet he harbored a deep-seated disdain for those who aided outsiders in oppressing their own kin. "You seek death." His fists glimmered with a greenish hue as he unleashed an uppercut that struck the leader squarely on the jaw. With a resounding crack, the leader's head snapped back, sending him crashing into 2 of his comrades behind him. Before the leader could utter a cry of anguish, Cao Jianing surged forward, swiftly closing the distance. With a series of elbow strikes, sweeping kicks, and powerful punches, he dispatched the gang with ease, leaving them sprawled on the ground searching for their teeth. Spitting disdainfully at the incapacitated leader, Cao Jianing voiced his contempt, "Hitting you would soil my hands." With a slight bend in his legs, he leaped over the filth-ridden trench. "Who are you? What gives you the right to enter? What about those people outside?" It was only when Cao Jianing entered the courtyard that Li Fengtian noticed the unusual commotion outside. Confused, he approached the entrance to assess the situation. The sight of the disheveled thugs strewn about caused him to nearly collapse in shock. You, who are you?" "I am the village chief of Huatang village." "What is your intention?" Cao Jianing cast a derisive glance at Li Fengtian. "Village chief? You think you are worthy of that title? Let me inform you, I am from the capital, here specifically for this matter. You will immediately instruct those outside to fill in the trench surrounding the Li family courtyard. Otherwise, you and every village official associated with Chongling Township will have a difficult time ahead. By the time the higher-ups arrive, it will be too late for you to remedy the situation." This? Li Fengtian was first taken aback by Cao Jianing's prowess, but then alarmed by the more terrifying revelation of his origins. From the capital, the Li family is acquainted with influential leaders there. This individual is formidable. Could he possibly be a bodyguard for a high-ranking official? Dread filled him as he recalled his earlier admonition against escalating the situation. "How am I to know where you hail from? Which department do you represent?" Cao Jianing scoffed coldly. "My vehicle is parked outside. The capital's license plates cannot be faked. As for my identity, your rank does not qualify you to inquire. Quickly attend to the situation outside. Otherwise, you will find no opportunity to rectify it." With that, Cao Jianing dismissed Li Fengtian and strode towards the elderly matriarch. Madam Li. Madam, are you unharmed? Believing Cao Jianing to be a leader from the capital advocating on her behalf, Madam Li seized the opportunity to voice her grievances. The Li family hailed from Faxing, renowned inheritors of the lion head crafting technique. Having relocated to Anhui province in the 1950s, they were celebrated practitioners of the southern lion head tradition, with the illustrious Li family lion being a testament to their craft. Lion dancing, originating in Faxing, has been passed down since the Qing Dynasty. Initially referred to as Rui Shi, signifying auspiciousness, the term was altered to Xing Shi to promote national and cultural awakening, as the word Rui phonetically resembled Shui, which carries negative connotations. Thus, lion dancing emerged as a means to celebrate and preserve national traditions, symbolizing the awakening of the nation and the spirit of its people. At first, Cao Jianing merely sought to stand up for the elderly matriarch against injustice. However, after hearing her words, the blood of the Chinese nation surged within him. Why should they abandon their traditional culture for the sake of a modest investment from the land of cherry blossoms? The matriarch had ignited a fresh vision within Cao Jianing. Previously uncertain about where to invest his funds, he now envisioned a remarkable project, the preservation of Chinese traditional culture. The awakening lion is but a brilliant gem in the vast tapestry of Chinese civilization. Alongside it are Su embroidery, tie-dye, paper cutting, Huizhu opera, and Huangmei opera, among other traditional arts. Cao Jianing conceived a bold idea: to establish a cultural tourism zone that encompasses a museum, a zoo, and performances of lion dances, dragon dances, Peking opera, Huangmei opera, and Huizhu opera. Moreover, a cultural street would be constructed to sell traditional Chinese handicrafts such as Su embroidery, tie-dye, and paper cutting. The visitor experience area would also be established, allowing guests to engage in the creation of traditional crafts firsthand. The aim was to promote Chinese traditional culture and develop a tourism zone centered around it. Madam, do not worry. As long as I am here, they will not dare to harm you. This small place is far too limiting for your talent. Would you be willing to promote the awakening lion culture in the capital? I am prepared to invest in the robust development of Chinese traditional culture. Of course, should you choose to remain here, I will also support you. Chapter 62. Yamamoto Hachiro is terrified. Old Lady Li, the inheritor of the Li family's lion heritage, has taught no fewer than 100 apprentices and possesses a wealth of life experience. Cao Jianing, appearing as if descended from the heavens, is believed by her to be the savior who has come to rescue the Li family from dire straits. However, after engaging in deeper conversation, she realizes that Cao Jianing is not the reinforcement summoned by Li Zhengji. A flicker of suspicion crosses her mind. Could Cao Jianing be an actor sent by the Yamamoto group to deceive her? He lures her out only to have the excavators outside demolish the Li family estate completely. Old Lady Li narrows her eyes, emanating a chilling aura that keeps others at bay. Young man, you were not summoned by Zhengji. Who exactly are you, and what do you intend to do? Cao Jianing can distinctly sense the shift in the old lady's emotions. This is the first time he has proactively chosen to assist others rather than seeking personal gain, yet he finds himself suspected of ulterior motives. This peculiar feeling stirs within him, prompting a desire to abandon the situation and leave them to their fate. However, upon reflection, he acknowledges that anyone would be skeptical of a stranger suddenly appearing to offer help when the Li family is cornered like this. He patiently explains that he is an antique dealer from the capital, visiting Anhui province to handle some business in Huashan County, and fortuitously decided to assist upon witnessing their plight. Cao Jianing's words ring true, his tone sincere, instilling a sense of trustworthiness. Gradually, Old Lady Li begins to believe him. Young man, I appreciate your good intentions, but the adversary is a powerful foreign magnate that we ordinary folk cannot contend with. You should leave while you still can. Madam, I am old and have but one life. I refuse to believe they dare to trample over me. Bakaga, what are you all good for, you worthless lot? I have already paid you. Who gave you permission to fill the pit? Just then, a boisterous voice erupts from outside the courtyard. A short man, less than 5 feet 7 inches tall, sporting a watermelon hairstyle and a small mustache beneath his nose, points accusingly at the workers filling the pit. This man is none other than Yamamoto Hachiro, the investor from the land of cherry blossoms. Li Fengtian steps forward to explain, only to be met with Yamamoto Hachiro's loud reprimands, rendered speechless by the encounter. Upon hearing the commotion outside, Cao Jianing's pupils constrict slightly, a cold smile gracing his lips. What a fortuitous turn of events! Just when he was struggling to find someone, one appears at his doorstep. Today, he shall teach you a lesson in humility. Madam, please wait a moment. I will step outside to have a word with that fellow. Before he finishes speaking, Cao Jianing bolts out of the courtyard like a flash of lightning, heading straight for Yamamoto Hachiro. With a resounding slap, Yamamoto Hachiro, who was in the midst of his tirade, suddenly feels a gust of wind, and before he can comprehend the situation, he is sent flying uncontrollably. With a loud splash, he lands beside a nearby cesspool, his body toppling forward, half submerged in the foul muck, perilously close to falling into the stinking filth below. In that instant, he disregards the excruciating pain in his face, frantically wriggling his short legs to retreat. What follows is even more terrifying. Yamamoto Hachiro suddenly feels weightless, his body rising uncontrollably into the air. Were it not for the pull on his legs, he would suspect he was ascending to the heavens. His gaze shifts upward from the edge of the pit, surpassing the head of Li Fengtian and continuing beyond the roof of a nearby truck. But the ascent does not cease there. He continues to rise along with the crane's arm, reaching a height of 7 or 8 meters above the ground before finally halting. At that moment, Yamamoto Hachiro dangles headfirst, his body trembling like sifted flour. Summoning his courage, he looks up to see a remarkably handsome young man grasping the crane's boom with one hand while holding his leg with the other. Cao Jianing's lips curl into a slight smile as he addresses Yamamoto Hachiro. "So, you are Yamamoto Hachiro. I have heard you were looking for me. What is it that you desire?" Yamamoto Hachiro does not recognize Cao Jianing, his mind clouded with confusion and his vision blurring, a ringing sound echoing in his ears. At this moment, he no longer feigns bravado. "Sir, please remain calm. I am Yamamoto Hachiro of the Yamamoto family. Let us discuss this matter rationally. Please do not resort to such extreme measures." "Extreme?" A mocking smile crosses Cao Jianing's face as he gestures toward the cesspool below. "Yamamoto, are you pretending to be ignorant? You excavated the very foundation of their home and severed their water and electricity. Did you not consider your actions to be extreme?" Only now does Yamamoto Hachiro realize that Cao Jianing is here to avenge the Li family. He curses those who had assured him that the Li family was insignificant and easy to bully. Is this what they call insignificant? Where did this divine being come from? Is he even human? "Sir, it is all a misunderstanding. I sincerely came here to invest. Our Yamamoto group intends to build a warehouse here, which would benefit you all. I never meant to harm anyone." Cao Jianing, uninterested in Yamamoto Hachiro's excuses, impatiently interjects, "Enough with the nonsense. I have but one question. How will you resolve the matter concerning the Li family?" "We will not demolish it. We will revise the design plans." Without hesitation, Yamamoto Hachiro agrees to modify the plans, abandoning the demolition of the Li family's property. Yet, despite his concession, Cao Jianing is unwilling to let him off easily. "You have pushed them to such desperation and even dispatched people to assault them, and you think simply declaring no demolition resolves everything?" Yamamoto Hachiro's face contorts in despair, nearly brought to tears. "Then what do you propose I do?" "Compensate for emotional distress. 1 million. That is unacceptable. It must be 1 million per person." With a sigh of relief, Yamamoto Hachiro exhales deeply. It turns out it is merely a matter of monetary compensation. The Yamamoto family is among the top aristocrats in the land of cherry blossoms, and a few million is but a trifling amount. "Very well, I agree. I will arrange for the payment immediately." At least you understand." Cao Jianing, grasping the crane's boom like an agile monkey, swiftly descends to the ground. Upon landing, he casually discards Yamamoto Hachiro as if he were refused, leaving him sprawled by the roadside. Coughing, Yamamoto Hachiro scrambles to his feet, darting behind Li Fengtian. "Village chiefly, I am willing to pay. I will do so at once. Please inform this gentleman not to harm me further." Gulping nervously, Li Fengtian swallows hard. Having just witnessed Cao Jianing effortlessly lifting Yamamoto Hachiro as one would a chick, scaling the crane with him, that terrifying scene is indelibly etched in his memory. This is undoubtedly a highly trained super expert. He must not be provoked. "Mr. Yamamoto, I told you earlier that the Li family had reinforcements. You refused to believe me. How do you feel now?" "Heh." Yamamoto Hachiro smiles awkwardly, yet politely, thinking to himself that had he known the Li family had such formidable figures, he would never have engaged in such actions. "I have wet my pants. Do you understand? Village chiefly, I entrust this matter to you. He is far too frightening. I do not wish to negotiate with him." Li Fengtian pouts, as if to suggest that he, too, has no desire to engage with him. "Very well, I shall take care of this matter. However, ensure that today's events remain confidential. Understood?" Understood. Yamamoto Hachiro nods fervently. Do not leave this place. I will go speak with him. Chapter 63. Recruiting the Li Family Lions, Li Family, Awakening Lion Workshop. Inside the workshop, two elderly women meticulously weave the lion heads using bamboo strips. Li Zhengji, with his right arm freshly cast in plaster, excitedly leads Cao Jianing on a tour. Mr. Cao, our Li family has upheld the tradition of Southern-style awakening lions for 25 generations. Over here, we primarily focus on the crafting of lion heads, which involves 4 distinct stages: shaping the lion, applying the base, painting the lion, and finalizing the decoration. These two ants are currently engaged in the first step, the shaping of the lion. The lion head shaping process appears deceptively simple, yet it is quite intricate. Using bamboo strips of specific dimensions and special paper, they are bound together to form a crossframe that outlines the lion's head. The bamboo utilized for crafting the lion head undergoes rigorous selection, requiring a maturation period of 3 to 5 years to achieve optimal flexibility. The paper used for binding also adheres to strict standards. It must be specialized paper used by banks for bundling cash. This type of paper provides the necessary resilience to ensure the lion head's durability. The head alone comprises approximately 1,300 binding points, testing the skill and proficiency of the artisans. The second step involves the application of the base. After completing the shaping with bamboo strips and paper, a specialized paper is applied, coated on both sides with a uniquely formulated silk paste, evenly laid upon the bamboo framework of the lion head. This procedure serves 2 primary purposes. Firstly, to reinforce the structure of the lion head, making it more robust, and secondly, to prepare for the subsequent painting stage. The third step is the painting of the lion. In this phase, vibrant oils are applied to the prepared lion head, embellishing it with intricate patterns. The Southern-style Li family lions place significant emphasis on the decorative artistry and textural effects of the lion head's design. The primary motifs include swirling floral patterns, predominantly in shades of yellow, red, and green. The lion heads are resplendent in color, symbolizing auspiciousness and good fortune. Finally, we arrive at the last step, the decoration of the lion. The true splendor of the Li family lion is revealed only after the patterns have been painted and the lion head adorned with features such as movable eyes, an expressive mouth, an elegant nose, whiskers, and decorative pom-poms. Once these final embellishments are completed, the beauty of the Li family lion is fully manifest to all. There are primarily 3 types of Li family lions: the Liu Bei face, the Guanyu face, and the Zhang Fei face. Cao Jianing, who had been quietly listening, could not restrain his curiosity upon hearing Liu Bei face, Guanyu face, Zhang Fei face, and inquired, "What do these faces signify?" Li Zhengji chuckled heartily, explaining, "It's quite straightforward. They represent 3 different character traits of the lions. In our jargon, we refer to them as green-nosed, iron-clawed, sharp-toothed, broad-jawed, with large mouths and ragged ears, describing the lion's demeanor. The Liu Bei face lion head features a liver-colored forehead, with decorative patterns or floral motifs painted on the back of the head. The Guanyu face lion head is predominantly red, characterized by a prominent forehead that stands out, with fierce, wide-open eyes. The Zhang Fei face lion head boasts a black forehead and back, exuding a valiant and imposing presence. "Oh, I see." Cao Jianing recalled his curiosity regarding the Guanyu face lion he had seen in a lion dance troupe, struggling to understand the connection between the lion dance and the legendary figure. After Li Zhengji's explanation, he grasped the distinctions among the 3 lion types, reminiscent of the brotherhood of Liu Bei, Guanyu, and Zhang Fei, with their respective facial colors enhanced by distinctive details to render them more vivid and expressive. As a child, Cao Jianing had participated in his village's temple fairs, dancing the lion with the local folk dance troupe. However, he had only encountered northern-style lion dances, which markedly differ from the southern-style awakening lions. Additionally, the lions used in rural celebrations are typically the most inexpensive and low-quality versions available, merely for entertainment during the festive season. In contrast, the awakening lions crafted by the Li family are highly professional southern-style lions, renowned even beyond their local region. It is said that Li family lions from the Fujian and Guangdong areas are exported overseas, cherished not only by locals but also by many coastal cities and Southeast Asian countries, who commission custom-made lions. The process of crafting a lion head is exceedingly intricate. The initial shaping requires 1,300 binding points. How long does the entire procedure take? Li Zhengji's demeanor shifted, his expression turning serious. That's difficult to determine. Novice apprentices, lacking skill, are not only slow but may also produce aesthetically unpleasing shapes, necessitating complete rework. Conversely, experienced artisans can complete a lion head in just a few hours. As for the assembly of the lion's accessories, we utilize our own crafted components, so that time does not need to be calculated additionally. Cao Jianing nodded. Thus, under optimal conditions, a proficient worker would take at least half a day to create a lion head. Indeed, that is assuming all materials are readily available. And how much can a finished lion be sold for? The price is contingent upon the materials used. The most basic ones start at 150 yuan each, while the top-tier Liu Bei, Guanyu, and Zhangfei face lions can fetch around 500 yuan. Upon hearing the figure of 500 yuan, Cao Jianing furrowed his brow. After enduring such a lengthy and intricate process, the most exquisite lion would only command a mere 500 yuan. Such a slim profit margin seemed disheartening. Nevertheless, his interest in awakening lions was not driven by profit, but rather by a desire to promote traditional Chinese culture, intending to make the lion dance a vibrant highlight of his envisioned tourist attraction. I believe I have gathered ample information regarding lion crafting. Are you skilled in lion dancing? Cao Jianing's question struck a chord with Li Zhengji. He had been practicing lion dancing since the age of 8, mastering techniques on various props with remarkable flair. Li Zhengji proudly straightened his posture, his face brimming with pride. Mr. Cao, you have indeed found the right person. While I cannot guarantee excellence in all areas, I am more proficient in lion dancing than my other brothers. Jumping, shifting, dodging, pouncing, rotating, leaping. I'm adept at all of them. Whether it's on the 8 Immortals benches or the Plum Blossom stakes, I excel. Excellent, then we have no issues. I am uncertain how the old lady conveyed it to you, but my vision is to develop a large-scale tourist attraction in the capital, incorporating a museum alongside various traditional Chinese cultural elements such as Peking opera, Huizhou opera, paper cutting, and Su embroidery. I can allocate a dedicated area for you to sell awakening lions and establish a visitor experience zone within the shop. Furthermore, I will provide a professional stage for lion dance performances, promoting the culture of lion dancing. What do you think? Are you interested? Li Zhengji nodded enthusiastically, responding eagerly, I am very much interested. However, I am curious about when your project might officially commence. Cao Jianing smiled gently. This project is quite grand and currently remains in the planning stages. However, you need not worry. I can prioritize the construction of the lion dance area. This way, even if the project has not officially launched, it will not hinder your work. As for income, you need not concern yourselves. Whether you fill your own pockets or I supplement you, I assure you will be satisfied. Li Zhengji shook his head vigorously. No. You are our benefactor, and we shall not be so greedy. I have no objections, but the old lady and others will need to discuss it further. That is perfectly fine. Feel free to contact me at any time, and I will accommodate. Really? I am exceedingly grateful. Cao Jianing smiled and extended his right hand. I look forward to our collaboration. I too eagerly anticipate it. Chapter 64. The heir of Lu Feng challenges. The venerable matriarch of the Li family, well into her advanced years, expressed her reluctance to leave Anhui province. Ultimately, she resolved that once the tourism project spearheaded by Cao Jianing officially commenced, she would dispatch Li Shenghui, an adept in crafting awakening lions, and Li Zhengji, a skilled lion dancer, to accompany Cao Jianing to the capital. Following this brief interlude involving the Li family's lions, Cao Jianing set forth once more, heading straight to Huashan County. This time, his journey proceeded smoothly, culminating in his arrival at Haishiduzhen in Huashan County. Haishiduzhen is the very site where the final showdown between Sengolinkan and Chen Datai's forces of the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom took place. The region is predominantly mountainous and hilly, characterized by a terrain that rises steeply from west to east. A glance around reveals verdant mountains encircling the area. This observation alone suggests that Haishiduzhen is a sparsely populated locale, with a resident population of fewer than 10,000, aptly described as vast yet thinly populated. Fortunately, the low population density meant that Cao Jianing would not be disturbed as he ascended the mountains in search of treasure. Within his room, Cao Jianing perused a map of Huashan County, marking several locations with 5-pointed stars. These included Zhaojiaban village, nestled in the northern expanse of Huashan County and surrounded by mountains, the Hongshigu scenic area to the northwest, the southern peaks of Nanyue Mountain in the northern part of Huashan County, the Foziling scenic area, and the mountainous regions surrounding the Dabi Mountains to the east. These 4 principal areas are notable for their expansive rivers and mountains, which provide ideal conditions for concealing significant treasures. After meticulously surveying the map, Cao Jianing's gaze settled upon the Zhaojiaban region in the north. Zhaojiaban is a village ensconced within mountains. The lyrics, "Here the mountain roads twist and turn 18 times," aptly describe Zhaojiaban. Let us commence our venture at Zhaojiaban. We shall set out early tomorrow morning for a thorough search, striving to uncover the treasures of the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom within a month. Meanwhile, in the capital, at the Panjiayuan Antique Market, Panjiayuan, a young man, each hand grasping a blue and white porcelain vase, strode purposefully toward the counter. "Good day, sir. The porcelain recycling is over here. Allow me to escort you to the appraisal room. We must authenticate before proceeding with the recycling." Ignoring the attendant's words, the young man insisted, "Is Li Mingxian available? Only he can appraise what I have in hand." Upon hearing this, the attendant's eyes widened in astonishment. Li Mingxian is a venerable figure within the industry, having seldom been seen in the shop in recent years. For the average person, not only is it a challenge to engage Li Mingxian for antique appraisals, but even securing a brief audience with him hinges on his availability and mood. The young man, appearing to be merely 27 or 28, audaciously demanded that Li Mingxian personally authenticate his items. Was he not courting trouble? Who is this brash individual? Li is not someone one can see at will. The master of Panjiayuan, Song Qingfeng, upon hearing of the commotion, emerged from the appraisal room with an imposing demeanor, advancing toward the young man. He discreetly glanced at the items in the young man's possession, his pupils narrowing in surprise. The objects casually held by the young man were, in fact, a pair of exquisitely crafted, Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain 8-sided jars. Distinct from the rounded and plump Yuan blue and white narrative jars, these 8-sided jars boast a unique shape with sharp angles and 8 distinct faces. The porcelain is smooth and pristine, exuding a sense of weighty significance. The jars are coated with a pure white glaze, and the blue and white hues differ from the typical materials used, exhibiting a subtle purplish sheen amidst the verdant floral patterns. The designs adorning the jars depict the popular motifs of pine, bamboo, and plum blossoms from the Yuan and Song dynasties. Each of the 8 facets showcases these motifs in succession, accompanied by lotus and mandarin duck patterns, all framed by scroll-like floral designs that serve as the primary decorative elements. At the shoulder of the 8-sided jars, a pair of symmetrical beast head ears are sculpted, adorned with iron-colored patterns. The intricate blue and white designs are meticulously rendered, the texture crystalline and the brushwork vigorous. The pine, bamboo, and plum representations are strikingly lifelike, exuding the mastery of a true artisan. Song Qingfeng, incredulous, blinked in disbelief. This was indeed a pair of grand Yuan blue and white jars. Their form was impeccable, the blue hues vibrant, and the light reflecting off the porcelain radiated a sense of antiquity. In terms of appearance, one could scarcely find fault with these Yuan blue and white 8-sided jars. They were exceedingly authentic. However, based on Song Qingfeng's recollection, such surviving examples of Yuan blue and white pine, bamboo, and plum 8-sided jars are exceedingly rare. Only one renowned piece exists in the Fengtian Museum. It is said that a similar pair was unearthed from beneath the ancient capital of Sukhothai in Sawadika. Could it be that this young man possesses jars excavated from there? Clearing his throat lightly, Song Qingfeng feigned nonchalance as he approached the young man. "Li is quite busy. I am the master of Panjiayuan and can assist you with the appraisal." The young man smirked slightly, a hint of mockery in his expression. "You are not even close. Let me tell you, one of these porcelain pieces is genuine while the other is a counterfeit. Can you discern which is which?" "What?" Song Qingfeng had just conducted a thorough appraisal. The jars appeared exceedingly authentic, and he was prepared to seize this opportunity. Yet, the young man claimed that one of the exquisite Yuan blue and white 8-sided jars was indeed a forgery. Having navigated the antique world for years, how could he possibly misidentify such evidently authentic Yuan blue and white pieces? Shaking his head vigorously, Song Qingfeng scrutinized the blue and white jars once more. The hues were uniform, vibrant, and the glaze reflected light beautifully. This was indeed an aged artifact. How could one be genuine and the other a forgery? This made no sense. Could it be that this individual was deliberately attempting to deceive him? "You need not examine them further. You are still far from the mark. Promptly notify Li Mingxian that Lu Feng's heir, Lu Zetian, has come to pay a visit, requesting his expertise in authenticating the porcelain. Should he ascertain the authenticity of these items, I shall graciously present the pair of Yuan blue and white pine, bamboo, and plum 8-sided jars to him." At these words, Song Qingfeng was utterly taken aback. As the master of the establishment, he was aware of Lu Feng's reputation and knew that Li Mingxian had recently been investigating matters related to Lu Feng porcelain. To his astonishment, this Lu Feng heir had approached them directly, boldly proclaiming that should Li Mingxian authenticate these 2 porcelain pieces, he would bestow them upon him free of charge. These are exceedingly rare Yuan blue and white 8-sided jars, their value barely eclipsed by that of the Yuan blue and white narrative jars. If placed in an auction, bidding would commence at millions. Should a wealthy and naive collector cross paths with these jars, they could potentially fetch a price in the hundreds of millions. Such a precious artifact, and Lu Zetian intends to use it as a wager. Surely he must be mad. Are you serious? Lu Zetian shrugged indifferently. What I claim is true. I can readily produce a third, a fourth, or a fifth if necessary. It is merely a way to pass the time, nothing of great consequence. Song Qingfeng pouted, realizing that the antique world typically shrouds its forgeries in secrecy, fearing discovery. Yet here was this individual, nearly broadcasting his intentions. You are quite the character, aren't you? Very well, please hold for a moment while I notify Li. Do assure him. He will certainly come. Song Qingfeng, disinterested in further debate with Lu Zetian, returned to the appraisal room and dialed Li Mingxuan's number. Li, an heir of Lu Feng, is in our shop, specifically requesting to see you. He has brought a pair of yuan blue and white pine, bamboo, and plum 8-sided jars, claiming one is genuine and the other counterfeit. I could not discern the difference. He stated that should you determine their authenticity, the pair of yuan blue and white jars will be gifted to you. Tell him I will arrive shortly. Understood. Chapter 65. The stone carving of the Lantingyi Su, Panjiayuan Antique Shop, Appraisal Room. Lu Zetian lounged comfortably on the sofa, his legs crossed in a relaxed manner. As he cracked sunflower seeds, he mockingly derided Li Mingxian, who was engrossed in appraising porcelain. I knew it all along. The 5th-generation imitation is flawless. You must be trying to deceive us. From this moment forth, the definition of Yuan Qingwa will be re-established by the Lu family. With a deep breath, Li Mingxian set down his high-powered magnifying glass and leaned against the appraisal table. This Yuan Qingwa octagonal jar bore a striking resemblance to the pair of jade vases that had appeared at the Jiaxing auction house previously. The craftsmanship, the raw materials, and the signs of use were virtually indistinguishable from genuine articles. He could ascertain that the Yuan Qingwa octagonal jar on his right was problematic, the very imitation Lu Zetian referred to. However, he was unable to pinpoint any flaws in the porcelain. Whether in terms of materials, artistry, or craftsmanship, everything aligned perfectly with the authentic pieces. What left Li Mingxian in despair was the absence of any Lu imitation counterfeit marks on the porcelain. It seemed that the Lu imitation had been refining its reproduction techniques since the Republic era, to the point where even Li Mingxian could find no trace of forgery. Save your breath. Lu Zetian boasted, this porcelain was specially prepared for this year's spring auction, and it bears no markings. You old-timers ought to retire. The future belongs to us, the youth. A manic grin spread across Lu Zetian's face as he fantasized about becoming the emperor of porcelain, steering the direction of the nation's finest Yuan Qingwa ceramics. The likes of the jade vase, the Yuan Qingwa Gaguzi jar, and the Meiping vase pursued by Xiao He under the moonlight, his future creations would embody the true essence of Yuan Qingwa. Li Mingxian felt as though his very sinews had been severed, slumping helplessly in the Wangwali armchair. His gaze was vacant as he stared at the Yuan Qingwa octagonal jar on the appraisal table, his mind a blank slate. Had it not been for Cao Jianing's timely intervention during the last crisis with the jade vases, he would have already faced defeat. The current Yuan Qingwa octagonal jar was even more outrageous, lacking even a counterfeit mark, leaving him resigned to his loss. Should he call Cao Jianing for assistance? The thought flickered in his mind, but was swiftly extinguished by Li Mingxian. This was a wager between him and Lu Zetian, and he had to concede that he was outmatched. Moreover, as an elder to Cao Jianing, he felt it was unbecoming to repeatedly seek help from a younger counterpart. I admit defeat. You may take your prize. With a triumphant leap from the sofa, Lu Zetian strode over to the appraisal table and snatched up an ancient scroll, carefully unfurling it. It was a painted silk scroll depicting 4 courtly women gathered together, engaged in lively discussion about palace affairs. The blank spaces on the scroll bore several vivid red seals and the author's inscriptions. Though I am not particularly fond of collecting paintings, I shall gladly accept this work by Tang Yin, the courtesans of Wangshu Palace. As he spoke, Lu Zetian seized the porcelain vase from the appraisal table and ambled out with an air of indifference. If you have any objections, I am always at your service. However, do come prepared with your wager. Ha ha ha. Haishi Duzhen, Zhaojiawan Village. Cao Jianing, burdened with a bulging army green backpack, sprinted down a hillside lush with green bamboo, arriving at the side of a grand Jeep Cherokee. What filled his backpack were not antiques, but rather bamboo shoots, mushrooms, and other wild delicacies. This was a ruse to avoid raising suspicion should he encounter locals, providing himself an excuse to venture into the mountains for foraging. Shielding his eyes from the sun, he glanced up the mountain, a frown etched on his face. The mountains were teeming with insects, snakes, and rodents, an ordeal most could hardly endure. The most terrifying of all was a type of amphibious leech that could detect human presence from afar and would rush towards them with alarming fervor. Fortunately, Cao Jianing's enhanced physique and special energy shield kept him safe from being drained to a husk. I should have anticipated the mountainous terrain. I had no idea it would be so extensive. After wandering for half a day, I've only managed to explore the eastern side of Zhaojiawan. At this pace, it will take at least a week to thoroughly sift through all 4 designated areas. Alas, I shall take my time. The absence of disturbances here may yet prove to be a blessing. Cao Jianing had faced numerous setbacks during his treasure-seeking expedition in Fengtian. Although his progress in Anhui had been somewhat slow, it had been remarkably smooth, yielding unexpected finds such as the Li family's lion. After a brief moment of reflection, he resumed his journey, driving towards the southern mountainous region of Zhaojiawan. 2 weeks later, Cao Jianing had meticulously surveyed several prominent mountain locations in Huashan County. During this time, aside from discovering some abandoned, damaged antiques buried in the shallow earth, he encountered desolate graves deep in the forest, yet he had not unearthed any treasures from the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom. Under these circumstances, he was left with no choice but to abandon Huashan County and redirect his path towards Tianzhu Mountain. Tianzhu Mountain, also known as Wanshui Mountain, Wangong Mountain, Qianshan, and Wanshan, boasted lush vegetation, with a forest coverage rate reaching a staggering 97. The area was adorned with breathtaking peaks, unusual rock formations, secluded caves, and picturesque canyons, showcasing the marvels of nature. Among the most renowned features is the principal peak of Tianzhushan, known as Tianzhufeng, which stands at an elevation of 489.8 meters. The Tang Dynasty poet Bai Juyi eloquently penned in his poem, on Tianzhufeng: a solitary peak supports the sun and moon, while a chasm of 1,000 fathoms seals the clouds and thunder. Prior to his expedition to Tianzhushan, Cao Jianing diligently prepared himself. He meticulously studied the information provided by the hotel front desk regarding Lianweifeng, a location situated on the eastern side of the highest peak, Tianzhufeng, at an altitude exceeding 1,000 meters. This site is not only elevated, but one must also consider the treacherous terrain of Tianzhushan, adorned with bizarre peaks and peculiar stones. Transporting a significant amount of gold, silver, and jewels from the base to the summit is no small feat. Furthermore, Tianzhushan is a historically significant mountain. As early as the spring and autumn period, Zhao Wulingwang established his capital at the base of Tianzhushan and constructed fortifications upon it, remnants of which still exist. Additionally, temples and Taoist shrines from the Tang and Song dynasties grace the mountain, which has been inhabited throughout the ages. The substantial transportation of gold, silver, and jewels from the base to the summit would undoubtedly attract attention. Cao Jianing surmised that if the treasures of the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom were indeed hidden within Tianzhushan, they should logically be located at the base rather than on the peak. Let us commence our search around the southern gate of Tianzhushan. If nothing is found below, we shall then venture upwards. At 12:25 p.m., Cao Jianing arrived at Chazhuang village in the southern region of Tianzhushan. This village lies at the foot of Tianzhushan, just 1,000 meters to the north of the southern gate. With a low population density in Huashan County, treasure hunting is rather convenient and seldom interrupted. In contrast, the vicinity of Tianzhushan was bustling. As soon as the vehicle entered the village, several tourist buses from other provinces were spotted parked alongside the road. Cao Jianing parked his car outside a farmhouse, intending to grab a bite to eat while gathering some information. "Hello, would you like to dine with us? We offer clay pot chicken soup, wild river fish, farmhouse cured duck, wild mushrooms, and chestnut braised meat." The proprietress of the farmhouse, hearing the commotion outside, eagerly opened the door to promote her offerings. However, Cao Jianing appeared oblivious to her pitch, his gaze fixated on a partially exposed slab of green stone in the courtyard, which was covered in moss. On the stone, faint traces of small characters emerged. In the 9th year of Yonghe, in the year of the Guo, at the onset of late spring, a gathering was held at Lanting in the mountains of Kuaiji, for the purpose of performing the purification ceremony. Could it be? This is indeed the world-renowned calligraphy masterpiece, Lantingyi Su. Chapter 66. The Northern Song Dynasty official kiln ice-cracked bowl. As an aficionado in the realm of antiques, Cao Jianing could recite the renowned Lantingyi Su with ease. Little did he anticipate that in his quest for the treasures of the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom, he would stumble upon a stone tablet inscribed with the Lantingyi Su. Could this possibly be a work crafted by Wang Shiji himself? No, that cannot be. If it were indeed the handiwork of Wang Shiji, this stone tablet ought to be classified as a national treasure, not merely a rare artifact. The sage of calligraphy, would not settle for anything less than the highest echelons of value. Driven by curiosity, Cao Jianing examined the identification information in his mind. Item: Northern Song Dynasty, Huang Tingjian's Lantingyi Su, stone tablet, damaged, grade, rare value, 8 million material, limestone manufacturing technique, masterpiece manufacturer, Huang Tingjian production date. Northern Song Dynasty, Huang Tingjian? Upon learning that this stone tablet was a creation of Huang Tingjian, Cao Jianing furrowed his brow. Huang Tingjian was a distinguished calligrapher of the Northern Song Dynasty, often mentioned in the same breath as the literary giant Su Shi, collectively referred to as Su Huang. Naturally, Cao Jianing had familiarized himself with such a towering figure of the literary world. Huang Tingjian had composed a 5-character ancient poem that mentioned, "My family's Qianshan is indeed a blessed land." Here, Qianshan refers to Tianzhu Mountain in Qianshan County. The preface of this poem, Inscription on Qianshan, notes that Huang Tingjian had a secluded retreat in the valleys of Tianzhu Mountain, where he built the Fowang Pavilion beside the Xinyuxi stream. This implies that Huang Tingjian had resided in Tianzhu Mountain for a considerable period. Perhaps this quaint farmhouse was where the stone tablet from Huang Tingjian's retreat was obtained. Hello, would you like to sample our specialty dishes? They are all completely natural, free from pollution, and exceptionally delicious. Cao Jianing, a visitor arriving in a luxury car, was regarded as a godsend by the villagers near the tourist area. The proprietor of the farmhouse relentlessly promoted her offerings to Cao Jianing, determined to entice him into her establishment. Little did she know, even if she were to dismiss him, he would stubbornly remain. Just in time. I'm feeling peckish and was thinking of having a bite to eat. Madam, please serve me one of each of those dishes you just mentioned. Upon hearing this, the proprietress beamed with delight, her face radiating joy. She cheerfully led the way. Sir, follow me, and I'll arrange a private room where you won't be disturbed. Very well. Cao Jianing nodded slightly, silently trailing behind her towards the innermost room on the eastern side of the courtyard. As they passed a partially exposed stone tablet, Cao Jianing pretended to be oblivious, strolling past it without a glance. Creaking open the weathered wooden door, they entered a modest room measuring around 10 square meters. This space had been converted from a living area into a dining room, with 3 walls enclosing it. Directly opposite the door hung a vivid modern depiction of Guan Huayu. In the center of the room stood a large square dining table, surrounded by 4 commonplace folding chairs. Please, take a seat, the proprietress urged. I'll have my daughter brew you a pot of tea while I prepare your meal. Fearing that Cao Jianing might change his mind, the proprietress did not allow him a moment to respond before hurrying away. Cao Jianing shook his head, bemused, as he pulled out a folding chair directly across from the door and sat down. The room was quite simple, furnished only with the dining table and chairs, alongside the modern artwork of Guan Yu. Seated, he contemplated how he might persuade the proprietress to part with the Huang Tingjian stone tablet after their meal. The value of this tablet extended beyond its inherent worth. Acquiring it would allow him to make several rubbings, which could then be sold at auction houses and antique shops. This represented a sustainable opportunity for profit, but of course, given Cao Jianing's current stature, he need not go to such lengths to make rubbings. He intended to keep the stone tablet discreetly, perhaps making a few copies to promote it, thereby increasing awareness of the Huang Tingjian, Lantingyi Su, stone tablet. Knock, knock, knock. Hello. Your tea is ready. A young girl, around 14 or 15, entered with a wooden tray, which held a white porcelain teapot and a small bowl adorned with intricate ice crack patterns. The bowl emitted a faint white luminescence, marking it as a fine antique. Noticing Cao Jianing's gaze on the tea bowl, the girl shyly explained, Sir, all our regular tea bowls are in use. While this one may appear cracked, it does not leak. I understand. Please set it down, Cao Jianing replied impassively. This was indeed one of the renowned ice-cracked bowls from the official kilns of the Song Dynasty. Even without the gleam to signal its worth, he could identify its significance upon handling it. Identifying official kiln porcelain is quite straightforward, primarily through 3 characteristics. 1. The butter-like sheen. The glazes of the 5 famous kilns of the Song Dynasty exhibit a layer that glistens as though coated in lard. 2. The ice-cracked pattern, a signature external feature of the Northern Song official kiln, resembles the fissures found on a frozen lake in winter, with lines crisscrossing like lightning. 3. The varying thickness of the glaze, where typically, the glaze is heavier at the top and lighter towards the middle and bottom of the vessel. This ice-cracked bowl from the official kiln was well formed, its body smooth and full. The inner and outer walls were adorned with clearly visible ice cracks, and the bowl glistened with a buttery sheen. It was indeed a significant find. Given the importance of the 5 famous kilns of the Song Dynasty, Cao Jianing took special care to check the identification details. Item: Qing Dynasty, official kiln ice-cracked bowl grade. Fine value: 5,000 yuan. Material: porcelain manufacturing technique. Mass-produced at the official kiln manufacturer. Northern Song official kiln production date. Northern Song Dynasty. Indeed, this was an ice-cracked bowl from the Northern Song official kiln. Regrettably, it was a mass-produced item, rather than a bespoke piece crafted for the imperial court. This bowl represented the least valuable piece of fine antiquity that Cao Jianing had encountered. Nevertheless, he still regarded this porcelain bowl with great significance. He called out to the departing girl, feigning interest, "Hello, I quite like this porcelain bowl. Is it available for purchase elsewhere?" The girl blinked in confusion. To her, this nearly broken bowl paled in comparison to the white porcelain bowls used at home. Such a worn piece had long been due for disposal. However, Cao Jianing displayed genuine interest, and her mother had always said that wealthy individuals had a penchant for the peculiar. "This one isn't for sale in the market. It was brought over from my family's old house." Upon hearing this, Cao Jianing's eyes lit up. He suspected that the family might have some connection to Huang Tingjian. With both the Huang Tingjian stone inscription and the Northern Song official kiln porcelain bowl, something was undoubtedly amiss. "That is wonderful. I have a particular fondness for this type of porcelain. Bowls, vases, jars, and plates. I cherish them all. If your family has any extras, I would be willing to pay a premium for them. For a bowl like this, I would offer 100 yuan for it." 100? The girl stared wide-eyed at Cao Jianing, as if viewing a simpleton. In her eyes, bowls at the supply and marketing cooperative cost only a few yuan. The idea of paying 100 for a cracked bowl seemed ludicrous. Indeed, it was evident that the wealthy from the city were often foolish with their money. She would mention this to her mother, suggesting they charge him more for his meal. "I cannot decide. I must consult my mother." Cao Jianing smiled faintly. "No problem. Just let your older sister know." "All right, I'll go ask my mother." Chapter 67. The Huang Tingjian inscribed official kiln Celadone sunflower petal wash. Barely 5 minutes had passed since the young girl departed when the proprietress, panting and breathless, approached Cao Jianing, carrying a basket brimming with an assortment of modern porcelain. With an apron cinched around her waist and remnants of water stains adorning her hands, it was evident she had been engaged in culinary preparations. Upon hearing that Cao Jianing, a reputed connoisseur, was willing to pay a premium for porcelain, she hastened to present her wares. Setting the basket down beside Cao Jianing, she wiped her hands on her apron and regarded him with eager, gleaming eyes. "Dear sir, I have brought an array of items from my collection, as I have heard of your fondness for porcelain. Please, take your time to peruse. Feel free to select whichever pieces catch your fancy. If you purchase a considerable amount, I would be delighted to offer you a discount." Cao Jianing cast a glance at the eclectic assortment of modern porcelain within the basket, momentarily rendered speechless. He could not ascertain whether it was the young girl's miscommunication or the proprietress's assumption that he was a fool, attempting to peddle this heap of trinkets at an exorbitant rate of 100 yuan per piece. While the majority of the items were indeed modern porcelain, nestled among them were several distinctive pieces from the Northern Song Dynasty's official kiln. Feigning ignorance to the proprietress's ulterior motives, he replied, "Thank you for your assistance. I shall take a look." Radiating with a bright smile, the proprietress encouraged, "Please, examine at your leisure. All of these are for you. You may purchase them all if you wish." Cao Jianing, wishing to avoid unnecessary banter with the proprietress, leaned down to sift through the basket. He extracted a few modern porcelain bowls, plates, and teapots, setting them aside to reveal the hidden treasures beneath. Specifically, 5 small bowls from the Northern Song official kiln, identical in style to those he had previously encountered. In addition, he discovered 2 more pieces of Northern Song official kiln porcelain, a water dropper and a sunflower petal wash, both of which were traditional scholars' utensils. The water dropper, also known as a yendi, served as a vessel for dispensing water, a tool favored by literati for the preparation of ink. This particular piece, resembling a small duck, featured a small hole at its tail, allowing water to drip out when filled. When placed atop an ink stone, it would continuously release droplets, keeping the surface moist and facilitating the writing of characters. This was a quintessential scholar's accessory, potentially once utilized by the esteemed Huang Tingjian himself. The other item, somewhat exceptional, was originally a standard sunflower petal wash, but it bore the inscription of Huang Tingjian at its base. The signature of such a renowned figure significantly enhances the value of antiquities, particularly when attributed to a master calligrapher like Huang Tingjian. Had he inscribed it prior to the firing, the worth of this wash would far exceed the current valuation of 5 million yuan. It could easily fetch even higher bids among collectors. Is this the selection you have made? This large plate is exquisite. The figures depicted upon it seem almost lifelike. Choose a few more, and I shall extend a discount. Seeing that Cao Jianing had selected only 7 pieces, the proprietress unleashed her persuasive prowess once more, attempting to convince him that the large serving plates were of exceptional quality. It was clear she regarded him as an easy mark, eager to extract a hefty sum. However, Cao Jianing was no fool. He had no intention of paying a premium for a collection of inferior items. Without engaging in further debate, he produced his wallet, counted out 800 yuan, and handed it to the proprietress. Madam, I am quite fond of these 7 pieces. As previously agreed, at 100 yuan each, plus the porcelain bowl in my possession, the total comes to 800 yuan. The proprietress swiftly seized the cash from Cao Jianing's hand, her thumb deftly moistening her fingertip before starting to count the money. 100, 200, 300. With a total of 800 yuan, she counted 3 times, fearing she might miscalculate. After repeated confirmations, she gazed longingly at Cao Jianing. Boss, there is still so much left. Why don't you pick a few more pieces? I can offer you a discount. A faint smile graced Cao Jianing's lips. Such greedy yet uninformed individuals were easy to deceive. They lacked knowledge of antique pricing and were driven by avarice. A low offer could secure their coveted treasures. Cao Jianing pointed towards the moss-covered stone tablet outside. I have no interest in porcelain. That stone tablet looks appealing. Sell it to me for 100 yuan. The shopkeeper, initially believing her earnings for the day would amount to a mere 800 yuan, was taken aback by what followed. Stealing a glance at Cao Jianing's bulging wallet, she greedily licked her lips and quoted an exorbitant price. That stone tablet is different. It bears inscriptions, which adds to its value. Moreover, for such a sizable piece, how could you expect to acquire it for just 100 yuan? It's worth at least 5,000 yuan. Cao Jianing, observing the shopkeeper's prolonged efforts, anticipated a figure of astronomical proportions, yet she merely declared a high price of 5,000. That tablet was inscribed by Huang Tingjian, containing the text of the revered Wang Shiji's Lantingyi Su. Any antique associated with these 3 names would see its worth multiplied. Far from being deterred by 50,000, Cao Jianing would not flinch even at 50,000. Nonetheless, the realm of antiques has its own rules. Failing to negotiate a price is a grave error. Shaking her head, Cao Jianing retorted, "That's far too expensive. It's merely a broken stone, yet you demand 5,000 yuan. With that amount, one could construct a spacious tiled house. I can offer a maximum of 500. Upon hearing the figure of 500, the shopkeeper's hand, clutching the money, trembled slightly. She perceived Cao Jianing as a naive individual with ample funds, intentionally quoting a high price, allowing for significant negotiation leeway. A cumbersome stone was a mere gift at 500 yuan. But who would refuse an easy gain? 500 won suffice. This tablet is substantial, and I'll need to excavate it for you, which is time-consuming and labor-intensive. Should it disturb the feng shui, it would adversely affect my business, leading to greater losses. Offer me a lucky number, 4,800, an auspicious figure. Do not think solely of your own interests. Transporting such a large stone over long distances is no trivial task. The fuel costs will be considerable. I am sincerely interested in purchasing it. Offer me a genuine price. 680 is truly my final offer. Please refrain from mentioning thousands. I will not consider anything over 1,000. The shopkeeper and Cao Jianing engaged in a spirited exchange of words. Ultimately, Cao Jianing yielded, parting with 2,500 yuan for the stone tablet. The shopkeeper beamed with delight, unable to contain her joy. Just wait. I will find someone to excavate it for you right away. Please instruct the workers to be careful. Do not damage it. If it gets broken, I will refuse to take it. Rest assured, I will ensure it is retrieved in perfect condition. Very well, I have matters to attend to. Please hurry and serve me my meal. Certainly, it will be ready shortly. Chapter 68. Double Joy. The proprietress of the farmhouse is exceptionally efficient. After accepting the payment, she promptly summoned several fellow villagers to clear the stone tablet in the courtyard. With great thoughtfulness, she used fresh water to meticulously cleanse the moss and dirt from the surface of the stone in a mere half hour. A slightly chipped stone tablet, adorned with an intricate array of tiny inscriptions, was revealed to the onlookers. Huang Tingjian, styled Luji, self-titled Shanga Daoren, and later known as Fu Wang, was a renowned poet, lyricist, and calligrapher of the northern Song dynasty. In his later years, he was referred to as Fu Wang, a name derived from the Fu Wang Pavilion on Mount Tianzhu, also known as Qianshan. During the villagers' efforts to clear the stone tablet, Cao Jianing inquired whether the Fuweng Pavilion on Mount Tianzhu still existed, inadvertently sparking a cascade of discussions. Originally, there was no official institution overseeing Mount Tianzhu. Only ancient structures such as Taoist temples and monasteries passed down through generations. In 1942, the Cultural and Tourism Department of Anhui Province sought public funding to redevelop the temples and monasteries on the mountain and appoint official temple overseers. However, due to the prevailing instability, only the Yuyanshan Pavilion, Suiyun Villa, and a rudimentary hiking trail were constructed, leaving the remaining projects unfulfilled. Observing the abundance of ancient architectural debris and unused building materials like stone bricks and slabs on the mountain, local villagers ascended in droves. During this period, villagers returned with a multitude of dismantled ancient building materials. Human nature is inherently greedy. In the absence of management, many villagers laid hands on other ancient temples, taking whatever they could carry away. Only a few structures remained, which were either too cumbersome to transport or etched with the names of notable figures. It wasn't until 1982 that the authorities intervened again, restoring Mount Tianzhu and placing it under official management, thus officially designating it as a state project. Today, Mount Tianzhu boasts not only ancient pathways and temples but also newly constructed edifices such as the Jade Emperor Temple, Guanyu Temple, Dragon King Temple, and the Water Pavilion. After listening to the villagers' explanations, Cao Jianing was nearly certain that the Fuweng Pavilion where Huang Tingjian once resided had been stripped bare by the elders of the farmhouse. He maintained a positive mindset, recognizing that events from over 50 years ago were beyond his control. Simply acquiring these remnants filled him with joy. After dining, he stowed the stone tablet and several pieces of porcelain into his trunk, donned his backpack, and set off from the entrance of Chazhuang village, embarking on a northern exploration. Viewed from above, Mount Tianzhu resembles a hand fan. The entrance of Chazhuang village serves as the handle of the fan, and following the handle northward leads directly to the southern gate of Mount Tianzhu. At the entrance stands the refurbished ancient temple, the Fuguang Zen Temple, along with the scenic landmark of Mount Tianzhu, the southern pillar of heaven. Considering the challenges of transporting treasures uphill, Cao Jianing chose not to rush his ascent. He commenced his journey from the handle of the fan, meticulously inspecting the edges of the formation. Mount Tianzhu is replete with bizarre rock formations. Even at the mountain's base, the terrain is steep, and there is hardly a well-maintained pathway. Carrying a heavy backpack, Cao Jianing departed from Chazhuang village, preparing to explore counterclockwise from east to west. However, upon nearing the southern gate of Mount Tianzhu, he was astonished to discover a brilliant red light enveloping the entire Fuguang Zen Temple, casting a divine glow reminiscent of the Grand Thunder Sound Temple from mythological tales. Ever since absorbing the energy from the emerald ore, his sensitivity to the radiance of treasures had significantly heightened. In the absence of obstructions, the extraordinary light could illuminate an area of up to 100 meters. The brilliance emanating from the Fuguang Zen Temple surpassed the ethereal glow he had previously encountered at Zhao Debao's home, even penetrating the main hall of the temple. What precious artifact lay concealed within the Fuguang Zen Temple? At this moment, Cao Jianing was too engrossed to continue searching for the treasures of the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom. He sprinted toward the scenic area. Peering through the courtyard wall, he directed his gaze toward the illuminated Fuguang Zen Temple atop the mountain. "Wow!" he exclaimed in shock upon seeing a cave, obscured by grotesque rocks, at the foot of the temple. This cave was remarkably deep, connected to an underground river. The northern side linked to an internal river within Mount Tianzhu, while the southern side connected to an inconspicuous creek outside the mountain. Just 200 meters south of the ticket booth at the southern gate of Mount Tianzhu lay the entrance to that creek. Following the creek eastward, one would encounter a naturally formed waterfall. Behind this waterfall, an irregular formation of jagged rocks concealed a narrow passage that could accommodate a single person. Traversing through this crevice led to an expansive cavern. Inside the cave, a chaotic array of burlap sacks lay scattered, filled to the brim with gold and silver jewelry, necklaces, various gold, silver, and copper artifacts, as well as jade ornaments. Numerous boxes packed with gold and silver bars were also present. Indeed, the treasure of the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom was hidden beneath Mount Tianzhu. Cao Jianing's conjecture proved correct. The treasure was indeed located just east of the southern gate of Mount Tianzhu. This area was desolate, surrounded only by mountains and trees, making it exceedingly convenient for operation. The only challenge was the cave's narrow entrance, complicating the removal of items. With such an abundance of riches, it would take countless trips for Cao Jianing and his vehicle to transport everything. Fortunately, his Grand Cherokee had ample interior space. With approximately 20 trips, he could manage to relocate all the treasure. However, a new dilemma arose. Where would he store the treasures once they were extracted? It would be impractical to fill a vehicle and make a single trip back to the capital. Not only would that be time-consuming and labor-intensive, but the repetitive actions could easily raise suspicions among the locals. Perhaps I should rent a farmhouse nearby, find a slightly secluded courtyard to reside in, and gradually transfer the treasure over 1 or 2 trips each day. Once all the treasures are moved, I'll buy a large truck to transport everything in one go. Unlike Hua County, Mount Tianzhu is a bustling tourist destination. He needed to be wary of local villagers and the unexpected appearance of tourists. Cao Jianing set a very cautious objective. Having just passed the new year, there are fewer visitors. If I delay a bit longer, as the weather warms, there will be even more tourists, complicating our movements. After much contemplation, Cao Jianing resolved to rent a relatively remote farmhouse just outside the town of Mount Tianzhu to serve as a temporary storage facility. With a plan for the next course of action established, a small question arose. Should he still visit the Fuguang Zen Temple or search for the long-destroyed Fu Wang Pavilion? Gritting his teeth, Cao Jianing gazed up at the Fuguang Zen Temple, surrounded by the radiant treasure light. The treasure of the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom cannot be uncovered in a day. I should first take a tour of the Fuguang Zen Temple. Such rare treasures should at least be glimpsed. With time pressing and tasks at hand, Cao Jianing hastened his pace, purchasing a ticket to enter the temple grounds. He swiftly followed the small path up the mountain, heading straight for the Fuguang Zen Temple at the summit. Chapter 69. Cao Jianing's devotion to Buddhism. The Fuguang Zen Temple is situated at the southern entrance of Tianzhu, at a relatively modest elevation. During his ascent, Cao Jianing encountered several tourists from afar. Among them was a young couple, posing for photographs in front of a rock face adorned with inscriptions by renowned figures. A cursory glance at the inscriptions revealed the presence of several eminent personalities, including the illustrious Huang Tingjian. Huang Tingjian's inscription read frowny face Li Can, Li Bingyi, Bingguan, Wu Zetian, Qiu Yiguan's writings on the Qingyou, Huang Tingjian, Gengxian's minor cold. Huang Tingjian's inscriptions, though few, displayed a few lines of regular script, executed with meticulous precision and strength, showcasing the hallmark of a true master of calligraphy. Regrettably, the inscriptions etched upon the rock face, while accessible to many, had suffered extensive erosion from the elements over time. Adjacent to Huang Tingjian's writing, a dense cluster of inscriptions could be found. In an effort to safeguard these engravings, the park staff had applied a protective coating of red and blue paint. Notably, one prominent location featured a 6-character poem. Wang Engxi's inscription read, "Water flows without intent, mountains encircle with color. Exploring the profound depths, I sit on a stone, forgetting my return." The poem bore the signature of Jinggong. Wang Engxi, also known as Wang Jinggong, is one of the 8 masters of the Tang and Song dynasties, a literary giant in his own right. Coincidentally, beneath Wang Engxi's prose, another poet had inscribed verses inspired by his rhyme. Lu Yingfeng's inscription read, "Frowny face, singing my way along the mountain's edge, I sit on a stone to wash my tassels." The mountain resembles a dark hue, while the water is like jade, ready to be grasped. This poem was composed by Lu Yingfeng, a successful scholar of the Ming Dynasty during the Jiajing era, following the rhyme of Wang Engxi's verses. Continuing onward, another eminent figure's inscription caught the eye. "Frowny face, how many years has it been since my master departed? The flowing water and green mountains remain unchanged. Wiping away the ancient characters on the cliff, my heart, plagued by dust, awakens anew." Here, the master refers to Wang Engxi, Su Shi's teacher. This inscription expresses Su Shi's nostalgia for Wang Engxi and his admiration for the scenic beauty of Tianzhu. Cao Jianing, burdened with significant responsibilities, did not linger too long on these famous inscriptions. He merely savored them for a brief moment before hastening his way to the summit, the temple entrance. A faint scent of incense lingered in the air, emanating from the offerings of incense worshippers and the temple's long-standing offerings. Having just passed the spring festival, it was the busiest time for companies, with the bustling workers of the metropolis toiling diligently, resulting in a sparse number of visitors at the mountain. Following the position of the red light, Cao Jianing circumvented the temple hall and arrived at a small courtyard behind the temple. Here stood 2 rows of adjoining bungalows, where the monks rested daily. In the center of the courtyard, an ancient well emitted the red light. "Greetings. This area is restricted to the public. If you wish to pray or light incense, please proceed to the front courtyard." As Cao Jianing examined the well, 2 monks clad in gray robes approached him. Judging by their demeanor, if he refused to leave, these masters were poised to demonstrate the Shaolin arts. In this critical moment, Cao Jianing sprang into action. Like an agile panther, he dashed towards the well and, with a splash, leaped into the water. The events unfolded so swiftly that it took the monks a moment to react. One younger monk was momentarily paralyzed by shock, flailing his arms in confusion. Maya, someone's in trouble. Brother, did you see that? That person just jumped into the well. Surely, he isn't attempting to swindle us? The older monk demonstrated a greater sense of composure amidst the chaos. He grasped the younger monk by the shoulders, both calming him down and formulating a plan. Jianing, do not panic. Everything in this world is illusory, governed by cause and effect. Go to the front courtyard and summon the abbot, while I check on him. Regaining his senses under his brother's reassurance, Jianing dashed off to fetch help from the front courtyard. The elder monk, with a grave expression, approached the well. Peering into the empty depths, he found no sign of Cao Jianing. The rippling surface of the water and the occasional bubbles rising testified to the reality of the recent events. With hands clasped together, the elder monk uttered, "Alas, what a transgression! Life is fraught with disappointments. Why suffer needlessly? Benefactor, please do not perish within." Meanwhile, Cao Jianing, oblivious to the commotion outside, descended to the bottom of the well, channeling energy through his hands as he frantically excavated. Soon, he unearthed a half-meter-deep pit, within which lay a bamboo tube jade carving crafted from exquisite Hatian jade, sealed with a layer of beeswax. Seizing the bamboo tube, resembling the thickness of a flute, he tucked it into his clothing and began his ascent. "I'm coming up." "Benefactor, you've finally come to your senses. Quickly, grasp this hemp rope. I shall pull you up." As Cao Jianing surfaced, the voice of the monk above reached him. The monk tossed down the rope typically used for drawing water, urging Cao Jianing to retreat from his reckless plunge. With a shiver, Cao Jianing tightened his grip on the rope and called out cheerfully to the monk above, "Master, I appreciate your kindness. I shall donate generously for incense later." The monk at the well was momentarily speechless, nearly unleashing a torrent of exasperation upon Cao Jianing. "I instructed you to light incense in the front courtyard, and yet you leapt into the well like a lunatic. Are you a dog? Before I could react, you had already dived in. If I do not rescue you, prepare for your family to visit your grave." Though inwardly chastising Cao Jianing, the monk adhered to the principle of valuing life and proceeded to haul him out. Strangely, pulling Cao Jianing, a fully grown man, was effortless, as if he weighed nothing at all. Umitba, could he be possessed by malevolent spirits? "Brother, we have arrived. Huizong, how is he faring?" At that moment, Jianing returned with several fellow monks and the temple abbot, rushing with urgency. The monks watched in astonishment as Cao Jianing, clinging to the hemp rope, sprang from the well like a nimble monkey. Upon reaching the shore, Cao Jianing's first act was to remove his drenched outer garment. He feigned a slight bow towards Huizong, who had pulled him ashore, saying, "Master, I owe you a great debt. Had it not been for you, I would have met my demise." Huizong, drenched in cold sweat, thought to himself, "Oh no, am I being targeted by malevolent forces? I exerted no effort whatsoever. How did he manage to ascend? The well's mouth is so slippery. How did he leap out? Abbot, please come to my aid. I promise never to sneak a bite of your roasted chicken again." Huizong, trembling with anxiety, stammered, "There is no need for such formalities, benefactor. Everything is preordained by fate. It was the Buddha who guided me to save you. You have caught a chill. You ought to descend the mountain post-haste." Cao Jianing waved his hand dismissively. "That won't do. I must first light a few sticks of incense and donate some funds." 20 minutes later, clad in fresh monk's robes, Cao Jianing strode briskly down the mountain amidst the peculiar gazes of the monks. Huizong peered out from behind the abbot, whispering, "Abbot, this man seems suspicious." The abbot shot Huizong a fierce glare, replying coldly, "This is a benefactor devoted to Buddhism. What cause for suspicion could there be?" "Humph," Huizong muttered under his breath, unconvinced. "Once we accept his incense money, we proclaim him devoted to Buddhism. I see him as nothing more than a madman." "Huizong, the latrines in the outer courtyard require cleaning. You shall attend to it." "Yes, abbot." Chapter 70. The True Artifact of the Poet Immortal. Beneath Tianzhu, Cao Jianing stealthily concealed himself behind a large tree by the roadside, retrieving the recently acquired jade bamboo sculpture made of exquisite Hatian jade from his bosom. This bamboo sculpture, intricately carved from a single block of top-tier Hatian jade, boasts a hollow interior with a button atop that can be opened. Its exterior is sealed with beeswax, perfectly safeguarding the treasures hidden within the jade carving. With utmost care, Cao Jianing used his fingernail to gently scrape away the beeswax from the surface of the jade carving and twisted open the button at the top. From the hollow interior of the bamboo sculpture, he drew forth a piece of yellowed paper. This seemingly unremarkable piece of paper emanated a radiant brilliance, far more intense than that of a phantasmic lamp. As he delicately unfurled the crumpled paper, lines of calligraphic poetry unfolded before Cao Jianing's eyes. Strange peaks emerge from peculiar clouds, graceful trees harbor an elegant essence. The serene Wangong Mountain, its ruggedness meets the human eye's delight. Alone, I drift upon the vast river, all day long, devoid of flavor. Yet, I cherish this lofty ridge. How could I seek the mystical? Silently, we make our promises from afar, yearning to go, yet the heart cannot comply. Awaiting the completion of my elixir, I shall return to this place. Tang Dynasty, Li Taibai Wangong Mountain inscription. This poem, vigorous and majestic yet ethereal in spirit, flows with an unrestrained grace, exhibiting a robust and fluid style. It is indeed a genuine relic left by Li Bai, the immortal poet, one of the three greats of the flourishing Tang Dynasty. Li Bai, the pinnacle of poets in Huaxia, has accompanied students throughout their growth, from the bright moonlight before my bed to the road through Shu is harder than ascending to the heavens. Anyone who cannot recite the bright moonlight before my bed, I suspect it is frost on the ground, may be reported directly, with a reward of 500,000. Cao Jianing faintly recalled this poem, gazing at Wangong Mountain from the river. It was composed during Li Bai's youth, a time of vigor, as he set forth from Shu, bidding farewell to kin for distant travels. At that time, he was merely 25 years old, clad in white, armed with a sword and a wolf hair brush, sailing down the Yangtze River through the Three Gorges, arriving at Wangong Mountain, known today as Tianzhu. Faced with the majestic peaks and extraordinary rocks of Tianzhu, Li Bai's ink flowed like a river, crafting this widely acclaimed piece, gazing at Wangong Mountain from the river. Currently, there exists but one veritable artifact of Li Bai, a national treasure prohibited from leaving the country, Shengyang Tai Tai. The Cultural Relic Department has appraised Shengyang Tai Tai at over 1 billion. Remarkably, the entire text consists of merely 25 characters, making the phrase, a single character worth 1,000 gold, far from an exaggeration. Taking a deep breath, Cao Jianing carefully stowed the piece of grass paper back into the bamboo sculpture. He briefly reviewed the specific authentication information in his mind. Item: Tang Dynasty, Li Taibai, gazing at Wangong Mountain, rarity. World-class treasure value. Over 500 million material, paper craftsmanship, masterpiece manufacturer, Li Bai production date. During the Kaiyuan period of the Tang Dynasty, the true artifact of the poet immortal is indeed extraordinary, its value far surpassing Cixi's jade watermelon, and Qing Dynasty, Yongjing's 12-month Yuanminjuan joyous scenes, phantasmic lamp. Now, Cao Jianing has acquired yet another rare treasure. He possesses 5.5 pieces of world-class antique treasures. Excluding the damaged Cixi coral treasure tree, the remaining 5 pieces of rare treasures could easily serve as the crown jewels in the largest museum in the country, the Beijing Museum. Cao Jianing is ever closer to establishing his private museum. Having lingered in Anhui province for half a month, it is imperative to expedite my actions. I aim to secure the treasures of the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom within 2 weeks. As the saying goes, when one encounters joyous events, their spirit is uplifted. With a grand gesture, Cao Jianing hastened down the mountain. Huawu Village. Huawu Village is situated around Tianzhu town, approximately 2 kilometers distant. This distance is neither too far nor too near, ensuring that local villagers remain unaware of his daily endeavors to transport treasures from Tianzhu. The villagers of Tianzhu town are also oblivious to his place of residence, which is quite reasonable. At the mountainside, outside a solitary farmhouse in Huawu Village, Cao Jianing was in discussion with a white-haired elderly woman regarding the rental of a room. Granny, I wish to rent for a period, ideally a month, but at least 1 or 2 weeks. Would a rent of 100 yuan be acceptable? The elderly woman, hard of hearing, tilted her head and shouted loudly into Cao Jianing's ear. That 1 do, the roof leaks, and the windows let in the wind. What if it rains? Water would pour down from the roof. It would be uninhabitable. If you wish to stay, I can find you another place in the village. Cao Jianing, needing a secluded location to discreetly manage the antiques, valued this secluded courtyard for its remoteness and the presence of a cellar, ideal for concealing his treasures. The village was crowded and bustling, making it quite inconvenient. He smiled and waved his hand. Granny, I prefer tranquility and dislike crowded places. Moreover, I will only stay for a few days. I'll make some minor repairs to the house, and it will suffice. No. The kind-hearted granny sought to persuade Cao Jianing, but he did not give her the opportunity. He pulled out 200 yuan from his pocket and pressed it into the old woman's hand. "Granny, please accept this money. I shall head to the town now to buy some items and mend the house." The elderly woman glanced at the money in her hand, then at the well-dressed Cao Jianing, shaking her head helplessly. "If you wish to stay, then stay. If you need anything at home, just let me know, and I will help you procure it." "Thank you. That is very kind of you." After sending the elderly woman on her way, Cao Jianing drove to the town, purchasing some daily necessities, as well as canned goods, instant noodles, and ham sausages. He specifically ordered sturdy boards, a steel-welded iron fence, and a large iron lock. These were meant for the new entrance to the cellar. As he planned to transport treasures and would be leaving his home unattended, he felt uneasy without precautionary measures. He toiled until nightfall, finally securing the entrance to the cellar and tidying up the old house to a barely habitable state. As darkness enveloped the surroundings, he drove towards the treasure cave outside Tianzhu. In the stillness of the night, Cao Jianing slipped through the crevice behind the waterfall, entering the cave. The entrance is formed by a series of colossal and peculiar stones, with a width of approximately 1.2 meters, just sufficient for a single individual to pass through. Following the passage for about 7 or 8 meters, one is greeted by a sudden expanse. Inside lies a vast cavern nearly 4 meters high, which originally connected to an underground dark river. The ground is adorned with numerous mineral deposits that have accumulated into stunning stalactites. However, due to the desiccation of the subterranean river, devoid of any water source, it is transformed into a desolate cavern. On both sides of the cave, a haphazard array of over 100 sacks brimming with gold, silver, and jewels is stacked precariously. Cao Jianing cast a glance at the outermost sack on his left. Qing Dynasty bronze Buddha statue, 100 yuan. Qing Dynasty carved lotus pattern silver hairpin, 200 yuan. Qing Dynasty multicolored magpie spring porcelain pillow, 100 yuan. Tang Dynasty gilded bronze statue of Shakyamuni, 100,000 yuan. Qing Dynasty, Qianlong period, agate intricately carved figure snuff bottle, 15,000. Ming Dynasty, gold and twine lotus pattern bracelet, 50,000. Qing Dynasty, a strand of agate bracelets, 300. Qing Dynasty, jadeite landscape ornament, 500. Qing Dynasty, exquisite East pearl necklace, 5,000. Qing Dynasty, a pair of agate bangles, 200. Various Ming and Qing Dynasty copper coins, along with several gold and silver coins. The contents of the burlap sack primarily consist of gold and silver jewelry, agate jade ornaments, gold copper Buddha statues, jadeite jade decorations, and a significant quantity of ancient currency. Over 90% of these items are everyday necessities from the common folk, with only a scant few originating from the imperial court. In light of this, Cao Jianing felt a tinge of disappointment. He had hoped to uncover a further trove of exquisite antiques from the treasures of the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom. Alas, these peasant rebels seemed solely fixated on gold and silver, neglecting the precious porcelain, paintings, and similar artifacts. Never mind, let us load them onto the cart first. We can sort through them slowly once we return. Chapter 71. 9 billion in gold cock-a-doodle-doo. As dawn gently broke, the village's grand rooster perched upon the courtyard wall, stretching its neck and raising itself on tiptoes, crowing with all its might. It seemed intent on ensuring that the villagers were aware of its early rise, even before the dogs stirred. In the dimly lit cellar, Cao Jianing meticulously sorted through 8 crates filled with gold bars, 2 crates brimming with silver ingots, and 5 large burlap sacks overflowing with an assortment of gold, silver, and precious gems. The gold and silver bars contained within these crates were the products of Chen Ditsai's plundering of gold and silver artifacts, jewelry, and coins from the populace. Due to the haste of the operation, the craftsmanship of this batch of gold and silver bars was somewhat crude, and their purity was relatively low. The silver bars fared better, primarily composed of silver ingots and scrap silver, with minimal additions of jewelry and silverware, resulting in a comparatively higher purity. These silver bars were the common brick-shaped variety, narrower at the top and wider at the base, with a standard weight of 2,500 grams. The casting of silver ingots necessitates a period of cooling and settling. Otherwise, the surface of the bars would develop numerous pockmarks resembling honeycombs. While the aesthetic imperfections were secondary, they also compromised the weight. Through careful examination, Cao Jianing discerned that the majority of these gold and silver bars fell short of the 2,500 gram standard. For the sake of averaging, they were assessed at 2,450 grams per piece. Each crate contained a total of 100 gold and silver bars, according to the current price of silver at 1 74 yuan per gram. The value of a silver ingot, calculated as 2,450 times 1.74, is approximately 4,263 yuan. With each box containing 100 ingots, the total value of one box of silver ingots amounts to 42,630 yuan. There are a total of 28 boxes. Thus, multiplying 42,630 by 28 yields a total value of 1,193,640 yuan, roughly equivalent to 1.2 million yuan. The situation with gold ingots differs somewhat from that of silver ingots. Upon meticulous examination of the gold ingots found in the cave, Cao Jianing discovered that many of them were adulterated with copper. In fact, a few gold ingots contained over 10% copper. Based on the classification of treasures within the cave, Cao Jianing surmised that under the direction of Chen Dazai, some copper had been mistaken for gold and subsequently melted into the gold ingots, resulting in a decrease in gold purity. The gold ingots mirror the same specifications as the silver ingots, each weighing 2,500 grams. Here, similar to the silver ingots, an average weight of 2,450 grams is utilized for calculations. The current price of gold stands at 138 yuan per gram. Therefore, the value of a single gold ingot, calculated as 2,450 times 138, is approximately 338,100 yuan. With each box containing 100 gold ingots, the price of one box of gold ingots totals 3,381 million yuan. There are 56 boxes in total, leading to an overall value of around 1.9 billion yuan. Considering the insufficient purity of the gold and accounting for a deduction of 5% impurities, this equates to a total price of 1.8 billion yuan worth of gold. After accounting for both gold and silver ingots, let us turn to other precious metals and jewels. Cao Jianing randomly brought back 5 burlap bags filled with gold, silver, and jewels. In these 5 bags, over 80% consists of items from the Ming and Qing dynasties, particularly those of common folk. The value of this portion is generally low, mostly ranging between hundreds to a few thousand yuan. Approximately 5% comprises exquisite golden Buddha statues from the Tang, Ming, and Qing dynasties, whether from the palace or the common populace. Despite their small proportion, these items tend to hold considerable value, with even folk golden Buddha statues exceeding 10,000 yuan, while those produced by imperial kilns start at no less than 100,000 yuan. The remaining less than 10% consists of small artifacts from various dynasties, such as crystal snuff bottles from the Qianlong era, agate bracelets, jade rings, Xuanda censers from the Ming Xuanda period, and copper mirrors from the Tangzhengguan period, among others. This collection of antiques is characterized by high quality, although their values vary significantly. During the Qianlong period, a crystal snuff bottle was valued at approximately 15,000 in contrast. A bronze mirror adorned with auspicious beast motifs from the Tang dynasty's Zhengguan era commands a starting price of 100,000. A fine official kiln Ming Xuanda furnace begins at a valuation of 500,000. Due to the significant disparity in prices, Cao Jianing is currently unable to compile the total value of this segment and must await the classification and sorting of all treasures before proceeding with the assessment. Let's leave it at that for today. I'll take a nap and set off for a trip in the afternoon when there are fewer people, and then make another trip after dark. Calculating this way, it should all be wrapped up in no more than 10 days. At Renmin University in the capital, within the female dormitory of the School of Economics and Management. Wow, Sia. You've been pampered by a wealthy patron during the winter break. This is a star-endorsed wheeled suitcase, my idol's signature. And those Van Cleef Arpels earrings. Come on, tell me, which big shot has claimed you? Upon hearing words like wealthy patron and pampered, Cao Sia's demeanor instantly shifted. Her almond-shaped eyes widened in disbelief, glaring fiercely at her roommate, who had just returned to campus dragging a suitcase. Chen Yuanyuan, standing at 170 centimeters, donned a black Chanel jacket with a pearl collar, sparkling with a pair of double C diamond earrings, and around her neck hung a black four-leaf clover necklace by Van Cleef Arpels. These international luxury brands could not conceal her inherent advantages. Most striking of all were the prominent, big white rabbits that peeked enticingly from beneath Chen Yuanyuan's necklace. Seeing those enviable curves, Cao Xia instinctively glanced down at her own modest figure. How infuriating. Why does everyone have them but me? Chen Yuanyuan, I swear I will take you down. Cao Xia leaped off her bed, clad in cotton slippers, and lunged at Chen Yuanyuan with mock ferocity. A hint of smugness crept onto Chen Yuanyuan's cherubic face, framed by a touch of baby fat. Little Cao Fei, daring to act so brazenly before me. I shall subdue you first, and then have you and your brother attend to my whims. With that, She rolled up her sleeves and engaged in a playful scuffle with Cao Xia. Although Cao Xia had slender arms and legs, her regular chores at home endowed her with superior strength. Unfortunately, the young girl was overly principled, relying solely on conventional techniques like holds and locks. Chen Yuanyuan, on the other hand, employed a more cunning approach, her icy hands slipping beneath Cao Xia's garments to seize her undeveloped curves. Cao Xia's delicate face instantaneously flushed a deep crimson, her fair ears resembling boiled shrimp. Chen Yuanyuan, you're finished. Today, I shall dismantle those two bombs of yours. With that, she unleashed the legendary Shaolin technique, the Dragon Claw, against Chen Yuanyuan. Ha ha ha, you're just envious of my figure. What good is a pretty face when your body resembles a coffin lid? Only your brother treats you like a treasure. And the cool campus beauty, today, I shall claim you. Ha ha ha. Half an hour later, the two breathless, disheveled beauties sat on the same bed, exchanging wide-eyed glances. Are those earrings truly worth over 300,000? Did your brother really give you those? Didn't you say he was a scrap collector and had no money? Chen Yuanyuan, hands on her hips, glared at Cao Xia with incredulity. How dare you deceive me? Are you trying to steal a bite? You're talking nonsense. Cao Xia's gaze faltered, turning toward the plush teddy bear on the bed. Just then, the phone in the duty room rang. A loud voice echoed from the hallway. Cao Xia, your brother is on the line? Chapter 72. My sister is acting strange today, brother. Are you coming to our school? I have enough clothes to wear. The allowance you gave me last time was sufficient for my needs. Please don't waste money. All right, then come to pick me up from school in the evening. As she spoke, Cao Xia cast a furtive glance at Chen Yuanyuan, who was eavesdropping nearby, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. Remember to drive over. I'm craving the spicy hot pot from Exine Street. On the other end of the line, Cao Jianing paused momentarily, sensing something unusual about Cao Xia today. In the past, whenever he brought her clothes or living expenses, she would eagerly take him to the school cafeteria for a meal. She had always insisted that the food off campus was unclean and overpriced, while the school cafeteria offered affordable and satisfactory options. Moreover, Cao Xia was unaware that he had purchased a new car, her impression of him still lingering with the image of that dilapidated truck. If he drove such a shabby vehicle to school, wouldn't it be embarrassing for her? Was she subtly suggesting he refrain from taking that old clunker to school? Indeed, the little girl has grown up and begun to care about her image. Today, I shall demonstrate something remarkable for you, allowing you to hold your head high among your peers. From now on, you shall be the daughter of a wealthy family. I shall see which foolish boy dares to hinder the education of our only university student in the Cao family. Okay, I understand, brother. I'll take care of some matters and we'll pick you up at around 6 p.m. MMHM. After hanging up, Cao Jianing drove his Jeep Cherokee straight to the Ferrari dealership on Chang'an Street. At Capital University of Economics and Business, the previously arrogant Chen Yuanyuan now followed Cao Xia like a little maid, her slender hands resting on Cao Xia's shoulders, giving them a gentle squeeze. Your Highness, is this pressure suitable? Cao Xia, with her swan-like neck arched proudly, held her arms elegantly, fingers poised like orchid petals. Oh, wasn't Chen Fei just intent on overpowering me? Why the sudden change of heart? Chen Yuanyuan continued to trail behind Cao Xia, a sycophantic smile plastered on her face. Your Highness is jesting. I was merely teasing. Please walk more carefully, lest you hurt your delicate legs. Your brother might be distressed. Let me accompany you today for dinner with your brother, shall we? I shall cover the expenses for hot water this month. As Cao Xia walked ahead, her smile broadened. She envisioned Cao Jianing arriving to pick her up in that rickety old truck. A delicate girl like Chen Yuanyuan would surely look down upon it. With this, she wouldn't have to worry about attracting unwanted attention. Suddenly, she recalled how Cao Jianing had previously visited her at school, sneaking glances at Chen Yuanyuan's chest, and instinctively straightened her posture. Do men prefer women with ample bosoms? I've heard that drinking milk can enhance one's size. Perhaps I should consume more milk in the future. With a thunderous roar of engines approaching, a sleek, crimson Ferrari appeared at the entrance of Capital University of Economics and Business. At this moment, it was the winter break, and many students had just returned to campus, grouping together to purchase daily necessities. Two car enthusiasts, upon seeing the sudden appearance of the Ferrari, were enchanted and began to discuss excitedly. Wow, that's a Ferrari 456 GT. Isn't it? Look at those graceful lines, that eye-catching bright red color, and those iconic retractable headlights. Listen to the sound of the exhaust. That's the formidable power of a V12 engine. It seems like a new car. Which young heir in the capital has upgraded their ride? At the base of the female dormitory, Cao Jianing, clad in a fitted black Armani suit and holding a Nokia tote bag, walked towards the dormitory building. Wow, who is this handsome guy? Is he a student from our school? Which department is he from? Today, he is in our school of management. No one is allowed to compete with me. In 10 minutes, I want all the information about this guy. Under the watchful eyes of dozens of female students, Cao Jianing ostentatiously waved to Cao Xia at the entrance of the dormitory. Xia. Hearing the familiar voice, Cao Xia turned with delight, spotting a dashing young man striding towards her. If only snowflakes were falling as he slowly opened the door of a Rolls-Royce, holding a large black umbrella, leisurely making his way to her side. Now that would be perfect. Wait, no. Didn't I ask you to drive that old clunker? You're dressed so handsomely that the girls upstairs are drooling. Wow, your brother looks so handsome today. I told you, if your brother dressed up a bit, he would be more attractive than those movie stars. Jianing Gu, Chen Yuan, with her long legs, attempted to dash over to flatter Cao Jianing. Unfortunately, a strong hand suddenly reached out from behind, gripping her shoulder and pulling her back. You little vixen, go stand behind. After completing the motion, Cao Xia tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear and hurriedly approached Cao Jianing. Brother, you're here. With so many vibrant young women around, Cao Jianing adopted the demeanor of a caring older brother. He extended his right hand to block Cao Xia, determined not to let anything ruin his romantic prospects in front of these girls. He casually handed the Nokia tote bag to Cao Xia and waved at Chen Yuan, who was following closely behind. Hello, classmate. Xia mentioned you are her best roommate. Would you like to join us suddenly? Cao Jianing felt a sharp pain in his waist. Cao Xia's slender hand was pinching the soft flesh at his side, twisting him around 180 degrees. Brother, didn't I tell you not to waste money? We have public phones at school. Why did you buy me a mobile phone? Cao Jianing, unsure what had provoked this little princess today, forced a smile and said, during the new year, you mentioned it was difficult to contact me due to family matters. I got new phones for both you and the family, so you can call her directly whenever you want. This is the new Nokia 2110, compact, sturdy, with excellent signal. It's very convenient to carry. Wow, Jianing Gu is so wonderful. I envy Xia for having such a great brother. I wish I had a brother like that. Before Cao Xia could respond, Chen Yuan seized the opportunity to sidle up to Cao Jianing, wrapping her arms around his right arm. Through the suit, Cao Jianing could distinctly feel the softness encasing his arm. The tender sensation was softer than freshly steamed buns. Unaccustomed to such intimacy, Cao Jianing felt certain physiological reactions stirring within him. He hurriedly withdrew his arm from this tender embrace, slightly awkward, and said, Xia often talks about you. We're heading out for dinner. Why don't you join us? No need for you to spend, Jianing Gu. We can just grab something casual at the school gate. Cao Xia had been quietly observing Cao Jianing, taking in his awkwardness. She dashed in front of him, placing herself between him and Chen Yuan. No way, Xia, don't be difficult. Maintain good relations with your roommate. It's just a meal. It won't cost much. Cao Xia's lips turned downward slightly, feeling utterly wronged. Silly, big silly. She has always been annoyed with you. Chapter 73. The ghost market of Zhongguancun at the entrance of the school. Amidst the bubbling red oil of a hot pot, Cao Jianing, Cao Xia, and Chen Yuan were gathered around the table. Chen Yuan picked up a piece of fatty beef and placed it into Cao Jianing's small bowl. Jianing, this beef is absolutely delicious. You must try it. Cao Jianing smiled lightly. Thank you, but I can manage on my own. During the spring festival, Cao Xia had mentioned that Chen Yuan harbored feelings for him. This time, he had dressed up with the intention of getting closer to Chen Yuan. However, for reasons unknown, Cao Xia seemed off today, sulking silently. Cao Jianing was at a loss as to what might have upset her, so he attempted to cheer her up by offering her some meat. Xia, you're at an age where you should eat more meat to support your growth. The speaker's words were said without intent, yet they struck a chord with Cao Xia. She instinctively puffed out her chest, cursing inwardly, How dare you suggest I am small? You never used to say such things to me. You must have been bewitched by that vixen. What is the benefit of having a larger chest? It only makes walking inconvenient. It's only you boys who seem to appreciate that. Angrily, Cao Xia lifted her chin and turned her gaze away. I'm on a diet, and I'm not eating meat. Ah. Cao Jianing blinked in confusion. With your figure, what do you need to diet for? If you lose any more weight, you'll be a mere stick. You can't just eat vegetables. You need to maintain a balanced diet. Those crystal duck feet that you love so much won't add any weight. Cao Xia, with a proud tilt of her swan-like neck, disdainfully pushed around the duck feet in her bowl. I can serve myself. I don't need your help. Cao Jianing was left speechless by her retort, feeling a bit awkward as he continued to eat. Jianing, I heard you're in the antique business and that you own an antique shop. You must be incredibly skilled at appraising treasures, right? Cao Jianing looked at Qin Yuan in surprise. He had long noticed that she was dressed in high-end international brands, suggesting she came from an affluent background. However, he hadn't anticipated her knowledge of antiques. What my brother knows about antiques has nothing to do with you. You can't silence me with your meal, Cao Xia interjected before Jianing could respond. Cao Jianing awkwardly chuckled. My sister enjoys joking. She is just being playful. I'm indeed in this line of work. My skills in appraisal are decent, he added, in stark contrast to the cool demeanor of Cao Xia. Qin Yuan was very supportive, showering Cao Jianing with compliments and admiration, greatly satisfying his vanity. Wow, Jianing, you're amazing. You're so capable at such a young age, far outshining the bookworms at our school. By the way, there's a night market over at Zongguancun this evening. Shall we go check it out after dinner? Qin Yuan's suggestion prompted Cao Jianing to recall that Uncle Wang had mentioned to him that there had been demolitions near Zongguancun and the Old Summer Palace, unearthing many descendants of the Eight Banners. He had been preoccupied with matters concerning the treasures of the Fengtian and the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom, thus neglecting this. Now, with both major treasures secured and his antique shop nearing completion, it was indeed time to stock up on some inventory. If it doesn't interfere with your studies, that sounds fine. Xia, what do you think? Cao Xia had long wished to see her brother's workplace, but he had always disapproved. Now, with Qin Yuan casually suggesting it, Cao Jianing had agreed. Truly, all men are the same. What a foolish creature you are, only thinking with your lower half. Cao Xia clenched her teeth, her voice slipping through her gritted teeth. You want to go so badly. Am I supposed to stop you? Right, my dear brother. A chill ran down Cao Jianing's spine, causing him to shiver involuntarily. How could it be cold while eating hot pot? Surely, someone must be cursing him from behind. Jianing, I'll be counting on you later. Make sure to eat more. Thank you, but I can manage on my own. You should eat plenty as well. Jianing is so caring and gentle. Whoever becomes his girlfriend will surely be incredibly happy. I'm not as great as you make me out to be. Ivy never had a girlfriend. Really? Jianing, what about W? Qin Yuan, eat more of the duck blood you love. Cao Xia quickly picked up a piece of duck blood, generously coated in chili and numbing pepper, and stuffed it into Qin Yuan's mouth. Ciao, you. At 8:30 p.m., the trio, Cao Jianing, Cao Xia, and Qin Yuan, followed the thronging crowd, walking towards the back street of Zongguancun shopping mall near their school. This area belonged to the University District, home to Tsinghua University, Jingxing University, Jingxing People's University, Jingxing University of Science and Technology, and Jingxing University of Transportation, among others. The street was primarily known for selling second-hand goods like old books and clothes. In recent years, efforts had been made to develop the Zongguancun Software Park, leading to many demolitions in the vicinity. Consequently, a number of vendors selling old furniture, appliances, and antiques had moved into the area, effectively turning it into a pseudo-ghost market, dominated by antiques. Qin Yuan maneuvered past Cao Xia to stand beside Cao Jianing. Jianing, my father absolutely adores antiques. His birthday is next month. Could you assist me in selecting a gift for him? Cao Jianing nodded slightly. Of course. What kind of item do you wish to choose for him? Something porcelain would be best. Cao Jianing specialized in porcelain, making it a perfect arena for him to showcase his expertise. He thumped his chest confidently. No problem. Leave it to me. As they spoke, they had reached the entrance of the night market. The darkened street was lined with vendors illuminating small table lamps to attract customers. Cao Jianing had intended to display his talents before the ladies, but his attention was suddenly drawn to a nearby cross street, where dazzling yellow lights gleamed. At T1 stall, he spotted several exceptional antique treasures on display. Concerned about being outbid, he began to critique the quality of the antiques at the street stalls, hastening towards the stall emanating the treasure's glow. The porcelain at this stall is subpar. They all modern replicas. This teapot is decent. It's a colorful piece from the Republic of China, but unfortunately, it's mass-produced and lacks value. This blue and white plate is acceptable. It's a Qing imitation of Ming, but there's a significant flaw on it, a waste. That pink and white bowl with 5 bats wishing longevity has a great meaning, but regrettably, there are 2 chips at the bottom, making it less than perfect. Let us move on and see if there are any other porcelain pieces. If not, we can choose this one. Cao Jianing merely wanted to reach the stall with the top-notch antiques as quickly as possible, deliberately quickening his pace. However, in the eyes of Cao Xia and Qin Yuan, the scene appeared quite different. Observing from the sidelines, They noted how Cao Jianing seemed to possess extraordinary insight, effortlessly discerning the age of items and spotting defects in the porcelain with remarkable skill. Yuan, who already had a favorable impression of him, found herself captivated by his competence. Soon, the trio arrived at a chaotic stall. The items on display were a jumble of old clothes, newspapers, and various second-hand goods, alongside sandalwood screens, boxes, vases, porcelain, silver jewelry, and ancient jade artifacts. Cao Jianing's eyes scanned the stall, locking onto a sky-blue, hexagon-patterned glass cup. Chapter 74. Glass can also be antiques. This glass cup, with a flared rim and a rounded body resting on a flat base, stands at a mere height of less than 10 centimeters. Its design bears a resemblance to a diminutive version of the spittoon commonly used in rural areas. In contrast to the spittoon, this glass cup is far more exquisite and delicate, adorned with neat hexagonal machine-cut facets. Under the play of light, it gleams splendidly, emanating a captivating beauty. Feigning nonchalance, Cao Jianing picked up the glass cup, grasping it by its slender neck, and gestured towards the vendor, who was engaged in conversation with other buyers. "Excuse me, how much for this glass cup?" The vendor, drawn by the voice, initially directed his gaze towards Cao Jianing and the cup in his hand. However, his attention inadvertently shifted to the two stunning women behind him. Having long been accustomed to the presence of beautiful university students in the vicinity, he was nonetheless taken aback by the extraordinary allure of Cao Xie and Yuan. Particularly, Yuan, with her youthful visage and voluptuous figure, captivated him, causing an unmistakable look of infatuation to spread across his face. His eyes, filled with an insatiable curiosity, fixated on Yuan's ample bosom. Sensing the vendor's lecherous gaze, Yuan furrowed her brows. Under normal circumstances, the spirited young lady would have unleashed a torrent of scathing remarks, cursing the vendor's ancestors. Yet today, with Cao Jianing present, she wished to maintain an image of innocence. She wrapped her arms around Cao Jianing's right arm and, with a slight tremor in her voice, sweetly protested, "Brother Jianing, his stare is making me quite uncomfortable." Once again feeling the gentle pressure of her chest against him, Cao Jianing's heart raced, though significantly less than before. Like a protective hen shielding her chick, he positioned himself in front of Yuan, glaring fiercely at the vendor. "Brother, everyone has an appreciation for beauty. A glance is natural, a man's instinct, but staring is nothing short of lewd." The vendor forced a smile, internally cursing Cao Jianing for being ungracious. How dare he bring two exquisite university students out for a day of leisure? It truly felt like a drought for the parched and a flood for the drenched. How infuriating. If only I had the means, I would take 4 of them. "Listen, young man, you don't understand. This is not just an ordinary glass cup. It is an antique. Be careful with it. If you break it, you won't be able to afford the cost." "Antique?" Cao Jianing exclaimed incredulously, as if he had heard the most absurd joke. "Come now, brother, don't jest. This is merely glass, a modern creation. How can something produced by contemporary machinery be classified as an antique? I find these glass items quite beautiful and merely inquired about the price. Please don't treat me like a fool." The vendor emitted a noncommittal grunt, feeling a strong urge to exploit Cao Jianing, not just for the sake of profit, but also to claim the stunning Yuan and Cao Xie for himself. "Brother, you cannot say that. Back in the 18th century, Europe had already begun crafting telescopes from glass. This glass cup is indeed an antique. If you like it, I can offer you a discount, and you can have it for 1,000 yuan. 1,000. So expensive. Cao Xie's perception of value remained rooted in the past. Upon hearing that a mere glass cup commanded such a price, she immediately suspected the vendor of attempting to swindle Cao Jianing. She gently grasped his left hand, applying a slight pressure to signal him to exercise caution. Cao Jianing nodded subtly, maintaining his composure as he continued to haggle with the vendor. "Boss, you are merely shifting the concept here. The fact that Europeans made magnifying glasses has no bearing on us. Glass was only introduced in the Qing Dynasty and gradually popularized during the Republic of China, becoming commonplace only in recent times. If it had been widely used, why did affluent families in the late Qing and Republican eras not utilize glass windows, opting instead to cover them with paper to block the wind? Surely it was not out of preference. I am here for the items, not to engage in a debate. For this glass cup, along with these 2 powder boxes and those 2 vases, I'll give you 100 yuan for the lot." Cao Jianing's offer was so low, it nearly provoked the vendor to curse aloud. Were it not for the fact that Cao Jianing was impeccably dressed and accompanied by beautiful women, he would have unleashed his frustration. The vendor, repressing his anger, retorted coldly, "Friend, you cannot negotiate like this. 100 yuan is not even enough to cover the cost of this glass cup. Do you expect me to throw in additional items? If you are genuinely interested in buying, I'll let you take those items for 5,000 yuan as a package. The vendor, fearing that Cao Jianing might drive the price down further, specifically warned that anything below 1,000 yuan was not worth haggling over, as that was already below his cost price. Cao Jianing smiled nonchalantly, fully aware of the antique recovery prices as someone in the same field. The vendor's asking price of 5,000 yuan was surely inflated, and he was confident that the recovery value was well below 500 yuan. It was likely that the vendor had only spent about 100 or 200 yuan on the items for resale. Feigning ignorance, he played along. Since you've mentioned it, I won't waste any more breath. I'll take it for 1,000 yuan. The vendor was momentarily taken aback, thinking to himself, when did I ever say I would sell it for that price? Although 1,000 yuan would yield some profit, it was far too little. I meant to imply that I wouldn't sell it for less than 1,000 yuan. Realization dawned on the vendor. It became clear that Cao Jianing's 1,000 yuan was a clever ruse. No, that won't do, the vendor exclaimed, shaking his head repeatedly and reaching for the glass cup in Cao Jianing's hand. The 1,000 yuan was merely an example to indicate that my cost exceeds that amount. It is not what I intend to sell it for. I see you lack sincerity. Put the item down. With the tantalizing prize so close at hand, Cao Jianing was determined not to relent. He sidestepped the vendor's grasp, continuing to bargain with a smile. Brother, why are you so irritable? Isn't negotiation the essence of a transaction? If 1,000 is insufficient, I can add 100. Surely that would suffice. The vendor seethed inwardly, gritting his teeth, yet he refrained from losing his temper. After all, Cao Jianing was genuinely interested in purchasing the items, albeit at a rather aggressive price. He had no desire to engage in lengthy discussions and decided to state his bottom line. Brother, I must commend you. I want to dawdle with you, too, 500 yuan, and you can take these items. If you utter another word, I will have you place the items down. Cao Jianing's heart soared with joy, though he maintained an outward facade of reluctance, muttering to himself softly, for a few glass trinkets, too, 500 is outrageous. Sigh, it's settled then. Who am I to complain when I like them? If they're a bit pricey, so be it. Hesitatingly, he pulled out his wallet, counted out 500 yuan, and handed it to the vendor. Brother, can't you make it just a bit cheaper? The vendor snatched the cash from Cao Jianing's hand and turned away to count the money, not even sparing a glance at him. Once he confirmed the amount was correct, he retrieved a cardboard box from behind his stall and handed it to Cao Jianing. I'm busy here. You'll have to pack it yourself? Be careful, remember, it's cash on delivery. If you break it, I won't refund you. Understood. Thank you, brother. Cao Jianing beamed as he received the box, carefully placing the sky blue glass cup, the 2 antique powder containers, and the 2 glass vases inside, one by one. Chapter 75. Cao Jianing. Weren't you supposed to introduce me to a girlfriend? Beneath the street corner's parasol tree, Cao Xia and Chen Yuanyuan squatted beside Cao Jianing, one on each side. Chen Yuanyuan, embodying the essence of curiosity, gazed with her large, grape-like eyes, her face brimming with inquisitiveness as she asked, Jianing Gu, among the items we just purchased, which one is the valuable antique? I perceive these to be mere glass products. They appear vibrant and aesthetically pleasing, yet they are likely modern creations. That pink glass powder box with copper inlays must be the genuine article, right? Chen Yuanyuan blinked her eyes in anticipation of Cao Jianing's praise. Unbeknownst to her, her current posture was rather intimate, her soft form leaning against Cao Jianing, the faint fragrance of youthful femininity wafting into his nostrils, igniting his male sensitivities. Being perpetually single and having never had a girlfriend, this was akin to a hellish trial for Cao Jianing. Several times, he nearly succumbed to the urge to peer beneath her delicate attire, to behold the exquisite scenery concealed beneath her alabaster skin. Ahem, he coughed awkwardly, attempting to mask his unease, as he retrieved the powder box Chen Yuanyuan referenced from the cardboard box. Qing Dynasty, Kangxi Era, pink glass double ring earbox, item. Qing Dynasty, Qianlong Era, pink glass enamel grapevine pattern double ring powder box, grade, rare, value, 5 million, material, glass, copper, craftsmanship, masterpiece, manufacturer, inner court master, production date, Qing Dynasty, Qianlong period. The powder box selected by Chen Yuanyuan was originally used by concubines in the Qing Dynasty to hold cosmetics. Known also as an oil box or a brow powder box, it served as a container for women to store their powders and fragrances. This particular box was crafted entirely from pink glass adorned with flowing cloud patterns, exuding a semi-transparent quality that, when illuminated, resembled a mass of pink-hued, auspicious clouds. The exterior of the box, along with its lid, was intricately inlaid with exquisite enamel grapevine motifs. The delicate pink glass, coupled with the ornate enamel decorations, was enchanting yet not overly ostentatious, reminiscent of a treasure left behind by a celestial maiden from the jade pool. The peach blossoms are resplendent, their beauty radiant. These 8 words perfectly encapsulated this powder box. This powder box harmonized splendidly with Cao Jianing's previous Peach Blossom Radiance series, effectively becoming a new addition to the collection. Yuanyuan is correct. It is indeed an antique. This powder box dates back to the Qianlong period of the Qing Dynasty, typically used by the imperial concubines to store their cosmetics. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuanyuan appeared as a delighted kitten receiving praise from its master, tilting her head upwards in anticipation of a reward. Unfortunately, Cao Jianing, observing from the side, felt a pang of jealousy, as if she had consumed a ton of lemons, her heart souring. Pouting, she retorted. So what if she guessed the antique correctly? What's the big deal? I find this gilded powder box equally beautiful. Cao Jianing was referring to another powder box, also crafted from glass. However, the manufacturing technique of this box differed significantly from the previous one. It employed the Mali technique, wherein a layer of white speckles resembling sesame seeds adorned the glass, giving it the appearance of being sprinkled with crystalline snowflakes, extraordinarily beautiful. This powder box consisted of a lid and a base, with the exterior exquisitely painted with orchid motifs, enhancing its aesthetic appeal. The only drawback was that this box was a creation of a folk artisan. While it was undeniably exquisite, it paled in comparison to the royal offerings in terms of value. Throughout the day, Cao Jianing had been somewhat discontent, and Cao Jianing, of course, refrained from revealing the truth. He gently patted Cao Jianing's fluffy head, sincerely complimenting her. "Sister, you are remarkable." This too is a Qing Dynasty powder box, just like the previous one, a truly rare gem. Upon hearing this, Cao Jianing's eyes sparkled, and a subtle smile crept upon her lips. She had been in a silent rivalry with Qin Yuanyuan all day. On the surface, Cao Jianing seemed to side with her, but that was merely brotherly affection. Conversely, his attention towards Qin Yuanyuan hinted at a man's desire for a woman, a stark contrast. Most crucially, Qin Yuanyuan possessed some knowledge of antiques, allowing her to engage in meaningful conversations with Cao Jianing, a weakness for Cao Jianing. She had merely been sulking, yet against all odds, she managed to correctly identify an antique. Indeed, fate appeared to favor her. With renewed pride, she straightened her posture, akin to an elegant swan, casting a haughty glance at Qin Yuanyuan. "Humph, the one my brother cares about most is me. You, with your ample bosom and lack of intellect, could never usurp my place by his side." Regrettably, Qin Yuanyuan seemed unfazed by Cao Jianing's provocations. She leaned closer to Cao Jianing, her softness enveloping his arm. "Jianing, you truly are impressive, knowledgeable about everything. I suspect these 2 glass bottles must also be quite precious antiques." Cao Jianing adjusted his posture, discreetly repositioning himself. Yuanyuan is right. The other 2 glass bottles are indeed antiques, both originating from the Qing Dynasty's official kilns. Including that initial glass cup, it too was produced by the Qing Dynasty's official kilns, all being imperial artifacts. That glass cup is actually called ajado, used by the Manchu royal family to hold food remnants such as bones and fish spines during meals. Wow, Jianing, you are truly remarkable, knowledgeable about everything. Jianing, I too harbor a fondness for antiques. May I come to your antique shop to learn a thing or two? As the saying goes, men pursue women across mountains, while women pursue men through veils. Qin Yuanyuan was quite explicit in expressing her affection for Cao Jianing. He, in turn, found himself intrigued by this beautiful girl, eager to engage further. However, he couldn't quite fathom in the presence of Cao Jianing. He felt a sense of guilt akin to infidelity. With an awkward yet polite smile, he replied, "My antique shop is currently under renovation. Once it's completed, you can come with Jianing. At that time, I can take you both to explore Panjiayuan, where there are even more antiques." Qin Yuanyuan astutely seized upon the essence of Cao Jianing's words, wishing to accompany Cao Jianing. She was attempting to create an opportunity for intimate interaction between herself and Cao Jianing, while bringing along Cao Jianing would merely replicate the present scenario. "Jianing, why do you always bring Jianing along wherever you go? She is already an adult, leading her own life. I wish to learn from you one-on-one." As she spoke, she subtly swayed her body, laden with suggestive implications. Cao Jianing's mind conjured images of a man and a woman engaging in playful antics within the antique shop's office. On the desk, in chairs, behind windows, at the doorway. The more he imagined, the more thrilling it became. Of course you can. Chun Yuan. Did you not mention buying porcelain for your uncle? It's getting late. We should first select the porcelain for your uncle. Cao Jianing, feeling somewhat exasperated, puckered his lips, reflecting on the absurdity of the situation. Alas, what could he do? She was his dear sister, after all. He had no choice but to indulge her. Yes, we haven't yet chosen the porcelain. Let us continue to browse. Chapter 76 Lu Fong, merely a new fortune bringer. At People's University in the capital city, under the luminous night sky, Cao Jianing reluctantly waved goodbye to Cao Siya and Chun Yuan. You two, be careful on your way back. Watch the road, he cautioned. Chun Yuan smiled sweetly. Don't worry, Brother Jianing. I'll be careful. Thank you for helping me choose the porcelain. I'll treat you to a meal another day. It's just a small matter. No need to be so polite. It's getting late. You both should head back to the dorm. Goodbye, Brother Jianing. Cao Siya pouted, waving her hand with reluctance, muttering softly, used to only care about me, now it's two of them. Brother is such a silly goose, and similar sentiments. Got it. Be careful on your way back. Goodbye. After watching the two girls return to campus, Cao Jianing placed several antique items he had acquired that night in the passenger seat, started the car, and prepared to head home. Suddenly, he recalled how he had hurriedly left for the new year without properly informing his family. He was uncertain whether his parents had used the money he left them or if they had constructed a new house. He took out his phone and dialed Lu Yunshu's number. Not long after the call connected, Lu Yunshu's voice came through. Jianing, what's the matter, calling so late? Mom, I just finished work today and came to see Siya. I bought her a new phone so that you can call her directly if you want to. You silly child, spending money recklessly. Siya is still studying. Why buy her a phone? You're not a child anymore. Save your money for when you get married. Mom, why does it always come back to me? I'm just worried Siya misses you. By the way, how's everything at home? When do you plan to build a new house? The house is just fine. There's no need for a new one. I've saved the money for you to use when you marry. Mom, didn't I tell you? I have money now, and that money is for you. Why don't you come to the capital? I'll buy you a grand house so you can enjoy your retirement here. Lu Yunshu seemed to be touched by a sensitive nerve. Her usually gentle tone turned urgent. No. Perhaps realizing her reaction was overly intense, she quickly added, your father and I are accustomed to rural life. We wouldn't be comfortable in a big city. All right, it's too late to discuss this now. Let's talk about it another time. Fine. Cao Jianing didn't dwell on it. After hanging up, he drove home. Qinglong City, Lishigu Village. After Lu Yunshu hung up, she cast a complex glance at Cao Ziyuan beside her. Jianing is doing well now. He wants to bring us to the capital. Cao Ziyuan sat up in bed and sighed deeply. It has been nearly 30 years without us realizing it. Are you worried they will come for Jianing? Lu Yunshu shook her head. Jianing is a hard-working child. He knows how to endure. The Luo family finding him may not be a bad thing. What I worry about is Siya. She seems unambitious on the surface, but she is incredibly competitive. As a child, when she lost points in classical literature, she punished herself by memorizing until she could recite it flawlessly. I know the Lu family well. It's a large family with cliques, always vying for this and that, where even relatives are mere pawns. Siya is not a child anymore. I fear if they come for her. Cao Ziyuan embraced Lu Yunshu gently, patting her shoulder. Don't worry, I'm here. Years ago, due to our backgrounds, the Lu and Qin families moved to Bay Island. They have long forgotten us. Even if they do remember, so what? My daughter, Cao Ziyuan's child, is not someone they can covet. Each generation has its own fortune. Don't think too much. Sigh. I just hope they can live their lives peacefully. The life of a wealthy family is not easy. All right, stop overthinking. It's all hypothetical. Let's get some sleep. In the capital, Panjiayuan, Boy Azhai. After more than a month of renovations, Boy Azhai has undergone a remarkable transformation. What was once a dreary stationery shop has been transformed into a lavishly decorated, antique boutique. Now, it only needs new shelving and a fresh sign to open for business. Li Gu, you truly are a talented graduate of the capital's university. The design of the antique shop is indeed remarkable. I appreciate all your hard work during this time. Li Jingyu humbly waved his hand. It's all part of my job. There's no need for thanks. If you're satisfied with my work, Please refer me to more business in this field. That would be the greatest help. Cao Jianing enthusiastically draped an arm around Li Jingyu's shoulder, laughing, "Ha ha, Li Gu, you speak the truth. I have a significant project coming up and would like your assistance with the design." Li Jingyu's mouth moved as if he wanted to speak, but hesitated. Cao Jianing, accustomed to interacting with others daily, could easily discern his unease. His brow furrowed as he said, "Li Gu, is there something you find difficult to discuss?" "Sigh." Li Jingyu sighed, "They want tea, let me tell you, but I think you should know." Upon hearing this, Cao Jianing's brow furrowed even deeper. A sudden ominous premonition arose within him. Something significant might have occurred in the capital during his absence. This matter likely involved Li Mingxian, as he was the link between Li Jingyu and himself. Only events concerning Li Mingxian could connect them. Has something happened to old Li? I spoke with him yesterday. He seemed fine. Li Jingyu shook his head gravely. Not long after you left, someone named Lu Zetian suddenly approached Mingxian, specifically challenging old Li. He wagered a pair of Yuan Dynasty blue and white pine bamboo plum octagonal jars against old Li, asking him to authenticate them. One was genuine and the other a fake. Old Li failed to identify the flaw in the counterfeit and lost a genuine work by Tang Bohu, the courtesan at Wangshu Palace. As a result, old Li needed to recuperate at home for half a month before recovering. But that's not the most urgent part. I've heard that the 3 major auction houses in the capital have seen a surge in counterfeit yuan blue and white porcelain to the point of being rampant. Cao Jianing had previously assisted in identifying the Lu Feng dyed vase, which was nearly indistinguishable from the genuine article. As soon as Li Jingyu spoke, he understood that it was indeed the Lu Feng who had resurfaced. However, he did not expect this previously lurking figure to brazenly challenge Li Mingxian now. This was an audacious provocation to the porcelain community. This individual was truly too arrogant. Why didn't you tell me about such a significant issue sooner? Old Li said you were young and impulsive. Knowing you, you would want to compete. That person has mastered the art of counterfeiting to such an extent that even the fake marks have been eliminated, making it nearly impossible to identify the forgery. If you confront him, you won't gain anything. In the realm of antique appraisal, Cao Jianing relied not just on keen eyesight, but on his expertise in authentication. No matter how clever the counterfeit, it would not escape his discerning gaze. To challenge him in appraisal would merely be akin to handing him money. Where is that brat? I'll take him down right now and avenge old Li. Chapter 77. Do you have the strength to compete with me? Panjiayuan Antique Shop. Song Qingfeng gazed at Cao Jianing with a complex expression. When Cao Jianing was an apprentice at Panjiayuan, he was already the second master of the shop. The once humble apprentice who served tea and performed menial tasks now owned his own antique store and was on the verge of becoming a boss. This immense psychological disparity left him feeling quite unsettled. In his heart, Song Qingfeng understood that the antique world was akin to a lottery. Stumbling upon a rare piece of yuan blue and white porcelain, or an exquisite roux kiln, was comparable to hitting the jackpot and soaring to great heights. He had always believed that Cao Jianing's fortune was merely sheer luck, continuously stumbling upon treasures. The fact that Cao Jianing was opening an antique shop was simply a stroke of good fortune. Although he outwardly treated Cao Jianing with courtesy, he did not genuinely believe Cao Jianing's ability to appraise antiques surpassed his own. He even thought that Cao Jianing, this nouveau riche, was siphoning off the fortune of those around him, and that such a person who had become wealthy overnight should return the money to its rightful place. He picked up the blue and white tea bowl on the table, pursed his lips to disperse the tea leaves floating on the surface, and took a delicate sip. Jianing, old Li specifically instructed that this matter must not be disclosed to you. However, I can understand your desire to win back old Li's face. I can provide you with the contact information of the other party, but if old Li inquires, you must not mention that it was I who told you. Cao Jianing, sharp-witted as he was, could read the subtle emotions on Song Qingfeng's face. How could he fail to discern them? Now that he owned his own antique shop, with countless rare items worth nearly 10 billion, he no longer regarded Song Qingfeng as a significant concern. All he needed was to know Lu Zetian's contact information. Song Qingfeng's thoughts were of no consequence to him. Master Song, if it weren't for your guidance back then, I wouldn't have reached this point today. Rest assured, if old Li asks, I will say that it was General Xia who informed me, and you will not be implicated. You, who cannot even identify the porcelain that both old Li and I cannot authenticate, are still so eager to step forward, truly believing yourself to be someone of importance. Old Li does not wish for you to suffer a total loss. Having merely stumbled upon treasures twice, you are already oblivious to the vastness of the world. How naive! This time, Let me teach you a lesson about the existence of others beyond your own sphere. In Song Qingfeng's mind, he was convinced that Cao Jianing's pursuit of Lu Zetian was akin to throwing a meat bun to a dog, an endeavor doomed to fail. Out of jealousy toward Cao Jianing, Song Qingfeng deliberately divulged Lu Zetian's contact information, eager to witness his humiliation. Thank you, Master Song. Once I settle accounts with that fellow, I shall pay you a visit. Humph, Song Qingfeng chuckled coldly within. See? He is even expressing gratitude. He truly believes himself to be the pinnacle of the porcelain world, more authoritative than oldly. I see you are aiming for the heavens. You're welcome. Do come by the shop when you have time. I'll contact that fellow right away, so I won't keep you any longer. Please, be busy. Having obtained what he sought, Cao Jianing was unwilling to linger for even a moment and promptly departed. Upon exiting the antique shop, he immediately dialed Lu Zetian's number. Who is this? As soon as the call connected, an impatient voice came through, accompanied by the distant rumble of machinery in operation. I heard you enjoy betting against others. I would like to challenge you. Lu Zetian frowned and quickly exited his workspace. He inherited the family skill of imitating yuan blue and white porcelain. Previously, the Lu family only produced replicas and would inform buyers when selling them that they were imitations. To prevent buyers from mistaking replicas for genuine articles, the Lu family would leave distinctive marks on their imitations. As Lu Zetian's father took over, the family's mindset gradually shifted. The replicas they created reached a level of authenticity that many porcelain experts could not discern. Why not sell them as genuine articles? Thus, the Lu family began to alter their approach, marketing their imitations as authentic yuan blue and white porcelain. Initially, they sold only the most ordinary civilian kiln pieces, later upgrading to official kiln replicas, and eventually to exceptional official kiln pieces. What once sold for a few hundred or thousand transformed into items worth tens of thousands, millions, or even tens of millions. This drastic change drove Lu Zetian's father into a frenzy. Suddenly wealthy, he bought luxury cars, resided in opulent mansions, and voraciously acquired yuan blue and white porcelain for imitation. He even began gambling. When Lu Zetian was 13, his father was killed in a casino by a small-time thug who had lost everything. Lu Zetian inherited the mantle, embarking on the path of imitation with greater skill and ambition. After defeating Li Mingxian, he began to sell imitated yuan blue and white porcelain on a grand scale, becoming the underground emperor of imitations. The sudden emergence of someone daring enough to challenge him intrigued him immensely. Like a cat toying with a mouse, he prepared to have some fun with Cao Jianing. Once he reached a spacious area outside, he spoke again. Ordinary people do not possess this number. You must be a friend of Li Mingxian in the porcelain circle. Given your voice, you should be quite young. Did he not tell you how he lost to me? Ha ha ha, I still vividly recall that expression of despair. Lu Zetian was exceedingly arrogant, fully aware that a friend of Li Mingxian could very well be a heavyweight in the porcelain realm, yet he continued to mock Cao Jianing. He even used Li Mingxuan's defeat to provoke him. Cao Jianing was not a hot-blooded youth. Naturally, he would not lose his temper and act irrationally over a few taunts from Lu Zetian. He maintained his composure, speaking slowly and deliberately. I am merely a former apprentice at Minjuexuan, having heard that you welcome all challenges. Are you afraid? Ha ha ha, an apprentice. You truly amuse me. Li Mingxian could not even comprehend the porcelain. How does an apprentice dare to imagine avenging him? Young man, have you graduated from elementary school yet? Cao Jianing dismissed Lu Zetian's derision with indifference and leisurely tossed out a bombshell. I heard you won old Li's genuine Tang-in masterpiece with the yuan blue and white pine, bamboo, and plum 8-sided jar. I possess a yuan blue and white dragon pattern 6-sided jade pot spring bottle. Would you care to play with me? Oh. Just moments ago, Lu Zetian had regarded Cao Jianing as a source of amusement, but upon hearing about the yuan blue and white dragon pattern 6-sided jade pot spring bottle, his interest was piqued. Intriguing, truly intriguing. Do you wish to use it to reclaim Li Mingxuan's Tang Bohu masterpiece? Now it was Cao Jianing's turn to show off. This jade pot spring bottle is merely one of my many pieces of yuan blue and white porcelain. For someone of your stature, any item of a similar caliber will suffice. Lu Zetian, lacking the depth of thought that Cao Jianing possessed, exploded at the taunt. Damn it, when I was playing with yuan blue and white porcelain, you were still in diapers. How dare you compare yourself to me in yuan blue and white? This was precisely the reaction Cao Jianing desired. A slight smile graced his lips, his tone dripping with a provocative superiority. You merely imitate yuan blue and white porcelain, a seller of counterfeit goods, and yet you have the audacity to act so brazenly. You talk nonsense. I possess numerous exceptional pieces of yuan blue and white porcelain, including the yuan blue and white pine, bamboo, In plum 8-sided jar. The Zhijing Mark Yuan Blue and White Dragon Pattern Elephant Ear Vase. The Yuan Blue and White Zhao Jun's Departure from the Frontier May Bottle. And the Yuan Blue and White Wu Song Battling the Tiger Large Jar. Is that sufficient? I ask you, is that enough? Do you possess the strength to compete with me? Chapter 78. Lu Jieqi. He, someone is here to deliver money to me. Cao Jianing merely sought to tease Lu Jieqi, curious to discern whether he possessed any other exquisite Yuan Blue and White porcelain. Little did he anticipate that this individual was a veritable treasure trove, for in addition to the Yuan Blue and White octagonal jar, he harbored 3 other top-tier pieces of Yuan Blue and White porcelain. The Zhijing Mark Yuan Blue and White Dragon Pattern Elephant Ear Vase, also known as the Dewide Vase, stands as a benchmark within the realm of Yuan Blue and White porcelain, serving as the standard against which all other pieces are measured. The Yuan Blue and White Zhao Jun Departs for the Frontier May Vase belongs to the same series as the renowned Yuan Blue and White Xiao He pursuing Han Xian May Vase. Presently, in the international market, only the officially recognized Zhao Jun Departs for the Frontier Large Jar and a Persian export version of the Yuan Blue and White Zhao Jun Departs for the Frontier May Vase exist. If Lu Jieqi's claims hold true, the hierarchy of Yuan Blue and White porcelain may well be on the verge of upheaval. This represents a formidable artifact that could potentially alter the current champion of Yuan Blue and White porcelain, meticulously concealed by Lu Jieqi. As for the Yuan Blue and White Wu Song Battling the Tiger narrative jar, it need not be mentioned. It belongs to the exquisite series of Yuan Blue and White porcelain, on par with the Yuan Blue and White Zhao Jun Departs for the Frontier narrative jar and the Yuan Blue and White 100 Flowers Pavilion narrative jar in Cao Jianing's possession. Cao Jianing always believed that with the 2 narrative jars of Yuan Blue and White porcelain in his collection, along with a plethora of exceptional official kiln blue and white pieces, he reigned as the foremost private collector of blue and white porcelain. However, he never anticipated encountering such a formidable opponent today. The exquisite Yuan Blue and White pieces in Lu Jieqi's possession were even more extraordinary than his OWN at IT was akin to encountering a novice village boss, presenting him with the finest equipment imaginable. With such a fortuitous opportunity before him, Cao Jianing could not let it slip away. He deliberately adopted an arrogant demeanor, continuing to provoke Lu Jieqi. What is so impressive about a few exquisite Yuan Blue and White pieces? I still possess the Yuan Blue and White Zhao Jun Departs for the Frontier narrative jar and the Yuan Blue and White 100 Flowers Pavilion narrative jar. 2 large Yuan Blue and White jars, coupled with the Yuan Blue and White Dragon Pattern 6-sided jade pot spring vase, along with 50 million. Do you dare to wager with me? Upon hearing that Cao Jianing had 3 exquisite Yuan Blue and White pieces, Lu Jieqi inhaled sharply. The Yuan Blue and White in his possession had been passed down through generations of the Lu family. The Lu family began imitating Yuan Blue and White porcelain during the Qing Dynasty, gaining renown during the Republic of China period, and reaching its zenith in his generation. The exquisite Yuan Blue and White pieces he had just mentioned formed the foundation of the Lu family's craft. Even during the family's most destitute times, they would never part with their most treasured artifacts. Yet, upon hearing about Cao Jianing's narrative jar, he wavered. 50 million. With a bit of effort, he could forge 1 or 2 exquisite Yuan Blue and White porcelain pieces and earn that amount. However, the rarest top-tier Yuan Blue and White porcelain was not merely a matter of money. There were only a few such pieces in the world. Acquiring the narrative jar in Cao Jianing's possession might enable him to refine his imitation techniques further, potentially achieving a level of authenticity indistinguishable from the genuine article. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. His voice tinged with a hint of frenzied anticipation. Is what you say truly accurate? Fakes cannot deceive my discerning eye. Cao Jianing scoffed coldly. A fake? Who do you look down upon? I worry that the pieces in your possession might be the counterfeit. Do you dare to wager? Let us meet at the Panjiayuan Antique Market. I shall await you on the 2nd floor of Boyazhai. Boyazhai? Wait for me, no more than an hour. Very well, I shall wait for you. After hanging up, Cao Jianing gleefully made his way to the Panjiayuan warehouse, retrieving 3 exquisite Yuan Blue and White pieces, eagerly anticipating the arrival of the fortune-bringing youth. 1 hour later, several security guards from the Panjiayuan Antique Market bore 8 large crates to the entrance of Boyazhai. Trailing behind them, Lu Jieqi glanced at the sign that read, "Under renovation," with a smirk of disdain. Li Mingxian, the vice president of the Beijing Ceramic Association, was unrivaled in the field of porcelain appraisal, save for the curator of the Beijing Museum's porcelain gallery and a few semi-retired luminaries. A mere antiquities shop, especially one run by a newcomer, was no match for him. Help me move this upstairs. Watch your step. If you damage anything, you won't be able to afford the consequences. Lu Zetian's demeanor was exceedingly arrogant. Had it not been for his cash capabilities, the security guards would have long since lost their patience and retaliated against him. On the second-floor office, Cao Jianing was engaged in discussion with Li Jingyu regarding his grand vision. Inspired by the Qing Yongjing December Yuan Minjuan recreational lantern, he planned to construct a super museum akin to the old summer palace. This museum would not only house various exquisite antiques, but also encompass a plethora of traditional Chinese culture, serving as a miniature version of a cultural city. Initially, Li Jingyu regarded Cao Jianing's whimsical idea with disdain. Such a colossal venture would be tantamount to amalgamating the old summer palace, the Beijing Museum, and the Wangfujing Snack Street into one. It was even more extravagant than that. The investment for this project would start at a minimum of 1 billion. This sum merely covered the costs of park construction and land acquisition. Once the park was established, the daily maintenance expenses would be astronomical. Cao Jianing was not from a prominent Beijing family. This was merely a pipe dream. However, when he witnessed the 50 million check and several exquisite yuan blue and white pieces produced by Cao Jianing, he began to waver. It seemed that Cao Jianing genuinely possessed the capability to bring such a vision to fruition. Li Jingyu, a graduate of a prestigious Beijing university, understood that in their line of work, seniority and portfolio were paramount. His most significant project to date was designing a pavilion in the center of the Yuyuantan scenic area, a project obtained through family connections. If Cao Jianing's project were to materialize, as the chief designer, his name would resonate both domestically and internationally. One day, his photograph would grace the wall of distinguished alumni at his university, standing alongside illustrious figures. As he pondered these prospects, his blood surged with excitement, and he felt an overwhelming urge to offer his design services to Cao Jianing for free. Based on my years of experience, the real estate prices in Beijing are soaring rapidly. For a project of your scale, even a day's delay could result in significant losses. Let me offer you some advice. You need not consider the inner city, as there is no suitable land available for a project of your magnitude. Although the outer districts may not boast the prime location of the inner city, there are several areas with tremendous growth potential. Firstly, the Zhongguancun area, which is not only a hub of Beijing's educational institutions, but is also developing a high-tech software park, will soon become the IT core of Beijing. In the future, this place will be akin to Silicon Valley, with foot traffic rivaling that of the inner city. Secondly, the Wangjing area. Do not be misled by its current desolation. I have insider information that a large high-end industrial park is set to be established here. Numerous Fortune 100 companies will take residence, and such enterprises have a magnetic effect, attracting many surrounding industries. In the future, this area will rival the CBD as a high-end corporate park, excelling in aspects of urban transport, environment, and sanitation. As of now, it remains a barren land, making any investment a worthwhile venture. The remaining areas are even further afield, such as Tong County, Mintugu, Daxing, and so forth. These locations offer inexpensive land with significant appreciation potential. Moreover, they are in close proximity to well-known scenic spots in Beijing or near development zones, ensuring a steady flow of visitors. Just as the two were engaged in their conversation, a cacophony of heavy footsteps and Lu Zetian's exclamations resounded from outside. "Where is everyone? I've arrived. You're not getting cold feet, are you?" Cao Jianing slowly rose, smiling broadly as he opened the office door. "I have been awaiting your arrival. Please come in." Chapter 79. A billion-dollar gamble. The atmosphere within the office was eerily silent. The inexperienced Li Jingyu clutched the exorbitantly priced betting agreement, nervously seated on the guest sofa. On either side of him sat Cao Jianing and Lu Zetian, positioned at the edges of the desk, which was adorned with 11 exquisite pieces of Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain, alongside an authentic work by Tang Bohu. Among these, 8 pieces were the wagers and appraised porcelain brought by Lu Zetian, while the other 3 belonged to Cao Jianing. Zhizheng Mark Yuan blue and white dragon pattern elephant ear vase, a pair. Yuan blue and white Wang Zhaojun leaving the fortress vase, a pair. Yuan blue and white Wusong fighting the tiger story jar, a pair. Yuan blue and white pine, bamboo, and plum octagonal jar, a pair. Yuan blue and white dragon pattern hexagonal spring vase. Yuan blue and white Wang Zhaojun leaving the fortress story jar. Yuan blue and white 100 flowers pavilion story jar. As a master of counterfeit Yuan blue and white porcelain, Lu Zetian was not only adept at replicating these items, but was also a distinguished appraiser of authentic pieces. The 3 exceptional Yuan blue and white vases in Cao Jianing's possession were of the highest caliber, unmistakably genuine. He had already come to regard these treasures as his own, unable to part with them. Exceptional, truly exceptional. This high-quality blue and white porcelain is indeed wasted in your hands. Fortunately, you found me. If you had sold them to someone else, it would have been a tragic waste. Cao Jianing couldn't help but chuckle at Lu Jieqi's self-absorbed remarks. From their phone conversation, he had already sensed the other party's immense pride, but he hadn't anticipated such extravagance in person. With his legs crossed, he presented a nonchalant demeanor. Having inspected the items, if everything appears satisfactory, let us sign the betting agreement to avoid any disputes post-loss. Ha ha ha. The notion that I would lose is simply ludicrous. Lu Jieqi laughed heartily, dismissing Cao Jianing entirely. He stood up and snatched the contract prepared by Cao Jianing, perusing it with keen interest. This was a template contract, clearly outlining the stakes of both parties as well as the rules of the competition. After confirming there were no hidden clauses, Lu Jieqi cast a playful glance at Cao Jianing. Boss Cao, you certainly exude confidence. Are you so certain that you can identify the replicas among my 4 pairs of porcelain? Cao Jianing, expressionless, shrugged with unwavering confidence, responding, you are mistaken. It should be 3 pairs. I have already authenticated that dye vase. Upon hearing this, Lu Jieqi's expression shifted dramatically, and he couldn't suppress a gasp. What? That dye-eyed vase is one you authenticated. Cao Jianing's lips curled into a triumphant smile as he taunted. What's the matter? Are you frightened? There's still time to back out. Lu Jieqi appeared to hear the most amusing jest, pointing at himself incredulously. Me, afraid? Are you joking? That dye-eyed vase was my practice piece when I was just 15. Its authentication merely indicates you possess a modicum of skill. However, that skill is only marginal. With that, Lu Jieqi waved his hand grandly, signing his name on both copies of the betting agreement. Whoever backs down is a coward. Seeing the signature on the agreement, Cao Jianing felt an overwhelming surge of joy. Soon, 4 exceptional pieces of yuan blue and white porcelain would fall into his possession. He seized the pen and swiftly inscribed his name, then handed over a signed copy of the contract to Lu Jieqi. Shall we begin? Lu Jieqi shot a cold glare at Cao Jianing. I shall see how long you can maintain this facade. Let us commence. As soon as Lu Jieqi's words fell, Cao Jianing took the pair of Zhijing Mark yuan blue and white dragon pattern elephant ear vases from the table. The counterfeit is on the right. It bears Lu's imitation mark, which I need not elaborate on. Lu Jieqi waved his hand dismissively. Proceed. Cao Jianing turned his attention to the pair of yuan blue and white Wang, Zhaojun, leaving the fortress vases. The vase on the right radiated a dazzling red brilliance, requiring no inspection to ascertain its authenticity. Item: yuan blue and white Wang Zhaojun leaving the fortress vase grade. Rare treasure value. 300 million material. Porcelain craftsmanship. Masterpiece manufacturer. Yuan Jingde Jun imperial kiln date of manufacture. 11th year of the Yuan Zhijing era. Although the vase on the left appeared identical, it lacked any luster and was, in fact, a counterfeit crafted by Lu Jieqi. Item: yuan blue and white Wang Zhaojun leaving the fortress vase grade. Replica value. 100,000 material. Porcelain craftsmanship. Crafted using specialized kaolin for yuan blue and white, imitating the glaze composition of Sumali Qing. Artificial aging was achieved by mixing pig's blood and glutinous rice paste with husks, followed by soaking in potassium permanganate solution to eliminate the thief's shine from the porcelain surface. Manufacturer, Lu Jieqi date of manufacture, 1991. Cao Jianing pointed at the counterfeit yuan blue and white vase on the left, gazing at Lu Jieqi with a smile. This counterfeit is your pride and joy, isn't it? At this remark, Lu Jieqi's legs trembled slightly, and a look of astonishment crossed his face. This vase was a masterpiece he had painstakingly crafted over several years, marking the pinnacle of his replication skills. Could it be that Cao Jianing had discerned the flaws in his porcelain? He crossed his arms, feigning calmness. Do you think you can test me? Am I a fool? If you suspect it to be flawed, then articulate your concerns. Very well. Without a moment's delay, Cao Jianing pointed at the left side counterfeit and began to expound upon Lu Jieqi's forgery process. You indeed possess some skill in porcelain replication. This vase carries a faint aroma of alcohol. During your imitation, you mimicked the method used for excavated yuan blue and white vases, filling it with liquor to masquerade it as a Yuan Dynasty wine vessel. Alas, your cleverness has backfired. Do you not know the difference in alcohol content between ancient and modern wines? Moreover, modern wines contain additional ingredients. I suspect you used Fangio from 1988, am I correct? Lu Jieqi's eyes widened in terror, unable to believe what he was hearing. He had never considered that someone could authenticate porcelain based on its scent. However, Cao Jianing's next words utterly shattered his final defenses. This oversight is merely a minor lapse. It is not a significant issue that the average person could detect. Your gravest error lies in your aging technique. Typically, counterfeiters apply a layer of strong adhesive and yellow clay to the porcelain surface, burying it underground. Yet you chose a different path, utilizing a mixture of pig's blood and glutinous rice paste with husks, encasing the porcelain and burying it for aging. This method allows some pig's blood to seep into the porcelain body, simulating the marks of age, as well as the fiery red at the base. Thud. Lu Zetian slumped into his chair, deflated like a defeated rooster, his earlier bravado extinguished. He shook his head repeatedly, muttering phrases like impossible and you couldn't possibly have discerned it. Even so, Cao Jianing was relentless, delivering another crushing blow to Lu Zetian. I concede that you possess a modicum of cleverness, establishing a unique style in Yuan blue and white replication. However, you are woefully naive. This porcelain bears a significant flaw. Do you know why the porcelain you replicated exudes an unshakable faint purple glow? Lu Zetian sprang to his feet, his eyes bulging in disbelief. You know about this too? Call me master, and I shall enlighten you. Chapter 80. My disciple is truly obedient. This, Yuan blue and white porcelain Zhao Jun's departure from the frontier plum vase, is Lu Zetian's most confident imitation. He had wagered against Li Mingxian and had not even dared to bring out this treasured piece from his collection. Now, not only has Cao Jianing identified the flaws in this imitation, but he has also pointed out a long-standing dilemma that Lu Zetian has failed to resolve, leaving his heart in a state of restless agitation. If he acquires methods for improvement, future imitations will reach new heights. Why then, it is quite possible that Cao Jianing would be unable to discern any issues with the porcelain. After all, what is merely calling out master? I have porcelain worth several hundred million that I've already circulated. Uttering master won't cost me a thing. Once my imitation techniques advance, I shall return to settle the score. Clenching his teeth, Lu Zetian lowered his head, avoiding Cao Jianing's gaze, and spat out through clenched teeth, master. Cao Jianing's lips curled into a mischievous smile. Oh, have you ceased your pretentiousness? Where has your previous prowess gone? What did you say? I couldn't hear you. Louder. Repeat it. You. Lu Zetian abruptly raised his head, his murky, yellowing eyes glaring fiercely at Cao Jianing. In contrast, Cao Jianing maintained an air of nonchalance, smiling at him as if nothing were amiss. The insincerity in Cao Jianing's expression made Lu Zetian wish to pummel him with a couple of punches. Fine, I shall allow you to bask in your arrogance for a while. Once I enhance my imitation porcelain, I will return to confront you. Everything I have lost today will be won back in double. Abandoning all pride, Lu Zetian bellowed at Cao Jianing, Master, Master, Master. Is that enough? Cao Jianing feigned indifference, digging in his ear. I only asked you to shout once. Why the multitude of cries? Shouting more won't earn you any rewards. In light of your earnestness, I shall offer you a brief piece of guidance. Lu Zetian perked up, his face alight with anticipation as he looked towards Cao Jianing, eagerly awaiting his revelation. I know that those who forge imitations often concoct a solution, immersing their porcelain, bronze wares, and such, into the mixture to create an aged effect. What is it? A spoonful of Qing, 2 spoonfuls of Tang, 3 spoonfuls back to the time of Qin Shi Huang. The persistent purple glow on your porcelain arises from the significant amount of potassium permanganate in your solution, which exhibits strong oxidizing properties. Moreover, the iron element in your imitation Sumali Qing dye possesses considerable reducing properties. Under normal circumstances, potassium permanganate and iron do not react. However, during the subsequent forging process, a step requires heating, which causes potassium permanganate to undergo a redox reaction with iron. Thus, the surface of your porcelain acquires a faint layer of purple luminescence. Now do you understand why I advised you to read more? Lu Zetian blinked, a peculiar expression emerging in his gaze towards Cao Jianing. He suddenly perceived that Cao Jianing might possess even greater skills in porcelain imitation than he himself did. Such a person is truly born for the art of imitation. Were Cao Jianing to personally replicate Yuan blue and white, I am certain that no one in the world would be able to identify the forgery. Fortunately, Cao Jianing and Li Mingxian belong to the same ilk. They pride themselves on their integrity and scorn imitations. With the absence of such a formidable adversary as Cao Jianing, Lu Zetian felt a mix of joy and disappointment within. He took a deep breath and solemnly declared, I accept the wager. Today, your skills surpass mine, and I concede. However, I shall not give up. I will come to challenge you again. Cao Jianing shrugged nonchalantly. I am always at your service. But I have a small condition. Lu Zetian, who had been preparing to leave, paused and furrowed his brow at Cao Jianing. What? Are you afraid? Of course not. I have heard that you have been rampantly selling imitations of yuan blue and white. The owner of the Jiaxing auction house is my friend. Could you? Although Cao Jianing did not articulate it, the implication was clear. Lu Zetian waved dismissively. Those imitations were merely toys from my youth, and they have mostly been sold off. I plan to immerse myself for a while upon returning. I will not make any moves until I emerge again. Very well. Next time, I shall certainly defeat you. I await your challenge. Lu Zetian, albeit somewhat arrogant, was a man of his word. After losing the wager, he faced his defeat with composure, refusing to resort to the usual excuses of denial. Leaving behind a sharp retort, he departed without looking back. After watching Lu Zetian leave, Cao Jianing excitedly gazed at the 11 exquisite pieces of yuan blue and white porcelain on the table. Among them, were top-tier imitations, capable of deceiving even the most discerning eye. The remaining 7 were the finest examples of yuan blue and white porcelain. Yuan blue and white Zhao Jun's departure from the frontier plum vase is an extraordinary treasure, valued at over 300 million. Zhijing-style yuan blue and white dragon pattern elephant ear vase, a rare treasure, over 250 million. Yuan blue and white porcelain. The tale of Wu Song battling the tiger story jar, a rare treasure, over 150 million. Yuan blue and white porcelain. The story of Wang Zhaojun departing for the frontier, a rare treasure, 150 million. Yuan blue and white porcelain 100 flowers pavilion character story jar, a rare treasure, over 150 million. Yuan blue and white porcelain pine, bamboo, and plum 8-sided jar, exceptional grade, over 50 million. Yuan blue and white porcelain dragon pattern 6-sided jade whose spring vase, exceptional grade, over 50 million. Lu Zetian, truly deserving of the title of a novice village boss, has brought Cao Jianing 3 pieces of extraordinary yuan blue and white porcelain in one go. Among them, the Zhijing mark yuan blue and white dragon pattern elephant ear vase stands as a quintessential representation of yuan blue and white porcelain, a veritable standard bearer of the genre. The yuan blue and white Wang Zhaojun departing the frontier Mei vase is even more extravagant, while another piece, the yuan blue and white Xiao He chasing Han Xian under the moon Mei vase, is lauded as the foremost example of yuan blue and white porcelain. Should this Zhaojun departing the frontier Mei vase in Cao Jianing's possession grace the market, the debate regarding the true first yuan blue and white porcelain would inevitably ensue. After admiring the exquisite yuan blue and white porcelain laid out before him, Cao Jianing's gaze shifted to the ancient scrolls and paintings nearby. Item. Tang in the court ladies of Wangshu Palace grade, exceptional value, 35 million material, paper craftsmanship, masterpiece manufacturer, Tang Yin production date. Ming Jingde period. Tang Yin, style Bohu, was a renowned painter, calligrapher, and poet of the Ming Dynasty. He achieved remarkable success in calligraphy, literature, and painting, being recognized alongside Xinzhou, Wen Jingming, and Qiu Ying as one of the 4 masters of Ming. In poetry and prose, he is celebrated with Zhu Yuming, Wen Jingming, and Su Zhanxing as one of the 4 talents of Wuzhong. This The Court Ladies of Wangshu Palace is a depiction of court ladies, a genre in which Tang Yin excelled, both in value and artistic technique. It ranks among the finest of all his works. This painting is one that Cao Jianing holds in high regard. However, it is a cherished possession that Oldley has collected for half a lifetime. Should he simply leave it behind without a word, Oldley might not voice any objections, yet he would undoubtedly feel a twinge of discomfort in his heart. Cao Jianing's strikingly expressive black and white eyes darted around, and an ingenious plan began to take shape. He decided to enlist Li Jingyu's help to return this painting to Old Elite as an elder. Oldley would find it difficult to accept such a precious artwork. If Cao Jianing were to return it personally, Li Mingxian would likely suggest a buyback at market price. However, Li Jingyu, as an outsider, could not make decisions on Cao Jianing's behalf. He would only return the item unchanged. With this thought in mind, Cao Jianing seized the authentic work of Tang Yin from the table and handed it to Li Jingyu standing beside him. Brotherly, could you kindly deliver this painting to Oldley? This is his beloved possession, and I have helped him reclaim it. Chapter 81. Even CEO Xia has a gentle side. Although Li Jingyu is not well versed in antiques, he has certainly heard of the illustrious reputation of Tang Bohu, one of the 4 talents of Jiangnan. Moreover, this is a cherished treasure that Li Mingxian has collected over a lifetime. Its value surely starts at no less than 1 million. Such a precious item, and yet, Cao Jianing so casually returns it to Li Mingxian? Li Jingyu refrains from accepting the scroll from Cao Jianing's hand and inquires earnestly, "Are you truly prepared to return this painting to Elderly? Do you not feel it is a pity?" Cao Jianing feigns a dismissive gesture, stating, "Elderly has been a guiding light for me in the world of antiques. It is due to his mentorship that I have reached this point. In my heart, he holds the same significance as my own master. Is it necessary to haggle over returning a beloved possession to one's mentor? Upon hearing this, Li Jingyu's eyes glisten with admiration, and his nose tinges with emotion. Initially, he thought of Cao Jianing as merely a fortunate individual who stumbled upon a stroke of luck, garnering attention from someone as esteemed as Li Mingxian. His assistance to Cao Jianing was purely out of respect for Li Mingxian. However, today, Cao Jianing reveals a different facet of himself. It is no wonder that Cao Jianing has achieved success. Such reverence for his mentors and genuine character truly merit his accomplishments. Li Jingyu seized the ancient painting from Cao Jianing's grasp, thumping his chest with conviction. Brother, I acknowledge you as my kin. Rest assured, I will ensure the painting reaches its destination. As for your antique shop, I shall swallow my pride and enlist my mentor and senior brother to design it for you, free of charge. From this moment forth, you are a true brother to me, Li Jingyu. Cao Jianing blinked in bewilderment, having merely offered a casual compliment, unaware that he had inadvertently struck a sensitive chord in Li Jingyu. Suddenly, this fellow was extolling his virtues and proclaiming brotherhood. So, did you not consider me a brother before? You are quite something. Haha, brotherly, you are indeed my elder brother. Feeling good today, shall we go for a drink? No. Li Jingyu shook his head repeatedly, insisting on delivering the authentic work of Tang Bohu to elderly first, eager to share the good news of his victory over Lu Jiaqi. Riding the wave of enthusiasm, Li Jingyu left, and Cao Jianing could do little but watch him depart. Once Li Jingyu was gone, the office felt desolate. It's time to prepare for a grand opening. Before the launch, I need to think of a new shop name, hire a master craftsman, and recruit a few employees as well. We cannot rush the opening of the antique shop. We must choose an auspicious day. Today is indeed a good day. Everything we wish for can come to fruition. In high spirits, Cao Jianing unconsciously began to sing, as he tidied the porcelain, preparing to store it all in the antique warehouse. His phone in his pocket suddenly buzzed. Upon checking, he was surprised to see it was Xiao Wanning. The sight of that name immediately conjured an image of a cool, elegant face in his mind. This woman, despite her somewhat irritable temperament, possessed an overall allure of Excalibur. If he could manage to win her over, it might not be such a bad endeavor. Then, Chen Yuanyuan's youthful visage appeared in his thoughts. In stark contrast to the combative exchanges he had with Xiao Wanning, Chen Yuanyuan seemed almost eager to please. Cao Jianing felt confident that if he made a few requests that most men would relish, she would undoubtedly acquiesce. Chen Yuanyuan's 36D figure was a veritable weapon of seduction. Wrapped in that allure, wouldn't she spill all her secrets? Unfortunately, Chen Yuanyuan was a roommate of Cao Siya, making the pursuit rather inconvenient. Sigh, never mind. Let us see what the illustrious Miss Ya desires. Hello, what brings you to call me, Boss Ya? Cao, you truly are a forgetful benefactor. You still owe me that 2 million from last time. Cao Jianing raised an eyebrow, sensing a whiff of intrigue. Xiao Wanning, that cunning little vixen of the business realm, was quite clever. Would she ever voluntarily offer to deliver money? Lu Jiaqi had just left him, claiming she would refrain from making any moves for the time being. Xiao Wanning's call could not possibly pertain to matters regarding Lu Fong. Yet, aside from Lu Fong, he appeared to hold little other value for her. At such a moment, it was imperative not to ask questions, lest he fall into her trap. A smirk crept onto Cao Jianing's lips, his expression turning mischievous. Oh, so you're referring to that 2 million, are you? I shall send you my bank account details. Have your little secretary transfer the funds directly. Of course, she is welcome to deliver it in person. I'm in a splendid mood right now. Perhaps I might treat her to a romantic candlelit dinner. Meanwhile, Xiao Wanning clenched her jaw, nearly grinding her silver teeth to dust. She nodded discreetly to the suited man beside her, then approached the office window, lowering her voice as she said, Cao Jianing, come to my company immediately. Let us bury the hatchet. I assure you, from this day forth, I will no longer trouble you. At this, Cao Jianing's smile widened. He had never actively sought trouble with Xiao Wanning. Rather, it was she who had consistently clashed with him. Boss Xia, your statement is rather misleading. I have never been the one to trouble you. It has always been you who has been at odds with me. Must one truly beg for your attention? Suddenly, Xiao Wanning adopted a soft, almost childlike tone, her voice trembling as if she might cry. In Cao Jianing's memory, she had always been astute and composed, a formidable businesswoman, so even a strong woman could possess a softer side. Never mind, he was in a good mood today and would not hold it against her. Very well, I shall come over. What is the matter? Just come. Once you're here, you'll understand. I assure you, I will not make things difficult for you. Faced with the unexpectedly delicate demeanor of Cao Jianing, Cao Jianing felt somewhat uncomfortable, a shiver running down his spine. He quickly affirmed that he would be there shortly and hung up the phone. On the other end, Cao Jianing wore a sly smile, reveling in her triumph. Humph, did you think you were something special? You re no different from those other insufferable men. With a little coaxing from me, you'll willingly walk right into my trap. Chun, my friend is on his way. Though young, he possesses remarkable appraisal skills, having identified Lu Fong porcelain on several occasions. Excellent. This Lu Fong has been wreaking havoc lately, leaving me utterly perplexed. Dad, let me tell you, my friend's appraisal skills are extraordinary. He helped me select that piece from the Daoguang Imperial Kiln. May I introduce him to you? Stop fooling around. I am discussing serious matters with Boss Xia. If you continue to misbehave, I will have oldly send you home to do your homework. Dad, I'm already in university. I no longer have homework. That doesn't mean you can act out. Boss Xia, I am quite intrigued by your proposal. This Lu Fong has stirred quite the storm in the porcelain market. We at Jada have decided to reduce the number of blue and white porcelain lots in this spring auction, particularly the yuan blue and white. I wonder what ideas Jiaxing has for this spring auction. Cao Jianing's beautiful eyes sparkled as she smiled charmingly. President Chun, you are the leader of our Beijing auction houses. I aspire to match your accomplishments. Haha, Boss Xia is jesting. Jiaxing has been thriving in recent years, while Jada may soon find itself eclipsed. Chapter 82. Mr. Xia's hands are so soft. Jiaxing Auction House. Lin Xiaowan gazed in disbelief at Cao Jianing, who alighted from a Ferrari, impeccably dressed in formal attire. Could this be the same unremarkable individual from the Panjiayuan flea market? Surely, he wasn't attempting to deceive me last time, pretending to be impoverished just to toy with me. How infuriating it is to have been outwitted by him. Lin Xiaowan's heart seethed with resentment, wishing she could cleave Cao Jianing into 108 pieces. Nevertheless, she donned her petite high heels and, with a click of her steps, approached him. Mr. Cao, you have arrived. Mr. Xia has been waiting for you for quite some time. Cao Jianing's gaze swept over Lin Xiaowan's long, slender legs, not with any lascivious intent, but rather with a sense of admiration. He nodded slightly, dismissing the previous encounter. Let us proceed. What urgent matter could this be? Lin Xiaowan inquired as she led the way. Recently, counterfeit Lu porcelain has been surfacing among the 3 major auction houses in the capital. Mr. Xia has contacted Mr. Chun from Jiada Auction House to discuss a collaborative response. You are an expert in this field. Mr. Xia has requested your assistance as the chief appraiser. As Lin Xiaowan spoke, she discreetly observed Cao Jianing's expression, attempting to gauge his thoughts. However, his face bore neither joy nor anger, but rather a peculiar expression that made her heart race. In the midst of their conversation, they arrived at the entrance of Xiao Wanling's office. Lin Xiaowan gently knocked on the door. Mr. Xia, Mr. Cao has arrived. Please, come in. Lin Xiaowan pushed the door open, inviting Cao Jianing inside while she remained outside, awaiting further instructions. The moment Cao Jianing stepped into the office, he was taken aback to see a familiar figure. Jianing Gu. Yuan, what brings you here? Chen Yuan, upon spotting Cao Jianing, leaped from the client's sofa, bounding to his side, and wrapped her arms around his right arm. Jianing Gu, allow me to introduce my father, Cheng Guangda. Dad, this is Cao Jianing, the one I mentioned to you. He is the brother of my roommate and incredibly talented. Her words left everyone in the office momentarily stunned. Cao Jianing thought, you are actually the daughter of the Jiada auction house owner. Xiao Wanling mused. You are acquainted with the daughter of the chairman of Jiada, and it appears you share a close bond. Could there be ulterior motives? Qin Guangda pondered. Who is this scoundrel, embracing my precious daughter? He may look presentable, but my daughter is still in school. I hope he hasn't done anything untoward. Being a seasoned businessman, Cheng Guangda quickly intervened to ease the tension. Ah, so you are Mr. Cao. It seems fate has brought us together. He rose and approached Cao Jianing, forcibly pulling Chen Yuan away from him and into his own embrace. Yuan struggled to break free but was no match for her father's strength, glaring at him with wide eyes, filled with indignation. Xiao Wanling, realizing the situation, strode over to Cao Jianing, adopting a remarkably intimate demeanor. Jianing, how could you not mention knowing Yuan? Please, sit down. Chairman Chun has been waiting for you for quite a while. She offered him no opportunity to object, pulling him to the side of her seat. This was Xiao Wanling's personal single sofa, spacious enough for one, yet a tad cramped for two. Sitting together, their bodies inevitably brushed against one another. The moment their bodies made contact, both froze. Chen Yuan, observing the subtle tension between Xiao Wanling and Cao Jianing, felt her cheeks puff up in frustration, resembling an irate pufferfish. She lightly patted the empty space beside her. "Jianing, come sit over here." Sensing the peculiar atmosphere, Cao Jianing attempted to rise, only to find that Xiao Wanling had wrapped her arm around his. At that moment, he realized that Xiao Wanling was indeed a woman of hidden depths. Her figure was equally commendable, though not as exaggerated as Chen Yuan's. It was undeniably captivating. "Jianing, we are all friends here. Just sit comfortably," she said, casting a glance at Chen Guangde, diving straight into the matter. "Chairman Chen, Jianing is an exceptionally skilled appraiser. He can authenticate Lu porcelain. If our two parties collaborate, we can call upon him for authentication should any Lu porcelain surface, ensuring accuracy. You would only need to pay a modest appraisal fee each time, along with the minor condition I previously mentioned." Chen Guangde's gaze lingered on the close proximity of Cao Jianing and Xiao Wanling. He had long heard of Xiao Wanling's numerous suitors, renowned as the Ice Queen of the capital. When had she taken a boyfriend? However, his daughter had been raving about Cao Jianing for days, almost to the point of idolization. Could it be that their relationship was merely that of roommates? First, let us address this troublesome Lu Fong, and we can tackle other issues later. As a seasoned businessman, Chen Guangde knew not to let personal relations interfere with corporate affairs. He nodded and replied solemnly, "If Mr. Cao can authenticate Lu porcelain, I will agree to Mr. Xiao's terms and will ensure the appraisal fee is generous. The success of this collaboration depends on Mr. Chao's expertise." Just as Xiao Wanling was about to assure him, Cao Jianing unexpectedly nudged her waist with his elbow, signaling her to remain silent. "Chairman Chen, I need to discuss a few matters with Ms. Xia." Chen Guangde raised his right hand, permitting Cao Jianing to proceed. Cao Jianing led Xiao Wanling to the office's floor-to-ceiling window, leaning in to whisper in her ear, "Why didn't you tell me earlier? I've already resolved the issue with Lu." Xiao Wanling felt a tingling sensation from the warm breath brushing against her cheek, her delicate face flushing slightly, her voice carrying a hint of flirtation. "Is that truly the case? Would I deceive you? Before coming here, I just concluded a bet with that person and reclaimed the genuine Tang Yin piece from Mr. Li." At this point, Cao Jianing inexplicably added, "For your sake, I specifically demanded that he cease sending counterfeits to Jiaxing. He has already agreed." "Ah?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Wanling's heart raced, feeling as if a fawn were prancing within her chest. Her already flushed face grew even warmer, taking on a rosy glow reminiscent of a tempting poison apple. A glimmer of hope sparked in her eyes as she shyly raised her gaze, hesitantly asking, "Did you really wager with him for my sake?" Cao Jianing blinked, wondering when he had claimed a bet with Lu Jiai for her benefit. He merely reminded him not to send counterfeits to Jiaxing after winning. However, seeing the bashful expression on Xiao Wanling's face, he felt an uncharacteristic surge of pride. "Of course, for you, I wagered all my fortune. If you don't believe me, you can ask Mr. Li. He was present as a witness." Xiao Wanling raised her delicate hand, gently patting Cao Jianing's shoulder. "All right, I understand now. I believe you. Then, could you assist me in ensuring he doesn't take action against Jade?" Gazing at Xiao Wanling's exquisite visage, Cao Jianing reached out and grasped her fair, slender hand. Instantly, a warm, soft sensation coursed through his fingers. Xiao Wanling's hand felt as delicate as if it were crafted from the finest jade. "For you, I am willing." You. Xiao Wanling felt as though she were enveloped by a towering mountain, desperate to withdraw her hand. Yet for some inexplicable reason, her arm felt powerless. "Please let go of me. Once they leave, then what? After they leave, we can hold hands."